Chapter 51. Longqing Year 57. Back at the creek. Chen Sansi saw Xianxia and several others lifting a goat. It seemed that today's harvest wasn't too bad. Brother Chen also bagged a goat. Zhuang, he waved from a distance. That's a deer, and it's an exotic beast. Xiao corrected. Good gracious. Wu De craned his neck. How much silver would that fetch? Be satisfied with the goat. Xiao was quite content. The group descended the mountain. Upon reaching the tavern, Chen Sansi was invited into a VIP room to slowly settle accounts. Deer blood wasn't easy to preserve, so they left behind 5 kilograms. The best parts of the antler were all taken. There was only one heart, which they also took. Each type of animal had valuable parts that differed. For example, the gall of the white deer comparatively wasn't worth much, and such internal organs were all sold off. The sinews were also kept. Then it was the meat of the deer. The meat of an exotic beast would greatly diminish in efficacy if left too long. Chen Sansi himself kept around 100 kilograms. In the end, what could be sold was sold, showing a total of 280 taels on the books, plus the treasure Zhuang Zhan sent that sold for 60 taels. This sum of money was enough for an ordinary person to live affluently in the prefecture city. But for those practicing martial arts, it was merely a resource for a certain phase. Over 300 taels of silver had to be bundled to fit. Chen Sansi, carrying the heavy silver, rode the white horse to the garrison's forge. This sinew. Neo Guy, holding the white sinews and gently pulling them, said, "You actually managed to get the sinew of a white deer? Great stuff. I'll definitely make you a bow of over 10 stones. Come back in 30 days. After giving his instructions, Chen Sansi inquired about the witch god sect. It's been said. Wang Ji chewed peanuts as he drank. Household's commander Xiang got so angry that he slammed the table on the spot and ordered Luo Dongquan to continue the investigation, ensuring it must be clarified before the new county magistrate and selection officer arrive. Selection officer? Chen Sansi asked. Weren't they supposed to come after spring began? Don't know the reason, but it's been moved up this year. Wang Ji squinted. I estimate it's not for you, but rather for a general purge. A purge? Chen Sansi remarked. Similar to an imperial envoy coming over for inspection? Yes. Wang Ji nodded. Every year, the selection officers travel thousands of miles to various counties and prefectures, not just to receive people, but more importantly, to enforce military discipline and execute a few beyond saving. Just last year, the garrison's household commander next door took bribes and secretly replaced someone's eligibility for selected points, and when discovered, was directly sent to Liangzhou to die in a suicide squad. If 100 households like him are found out, there are those who get executed on the spot. Otherwise, why do you think they fear the governor mansion? And why do the people from Martial Arts Hall dare not touch you? Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Sansi said indifferently. Worried about you. Worried about me? Wang Ji pondered the meaning behind the words and suddenly understood. You think I'm also beyond redemption? Am I so disreputable in your eyes? He defended himself vehemently. The silver, I gather, has its legitimate uses. When the selection officer arrives, don't talk nonsense. When are they coming? Chen Sansi asked. Don't know exactly, but definitely before it starts snowing, Wang Ji replied. That said, wasn't the selection officer also going to participate in the spring conscription? Chen Sansi inquired about the attitude of the governor mansion regarding this matter. As far as I know, the governor mansion does not approve, Chen Sansi said. 100 households Wang was well informed. But this matter was approved by the Ministry of War. And you know who is above the Ministry of War, don't you? I suspect that the reason the selection officer came early was to see if it was possible to stop them. Above the Ministry of War were naturally the Emperor and the Regent Crown Prince, and perhaps a few key decision-makers at most. That damn Xiang Tingchun. 100 households Wang tapped his fingers on the table. He wants to use this chance to join the forces under the Crown Prince faction, using us brothers as stepping stones. The Crown Prince? Was Xianxia trying to ingratiate himself with the Crown Prince faction? Ever since the 30th year of Longqing, the emperor had begun to cultivate Taoism, delegating the governance to the Crown Prince. Now, in the 72nd year of Longqing, the Crown Prince had been governing for 40 years. Now, with the emperor's tacit approval and the Ministry of War's endorsement, the Crown Prince had started selecting military officers from the border to cultivate his confidence, clearly targeting the governor mansion. Don't worry, this isn't the first time this has happened. 100 households Wang saw through his thoughts. In the 57th year of Longqing, His Majesty once believed slanders and had the governor imprisoned in the imperial prison. And what happened then? That same summer, an external enemy attacked the south, and without the Lord Governor, 7 cities fell within a month. Even our 8 camps suffered a devastating defeat, with the Black Tortoise camp completely wiped out. Wasn't he reinstated as the governor, and within half a year, turned the dire situation around? 3 years ago, when the barbarian tribes were restless, it was Supervisor's son who presided, keeping the barbarian tribes at bay to this day. So let them fuss. Anyone in the great Shang dynasty could be replaced, except for Sun Dusher. 100 households Wang concluded triumphantly. Chen Sansi did not know much about these matters. If it was true, this supervisor's son was indeed formidable. But the more formidable he was, the more the old emperor probably feared him. There's also one most crucial point. 100 households Wang took a deep breath, speaking gravely. Since you are obsessed with martial arts, do you know who has the world's #1 spear technique? Supervisor's son? Chen Sansi didn't even need to guess. Correct. 100 households Wang spoke with admiration. If you want to reach the pinnacle in spear technique, there's no better teacher than Supervisor Sunday. You mustn't change your mind about going to the 8 camps just because of some villain's scheming. I haven't planned on changing my mind. Even knowing the risks, Chen Sansi was still very likely to go to the 8 camps. Where else could he go? Follow Xianxia? Speaking of which, was 100 households Wang previously from the 8 camps? As Chen Sansi gradually became more familiar with him, they could chat on different topics. Which camp were you in, and what position did you hold? I was in. 100 households Wang began to speak, then swallowed his words and chuckled. Forgot. It's been so many years. Who remembers? He clearly did not want to talk about it. Chen Sansi did not ask further. He reiterated his request for the other party to keep an eye out for any cases of missing people, then busied himself with his own matters. He returned home, ate the cooked deer heart. A feeling entirely different from that of bear heart or tiger heart spread throughout his body. Ever since the blood birth phenomenon, each time Chen Sansi practiced his spear technique, the pain felt doubly severe, as if not blood but flames flowed through his body, constantly burning him. But after eating the deer heart, strands of refreshing coolness continuously flowed from his stomach to his limbs and bones, healing his damaged body. Thus, Chen Sansi became more and more spirited with each practice, not needing to rest at all. His proficiency also improved rapidly. No wonder a deer heart was worth 200 taels. The effect was many times better than that of a fierce beast's heart, and not only beneficial for cultivation, but likely also great for maintaining health. Continue. Chen Sansi was unaware that it was already deep into midnight. Inside the house, Sister Lan had long changed into her newly sewn Mandarin duck-style top and was sitting quietly at the bedside, waiting. According to the usual pattern, every time the young man consumed a beast heart, a hectic night ensued. She had grown accustomed to it. Why was today out of the ordinary? She waited until the late hours of the night, until, unable to keep her eyes open, Guxin Lan fell into a deep sleep, drowsy and groggy. Chapter 52. Colluding with Scoundrels. Time flows like a relentless river, never pausing for a moment. Behind closed doors, time seems to fly especially fast. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The weather in the Northern Territory was growing increasingly cold. Fortunately, after the pay increase, the soldiers of Pyong 1,000 households had more money in hand and did not have to suffer from a cold. At the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi was sparring with Fang Zongqi. The effects are best when the sparring partner is a realm higher in skill. Fang Zongqi, full of confidence at first, had a markedly terrible expression on his face after less than 5 rounds. Is this really just small achievement in blood refining? Strength, speed, endurance. In which aspect is he inferior to me? To put it more precisely, he seems to be much stronger than me, I who have reached great success in blood refining. Struggling miserably to reach the 10th round, the web of Fang Zongqi's right hand holding the saber split open, blood gushed out continuously, and his arm became numb and stiff, almost forgetting how to execute the saber technique he learned. Surrounding them were onlooking soldiers, most of whom were his subordinates. Seeing that he could no longer hold on, Fang Zongqi quickly said, "Enough. It's a draw. Chen Sansi withdrew his spear. "Thank you for the effort, Fang Zongqi." Fang Zongqi, with his trembling right hand hidden behind his back, said, "You must be close to achieving great success in blood refining, right? It should be in the next few days." Chen Sansi did not deny it. Cultivation technique. Basic spear technique of a soldier. Minor success. Progress. 1855/2000. Utility. Swift spear movement. Amazing endurance. Robust chi blood. Blood birth phenomenon. The effects of the exotic beast's flesh are astonishing. Together with Chen Sansi being relatively affluent, even foregoing blood-replenishing soup for the 15 taels per dose of 9 revolutions replenishing essence soup. How could his speed not be fast? Well done. Fang Zongqi said with emotion, "Once you reach great success in blood refining, you too could be promoted to a flag leader, leveling with me. I've benefited from your care during this period, Fang Zongqi." After the enhancement of his cultivation, Chen Sansi's promotion to flag leader was a certainty, but he feared he would end up a leader in name only. After all, the garrison didn't have that many men. Where would he suddenly find 50 men to command out of thin air? At most, he'd be treated with the privileges of a flag leader's rank, but in title only. Training in the morning, patrolling the city in the afternoon. Ever since they reported the cases of people disappearing, Xianxia had promptly started to dispatch daily city patrols. Moreover, he was very irritable. Most of those ranked flag leader or higher were scolded on a daily basis. After all, the selection officer was about to arrive, and not to mention the matter of the immortal treasure, just the fact that people were dying daily without any catch of the murderer could lead to a charge of dereliction of duty against him. The problem was, they truly couldn't find anything. So many deaths certainly couldn't be the work of just 1 or 2 people. But Pyong County was such a small place, there couldn't possibly be another place like the Golden Bell Temple for them to hide. Unless the murders were not committed by the witch god sect at all. In that case, it would be natural to find no clues. Chen Sansi's mind, involuntarily, thought of the Medicine Valley he encountered on the mountain that day. Being barricaded from such a distance, it was completely abnormal. He just couldn't understand. Why would a martial arts hall commit murder? He would go up the mountain to take a look. It would also provide an opportunity to hunt something. There was still nearly 200 taels of silver at home, which was enough, but it would also not be bad to hunt something like a black bear. After all, he couldn't make the trip in vain. Early the next morning, Chen Sansi set off. In recent days, there are still people missing, it's just that. Xiao and a few others follow behind. They're all countryside folk. The countryside, neck deep in martial arts training. Chen Sansi had not participated in the patrols and was aware of the deaths, but he did not know about this detail. Yes, Wu De said, at first there were disappearances in both the county town and countryside, but gradually it changed to only countryside folk going missing. To put it plainly, the poor. Chen Sansi felt even more that something was wrong. The witch god sect didn't discriminate whether you were rich or poor when they killed. This kind of thing only one's own people could do. After heading up the mountain, he made his way towards Medicine Valley. Before he even reached his destination, he could see from afar 3 figures standing on the road that led inevitably to Medicine Valley. Liang Zhan, Mr. Wu of Golden Bell Temple, and another youth around 30 years old. This youth had a cloud pattern on his garment. Additionally, considering his mannerisms and how he stood as an equal to the other two, it could only be the young master of Yunhe Martial Arts Hall who first had his family business usurped by his uncle, only to later make a comeback. Why, recently, have all these pampered young masters taken a liking to delving into the deep mountains and dense forests? It's one thing for a single person, but three gathering together. Do they have too much time on their hands? Moreover, 2 li away from Medicine Valley, it's all guarded by Martial Arts Academy disciples. Not even letting a bird through. It's clear there's some unspeakable secret. Thinking back carefully, the master of Yunhe Martial Arts Hall, who was mediocre for half his life, suddenly had a breakthrough at a critical moment. In the town, it was also around those few days that people started to go missing. And then there's old Five Song. There were rumors that his father was at death's door, desperately in need of white deer for healing. And what happened? So much time has passed, and there hasn't been any news of a funeral at the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy. On top of that, old Five Song doesn't seem to be in any hurry at all. No wonder last time I watched helplessly as he took away the white deer. It's likely they have some special way of healing. All the pieces of the puzzle fit together. The disappearances of the commoners, they must be connected to them. It's just there's no evidence for now. Chen Sansi has no plans to approach rashly either. Just before his eyes, there were 3 practicing bone training. Inside Medicine Valley, there must be a few old servants hidden away. Concealing breath and hiding is not the same as invisibility technique. If caught by these people, they could very well do something drastic in desperation. First, I'll go back and break through to great success in blood refining. Besides, the 10-stone heavy bow is almost ready. Ensure that I can retreat safely even when encountering someone in bone training. Then come back here to explore further. Having made up his mind, Chen Sansi left quietly without a sound. We can't have any more deaths. Liang Zhan advised the two beside him. Let's put a halt to it for now. It doesn't matter. Old Five Song, however, confidently said, we're only taking peasants from the countryside, nobodies who won't have anyone to seek justice for them. Xianxia has started investigating again. Doesn't Old Five know? Liang Zhan sighed and said, let's just stop for a while. Anyway, your father's injury has been healed, and besides, we still lack the key immortal treasure. Killing more people won't increase its utility. Brother Pan. Old Five Song looked towards the young master of Yunhe Martial Arts Hall. You're not still hiding something, are you? Absolutely not. Pan Quan's expression tightened. It was with the help of you two that I was able to take back my family business. How could I continue to hide anything? The immortal treasure must be in the hands of Xianxia. I guarantee it. That bastard Xianxia. Old Five Song cursed. We sent him a month's worth of money, grain, and medicinal materials, and he won't even show us the shadow of the immortal treasure. Indeed, we can't go on like this. Liang Zhan said worriedly. Up to now, we still don't even know what the immortal treasure is. Could Xianxia at least open the box and show us? As refining order martial artists, they're going too far. On one hand, we don't know what the immortal treasure is, and on the other, even if we had the immortal treasure, we wouldn't know how to use it. This situation is ridiculous. First, stop supplying the money, grain, and medicinal materials. We can't keep compromising blindly. I agree with this opinion. Leaving Medicine Valley, Chen Sansi hunted down a black bear. For him now, it was completely possible to deal with it easily on his own. He went to the creek to meet up with Xiao and the others. Unexpectedly, they had caught a few wolves. Seems your hunting luck has improved recently. Chen Sansi first congratulated them, then threw a wet blanket. However, I advise you to not go up the mountain for the time being. There may be danger. Everyone knew the martial arts academies were responsible for the killings, so it was only right to warn them. Why, brother, sure? Wuda asked, puzzled. We finally found a good spot. We'll definitely be able to shoot wolves again tomorrow. Could stones be harmful to us? As the oldest, Xiao knew there was a reason behind it. Starting from tomorrow, we won't go up the mountain. Zhuang Yi expressed his difficulty. Our family can hardly scrape a meal together. I'll give you the grain. Chen Sansi, now, was not short of money. No way. Xiao refused. Brother, sure, we are already grateful that you're willing to take us hunting in the mountains. How could we possibly take your grain? Consider a loan from me. You can pay me back next spring. With Chen Sansi insisting, they finally agreed. After selling the black bear, Chen Sansi rushed back to the garrison, planning to achieve great success in one fell swoop. Chapter 53. The Blood of Dragon and Elephant. Military camp. Pharmacy. There's no more medicine left? Chen Sansi, who had come to purchase supplemental medicine, was informed that the warehouse was empty, with only blood-replenishing soup available, not replenishing essence soup. On the 3rd of each month, it is the scheduled time for the martial arts hall to send money, grain, and medicine materials. Medical Officer Jiang fanned the flames with a cattail leaf fan, speaking unhurriedly. They are already several days late, and there's still no sign of them. I knew it. How could they be willing to keep sending things? Just this month, they must have lost hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Give me a bowl of blood-replenishing soup first, Chen Sansi said. He could roughly guess what was happening. Xianxia act of getting something for nothing was almost at its end. The people from the martial arts hall weren't fools. How could they be willing to keep giving things away without receiving anything in return? He didn't know how Xianxia would deal with it next. Anyway, it was none of his business. It was nothing more than the medicinal materials becoming expensive. If it really came down to it, he would just have to make a few extra trips into the mountains. If he couldn't find exotic beasts, there were always plenty of black bears and big worms. He drank the entire bowl of blood-replenishing soup in one gulp. Chen Sansi picked up his long spear and went to the martial arts arena to make his final breakthrough. The blood-refining realm, from entry-level to small achievement. The chi blood evolves from a single strand to 4 strands, flowing through the limbs, achieving strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. But any cultivation technique is not solely reliant on the limbs. Take, for example, spear techniques, which require not only strong arms but also the coordination of the waist, and the lower stance must be stable enough to unleash sufficient power. Therefore, having chi blood circulating only through the limbs is not enough. Only after achieving blood-refining great success, with chi blood running through the entire body, forming a great shape internally and fully utilizing the body's strength, can one truly exhibit the full power of a cultivation technique. Wielding the reed leaf spear in his hand, Chen Sansi concentrated on feeling the changes in chi blood within his body. The 4 burning streams of his chi blood had already reached their limit with the practice of the cultivation technique, and were in a state where they could no longer improve, just a step away from breaking through and integrating throughout his entire body. However, it was always just a little bit short. It felt as though it was about to come through, yet each time it would retract again. Patience. Although Chen Sansi hadn't been practicing martial arts for long, he had endured more hardships than anyone else. Consuming beast meat and pouring down supplemental medicine required frantic cultivation to metabolize. Every time he did pile work and used the grand breathing skill, it was painful every single time. So, he was not lacking in patience. It was merely a matter of time. Calming his mind, Chen Sansi tediously repeated his spear technique over and over again. Wang Ji saw this and hurriedly pulled Xianxia over. Don't deceive me. Xianxia was full of disbelief. No more than 2 months at most. Blood refining great success? Household's commander Xiang doesn't believe it. Wang Ji said with a grin, I heard that you got a lot of good medicine materials from the Tianyuan Liang family, including a 300-year-old ginseng. Ginseng only helps blood-refining warriors. What do you want it for? Xianxia realized. It's rare indeed. This is the first time I've seen you asking for something for someone else. All right, I promise you, if he makes a breakthrough, I'll give him the ginseng. In the midst of their conversation, the two arrived at the martial arts arena. When they saw the dazzling display of the long spear in the open space, Even Xiang Tingchuan's eyebrows revealed astonishment. Fatty Wang, with him achieving blood refining great success so quickly, won't he develop inferior blood? Rest assured. Fatty Wang patted his chest and said, I taught him the world's best foundational technique. It's solid, at least superior chi blood, which won't hold him back no matter how high or far he goes in the future. You really have something to fall back on. Xiang Tingchun did not doubt it and lamented, Tell me, what exactly did you do to end up being sent here? I even specifically looked it up. There's not a single famous general in the 8 camps with the surname Wang. Household's Commander Xiang really thinks highly of me. Wang Ji said with an expressionless face, I'm 43 this year, and still in the bone training realm. How could I ever be qualified to be a general? I'm just a hanger-on doing miscellaneous tasks. Xiang Tingchun said no more and quietly watched the youth on the martial arts arena. In the end, Chen Sansi simply closed his eyes, relying entirely on muscle memory to practice the spear technique, while focusing 100% of his attention inside his body, carefully feeling the flow of chi blood. He didn't know how much time had passed. He felt the light outside his eyelids grow darker and darker, until it was all black, until his spear-wielding hands stiffened and lost their agility, until his lungs expanded to their limit and seemed ready to burst and spew blood at any moment. Thump! Just as his body reached its limit and seemed unable to hold on any longer, all 4 streams of chi blood flowed back into his heart, and when it coursed out again, it was no longer in 4 streams, but had transformed into thousands of strands penetrating his limbs and bones, permeating his entire body. For the typical blood-refining warrior at great success, chi blood would form a large character within the body. But for Chen Sansi, it spread throughout his entire body. This was the true meaning of chi blood permeating the body. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique of a military soldier, great success. Utility, blood of the dragon elephant. All entry effects were encompassed by blood of the dragon elephant, enhancing the effects significantly. Chen Sansi began circulating his chi blood again and could feel blood of the dragon elephant, seemingly tempering his bones and meridians. No wonder blood refining is important. Within the bone training realm, one relies on the cultivated chi blood to temper the bones. The higher the quality of chi blood, the better the effect. He just wasn't sure what level blood of the dragon elephant was. The system no longer displayed progress, and he needed to switch to a bone training cultivation technique. He should go and ask Wang Ji about it. Good. As he was lost in thought, a cheer sounded in his ear. Chen Sansi opened his eyes. He then realized that not much time had actually passed. Looking at the sky, it had been only about 2 hours. However, the commotion had been great, drawing many onlookers. The person leading the cheers was Xiang Tingchun. His eyes showed a mix of admiration and envy as he said, Just 2 months of practicing martial arts and reaching blood-refining great success, our Pyong 1,000 households have truly produced a genius. Chen Sansi held his long spear and cupped his fists. Commander Xiang flatters me. No need for modesty. From this day on, you're promoted to flag leader, but Xiang Tingchun smiled wryly. Though there's a vacancy, we have no extra manpower to allocate to you. Let's start you off with the treatment of a flag leader. Later, if more people enlist, they will be prioritized under your command. Additionally, this officer will reward you with a 300-year-old blood ginseng. Those under your command will also receive rewards. Military soldiers will get 2 doses of replenishing essence soup, and array soldiers will receive 2 taels of silver. The silver will be provided by this officer himself. Thank you, sir. Chen Sansi was certainly not going to be polite. Well done. Xiang Tingchun nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the watching soldiers and scolded, All of you, train diligently, and you'll earn your rewards too. After speaking, he strode away, hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Returning to his tent, Luo Dongquan followed close behind him. My lord, those people have sent their reply. He reported, The martial arts hall says they fully support your decision to deploy troops, but they see no sincerity from you. They also say that with you being so secretive, perhaps the immortal treasure is not in your possession at all, and you're just playing them for fools. Truly, people won't give up until they see the hair caught. Xianxia then asked, "What about the witch god sect followers? Were they found?" "I am incompetent," Luo Dongquan said, bowing his head. "You have 500 men to search the city daily and still can't find them." Xianxia felt a headache coming on. If he couldn't find the witch god sect followers who slipped through the net, where would he get the immortal treasure for the martial arts hall? To hell with the immortal treasure. No matter what, it shouldn't affect the campaign plan for next spring. It seemed that without taking some drastic action, he wouldn't get them to listen. Crack. Endure when it is bearable, but when it is no longer bearable, then stop enduring. Xianxia crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. "Luo, think of something. We need to pin an offense on the martial arts hall." "My lord," Luo Dongquan was astonished. "This seems improper." "What's improper about it?" Xianxia said coldly. "They have backers, do you think I don't? Who do you believe approved my deployment of troops? Just do as I say." "Understand, my lord." Chapter 54 Recruitment. 100 Households Wong. Earlier, you mentioned that chi blood cultivated has quality differences, so what quality would my chi blood be? Chen Sansi voiced his doubts. The chi blood developed through a lower-tier breathing skill is symbolized by a big character. The bigger and thicker this character, the better. After refining the Howren breathing skill, it will be at least twice as strong as the chi blood produced by ordinary breathing skills. More than that depends on talent. Being able to circulate it throughout the body is naturally best. You're asking about this. Surely you haven't. Wang Ji placed a hand on the youth's body. "Circulate your chi blood so I can see." Chen Sansi complied. "Your chi blood is of the highest quality." Wang Ji exclaimed, "Just like me when I started, it circulates throughout the body, but the time spent is significantly less. Steady. Even if the supervisor himself were to come, he would take you in." "Highest quality?" Chen Sansi cautiously inquired. "Is there anything more special?" "There is 1 in 10,000. Wang Ji explained patiently and in detail. "Those individuals possess an innate martial arts physique, born with a body different from ordinary people, learning the same martial arts faster and with better effects. For example, the Tiger Sha physique, the Golden Python physique, they're destined to reach great heights in martial arts. But don't be disheartened. Your bones are definitely sufficient. You can reach great heights as well." Chen Sansi nodded, pondering quietly to himself. There really were abnormal bodies, but all were innate. His dragon elephant blood belonged to the acquired category, and moreover, it wasn't a physique, but merely a phenomenon occurring in the chi blood. Seemed similar to archery. The proficiency panel would, over time, transform him more suitable for the cultivation techniques he practiced. Select a cultivation technique. Wang Ji was prepared and pulled out 3 booklets from his bosom. After you achieve great success in blood refining, you must start practicing bone strengthening skills. Each of these 3 is a subsequent book tailored to different emphases in the basic spear techniques of infantry. Chen Sansi aimed his gaze, and the names of several cultivation techniques were Flying Snake Wind Spear, Heaven Python Breaking Formation Spear, Undying Golden Snake Spear. These are only available to me. The rest from the households can only study advanced spear skills. Wang Ji explained. These 3 books focus on speed, strength, and endurance, respectively. My recommendation is the Heaven Python Breaking Formation Spear. Cultivating it results in an incredibly fierce spear technique, unmatched on the battlefield. The commander himself had studied this in his youth. Next, the Flying Snake Spear technique moves like the wind, capable of taking a life within a blink of an eye from 20 steps away. In the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. As for the Undying Golden Snake, it's also known in the 8 camps as the Extraordinarily Ordinary Spear. Not as fast or fierce as the previous 2, its only advantage being that it consumes chi blood more slowly in combat. However, this is also relative and varies from person to person. Before he finished speaking, Undying Golden Snake was already in Chen Sansi's hand. "I choose this one." Are you sure? Wang Ji seriously said. This isn't a joke. Think carefully. Sure. Chen Sansi had thought it through deeply. For long-range assaults, he had archery. In terms of speed and fierceness, his previous enhancement entries covered it, now encompassed by the dragon elephant blood, only to yield better effects, lacking nothing. In his view, the only way to survive on the battlefield was through endurance. He remembered the first spar with Su Bin. It was by relying on endurance that he had won against someone of a higher realm. And then there was the time at the Golden Bell Temple. Among the witch god sect followers were quite a few fierce men. But what use were they? Their fierceness didn't last long before their chi blood was depleted, eventually being hacked to death by a group of array soldiers. Young man, it seems you have experienced the benefits of the Howren breathing skill, obsessed with endurance. Wang Ji brought out a jar of wine. Everyone has their own path. I won't say more. Want to join me for a drink to celebrate your promotion? No, thanks. I still have things to do. Chen Sansi had previously promised to lend grain to Xianxia and the others. Best not to delay. Congratulations, Chen Zongqi. Once outside, many people came up to congratulate him. However, the happiest were under his command. Their leader had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, and they also got to reap the rewards. 2 portions of blood-replenishing soup, which would cost 60 taels of silver at market price. What a concept. Following Stone was the right choice. The silver spent on practicing martial arts has all paid off in one go. Zhu Tong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Su Wenkai also managed to get 2 taels of silver, extremely pleased. He followed behind. My lord, are you leaving the camp? I need to go home too. Let's go together. Chen Sansi asked, hasn't your family lost its home? What are you going back for? To erect a monument. Su Wenkai blinked vigorously. The grave of my mother is still just a piece of wood. Now, thanks to your lordship's reward, I'm planning to hire a craftsman to erect a proper monument. Let's go. Chen Sansi habitually carried his bow and arrows and spear. He loaded 2 bags of rice on the White Swan horse and walked leisurely along the road with Su Wenkai. The White Swan horse didn't need to be led attentively. It automatically followed closely behind them. My lord is truly impressive. Su Wenkai patted the horse. Even such a spirited horse can be tamed by you. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Chen Sansi didn't know how to respond to such clumsy flattery. Su Wenkai cleared his throat awkwardly and changed the subject. My lord, do you need me to write an article for you? To recruit some hands? Recruit hands? Chen Sansi asked. You mean the vacancies under me? Exactly. Su Wenkai spoke earnestly. I must admit, I am somewhat skilled in judging people, and having interacted with you these days, I have grown increasingly convinced that you are extraordinary and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Stop. Chen Sansi's scalp tingled awkwardly as he interrupted. Let's talk about recruitment later. There's no rush. How can you say there's no rush, my lord? Su Wenkai spoke vividly. Remember, the grand ancestor of the former dynasty started a rebellion and killed officials while being deported from military service, and many of those with him later became founding heroes. And about our dynasty's grand ancestor, the sworn brothers he made during his time as a house slave formed the cornerstone of the Shang dynasty's foundation in its early years. From this, it can be seen that to achieve great things, one must recruit a team early. Achieve great things? The more Chen Sansi listened, the more uneasy he felt. What are you planning to do? Cough, my lord. Please don't misunderstand. Su Wenkai said, the war is coming in the spring. The more people we have under our command, the better our chances of victory, right? You're right then. This was what Chen Sansi observed as he traveled. He saw many villagers still in tattered clothes. Joining the army, at least, allowed them to have enough to eat and stay warm. Of course, the price might be dying on the battlefield. Whether they could be recruited or not, it would be left to fate. All right, Su Wenkai was particularly excited. Watch closely, my lord. Chen Sansi began to wonder what this guy was doing all day if he wasn't training. As the two chatted leisurely, They reached the entrance of Yinbian village. Sansi, you've got some nerve coming back. You've brought disaster on the villagers. A familiar, bitter voice came through. Chen Sansi remained unirritated. Uncle Lai Zi, what's the matter now? How have I brought disaster upon the villagers? Yes, you've ruined Xiao. Uncle Zhao. Chen Sansi frowned. What happened to him? I told him recently not to go up the mountain. Who said anything happened on the mountain? Uncle Lai Zi pursed his lips. Many students from the martial arts academy blockaded Zhao Qiao's house in the village. You must have offended someone. Could it be Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy? Chen Sansi asked. Who exactly was there? The ones who last time trapped Zhang Shun to repair the canal, and one with a missing ear, whom they called Big Brother. Uncle Lai Zi looked at the young man, mounting his horse, and warned, You really dare to go? There's a whole group of them. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Let's go. Without responding, Chen Sansi charged on the white swan horse into the village. Being killed? It wasn't certain yet who would be the one in danger. The white swan horse disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Wenkai coughing in the rising dust. He covered his mouth with his sleeve and asked, Neighbor, how many of them are there? More than 30. Uncle Lai Zi widened his eyes, each one armed with a sword, very intimidating. Upon hearing this, Su Wenkai did not follow into the village. Instead, he turned and ran toward the direction of the household's office. Chapter 55. Killing in the Street. Are you sure they have a good relationship with Chen Sansi? Positive. Huang Tao, his face half wrapped in bandages, sat on a stool. In front of him were two martial arts academy disciples bowing and scraping. They were Zhang Chao and Li Hao. How could Huang Tao, who had had an ear chopped off, easily swallow this grudge? He hated that kid in the garrison, hated him so much his teeth itched, but he couldn't beat him in a fight, so he had to resort to underhand tactics. His fellow servant disciples, Zhang Chao and Li Hao, knew this and ran to offer their advice. They said they had a way. Although they couldn't kill Chen Sansi, they could teach him a lesson. That was to strike at the people around him. You think you're great? You're tough. What about the people around you? Positive. Zhang Chao affirmed with certainty. We saw with our own eyes last time that Chen Gai leading those 3 hunters, they killed a black bear and even shot an arrow at us. Their relationship is surely good. They harbored resentment, but lacked the guts and strength for revenge. Having finally caught an opportunity, of course, they wanted to get involved. This move is definitely effective. Li Hao said proudly. That kid used to have a brother who was sent by us to work on the canal, his fate unknown to this day. What could he do to us? Eldest senior brother, are you really sure about this? Wei Su at his side was somewhat anxious. Mr. Wu said before, don't provoke him lightly. What about my ear? Huang Tao said angrily. I dare not kill him, but do I even dare not touch a few poor hunters? Let him see that people suffer because of him. It's at least a consolation. Exactly, Zhang Chao egged on. We called over 30 brothers today. He's just one person. What's there to fear? Moreover, it's broad daylight. Would he dare to kill someone in the street? Well said. Huang Tao waved his hand commandingly. Bring those few hunters up here. Several martial arts academy disciples brought up 3 hunters with bruised and swollen faces. They were none other than Zhao, Qiao, Wuda, and Zhuangyi. Let go of me, damn your ancestors. Deserve a slap. Who are you cursing? Zhang Chao stepped up and slapped him. Ew, on what ground are you arresting us? Wuda's mouth was bloody. We haven't broken any laws. Haven't broken any laws? Li Hao reached into his robe and pulled out a cracked jade pendant. Then what's this? You steal our eldest senior brother's property and now deny it. You're talking nonsense. You're framing us. Wuda kursid loudly. This morning, martial arts academy disciples suddenly burst into his home and found a jade pendant that he had never seen before. They accused the 3 of conspiring to steal. The framing was crude and brutal, with no logic. Paupers, Huang Tao said coldly. You go hunting on a mountain and steal my things. Rural folk are truly low. You're also from the countryside. Zhuang, he shouted. Aren't you Huang Tao? Your family used to weave straw mats in Qian family village. It's only after your sister became the concubine of the 70-year-old Mr. Feng in town that you got to join the martial arts hall. Shut your mouth. Huang Tao, overcome with rage and embarrassment, stomped on his face. Blather any more nonsense, and I'll smash your head into pieces. Xiao, being older, understood that arguing was futile. He pleaded, Sir, please show us a way out. How can we get you to spare us? Compensate? You couldn't afford it anyway. Huang Tao revealed his true purpose. I'm magnanimous and will give you a chance. Go call Chen Sansi over here. Let him come and apologize for you. We don't know Chen Sansi. Xiao startlingly declared. Uncle Zhao. Wu De and Zhuang, he looked bewildered, wondering why he would say that. Xiao gave a slight shake of his head, signaling with his eyes. He had seen the truth. These people were targeting Chen Sansi. There were 7 or 8 men standing in front of them, with at least 20 more hidden nearby, each with a treasure sword hanging at their waist. Clearly, they dared not trouble the military garrison, hoping to use them to lure the hunter out into the street to make things difficult for him. Indeed, Xiao knew he was implicated for no reason. But if it weren't for their insistence on having the hunter lead them up the mountain, this wouldn't have happened. Having benefited from his kindness, one couldn't complain when faced with such a situation. Nor could they harm the hunter. They might not understand martial arts, but they knew these were dozens of martial masters. Even if the hunter could fight a tiger, he would suffer greatly if he came. Don't know him? Huang Tao saw through his thoughts. You dogs, beat him. Xianxia and Li Hao were the first to raise their hands. In no time at all, the 3 of them were covered in blood, bruised all over. This scene was witnessed from a distance by many villagers of Yinbian village. But they were angry, yet dared not speak. Huang Tao lost his patience. Forget it. Wei, you go to the garrison to trick Chen out. Me? Wei Su's head shook like a rattle drum, clearly lacking the courage. He pointed at Xianxia. You two go. Ah, brother. Xianxia and Li Hao kept retreating. We don't know where the households is located. Da. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves, like war drums, rang in their ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a cloud of dust rising at the end of the muddy road. A white steed rushed out from the midst of the yellow sand. On the horse sat a young man in armor, carrying a bow, arrows, and a long spear on his back. The dust was so thick that his expression could not be seen clearly. It's him. Xianxia and Li Hao sighed with relief. He's come. Good timing. Huang Tao showed a hint of joy. He shouted in the direction of the young man, deliberately loud. Chen, your fellow villagers stole from me. I advise you to stay out of this. Hunter, there are many. Be careful. Xiao wanted to give a warning, but was too injured to raise his voice. Shut up. Huang Tao kicked him, continuing to shout. If you really want to meddle, that's not impossible, but you'll have to kneel and apologize for them. Otherwise, I'll chop off their limbs and send them to the county government prison. Da. No response came, only the sound of the hooves racing. Chun, our elder martial brother is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? Xianxia and the others took a step forward. Get off your horse. They didn't have the courage to approach him alone. But with over 30 fellow disciples standing behind them, they suddenly found their courage, and it was considerable. Still no response. Just the war horse rapidly approaching. Why do I feel something is not right? Li Hao felt a bit uneasy, noticing that the young man on the horse had at some point replaced the reins in his hands with a bow and arrow, and was aiming at him. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, a black shadow flashed past, directly piercing through Li Hao's heart. He fell headfirst, motionless. Oh! Xianxia's mouth hung open. This was nothing like what he had imagined. To kill upon arrival? How could he dare? The faux courage he had borrowed instantly shattered. The second arrow swiftly followed, its head piercing directly into his mouth and exiting through the back of his skull, killing him instantly. Everything happened too quickly. Both Huang Tao's group and the sneaking villagers were rendered speechless, standing petrified in place. Hush! Finally, it was the young man's voice that broke the silence. I don't have many arrows left. Chen Sansi lowered his head to glance at his arrow bag and calmly stated, aside from Huang Tao and Wei Su, anyone else who wants to live can leave. However, I will only count to 10. Chapter 56, Rivers of Blood. 10! As the countdown began, everyone suddenly snapped to attention. Murder! The villagers of Yanbian village had never seen such a bloody scene before, not to mention the murderer. It was their once familiar Stone. Just a few months ago, he had been holding saint books, intending to sit for the imperial examination. Suddenly, he was holding a bow, having killed a man. What high office has Stone taken on to dare kill a martial arts academy disciple in the streets? Well done indeed. 8 out of 10 people had been bullied by those from the martial arts hall. After all, many farmers had their land cheaply bought up by landlords with the help of martial masters. You've got some nerve! Huang Tao came back to his senses amid the shock. A small flag, committing murder in the street. Is there no law? The young man on the horse showed no emotion as he slowly drew an arrow and notched it to the bowstring, muttering, 9. Fellow brothers, let's take him down together. Huang Tao drew his sword. Even if Ting Chun himself came today, there's no reason to protect him. The clanging sounds continued to erupt. Blades of gleaming swords were unsheathed, 30-odd martial artists blocking the path of the white horse. 6! The countdown did not stop. The people from Tailei Martial Arts Academy were getting panicked. Was this person really planning to kill them all? What are you afraid of? Huang Tao roared. He is just one person! Big brother, perhaps we should call Mr. Wu. The people from the martial arts hall, after all, were not an army. These disciples, not only did they not receive a salary, but many also had to pay tuition every year. Bullying others was one thing, but dying for it? Don't joke, no one is a fool. Right, big brother, I also think we should call Mr. Wu to handle him. 3, 2, clatter! Before the countdown ended, the vast majority of martial arts academy disciples turned on their heels and ran. Why are you running? Huang Tao's shouts were futile, and soon only 5 or 6 people remained, either hotheads or those closely related to him. Even Wei Shu was about to run. You stop right there! Huang Tao grabbed Wei Shu, pulling him back. Mr. Chen said, you can't escape with me! Chen Sansi raised his longbow. Ladies and gentlemen, time's about up! As his words fell, the Kaiyuan bowstring sounded like thunder, arrows shooting in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 Whether it was the disciples with blood cultivation introduction or blood refining minor success, as long as they were still present, they were shot through the head one after another, its speed and accuracy unmatchable, even if they desperately tried to close in. These people all died instant brain deaths without any pain, enjoying sheer bliss. Big brother, I told you not to come! Wei Shu's voice carried a sobbing tone. He tossed his sword to the ground, desperately trying to run. Splurch. Before he could even lift his leg, his back chilled, and he died from the arrow. In less than 10 seconds, only Huang Tao was left. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Arrow after arrow, each hitting its mark, leaving no chance even to dodge. Drive! Chen Sansi put away his bow and charged forward on his horse, wielding a long spear with the force of thunder towards the last remaining man. I will fight you with all I've got! With no retreat, Huang Tao summoned his chi blood to face the towering warhorse charging at him. He was utterly defeated in terms of courage. Moreover, with Chen Sansi having achieved great success in riding a warhorse, not even a single exchange occurred before the reed leaf gun pierced through Huang Tao's heart, skewering his body and carrying it dozens of feet through the air before Chen Sansi stopped his horse, pulled out the long spear, and let the body slide to the ground. All returned to dead silence. The yellow mud road of Yanbian village was stained red with fresh blood. Oh my goodness! Lai Zi was so frightened by the scene, he sat down on the ground. Crazy! Crazy! Brother Shi. Zhao Chao barely managed to regain his senses from the shock. How do we handle this? Brother Shi took on so many of them by himself. Wu De first admired, then worried. Having killed so many martial arts academy disciples, they will come looking for you immediately. Brother Shi, let's run together, Zhuang Yi suggested. Let's go to the next county, become bandits in the mountains. Chen Sansi, however, was calm and composed. He had long wanted to kill Li Chao and Zhang Hao, no need to mention it. The rest couldn't be allowed to stay either. It wasn't because he enjoyed killing recklessly and without consideration for consequences. Keeping these people around would be like having a pack of hyenas constantly surrounding him, swarming in at the first sign of vulnerability. However, he dared to kill because he had the confidence to do so. Recently, military supplies had been interrupted, giving Jiang Tingxun a headache. If things escalated to an unmanageable point, Chen Sansi could completely expose the affairs of Medicine Valley. Jiang Tingxun dreamed of having real leverage over the martial arts hall. Even if he couldn't find evidence, given his knack for conjuring benefits from thin air, he would create some. At this time, the martial arts academy and the army were at odds. There was no need to worry about making a big fuss. In dealing with people and affairs, one must judge the situation. Moreover, Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy was not like the other three. It was currently very weak. The old master was just recovering from a serious injury. Though not dead, he was still in closed-door healing. The only one active outside was Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu had not trained in bone training for long and was practicing an inferior breathing skill from Jianggu. Chen Sansi, with the blood of the dragon elephant enhancing him, did not just have a good chance of winning. Complete retreat without issue was 100% certain. Zhao Chao naturally was unaware of these details and worriedly said, "Brother Shi, let's run fast. Uncle Zhao worries too much. There will be no trouble." Chen Sansi reassured him as his ears twitched slightly. "More people are coming. You guys go hide inside the house first." He heard groups of people urgently approaching from both the front and back ends of the village. Damned fools. Why didn't you stop them? Mr. Wu was sprinting, with a disciple struggling to keep up behind him. "Mr. Wu, he is the eldest apprentice brother. How could we stop him? At such a critical time, why does this fool always seek trouble? We should have never accepted him." Mr. W's expression was grave. A few hours ago, his father, still recovering from an injury, was invited by Jiang Tingxun to a banquet at the Eight Treasures building and hadn't returned since. It was definitely about the issues of money and food supplies. Jiang Tingxun would definitely find a way to make things difficult for them. And at this very time, he learned that Huang Tao had led people to surround Chen Sansi. If that kid got hurt, wouldn't it hand the advantage right into the hands of someone surnamed Jiang? "You! What's going on?" As Mr. Wu neared the place, he encountered a large group of his own disciples running out of the village. "Mr. Wu!" The disciples, previously terrified, managed to pull themselves together upon seeing him. "Mr. Wu! It's terrible! Someone was killed! Someone was killed!" "Did you kill Chen Sansi?" Mr. Wu felt a sense of foreboding. The last time on Tiger Head Mountain, he had seen the young man, and although powerful, he was after all only a small achiever of blood-cultivating introduction. Huang Tao had taken more than 30 fellow apprentice brothers, including 7 or 8 of blood-refining minor success. If they surrounded him, Chen Sansi was bound to suffer. Yet, the answer that came was completely the opposite. No. The disciple, breathless. "It's that military household. He went on a rampage, killed so many of our people." "What?" Mr. Wu quickened his pace. When he arrived at the scene, he saw bodies scattered all over the ground. Huang Tao, Wei Shu, along with several true inheritors. Mr. Wu looked at Chen Sansi, seated on the back of a horse, and flew into a rage. "How dare you! You wretch!" Chapter 57, First Glimpse of Human Nature. These true disciples were all cultivated with a tremendous amount of effort, just to be slaughtered like chickens and dogs? Wasn't he at small achievement in blood refining? He broke through again? But even if it was at blood refining great success, Huang Tao was as well, and he had many helpers around him. So how could they all get killed? Are they all useless? After the shock had passed, Old Five Song was once again enveloped in rage, and he roared, "Have you gone too far? Come, seize him for me!" The disciples who had been scared off before, now that Mr. Wu of the bone-training martial artist personally took charge, regained their courage and cautiously drew their swords, edging towards the white swan horse. "Who dares to make a move?" Just at that moment, a voice, with a trace of age and cunning, rang out. Zhu Wenkai was seen rushing back, breathless. Following him were the officials from the Poyang Thousand Households. Leading the charge was Fang Zongqi, followed by Xu Bin, Zhu Tong, Wang Li, and others. Together, they numbered around 40 or 50 people. Chen Sansi hadn't noticed Xu Wenkai before. It seemed he had gone back to fetch people. The garrison officials carried long spears and lined up on either side of him, confronting the martial arts academy disciples. "My lord," Zhu Wenkai said breathlessly, "100 households Wang and households Commander Zhang aren't in the camp. I could only find Fang Zongqi." "Why are there so many dead people?" Fang Zongqi, looking at the corpses on the ground, realized the situation was serious. He steeled himself and cupped his fists. "Mr. Wu, is there a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding your mother's head!" Old Five Song, unable to control his emotions, said, "You killed so many of my people, and you say it's a misunderstanding? What do you all want by coming here with so many people to kill even me?" "Of course not." Fang Zongqi tried to mediate. "How about this? Let Chen Zongqi come back with us first, and after Lord Thousand Households returns, we'll discuss how to handle this." "I don't need you." Old Five Song was beside himself with anger. "Today, I will personally capture him alive and take him before Xianxia to see how he intends to explain this to me." As he spoke, he snatched a sword from the hand of a disciple nearby and prepared to take action himself. "Chen Zongqi!" Fang Ping, his voice low, advised, "You should leave first. We'll stall them for a while." "Wait, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, the young man beside him charged out with his spear raised and riding his horse forward. "He's a bone-training martial artist!" Fang Ping couldn't stop him and could only watch helplessly as the two sides clashed with incredible speed. There's a world of difference between blood refining and bone training. Where did you get the courage? Old Five Song's chi blood erupted, and the meridians in his body suddenly swelled, wrapping around his bones inch by inch with a sound like popping beans. His muscles bulged as if he were a humanoid beast. The moment he moved, his feet left deep pits in the yellow mud, with the scenery on both sides retreating rapidly, and in a flash, he was only about 10 steps away from the white horse, his treasure sword roaring like thunder, fast as lightning. Thunderbolt sword technique! Old Five Song was consumed by rage. He focused on the reed leaf spear raised high in the young man's hand, planning to dodge this strike and then close in quickly, first to slay the warhorse, then sever the young man's arm, and finally to capture him alive. When they were about 7 steps apart, a cold light suddenly flared. Without knowing when, the spear tip was thrusting forward. Old Five Song had concentrated all his attention on the long spear, yet he failed to notice when the opponent made his move. How did he do it? He quickly abandoned his offensive stance to block with his treasure sword. With one strike, both sides didn't stop advancing and passed by each other. Old Five Song's sword in his hand continued to tremble, his anger lessening, replaced by astonishment. This move, he hadn't gained any advantage. At most, he had used his realm to suppress the opponent, gaining a slight upper hand in strength. Chen Sansi reined in his horse, no less tense. Old Five Song, just at entry level in bone training, already possessed such fierce power. Bone training martial artists should not be underestimated. Fortunately, he had the augmentation of the dragon-elephant bloodline to compensate for most of the disparity, and all he had to do next was to give it his all, and he might well be a match for his opponent. Again! Song Lao Wu launched another attack. The others watched their fight, unsure of what to do. He just achieved great success, and he can spar with a bone trainer martial artist? Fang Ping couldn't believe it. But the situation was urgent, and he had no time to be astounded. We can't let them go on fighting. No matter who gets injured, there's no easy way out. I need to find Lord Thousand Households. What a coincidence. Not long before, a large number of troops had been called away from the garrison, including Wang Ji, Liu Jingqi, and several other 100 household officers. They were escorting a cart of something to the county city, seemingly on a mission. Those left in camp were the ones who had relations with Chen Sansi. Naturally, they had to come and see what the trouble was. He was unable to manage the situation now. Blinded by rage, nobody could stop them. Brothers, kill! Huh? Zhu eyes bulged as he swung his warhammer, ready to charge forward. Kill my ass! Fang Ping scolded. Do you think you are on a battlefield? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Bin, keep an eye on them. I'll go look for 100 households Wang. We must stabilize the situation and not let it escalate any further. He rushed toward the county city in great haste. Are we really just going to stand here and watch? Zhu Tong pointed at the Martial Arts Academy disciples. There are so many of them. Are we going to let Chen Sansi take them on alone? As Song Lao Wu and the young man fiercely fought not far away, the Martial Arts Academy disciples were itching to move in. At any sign of the young man faltering or getting injured, they planned to gang up on him. You, surnamed Shu! Zhu Tong cursed. How has Chen Sansi treated you in normal times? Don't make me lose respect for you. Damn it, do you think I need you to tell me that? Zhu Bin drew his reed leaf gun. Brothers, surround those from the martial arts hall! Flag leader Fang said not to act rashly. Another small flag tried to intervene. Zhu Bin ignored him. Zhu Tong was right. Since meeting Chen Sansi, Zhu Bin knew very well how Chen Sansi had treated him. If he didn't help at a time like this, would he even be a man? Zhu Bin had always been conscientious and responsible, and his men respected him and were willing to follow his orders. As for Wang Li and the others, needless to say, they had just received favors, and even if they didn't go up to help, they couldn't stand by and watch their boss be ambushed. There was also a small flag that was willing to help. The 50 government soldiers that came to Yanbian village, 30 of them charged out and encircled the Martial Arts Academy disciples. What are you doing? The Martial Arts Academy disciples looked at the dense long spears. You drew first blood, and now you dare surround us. Are you planning to massacre innocent people? To hell with innocent people! Zhu Tong smashed his hammer into the chest of the man who spoke, who instantly spat blood and passed out. The rest of the Martial Arts Academy disciples immediately clammed up. Nobody move! Zhu Bin roared. Anyone harboring ill intentions will be executed without mercy. The Martial Arts Academy disciples, for the most part hooligans at heart, promptly stood at attention, all glancing towards their boss, Mr. Wu. If Mr. Wu could just defeat that kid, there was no rush for them to act tough then. Conversely, without Mr. Wu's support, they truly didn't dare to fight to the death. Zhu Bin watched the fight anxiously. The two men fighting were at a level he simply could not get involved in. He could only hope that Chen Sansi could hold on until Fang Zongqi could summon help. Chapter 58. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Sword shadows and spear glimmers crossed and flickered. Battle horses neighed fiercely, and figures moved swiftly. Every time their weapons collided, Chen Sansi had to exert his full strength to parry. It's no wonder Old Fifth Song was so confident before he made his move. The gap between bone training and blood refining was indeed vast. However, for Chen Sansi, as long as he could withstand the first onslaught, it meant that he would not lose and even had a very high chance of winning, because he could keep it up indefinitely. The power of the dragon elephant bloodline was not only formidable, but its efficiency far exceeded that of ordinary qi blood. With the same amount of qi blood consumption, an ordinary person could deliver one strike, while Chen Sansi could deliver at least 3. As time dragged on, the longer it went, the greater his chance of winning naturally became. The person who understood this most deeply was naturally Old Fifth Song himself. What kind of freak is this? His thunderbolt sword technique was definitely considered excellent in a place like Poyang County. Plus, with his bone training and blood refining, he was suppressing across levels. That he couldn't take down his opponent quickly was one thing, but after dozens of exchanges, he hadn't felt the slightest sign of being able to win. The youth's spear technique was pure and refined. Although it appeared that he was always on the defensive, in reality, if he was the slightest bit careless, the next second the spear tip would be thrusting straight at his face. Additionally, the opponent was riding a war horse, looking down from above, coordinating with a long spear over a meter in length to sweep in all directions. Old Fifth Song couldn't get close at all and could only ever gamble against the sharp spear tip, unable to even injure the horse below. His heart grew impatient. After all, it's just the realm of blood refining. I want to see how much longer you can hold out. Old Fifth Song roared with fury. He overworked his qi blood, his long sword slashing like a storm without giving any respite, aimed to force the opponent to expend a large amount of qi blood and win by the accumulation of his realm. This made the spectators very anxious. Wang Li. Zhu Tong cursed. If the situation doesn't look right, the two of us will go up together and mess him up. All right, Wang Li nodded. Xiao and Wu Dai also quietly grabbed bows and arrows, ready to ambush at a moment's notice. Only Zhu Bin felt increasingly familiar with what he saw. Yes, it was this feeling. We don't need to interfere. Chen Sansi has a 90% chance of winning. How can you tell? Just watch. Indeed, another 20 exchanges passed. Old Fifth Song's explosive power began to wane with time. In contrast, the young man's condition didn't seem different from the beginning. It was impossible to see how much longer he could hold on, but it was Old Fifth Song who began to show flaws, giving his opponent the chance to counterattack. Several meters apart, the gale-like onrush of the reed leaf spear was either a thrust to the face or a stab to the throat, each move deadly like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. Clang, clang, clang! Old Fifth Song continually swung the sword to cut down the snakes, but one after another kept coming, faster and more numerous. Eventually, they were everywhere and unstoppable. He had no choice but to dodge frantically, twisting his neck and head to evade, looking like a thrilling acrobatic performance. Cold sweat broke out from his body, and Old Fifth Song realized a frightening fact. If this delay continued, it wouldn't be a matter of whether he could win or not, but whether he would die. Having achieved great success in blood refining, his strength hadn't diminished much, but he had been able to last for so long. How was this possible? He could fight no longer. The rage in Old Fifth Song's heart was gradually extinguished, and he regained his composure. Clang! He exerted all his strength to chop away the spear tip, then leaped backwards consecutively to quickly distance himself. Chen Sansi leapt up from the saddle, like a tiger pouncing in midair, quickly closing the gap. He thrust out the reed leaf spear in his hand, aiming directly at his opponent's chest. This thrust was extraordinarily swift. Old Fifth Song couldn't block in time, nor dared to. He dodged to the side, narrowly allowing the spear to graze past him. However, the spear blade still opened a chasm on his chest, with fresh blood gushing out. Bang! Chen Sansi didn't retract his spear. The dragon elephant blood in his body surged wildly. Holding the shaft like a club, with his body and horse's momentum combined, he unleashed a bear gang force and swept it across the opponent's chest. Old Fifth Song was sent flying several meters backward and crashed onto the yellow, muddy ground. Under the effect of inertia, he rolled several times before stopping, his face covered in fresh blood, and his fine clothes became utterly disheveled. Stop! Hold on! He supported himself up with his sword. I concede. I'll no longer pursue the matter of killing my disciple. Let's call it quits! The crowd was stunned. A blood-refining warrior won against a bone-training warrior? Farewell! Old Fifth Song, no longer caring about his appearance, dropped the words and fled. Old Fifth! The encircled disciples of the martial arts hall shouted loudly. But clearly, their Old Fifth did not plan to care for them. Good! It's just as well to stop here. A few dead disciples of the martial arts hall shouldn't be a big problem. Zhu Bin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they tensed up again, because the youth seemed not ready to let go of this Old Fifth. Chen Sansi withdrew his spear, picked up the Kaiwan Great Bow, then bent down to pull out an arrow from a corpse and drew the bow without a moment's hesitation. Swoosh! Old Fifth Song, who had run nearly 100 steps away, kept looking back to watch. When he saw the other party drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, he thought to use the sword to strike, but he was a moment too slow. The wolf-teeth arrow whistled in, piercing through flesh and lodging in his chest, not reaching the heart but shattering bones on impact. Mr. Song staggered to the ground, looking up at the young man chasing after him, his face contorted in a ferocious snarl. You kill my disciples, and that's one thing, but do you really dare to kill me? Why shouldn't I? Chen Sansi's fierce shout echoed through the village. The white swan horse responded to his call, and he once again mounted, pointing his reed-leaf long spear straight ahead. Gathering all his chi blood power, he focused it entirely upon the long spear, and combining it with the charging warhorse, he rapidly closed in on his enemy and thrust the spear downward. Mr. Song was unable to resist at all. His treasure sword shattered upon contact and dropped to the ground. The sharp and elongated gun blade was unstoppable as it thunderously pierced into his body. Ah! Mr. Song lay on the ground screaming, using his last strength to grasp the spear shaft desperately, preventing the gun tip from penetrating deeper into the wound. The white swan horse did not stop. The long spear, embedded in the opponent's body, dragged across the ground. Mr. Song's clothes were torn and his back a gory mess. The strength in his grip on the spear shaft weakened more and more. Blood bubbled from his mouth as he made a final effort to save his life. My family pays tribute to the Lord Prefect every year. Killing me is a death sentence. Poochie! Chen Sansi couldn't be bothered to respond. He twisted the spear shaft, causing the gun tip to churn within the opponent's body, drilling through bones before mashing the heart like a drill. Mr. Song's hands slackened, and he breathed his last. In Yanbian village, an eerie silence prevailed. Chen Sansi raised the long spear high. Brothers, rest assured, I killed Mr. Song. I will go to Lord Thousand Households myself to explain the situation. It has nothing to do with you all. 8 Treasures Restaurant. Private room. Fine wine and dishes filled the dining table, yet no one moved their chopsticks. Jiang Tingchun sat in the seat of honor. In front of him were the masters of the 4 great martial arts schools of Poyang County. My speech is over. His gaze swept over each of them, each word heavy. Who agrees and who opposes? Don't even think about it. Master Song Nanshan of Tailei Martial Arts Academy was the first to speak out. His hair and beard were white, his breath weak as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. But his words were firm. Commander Jiang, you're too aggressive. I see no need to continue this discussion. He tried to rise, leaning on his walking stick. Luo Dongquan, guarding the door, flashed his blade. Master Song Nanshan demanded angrily, What does this mean? It's obvious. Xiang Tingshun helped himself to a drink, speaking leisurely. Today, whether you agree or not, you won't leave through this door unless you do. Master Song, you are the oldest and most experienced here. I hope you can set a good example. I've made myself perfectly clear. Master Song Nanshan snorted coldly. Without seeing the thing, don't even think about getting another copper coin from us. Well said! The master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy banged on the table, echoing, Jiang Tingshun, I suspect you don't have the immortal treasure at all and have been deceiving us all along. Master Liang, there's no need to test me. Xiang Tingshun narrowed his eyes. I'm telling you one last time, cooperate honestly, and after spring, the thing will be delivered to you with both hands. Master Song Nanshan stood his ground. What if we insist on seeing the thing first? Then I might just find something in your mansions. Xiang Tingshun spoke indifferently. For example, armor, or crossbows, or perhaps a large number of long weapons. Nonsense. Master Song Nanshan's anger aggravated his injuries, and he coughed violently. Pointing at his nose, he scolded, Xiang Tingshun, don't forget we're grasshoppers on the same rope. Making a big scene benefits no one. Xiang Tingshun's eyes darkened. Threatening me? Master Song Nanshan turned to the others. Don't be afraid of him. He's just bluffing. I'll personally clear things up with the officials about the weapons and armor. As for the immortal treasure, he wouldn't dare make it public. Jiang Tingchun's right hand silently rested on the hilt of the knife hidden beneath him, but he did not draw it. The opponent was right. Just planting some armor and weapons was not quite enough. Even if they resorted to force, they couldn't exterminate all the 4 great martial arts schools. They had to pick a target to make an example of. The atmosphere tensed as if blades were drawn. Outside, an argument could be heard. Lord Thousand Households has given orders not to enter. Please relay a message as I have urgent news to report. Luo Dongquan went to check and soon returned, quietly reporting to the commander, a flag leader has come looking for you, named Fang Ping, he says. As Jiang Tingshun listened to the report, the murderous intent in his pupils surged, and his voice grew several times more forceful, finally having a suitable target. Song Nanshan, you've got some nerve. Tailei Martial Arts Academy disciples committing murder in broad daylight, seen by hundreds, and you still say you don't have rebellious intentions? Death awaits you. Before Master Song Nanshan could comprehend the situation, his head was severed with a single slash. Pass my order! Xiang Tingshun was full of killing intent. Tailei Martial Arts Academy has plotted rebellion. We must immediately dispatch troops to suppress them. Leave none alive. Mad dog! The remaining 3 martial arts hallmasters were shocked and dismayed. Xiang Tingshun, you mad dog! Indeed, I am a mad dog! Xiang Tingshun's eyes were bloodshot. By tomorrow dusk, I want to see the military granaries replenished. Otherwise, you all die with this mad dog. Chapter 59. 15 Stone Big Bow. Witnessing Mr. Wu being stabbed to death, the martial arts academy disciple was scared out of his wits, and his treasure sword clattered to the ground. Whether it was the villagers from Yanbian village or the soldiers from the garrison, they all unanimously turned their gaze toward the youth on horseback, their eyes complex with respect, tinged with awe. My lord need not worry. Only Shu Wenkai came over, stroking his beard, and said, "We should just go straight back, and Lord Thousand Households will certainly not blame you unduly. At most, you'll be given a title for atonement and meritorious service. You do see clearly." That's what Chen Sansi had been thinking from the start. Not to mention the matter of military supplies. War was imminent. It was not possible to shake one's own people's morale on account of outsiders. What he was truly worried about was that the disturbance wasn't big enough to manage to kill the old man from the Song family too. Fortunately, Chen Sansi was confident about achieving small achievement in bone training before spring came. No matter the outcome of today's events, he could face them calmly. He had planned to call everyone to return to camp first when he suddenly heard someone approaching rapidly on horseback. Whoa! Song Old Five, I want your damn life! One could see Wang Ji's portly figure pressing down on a brown warhorse, holding a long and sharp mow blade in his hand, with over 100 soldiers following him from afar, charging towards Yanbian village at breakneck speed. Stone? Upon seeing everyone, he pulled the reins to stop. Are you all right? Where's Song Old Five? Dead. Chen Sansi calmly replied, I would trouble 100 Households Wang to take me to report the situation to Lord Thousand Households. You did him in? Wang Ji didn't believe it until he saw the corpse with a big hole in the chest. Then he showed a gleam of delight. Good, good, good. I was worrying over nothing for you. He had been sent out a short while ago, in charge of figuring out a way to smuggle armor and weapons into the martial arts hall. Once the task was completed, he had been waiting in the county city. It was only after the incident in the Eight Treasures restaurant that he learned about the situation in Yanbian village. Worried that Chen Sansi was no match, he hurried over immediately. This lad is killing across a great boundary, truly a formidable being. Great news! Without saying much more, 100 Households Wang raised the mow blade high and blurted out a command like a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's ears. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy is plotting rebellion. Execute them all to the last man. After a brief hesitation, the soldiers began to carry out the orders, launching a one-sided massacre against the Martial Arts Academy disciples. The villagers of Yanbian village were initially shocked, but slowly realized that those dying were the same martial masters who had previously oppressed them, and they began to think it was all a dream. I said they should be killed long ago! Jutong didn't care where the command came from and swung his hammer into the air. Plotting rebellion? Extermination? Chen Sansi hadn't anticipated the sudden turn of events in front of him, and only after inquiring did he learn what had happened. What a ruthless and decisive move by Jiang Tingxun. In pursuit of career advancement, he went mad with desperation, using such a method to force other martial arts halls into submission, unafraid of mutual destruction. Of course, this undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble. Chen Sansi, carrying his spear, quietly watched as blood flowed like rivers in Yanbian village. He knew that after today, no one in Poyang County would dare to oppose Jiang Tingxun ever again. This was the true essence of using power to bully others. With sufficient personal strength and soldiers at his command, with desperation, he feared no one and could overturn the table at any moment. Overnight, the nearly century-old Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy crumbled to dust. From the Song family's clan members to the academy's disciples, every single one was executed, and all their assets and money were confiscated. But rather than causing chaos in Poyang County City, there was unprecedented peace and harmony, especially in the military camp. For several days in a row, starting from 5 a.m., Martial Arts Academy disciples lined up to donate military supplies, cart after cart, as much as needed, showing a proactive and generous spirit. Chen Sansi couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. The Martial Arts Hall and Jiang Tingxun had resumed cooperation, and it became rather difficult to expose the issues with Medicine Valley. Times had changed. Bringing it up now, Jiang Tingxun would likely cover for them, considering the Martial Arts Hall was still needed and couldn't just be completely eliminated. Fortunately, Chen Sansi's goal was achieved. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy was utterly ruined. As for the matters of Medicine Valley, he would look into it himself. He began a closed-door training, desperately striving to enhance his cultivation, hoping to enter the bone training realm as soon as possible. Compared to basic spear technique for soldiers, the number of pilework stances in Undying Golden Snake Spear was doubled, and the number of maneuvers was increased to 49. There were many extremely tricky movements to master, making the training quite arduous. From entry level to great success, bone training corresponds to 4 phases. They are training muscle, bone strengthening, skin training, and marrow refining, respectively. Training muscle, as the name implies, is to nourish the meridians with qi blood. Moreover, it can also initially increase the hardness of the bones. That's why the blood-refining realm is considered the most crucial foundation in martial arts. Only with a high enough quality of cultivated qi blood can one nourish a robust physique. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to a widening gap, eventually becoming an insurmountable divide that blocks further progress. The blood of the dragon elephant, obviously, counts as a decent foundation. Executing the spear technique with complex pilework and driven by the breathing skill, the dragon elephant blood circulated methodically within his body, constantly nourishing Chen Sansi's meridians at every moment. In just a few days, he could feel his meridians becoming tougher. Many previously difficult movements gradually became possible, and in turn, evolved into more intricate maneuvers. When tired from training, Chen Sansi would eat a red ginseng raw, blood ginseng. It was given to him earlier by Xianxia. This substance could alleviate the pain of cultivation and enhance the quality of his qi blood, benefiting him immensely. Cultivation technique. Undying Golden Snake Spear. Upper knot entry level. Just like the blood-refining realm, the bone training realm has 4 phases from entry level to great success, with the difficulty gradually increasing. Entry level is the easiest, whereas achieving perfection at great success is the real challenge and bottleneck. Of course, the difficulty of reaching entry-level bone training is far greater than that of blood refining. Additionally, the cultivation technique is incomplete. The Undying Golden Snake Spear is divided into upper and lower volumes, which can be cultivated all the way to refining internal organs. But the technique for refining internal organs isn't available in Poyang County. Military officers at the great success of bone training must report upwards for approval, whereby a designated person would teach the refining internal organs technique, which must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it is considered a heinous crime of treason. This is also a method by which the court maintains control over local areas. Local Jianghu forces are not allowed to have individuals whose cultivation surpasses that of the military's leading figures. After training until completely exhausted, Chen Sansi stopped to rest. He took some silver and headed to the forging workshop. From his skirmish with Mr. Wu, it was clear that the two-stone bow had difficulty achieving a lethal blow against a bone-training martial artist who was on guard, and that was just during the training muscle stage. If it were during the bone-strengthening stage or higher, its lethality would only diminish. Acquiring a heavier bow and arrows was imperative. "It's been ready 2 days ago. I was wondering if you forgot about it and was about to look for you," said New Guy as he quickly brought out the item. This bow, with a pulling force of 15 stones, can penetrate solid rock. Chen Sansi took the new bow and inspected it in his hands. This bow was made from 50-year-old mutated purple-gold bamboo for its body, top-quality sangyu wood for its limbs, the sturdy skull of a fierce tiger for its bow tips, and its bowstring was made from exotic beast tendons worth hundreds of taels of silver. Holding it upright, it nearly reached the height of a person, looking rather intimidating from a distance. "I've also prepared matching arrows for you," said New Guy, bringing over an arrow bag filled with all kinds of brand-new arrows. Sleek, sharp triangular armor-piercing arrows, flat and wide shovel-shaped chi-pi arrows, metal-made whistle arrows, and hollow-centered arson iron arrows, among others. Fire arrows? Chen Sansi was intrigued and specifically took one out for examination. Arson iron arrow. The rest of it was no different from regular arrows. The unique feature was a hollow iron cage on the front of the arrowhead, which could be stuffed with oilcloth. Once lit, it would be shot out and typically used to attack enemy camps, burning down structures like grain reserves and campsites. Its individual killing power wasn't great. Chen Sansi took the tiger bone bow outside, notched a triangular arrow, and aimed at a rock over 100 paces away. Slowly, he drew the heavy 2,000-pound bowstring. The moment he let go, the rebounding force of the bowstring could easily slice through human flesh, and the triangular arrow turned into a shooting star as it thunderously flew toward its target. When it collided with the rock, it let out a loud bang. The arrow effortlessly embedded itself into the hard stone. Cracks spread outward from the arrowhead, and within moments the rock, over half a meter high, shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. Chapter 60. The Art of Commanding Soldiers. This arrow shot significantly increased his proficiency. Chen Sansi was thoroughly satisfied. If he were to encounter an opponent like Old Song V again, there would be no need for a drawn-out battle. Just one arrow would kill. It was indeed worth 50 taels of silver. He took his leave and headed to the pharmacy to purchase medicine. As his realm improved, his need for supplemental medicine grew increasingly high. Each stage of martial arts practice corresponded to specific medicinal ingredients. Therefore, blood-replenishing soup was of no help for bone training, and the efficacy of replenishing essence soup had greatly reduced. There was a specialized bone-nourishing soup available for consumption, with the original price of each prescription being 98 taels, twice as much as replenishing essence soup. Even when purchased in the military camp, it would cost 50 taels of silver. There was also a more expensive medicine bath, costing 100 taels of silver for 2 baths. Chen Sansi originally thought that with over 200 taels in savings, he could be considered wealthy, but now he realized he was still poor. These medicinal ingredients were so expensive, partly because they truly were rare and often required decades of cultivation. On the other hand, practicing martial arts was a way to transcend social class. If the poor could easily turn their lives around, what would the lords do? With only so many resources available for enjoyment in the world, how could they possibly give them up easily to those beneath them? It was not impossible for the poor to rise up, but they often had to pay 100 or 1,000 times the price. Being a lackey in a martial arts hall or selling one's life in the army, each step was fraught with hardships. If you don't have silver, you can exchange for it with military exploits, but there's some time before the battles begin. I can't just sit around doing nothing. I still need to find a way to make money. Tigers and black bears aren't found everywhere in great numbers. Relying on quantity isn't reliable. It would be best to capture an exotic beast. According to records of the mountains and rivers, the Hutu mountain range originally had 17 or 18 kinds of exotic beasts, but now only 2 or 3 remain, with the white deer being one, and another being an old monkey that mimics human weapon use, although it hasn't been seen for over 20 years. But it was still an idea. Especially since Chen Sansi possessed tracking and concealment, what others couldn't find, he might be able to. In the end, although vast, the Hutu mountain range was still somewhat barren. Chen Sansi heard that in the areas around the 8 camps in Liangzhu, there were boundless mountain ranges teeming with exotic beasts, and the number of ferocious beasts was countless. It seemed he had one more reason to head to the 8 camps. Staying in a godforsaken place like Poyang, advancing and refining internal was the limit. There simply were no higher-level cultivation resources. Wang Ji told me that the selection officer would arrive before long. I must hasten to improve my strength. Chen Sansi gritted his teeth and spent a huge sum of 100 taels to order 2 servings of bone-nourishing soup. "My lord!" Just as he was preparing to go back for a meal, Wang Li found him. "Lord Chen, many folks from Poyang County have gathered outside the military camp, clamoring to see you." "To see me?" Chen Sansi puzzled. "What's the matter?" "Our 1,000 households is well off and looking to recruit soldiers to fill vacancies. A lot of people have come, but they're all insisting on seeing you," Wang Li explained. "They're saying, in all their years, they've never seen an official who still cares about the life and death of the folks from his hometown, nor someone who would kill a martial arts hall's beast in the street." "How many people have come?" "Over 100! So many!" Chen Sansi hurriedly followed him. At the entrance of the military camp, there was a recruitment desk that was now surrounded by an impassable crowd. Zhao Chao, Wu Da, and Zhuang Yi were all among them. And it wasn't just people from Yanbian village. It seemed that more came from the surrounding villages. "My lord, your fame has spread throughout Poyang these past 2 days!" Zhuangkai was quite excited. "I haven't even written anything yet, and so many have come. This is a great opportunity." "Silence!" Luo Dongquan, with a saber at his side, stood in front of the desk and shouted at the crowd. "I've said it. Those who wish to join the army register one by one. The official here will make arrangements afterward. We want to enlist, but we'll only follow Brother Shai." Wu Da, at the forefront, had a loud voice. "Let us in to see him. This matter isn't for him to decide." No matter what Luo Dongquan said, it was ineffective, as the cacophony nearly drowned him out. Brother Chen! Zhuang Yi, with keen eyesight, was the first to spot the newcomer. Have you all thought this through? After a brief exchange, Chen Sansi asked seriously. War is imminent if you follow me. Death is a possibility. Brother, we'll die even if there's no war. Zhuang Yi's face was still bruised. If it weren't for you, we would have been beaten to death by the martial arts hall's scum already. Right. Zhao Chao also said, I've discussed it with my family, and with winter approaching, we simply can't survive without joining the army, even though there's only a meager soldier's pay. Moreover, since we've come here, we all certainly want to follow you. I also want to learn martial arts. Wu De clenched his fist. Someday, I'll kill them all, as long as you all have thought it through. Chen Sansi paused for a moment. But I'm currently only a flag leader and can only take in about 40 people under my command. First, have everyone line up to register. What a mess we look like, all in disarray. As soon as he said this, even as Luo Dongquan had been yelling to no avail, the villagers really stopped their clamor and quietly queued up. Seeing this, Luo Dongquan frowned. Not only that, but once the spots were filled, the commotion started up again. Make it clear. We're only following Chen Sansi from Yanbian village. What nonsense! Luo Dongquan said angrily. He's just a flag leader, who can have at most 50 men under his command. So what if there are a few more? Exactly. If it really comes down to it, why don't you just promote him? Is an officer position something you can just bump up on a whim? Luo Dongquan looked at them with contempt. The army has its own rules. You country folk should stop making a scene here. Go to hell! A hot-tempered villager cursed. Disdain for us country people, huh? If you're so capable, then why post notices everywhere, begging us to join the army? What rank are you even? Are you jealous because we're enlisting with Chen Sansi instead of you? Just get out of here! Damn it! Luo Dongquan, seething with rage, drew his blade, raising his voice several times higher. If you want to join the army, follow the rules, or else get the hell out of here! What the hell are you doing? Seeing the murderous knife, the villagers finally felt frightened, retreating en masse and daring not make another sound. We knew it. You dog officials don't see us as humans. Right, promises of soldiers' pay must also be a lie. It's common knowledge that military camps are in arrears. Let's go! Let's go! They really had no intention of continuing to register and stamped their marks, and they turned to leave. Chen Sansi glanced at Luo Dongquan, helpless. After all, he was indeed just a mere flag leader. He had no obsession with how many men he led. But with this kind of attitude, it would probably be difficult for the 1,000 Households office to reach full strength. Fellow villagers, wait a moment! Jiang Tingshun suddenly appeared, blocking the way of the dispersing crowd. His face wore a gentle smile that somewhat clashed with his temperament. I assure you, not only will the soldiers' pay not be delayed, it will also increase. No one answered. It seemed very few believed him. After all, the reputation of the Poyang 1,000 Households had been rotten for hundreds of years. Jiang Tingshun spoke again. I can also promise that all of you will be under Chen Sansi's command. How about that? Upon hearing this sentence, the people who were about to leave paused. Lord 1,000 Households? Luo Dongquan protested. One flag leader. How can he manage more than 100 men? That doesn't conform to the rules, does it? Rules can be changed. In times of need, who says we must stick to rigid standards? Jiang Tingshun beckoned. Chen Sansi, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. Understood. Chen Sansi bowed with cupped hands. On the side, he oversaw the villagers as they pressed their handprints one by one. Once everyone was registered, he gathered them all at the martial arts arena, organized them into lines, and checked their names against the list. It was then that a familiar sensation stirred within him. A panel appeared before his eyes. Chapter 61, The Emperor's Appointment. Commanding soldiers? Chen Sansi wasn't too surprised. Even riding a horse would have a proficiency level, so it wasn't strange that commanding soldiers had one as well. Perhaps previously, because he was just a small flag with too few people under him, he hadn't met the activation conditions for this skill. It seemed that in the days to come, there would be one more thing to be busy with. Archery, horse control, martial arts, reading, commanding soldiers. It's a bit overwhelming. But having many skills does not burden one. Since he had chosen to join the army, He naturally had to learn to lead troops in battle and not just be a dead soldier who charged into enemy lines. Chen Sansi finished counting the number of people in the martial arts arena. A total of 115. That was a few more than the full quota managed by households. And most of them were young. Like Wu De, who was only 16. There were also middle-aged men like Xianxia, but not many. Chen Sansi had a photographic memory, firmly imprinting each face and corresponding name in his mind. He clasped his fists and said, "Thanks to everyone's kind support, willing to follow me. From now on, we are brothers. You can get to know each other first, and then go home and get ready. Starting tomorrow, I'll personally teach you martial arts." Central Army Camp. Sir, this shouldn't be allowed. Luo Dongquan watched the scene at the martial arts arena from a distance. These people came for that kid, and now they're all under his command. Isn't this the equivalent of setting up an independent power base within the households? Old Luo, do you think I'm being too indulgent with Chen Sansi? Xianxia poured tea for himself from a purple sand teapot, his voice devoid of any agitation. Think about it. Why am I doing this? You value talent, Luo Dongquan had to concede. This boy indeed has exceptional natural talent, and his future is boundless. Value talent? Ha! Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. What use is my valuing talent? When comes spring, he flies up the branch and becomes a phoenix. What ties will he still have to me? Luo Dongquan bowed his head. Please enlighten me, sir. You just mentioned being worried about him, having his own hilltop. Xianxia looked at the villagers on the martial arts arena, who couldn't even line up properly. Do you think after a few months, how many of them will still be standing here? I understand, Luo Dongquan said with realization. Sir is winning people's hearts. This way, they will willingly go to their deaths. Even if that kid is eligible for selected point, according to the Governor Mansion's way of doing things, they won't let him leave before the battle. So, he might very well die on the battlefield too. Xianxia said sternly, glad you understand. So, there's no need for you to continue holding a grudge against him over the selected point matter. If he is still alive after next year's campaign, and you have the guts, I won't interfere with whatever you want to do. But right now, there are a lot of situations we need to deal with. Xianxia said in a grave tone. I've received news that the new appointed magistrate is recommended by Elder Yin, handpicked by the Emperor. Handpicked. Luo Dongquan understood the implication. A mere 7th-rank magistrate doesn't need to be handpicked unless something big is about to happen in the place he's appointed. Xianxia scoffed. And accompanying the magistrate is the magistrate of the larger region. For the sake of the song, family, Luo Dongquan asked, could this cause trouble? We all serve the crown prince. What can he do to me? At most, he can just throw a fit, Xianxia said with a resigned sigh. The emperor, the crown prince, the governor mansion, the powers of 3 sides meet here in our small Piyang County. Even I don't know what will happen next. Old Luo, you will have to offer me more support. Rest assured, sir, I am at your command at all times. On the ancient road, the western wind sweeps past, and stallions gallop as the sunset casts a red glow and the day's light fades. Upon the seemingly endless official road, 2 red-maned stallions race, one before the other. Leading is a young woman, followed closely by a fair-faced young man, both around 18 or 19. Clad in a tight-fitting red dress, the woman's delicate hands pull on the reins, her slender waist sashaying with a saber slung at her side. Her natural beauty is framed by a halo of clouds. Her flawless complexion speaks the language of flowers, and although her hair is styled elegantly, an air of valor emanates from her. Sister. The young man trailing behind, equally handsome, carries a long spear in a bow, an arrow on his back. He yawns and says, why do we meddle in the affairs of selected point? For a mere Piyang County town, is it worth it for us to traverse mountains and rivers? As closed-door disciples, should we not be prudent? The woman spoke with an earnest tone, her voice cool and serene. Moreover, we have other tasks at hand. Military deployment? The young man sighed. This affair clearly smells of the crown prince's doing, and it's unstoppable. Father had clearly promised that after the barbarian conflicts ended, he would return to his fields. Yet they still refused to wait. Over the years, they've been planting their own generals everywhere, even sent a supervisor to Xianxia, and have stuffed many of their people into the 8 camps. What's most detestable is the eldest apprentice brother. Sister, for their Chao family's empire, how many of our Sun family have died over the years? Big brother, second brother, and it's not just for selected point. Sun Li's eyes gleamed with profound depth. There are other matters we need to investigate. Investigate what? Why didn't Father tell me? Would it be of any use if he told you? Sun Li noticed the sudden quiet behind her and slowed down her pace to look back. The young man had, at some unknown moment, reined in his horse and silently raised a 3-stone-heavy bow, aiming towards a poplar grove flanking the official road. On a patch of open ground about 70 paces away, a hare was nibbling at the grass. He pulled the bowstring taut as a full moon, his gaze determined and his posture perfect. After aiming carefully and finding the right moment, he suddenly released his fingers. The arrow whistled through the air with imposing force. A loud thwack rang out as the arrow skewed off course, striking the trunk of a poplar tree half a meter away from the hare. The hare glanced at the arrow shaft, then at him, and continued to graze. Enraged, the young man drew another arrow and let it fly. This time, the arrow simply vanished without a trace, nowhere to be seen, a grievous miss. This is too much. The young man stowed his bow, took up his spear, and spurred his horse into a gallop, charging straight into the poplar grove. Only then did the rabbit realize the danger. It tried to flee, but it was too late. With a spear thrust, the young man pierced the rabbit, lifting its body high with satisfaction. Got it. Sun Buki. The woman in red closed her eyes, biting down on her silver teeth. If you truly don't wish to go, then go back to Liangzhou by yourself. Sister, don't be mad. I just couldn't resist hunting when the opportunity arose. I'm ready to leave now. Sun Buki, with a playful smile, carefully stowed the rabbit and returned to the official road. You spend all day hunting and shooting birds, what a sight. Sun Li chided him, as if she were frustrated with his refusal to meet her expectations. With the way you act, what will become of the 8 camps in the future? Sister, I never once imagined taking over the 8 great camps. Sun Buki hastily responded, wouldn't it be lovely to go back to our old home and wait for Father to lay down his arms and return to farming? Are you truly prepared to continue serving the old emperor? Sun Li fell silent, her heart burdened with worry. Retire from military service and return to civilian life? Anyone could do so, except for their family. Without someone continuing to wield military power in the army, do they truly believe the old emperor would let the Sun family land safely? Such naivety. The siblings continued their journey. Finally, before nightfall, they could vaguely see a small city emerging at the end of their line of sight. Piyang County Town, they had arrived. Chapter 62 Guard. Courtyard. Chen Sansi took advantage of the medicine's effects to practice his spear technique. The utility of the bone-nourishing soup, in conjunction with the regulation of the breathing skill and qi blood, conditioned his muscles and bones, producing a tingling sensation that made the pain inflicted on his body less intense. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear upper, not entered. Progress. 65 out of 100. Utility. Blood of dragon and elephant. In a few more days, I'll be able to train my muscles. After muscle training, I'll visit Medicine Valley. Recently, the number of live disappearances has greatly diminished. Presumably, the martial arts halls have restrained themselves, but not completely ceased. Chen Sansi had also tried other uses of lamp oil. For example, feeding a tiny amount to a rat. Then the rat died. Clearly, this stuff was not for eating. It was most likely for starting fires. Chen Sansi wiped off his sweat and sat down at the stone table under the courtyard's plum tree, flipping through a few military books. In the past 2 days, he had summarized 2 methods to improve his proficiency in commanding troops. 1. Read military books and learn theoretical knowledge. 2. Preferably practice military formations. Actual combat would definitely improve proficiency, but there was no opportunity at the moment. Leading troops into battle is indeed a technical job, not just about taking a group of people to fight, and that's it, he thought. Chen Sansi benefited greatly. Before deploying troops, planning must begin half a year or even longer in advance. Decide how many men and weapons are needed, how much food and forage, how to transport them, and the estimates of losses. If it's a campaign, one also has to consider the weather and climate, the difficulty of the journey, whether soldiers will be acclimated or face ambushes, and if so, where it's most likely to occur. When dealing with a large number of troops, even relieving oneself requires special arrangement, not simply a matter of pulling down one's pants. War is an extremely complicated affair, not something one person can take complete charge of. It requires the collective operation of an organization. This demonstrates the importance of having capable people as subordinates. Also, military formations. According to the military books, special formations can enhance the combat power of soldiers to some extent. For instance, killing a martial artist who has achieved great success in blood refining with a lower-grade technique usually costs about 20 lives. Under a special formation, the number can be reduced to 15. It doesn't seem like that much on paper, but each digit represents a living person's life. Small numbers add up, and a lot of manpower can be saved after a battle. However, since they're called special formations, naturally, not everyone can learn them. Firstly, the commander himself must understand it. Military books have illustrations of formations, many based on the principles of 8 diagrams, which ordinary people cannot fathom and require time for in-depth study. Secondly, even if one understands it, they must be able to use it. Practice is practice, combat is combat. No matter how ingenious the formation, if it breaks after a single charge or falls into disarray once attacked, it is as good as useless. Therefore, remote garrisons usually train in the most basic, fundamental formations. Only elite troops will apply special formations in actual combat. The top armies will even have formations composed of martial soldiers. Formations are still a long way off. Chen Sansi had just finished teaching them pile work. He hadn't even distinguished between military soldiers and array soldiers. But fortunately, teaching martial arts skills also counted towards progress. Skill, commanding soldiers, not entered. Progress, 48 out of 100. Utility, none at the moment. He should be able to enter the initial stage before the new soldier's assessment ends. Chen Sansi, assemble. The voice of Fang Zongqi came from outside the door. What's this about? Chen Sansi opened the door. It was still the noon rest time. Fang Zongqi explained, Lord Prefect and a new county magistrate have come together to inspect our household's garrison soldiers. Which prefect and Ding Prefect? Chen Sansi inquired. After receiving a positive response, he couldn't help but think back to the threats made by old Five Song before his death. He wasn't nervous, deciding to wait and see how things unfolded. Following Fang Zongqi to the martial arts arena, most of the soldiers had already lined up, waiting for the inspection by their superiors. Theoretically, the civil and military officials of the Great Qing dynasty were independent from one another, each with their own system of checks and balances. There was no hierarchy, and county magistrates did not have the right to inspect the troops. Unless, of course, he was representing the faction of the Crown Prince, who supported this military expedition. The crowd didn't have to wait long. Roughly 10 minutes later, Xiang Tingchun arrived with 2 civil servants, surrounded by numerous martial artists. The man walking in front was dressed in a noble scarlet robe, embroidered with geese in the clouds on the front, signifying his status as a 4th-rank prefect. The other was wearing a blue robe, embroidered with the motif of cormorants, indicating his position as a 7th-rank county magistrate. They did not give any speeches, simply chatting among themselves as they passed through the ranks and entered the central army camp. Chen Sansi noted the details. The county magistrate showed no sign of ingratiating himself with the prefect, his superior. On the contrary, he even seemed somewhat arrogant. Chen guessed the fellow must have quite the backing. The county magistrate didn't stay long, leaving after just a cup of tea's time, while the prefect did not appear for quite a while. Just as expected, Chen Sansi, the Lord Prefect wants to see you, said Household's Commander Liu, coming over with the message and reminding in a low voice. This man has the Song family backing him. They don't dare to touch Lord Thousand Households, but since they found out you're involved, they will likely look for trouble with you. Be very careful. Thank you for the warning, Household's Commander Liu. Chen Sansi's brows furrowed slightly, but he was not afraid and headed straight for the camp. The charge of treason had already been decided. Regardless, they had no overt reason to act against him. Hiding was not a solution. Meeting face-to-face could clarify the other party's intentions, allowing him to find ways to cope. He lifted the tent flap. The atmosphere inside was not as tense as he had imagined. The spacious area contained only 2 people. The prefect in the scarlet robe sat in the principal seat, with a middle-aged bodyguard standing behind him. With a smile, the prefect began, "You must be flag leader Chen Sansi?" "I am," Chen Sansi replied, saluting with his hands. "Lord Prefect, for what do you summon me?" "I'm a person who speaks his mind openly," the prefect said straightforwardly. "Flag leader Chen, your martial arts talent is extraordinary, and being confined to Piyang County does you a disservice. Why not leave this place and become a bodyguard in my mansion? I will provide you with ample resources for cultivation, ensuring your transition to Huajin is worry-free. What do you say? A bodyguard?" Chen Sansi was initially taken aback, then quickly understood. The offer seemed like a recruitment. In reality, it was a cunning form of eradication. With the annihilation of the Song family, the prefect, as a backer, if he did nothing, how could he expect various martial arts halls to routinely pay tribute? But the act was committed by Xianxia, and he couldn't afford to offend the 1,000 households, so he could only target Chen Sansi, a minor flag leader. With the Tailei Martial Arts Academy's treason established, they couldn't publicly charge him with a crime. Considering that the prefect genuinely appreciated talent, he wanted to recruit Chen to his side and have him disappear from Piyang County, which would also serve as a form of appeasement to the martial arts hall. But Chen Sansi had not easily reached his current position, on the verge of joining the selected point in the 8 camps. Would he now go and serve as a dog to a mere prefect? He could even guess what the prefect would say next. As expected, the Lord Prefect said with a feigned smile, "Chen Zongqi, I mean well for you. With the start of the war campaigns this spring, your cultivation is still shallow, and on the battlefield, swords and arrows are unforgiving. If by some misfortune, what a waste of talent it would be." The implication was clear. Either accept to become a dog, or die in an accident. Killing intent surged in Chen Sansi's heart. From Xianxia onward, a series of troubling events had followed one another. He did not delight in violence. Alas, each time he did not strike first, others would. "I just want to practice martial arts in peace. Why must everyone force my hand?" He disliked the bullying from Xianxia. What prefect could withstand a bow of 15 stones? Chen Sansi resolved to deflect the matter for the time being. Just then, a cold, clear female voice rang out. "Magistrate Ji, Chen Zongqi is a selected officer officially under our governor mansion. Snatching him away like this, isn't that improper?" Chapter 63. Don't go out at night. A woman in red boldly stepped into the military camp. "Please forgive this officer's poor sight." Magistrate Ji could not help but size up the other party, puzzlingly asking, "Miss, who might you be?" "This humble girl's surname is Sun, first name Li." The woman unhooked a copper plate from her waist and held it high. "By the orders of Governor Mansion, I have come to Piyang for the selection officer role. Sun Li." Hearing this name, Magistrate Ji suddenly awoke, standing up with a clasped fist. He, who would have thought, the daughter of Lord Governor himself gracing us with her presence. This officer has been remiss. Remiss. Miss Sun? Chen Sansi couldn't help but take another look at the woman. Did Lord Governor really send his own daughter to Pyong for the selection officer role? Not just that. She definitely had other matters to attend to. However, it seemed that for now, someone was speaking on his behalf, so he could save himself a lot of effort. Miss Sun, please do not misunderstand. Magistrate Ji's tone was much kinder. This officer also appreciates talent and merely wished to give Chen Zongqi another option. Appreciates talent? Sun Li bluntly stated. How come I can't hear any kindness in Lord Prefect's words, but instead, I can sense quite a bit of a threatening tone? Magistrate Ji defended. This officer has no such intentions. Miss Sun must not speak recklessly. Just joking, don't take it seriously, Lord Prefect. Sun Li whispered to the young man beside her. Chen Zongqi, I have something to ask you. I have a moment? Ji Guangxian watched the two leave, then sat back down in his chair. Right after, Xiang Tingchun walked in. Magistrate Yi. Xiang Tingchun showed displeasure. Are you aiming for my man? Do you have any idea how much trouble your slashing has caused me? Ji Guangxian angrily said. The 12 counties of Inding Prefecture, dozens of martial arts halls, their spittle nearly drowned this officer, and someone even pulled strings to send a petition to the cabinet. What would you have me do? Come yourselves, Magistrate Yi. Xiang Tingchun shrugged indifferently. I was also considering the greater plans for the spring. How could I dispatch troops without silver? Greater plans? You, a mere commander, dare to speak of greater plans? What a joke. Ji Guangxian snorted coldly. You're lucky. If it weren't for Crown Prince personally selecting officers above the refining internal level, your head would have already fallen. Crown Prince. Xiang Tingchun's pupil shivered. Magistrate Ji, the Crown Prince has heard of me. Do you deserve it? Ji Guangxian sarcastically said without sparing any feelings. It's only because Mr. Gao from the ministry respects you to some degree. If you truly make some achievements, he would naturally recommend you for further cultivation. This officer's visit to Pyong is also on the task assigned by Mr. Gao. Feeling humiliated, Xiang Tingchun, with a calm voice, asked, what task? Investigate. Ji Guangxian said, is there a follower of the witch god sect hidden here in Pyong, holding something in their possession? Are you aware? This matter is of great importance. Even the emperor has decreed that the magistrate specially investigates this. Do not hide anything. Xiang Tingchun carefully omitted and half-truthfully explained the matters concerning the witch god sect. Continue investigating, Ji Guangxian sternly said. The merit for this case is no smaller than annihilating a barbarian tribe. Understood? This officer will thoroughly investigate. No need for the Lord Prefect to worry, Xiang Tingchun calmly replied. All right, now that official matters are concluded, let us discuss some private matters. Ji Guangxian, still furious, pointed at his nose and said, you need to give me an explanation for the matters concerning the Sun family. Can I still command respect in Inding Prefecture if Chen Sansi doesn't disappear from Pyong? Impossible, I need him. Xiang Tingchun scoffed coldly. Moreover, you shouldn't be saying this to me, but to Miss Sunday. No one can stop me. Ji Guangxian firmly stated. The more talented the boy is, the less he should be left to the governor, the better it would be if he could be of use to me. You also deserve. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Xiang Tingchun scoffed. He's been pursuing martial arts for 2 months and is already approaching bone training. Do you think he would regard you as a prefect? Besides, I may not bother if you want to make things difficult for him, but as a fellow official, it's necessary for me to give you a heads up. This young man's character is kind when described as kind, but discussing his ruthless and brutal actions, he even surpasses me. You can't convict him, yet you intimidate others. Think about the outcome of Old Fifth Song. Oh yes, he just ordered a 15-stone heavy bow from the forge. TSK. Lord Prefect, you should venture out less at night these days. If some mishap occurs, there's a high chance not even a corpse will be found. I would want to avenge you, but there wouldn't be any evidence. He wouldn't dare. Ji Guangxian was quite confident. If that happens, it would be a good reason to execute him. Xianxia said no more, gave him a look as if viewing a corpse, shook his head, and then turned to leave. Outside the military camps, among the fields, a man and a woman, one in red and one in blue, walked side by side. Sun Li habitually placed one hand on the hilt of her sword. According to the records of the Governor Mansion, you started martial arts after the autumn harvest. Now 2 months have passed. What stage have you reached? Although she was a woman and not old, her tone carried an authoritarian sense characteristic of a senior. Replying to the selected officer, Chen Sansi answered truthfully, I am currently undergoing bone training. Bone training? Sun Li's eyes initially flashed with surprise. Then suddenly she remembered something. Who rushed you into bone training? Didn't anyone tell you? Practicing an inferior breathing skill, then undergoing bone training will fix your chi blood quality, locking your future potential. Normally, after a selected officer enters the 8 camps, they receive a new breathing skill based on their qualification. They start to practice a medium or superior breathing skill to replace the previous inferior one. But after bone training, the quality of the chi blood is locked, and it can no longer be changed. According to the rules, the person responsible for teaching selected officers should make this clear. Chen Sansi was startled. Thinking something was amiss, he explained, selected officer is overthinking it. The breathing technique I practiced is the vast righteousness breathing skill. Vast righteousness breathing skill. Sun Li reacted with surprise and suspicion. Who taught you that? This breathing skill indeed was a superior one. But it was also one of the hardest to learn, taught by the 8 camps selectively only to those whose qualifications were truly high. Wang Ji, 100 household Wang. Chen Sansi stated, the selected officer might know of him. Wang Ji. Sun Li inquired further, I don't know this person. What does he look like, and where did he get the vast righteousness breathing skill? Chen Sansi briefly described his physical characteristics. Could it be him? A subtle murderous intent flashed through Sun Li's eyes. Where is he? Take me to him. Chen Sansi answered. He went to Prefecture City to visit relatives. A few days ago, Wang Ji had ridden away on a fast horse and had not been seen since. At that time, he felt it seemed less like visiting relatives and more like fleeing. From his son's attitude, it seemed like he guessed correctly. Had Wang Ji embezzled too much, or was there another crime? If his offenses were too great, even he might not be able to help. Never mind. We'll discuss it when he returns. Sun Li took a deep breath. Let's go. Chen Sansi was confused. Go where? To your house. Sun Li smiled. I'm tired. I'd like to visit Chen Zongqi's home for some tea. Would that be unwelcome? Of course you're welcome. Follow me. Chen Sansi led the way, pondering the other party's intentions. What was this, a home visit? The Governor Mansion was indeed rigorous in selecting personnel, needing to understand every aspect of a candidate's background. Chapter 64, Commanding Soldiers Entry Level. Along the way, Sun Li kept inquiring about his origin. Chen Sansi responded to each question. You sure haven't had it easy. Sun Li's voice was like ice spring water. If you achieve something one day, I hope you won't forget your original intention. I wouldn't dare forget it for a moment. Chen Sansi sincerely said, We're here. He knocked on the door. A charming young woman with a face like a lotus appeared before them. It was naturally Sister Lan. Brother sure. Gu Xinlan noticed the woman beside her. This must be a guest. Please come in quickly. She busied both inside and outside, brewing tea and pouring water, and even asked a neighbor to help buy some pastries from town. Throughout, she did not chatter at all about who the woman was. Chen Zongqi indeed has a beautiful and virtuous wife. While sipping green tea, Sun Li changed the subject. Before coming here, I heard that Pyong County has been restless lately, first with the witch god sect causing trouble, and then with people disappearing. What do you know about this? Witch god sect. Chen Sansi understood. It seemed that the supervisor had sent his own daughter here, and it involved the immortal treasure. Reporting to the selection officer, recently there have been patrols in the city, but nothing has been found. In at most 2 or 3 days, after he broke through to the Boneforger realm, he planned to investigate and understand the situation in Medicine Valley. No need for formal titles like selection officer. Sun Li was strict, but her temperament was fairly straightforward. Your qualification and cultivation have no issues. Wait until next spring to return with me to Xianxia. At the very least, you can stay in the governor mansion as an intersect disciple. We are all one family here anyway. You could just call me senior sister. So little junior brother, senior sister has nowhere else to go and plans to stay here for now. You won't drive me away, will you? Little junior brother. Having been addressed as such, it seemed he had effectively passed the initial assessment. Chen Sansi had no reason to refuse, and he called for Gu Xinlan to prepare a guest room. After all, she was the precious daughter of Lord Governor. With her remarkable cultivation, a sparring instructor who had fallen into his lap was not to be wasted. During dinner, Chen Sansi ate most of a bare heart and drank a bowl of bone-nourishing soup. While his chi blood surged through his body, he took his long spear to the courtyard and saluted by clenched fists. Senior sister's son, please enlighten me. You really know how to get the better end of a deal, fine. Senior sister won't just eat and drink for free, Sun Li said lightly. I am at the perfection of bone training, so make your move. Bone training perfection, which was close to refining internal. Senior sister's son, judging from her appearance, was barely 18 or 19 years old. To reach this realm within 3 to 5 years of training was absolutely outstanding. A rare opportunity. Chen Sansi's breathing pattern gradually became more complex. The dragon elephant blood within him began to boil, and he gathered strength in his arms. In the moonlight, his reed leaf-long spear shimmered with a cold light, resembling a poised venomous snake. Just come at me. Clad in red, Sun Li stood under a plum tree in the courtyard, her ponytail whipping in the night wind, and her rider's long skirt billowing. Her eyes closed, one hand on the hilt at her waist. She did not unsheath her sword until the sound of the spear cutting through the air was merely a step away from her, and then she fiercely drew her sword and struck down. Clang! The collision of sword and spear echoed like thunder, startling even the white swan horse sleeping in the corner of the yard. Under the overwhelming force, Chen Sansi was forced back several steps, his reed leaf-long spear trembling continuously, and his hand slightly numb, regaining stability only after circulating his chi blood. After all, he was a blood-refining warrior, and the person standing opposite was about to refine her internal organs, with strength second only to Xianxia. The gap was normal. Again. Chen Sansi thrust his spear repeatedly towards her. Each time, his long spear was accurately parried, sending back tremendous forces. After several exchanges, his arms and shoulders ached tremendously, and several times he almost couldn't hold the spear. But through this process, his spear technique proficiency rapidly increased. Undying Golden Snake? Sun Li recognized the spear technique. Not bad. Little junior brother, well practiced as the Undying Golden Snake, and yet neither speed nor strength has fallen behind. Huh? Clang, 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 clang. The young man didn't speak, nor did he stop, focusing on training the spear technique, completely treating her as a live training post. Sun Li, feeling helpless, could only continue to swing her blade, coping with the increasingly faster long spear. Her blade, designed in the style of a Miao blade, had a slender blood-red streak in the middle of the blade. As she swung it, the blade's light flickered like a fiery red lotus blossoming in the air. Under the moonlit night, a silver snake, a lotus flower. A refreshing and thorough practice session lasting until deep into the night. Aren't you tired? Sun Li started to regret agreeing to the sparring practice. It had already been 2 hours. How could a blood-refining, great success martial artist have such stamina? I can still train a bit more. Chen Sansi's movements remained sharp as ever. Another hour passed before he finally stopped. Cultivation technique. Undying Golden Snake Spear. Upper uninitiated. Progress. 88 out of 100. Utility. Blood of the Dragon Elephant. He was getting closer. Thank you for your hard work, senior sister's son. Chen Sansi had eaten a bit too much bare heart that evening, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but seeing that senior sister's son seemed to want some rest, he did not continue and went back to his room to rest. Phew, Sunli was far from being exhausted in terms of chi blood. After all, the gap in their levels was too large. It was just that she had been traveling all night in recent days and was very tired. Sheathing her blade, Sunli went to the guest room, laid down on the bed, and pondered over the current situation in Pyong County. Father was right, the Emperor really did send someone as well. There's news from the court. The Emperor recently had a secret meeting with the barbarian envoys. Meeting envoys at this critical moment isn't strange, but doing it stealthily certainly indicates something fishy. Is it related to the witch god sect? I wonder how his son Buki's investigation is going. Well, let's take it slow. We are meant to be here until the spring anyway. After several days of travel, she was worn out and weary. Just as she was about to close her eyes to rest, she heard an indescribable sound coming from the main bedroom of the courtyard house. Doesn't he ever feel tired? 2 days later, Chen Sansi habitually got up early to practice with his spear. These days, Sun Li had been staying at his house, but she was out early and returned late daily, rarely encountering others, and had not found another opportunity to spar. After breakfast, Chen Sansi headed to the military camp to clock in for work. Along the way, many people greeted him. Managing over 100 people, if not a commander of 100, he was almost one, and among the households, aside from Xianxia, there was no one else who could manage him. When the new recruit assessment period ends, who knows how many military soldiers and array soldiers will emerge. Chen Sansi summoned the old scholar, Su Wenkai. Gather everyone together, please. All right. About 10 minutes later, the soldiers gradually assembled, many of them still yawning. I need to find time to manage them properly. Can't let them continue to be so negligent. Chen Sansi frowned slightly. Zhu Tong, lead them in doing pile work for an hour. Okay. Zhu Tong complied. Chen Sansi continued to practice with his spear nearby, occasionally stopping to rest. He would go up and give hands-on instructions to those whose movements were off. He had been training them this way lately. Finally, the panel fluctuated. Skill, commanding soldiers, entry level. Progress, 0.05. Utility, mainstay. Mainstay, where the commander is, all soldiers remain calm in crisis. Chapter 65, Sun Buki. Chen Sansi looked at the panel's explanation for mainstay and quickly understood the effect of the term. Common crisis. Such plain and unremarkable 4 words at first glance. In reality, to become a tiger and wolf troop that all armies across the land aspire to be, the first quality needed is embodied in these 4 words. Chen Sansi had come to understand this while reading military books. What use is a luxuriously equipped army if it trembles at the sight of the enemy? And the military formations, no matter how exquisitely trained the formations are in peacetime, if they cannot remain calm in crisis, they will never exhibit their true power. Most ancient armies would rout if the casualty rate exceeded 1/5. Chen Sansi had heard Su Wenkai saying that the reason the 8 camps were invincible was that they could withstand losing half their numbers without collapsing, remaining unshaken even in dire straits. Half the forces wiped out without yielding. How terrifying is that data? In the year 57 of the Longqing era, during the Battle of the Black Tortoise Camp in the southern regions, it was said they had the opportunity to retreat, but instead they chose to face the challenge, fighting to the last man. Of course, some survived, but since it was recorded this way, it indicates that at least 90% died in battle. They must have had their own faith in their hearts. That Chen Sansi could become the mainstay for the soldiers meant that he would inevitably create an elite force eventually. It was because he was easy to bully that Magistrate G caused him trouble. Personal strength was one aspect, and the lack of authority in his hands was another. He wouldn't need too much, even just 1,000 loyal men under his command, and who would dare to provoke him easily. After training in the morning, Chen Sansi went to the archery range to practice his archery. With martial arts as the priority, he tried to ensure he didn't neglect any skill. Bang, 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 bang. With a 15-stone big bow, each arrow hitting the target caused a loud noise, and the grass rope targets fell one after another. Skill: archery, small achievement. Progress: 205/1000. It's worth noting that, although the proficiency hadn't advanced, his archery had not hit a dead end. Now, Chen Sansi could hit willow leaves from 150 steps away. 150 steps, nearly 200 meters of precise range, exponentially stronger than an ordinary handgun. Swoosh! A crisp eagle cry sounded overhead as two hawks flew over the archery range. Chen Sansi took this as a good chance to practice and, incidentally, to make a bit of silver. Two hawks could also sell for a few taels of silver. A mosquito is still meat no matter how small. The costs of practicing martial arts only grow larger over time, and he would not disdain any amount. Chen Sansi's gaze was firmly fixed on the sky, waiting for the two hawks to reach the right height and angle. Then he let loose a triangular armor-piercing arrow that predictably achieved a double hit with a single shot. Swoosh! Accompanied by a cry of despair, the two hawks fell from the sky and hit the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Chen Sansi was about to retrieve his prey, he saw a young man of similar age, with an incredulous expression on his face, running over. Chen Sansi had an exceptional memory. He was certain he hadn't seen this person in the military camp. It was a stranger. "Brother, how did you do that?" The young man was also holding a bow, an arrow, imitating the action of drawing a bow. Those two hawks just now were at least 40 zhang off the ground. How did you manage that? Chen Sansi felt it was all very bewildering. Manage what exactly? I mean, how did you shoot so accurately? The young man was excited. How heavy is your big bow? 10 stone or 15 stone? May I borrow it for one shot? Sorry, I'm a bit busy, Chen Sansi replied honestly. He had countless things on his plate to grind and many other tasks to handle. If he had free time, he wouldn't mind chatting a bit more. 100 taels. The young man suddenly made an offer, his tone sincere. Brother, if you agree to be my archery mentor, I'm willing to pay 200 taels of silver every month. How much? Chen Sansi doubted what he heard. You think it's too little? 200 taels. I can't offer more. I'm in a rush this trip and truly short on money, the young man explained. 200 taels, short on money? Chen Sansi scrutinized the young man. The other party had quite a few valuable accessories on him, including a belt, a jade pendant, and the bow and arrow he held, which were intricately carved from top-quality materials. Where did this young master come from? Who cares where the young master came from? Even if it's the son of Magistrate Ji, you don't turn down free silver. Agreed. Chen Sansi accepted the offer. Come to the martial arts arena tomorrow, and I will teach you. The young man was delighted. All right, master. No need to call me master. Chen Sansi was speechless. Such casualness was too much. He waved his hand and took his leave. A mere Pyong 1,000 households, and yet it has such a fierce commander. Sun Buki's mind kept replaying the scene. A big bow of more than 10 stones, shooting birds from a distance of 150 steps. Bone-training martial artist, wouldn't it be one arrow, one kill? 200 taels of silver to learn this skill was an absolute bargain. No need to practice spears anymore. 150 steps. Sun Buki raised his bow, an arrow, trying to imitate. On the target range, there wasn't even a target at 150 steps. The farthest was at 120 steps, and he could barely make out the bullseye. A rare talent, truly a rare talent. As he was feeling astounded, someone suddenly struck him hard on the back of his head. Sun Buki. Sun Li, holding a scabbard, said, What are you doing here? Have you finished investigating what I asked you to? Sister, can you not always hit me on the head? Sun Buki said gravely, Don't worry, I've finished it all. Firstly, the person is Chen Sansi. His family background is clean, And there's no falsifying about his military enlistment time. He's truly been training close to bone level in just over 2 months. He played a critical role in the Song family massacre case. Seems like it started because people from Thai Lay Martial Arts Academy bullied his former fellow villagers, and he couldn't stand it, killing a group of academy disciples in the street. His courage is astonishing, and as a person, he does not forget his roots. Even after becoming an official, he's willing to help his old friends. Dad would definitely like a person like that. Sun Li agreed with this judgment. After several days of interaction, the little junior brother was quite good, diligent in martial arts practice, and a decent person. The only minor flaw was that he was a bit too spirited, causing trouble every night. But being young, that was somewhat excusable. Only then did the investigation into Chen Sansi as a selected point finally come to a complete conclusion. Sun Li then asked, "What about the Witch God sect? Couldn't find them inside or outside the city." Sun Buki stroked his chin. "Could they have already fled back to the grassland? If you can't find them in the city or outside, then search the mountains." Sun Li quickly made a judgment. If they are not found in the mountains, then search the homes of the officials, the houses of the martial arts halls, including Xianxia. "That's not necessary, is it?" Sun Buki said tentatively, with some apprehension. "The more I find out, the more bizarre it seems. Did Dad send us here because we, as bone-training martial artists, are not enough? Now you're complaining about your realm being too low? Why didn't you train earlier?" Sun Li's expression was solemn. "Dad made these arrangements for a reason. We just follow his lead. This afternoon, I'll go up the mountain with you." "Sister, I don't need to train anymore." Sun Buki's eyes shone with confidence as he said, "I've just taken on a rare talent as my master. If I can master his teachings, with a mere flick of my fingers, I could take the life of a bone-training martial artist." Sister, don't walk away, I'm serious. It's only 200 taels for a month." Medical Officer Jiang, prepare 2 servings of bone-nourishing soup for me. Outside the pharmacy, Chen Sansi said, "And also prepare a medicine bath for me." "The medicine bath, that costs 100 taels. Medical Officer Jiang teased. "You're splashing out so much. Did you bump into an exotic beast or something?" "No such thing. Just ran into a rich young master." Chen Sansi chatted while taking out 50 taels of silver. Once he drank this bowl of bone-nourishing soup, he should break through. Chapter 66, 9 Dragon Living Veins. Bone Training Realm. From entry level to great success, it is known as the training of muscles, bones, skin, and marrow. But in reality, with each breakthrough, the strength of the bones increases as part of a lengthy, holistic process, not achieved overnight. Just as after blood refining great success, the chi blood is set in place. After bone forging great success, the bones will also be set in place. Muscle training is the first step. Bone-nourishing soup enters the stomach. The medicinal strength, carried throughout the body by the blood of the dragon elephant, causes an intolerable itching in the bones and meridians. When combined with the pain of breathing skill and pile work, it forms an indescribable torment. Chen Sansi sheds his upper garment and exhibits his solid muscles, closing his eyes in the crisp autumn wind as he practices the most intricate moves of the undying golden snake spear technique. On the surface, his postures appear bizarre and twisted, yet each movement is firmly executed. It is only with the extremely difficult moves in coordination with complex pile work, coupled with the breathing skill, that one can refine the bones and meridians to their limits. Chen Sansi is experienced and unhurried, leaving everything to time. Sun Li happens to return, and seeing this, she stands by the wall and instructs, "Junior brother, slow the circulation of her chi blood. Focus on feeling the interaction of muscles and bones. The tougher the meridians you train, the better for bone strengthening." "Never mind, I'll help you." Chen Sansi, focused on swinging the reed leaf-long spear, doesn't respond to the woman's words. He only hears light footsteps approaching him. Subsequently, Chen Sansi feels a pair of cool jade hands tapping on his joints and meridians, obviously guiding the order of muscle training. He concentrates on understanding it, until a certain moment. Meridians within Chen Sansi's body came alive. The meridians of a martial artist include large and small tendons, as well as the bone membrane covering the surface of the bones. At this moment, his entire body's meridians seem to have life of their own, with large meridians like dragons and small ones like serpents twining around his joints, muscles, and the bone membrane on the surface of his bones, continuously drawing upon the blood of the dragon elephant to temper his bones. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear. Level entry level. Progress 0.05. Utility, the blood of the dragon elephant. 9 dragon living veins. 9 dragon living veins. Meridians as stout and resilient as serpents and dragons. Only the finest meridians can nourish the highest quality bones. 9 dragon living veins? Chen Sansi circulates his chi blood, and veins bulge all over his body, particularly visible on his arms, neck, and temples, resembling azure dragons coiling around, making him look quite daunting from afar. These meridians not only bring formidable strength, but also greatly increase the toughness of the bones. Unless one is a martial artist, ordinary people wielding kitchen knives would be unable to cut through his bones. Your meridians? Suddenly, somewhat unsure, grasps his solid arms and carefully feels the throbbing of the meridians. 9 dragon's bone. Junior brother is actually a 9 dragon body? No wonder your martial arts practice advances so swiftly. 9 dragon body? Chen Sansi doesn't dodge. He understands that upon becoming a disciple, sooner or later his bones would have to be examined to assess his qualification, especially something like meridians, which absolutely cannot be hidden. Luckily, according to present trends, as his realm improves, his status will continually enhance his physique until he genuinely becomes a special martial body, without fear of scrutiny. He takes the opportunity to learn more. Please enlighten me, senior sister. What is so unique about the 9 dragon body? Many things. Sunli explains, similar to tiger evil body, golden python body, and others can be seen from childhood, while the 9 dragon body is displayed step by step with the improvement of one's realm. For example, ordinary martial artists, after reaching bone-forging perfection, have tough ox hide and bones that can effectively resist fatal injuries. But martial artists with special physiques, upon reaching bone-forging perfection, will have Xian skin and abnormal bone. The so-called Xian skin, after being filled with chi blood, becomes as tough as the shell of a mystical turtle. Abnormal bone means the bones have undergone a transformation and are harder than stone. In actual combat, it's very difficult for them to be killed in a short period. Upon reaching bone-forging perfection, the 9 dragon body will also reach the level of Xian skin and abnormal bone. Each physique has its own special traits. For example, the 9 dragon body's biggest characteristic is its constant growth, gaining an advantage at every realm. When reaching the blood-refining realm, one can cultivate 9 dragon blood, and upon reaching bone training, one can cultivate 9 dragon living veins. 9 dragon blood? Chen Sansi picks up on the key term in the conversation. Of course, the 9 dragon body cultivates the 9 dragon blood. Sunli states matter-of-factly, no wonder Junior Brother's chi blood is so enduring and inexhaustible. No, that's not right. Chen Sansi's chi blood isn't the 9 dragon blood. It's the dragon elephant blood. Could it be that the breakthrough brought about by the panel changes isn't just one kind of constitution? This, however, is no longer something I can ask about. Congratulations, Junior Brother. Sunli congratulated. With the breakthrough into the bone training realm, I fear you might bring us more surprises before we return to Xianxia. Thanks to senior sister Sun's guidance. Chen Sansi expressed his gratitude. Reaching the bone training realm would mean promotion to the rank of 100 households, rightfully managing over 100 people. Moreover, there were ranks within the 100 households. 6th rank military officer. Looking at the rank alone, it was even higher than that of a 7th-rank magistrate. With the identity of an imperial official, nobody would dare to touch him without concrete evidence. Chen Sansi immediately went to the barracks to report his breakthrough. Xianxia was very straightforward, promptly writing a petition to the court's relevant department, promoting him to the rank of 100 households. When he came out, he saw the figure of Magistrate Ji Guangxin again. This guy was sitting in a carriage outside the barracks, heading towards the direction of the county town. The person responsible for driving the carriage was a disciple of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Since Ji Guangxin's arrival in Poyang, he had been staying in the large residence prepared for him by the martial arts hall. It must be assumed that during this period, several martial arts halls had not stopped fanning the flames, encouraging Ji to make a move against him. Start with Medicine Valley. Now that Chen Sansi had achieved bone forging and possessed the 15-stone Big Bow, exploring Medicine Valley was definitely within reach. Tonight, he must clear up the situation inside. He didn't expose the situation earlier because he knew that Xianxia was very likely to cover it up now. As for Sun Li, they had just met not long ago. Mutual trust was insufficient. Rashly revealing the news might lead her to suspect him if she failed to find the immortal treasure in Medicine Valley. Better to take a look first. If he really couldn't handle it alone, then he would come up with another plan. There was another problem. Going out during the day, I'm bound to be spotted. If it's at night, Sun Li is staying at my house. I have to make her think I've never left. Chen Sansi pondered and quickly came up with a plan. That night in the bedroom, Sister Lan, I need you to go to some trouble for me tonight. What kind of trouble? You'll know soon. In the guest room, Sun Li, holding her long spear, lay on the bed, listening to the noises coming from the main bedroom. It's getting more and more excessive. Even if young, one shouldn't be so indulgent. After all, I am a woman. It's not something I can speak about. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed here. It continued making noise until midnight, finally quieting down. Sun Li waited another half hour. After confirming that her junior brother and his wife were asleep, she quietly got up, scaled the wall, and left the estate. Chapter 67, Spiritual Grain. Chen Sansi, his face covered, carried a long spear and bow on his back as he sped like lightning to the second layer mountain as fast as possible. The night was pitch black and windy, the bright moon no longer visible. He concealed himself in a deep mountain valley, where the only sounds were the rustling of nocturnal animals, with no other disturbances. Only from the direction of Medicine Valley shone a faint orange-yellow firelight. At the entrance, quite a few martial arts academy disciples guarded the gate. It would be strange if there were no ghosts inside. Chen Sansi slipped into the dense forest nearby. With tracking and hiding at his side, even in the pitch-dark environment where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, he could easily perceive any movement around him and quickly found a rugged path that would allow him to approach Medicine Valley unnoticed. He arrived at a large tree above the side of Medicine Valley. Chen Sansi quietly observed the layout within Medicine Valley. It was indeed a medicinal garden, not a disguise, with numerous medicinal herbs planted both inside and out. I'll pack and take them later. I should have brought a sack with me. It's all silver. He looked on with envy. Even though he had recently been drained of silver by Xianxia, the martial arts hall was still rich enough. First, the main business. Chen Sansi carefully counted. There were about 7 or 8 disciples guarding the various entrances of Medicine Valley. Luckily, they were rather scattered, not difficult to deal with. He casually reached for and accurately picked out the time needle arrow from the many types of arrows at his waist. This kind of arrow, true to its name, had a flat head and a narrow, long blade with strong piercing power, and it was not noisy, killing people silently. Staying up late and working overtime at such a late hour is also a hard life. Have a good rest. Swoosh. Swoosh. In less than half a minute, all 8 martial arts academy disciples had fallen asleep without making a sound. Chen Sansi was then able to enter Medicine Valley smoothly. In the depths of the valley, he found the source of the firelight. In these deep mountains and old forests, there was actually a mansion. From the details of the exterior, it appeared to have been built not long ago. Before Chen Sansi had even gotten close, he could already hear a feeble wail coming from inside. Inside the mansion, what should have been used as a hall, there was no furniture, just a candelabra flickering dim candlelight. In the corner, there was a white-haired pharmacist pushing a medicine mill, occasionally adding some materials to it, producing a rhythmic grating sound. Beside him, apart from herbs, lay a bundle of fresh spiritual grain. Xianxia was nearby, sword in hand, training ardently. The sword's shadows flickered, dazzling to the eyes. Whoosh! Only after he was drenched in sweat and exhausted did he stop. At the same time, a man bound tight was dragged out by the old servant from the next room. The bound man was dressed in coarse hemp clothes, seemingly robust, but now extremely weak and pale, with black and purple veins on his neck that resembled crawling earthworms. He uncontrollably convulsed, emitting painful moans from his mouth and continuously vomiting black blood. What are they doing? On the roof, having finally infiltrated the place, Chen Sansi lifted the tiles and saw this scene right before his eyes. The man seemed to have been poisoned. Why would the martial arts hall capture someone and poison them to test medicine? His gaze swept across the room. Beside the medicine mill were spiritual grain. Chen Sansi's pupils suddenly dilated. Outside the military camp lay vast expanses of farmland. How could he not recognize this thing? The year was the 21st year of Longqing. The old emperor claimed to have dreamt of an immortal bestowing treasures upon him. Upon waking, he ordered that 1/10 of the nation's arable land be used to cultivate this herb. But this item, called immortal herbs, was actually poison grass. Anyone who consumed it would die instantly, beyond saving. The symptoms were similar to those of the man before him, with veins turning black and blood flowing from every orifice. Was the martial arts hall capturing live people to feed them spiritual grain? What was the purpose? Chen Sansi held his breath and continued to secretly watch. A few minutes went by, and sure enough, the man started to bleed from every orifice and finally breathed his last. The old servant of the Liang family had been waiting for a long time. He took out a dagger and went up to gut the corpse. His hands, like dried branches, tore through the flesh and extracted a pitch-black medicine pill, handing it to an old man who had been milling medicine in the corner. The toxicity has been removed. The young master can eat it now. Pharmacist Li, after checking, presented it with both hands. Xianxia took the blood-stained, still warm medicine pill and swallowed it without any hesitation. Hiss! The moment he swallowed the medicine, he gasped in pain and quickly started his pile work combined with breathing skill, barely managing to suppress the anomaly inside his body. Genius! Feeling the strong effects of the medicine, Xianxia couldn't stop praising. Pan Quan is truly a genius. How did he think of using live people to filter out the toxins? We only need 10 people to remove more than 90% of the toxins. The effects of one medicine pill are worth 100 silvers worth of medicinal materials. This is still just a crude method. To really bring out the effects of spiritual grain, we must use an immortal treasure. Unfortunately, Xiang Tingchun is too overbearing, and to this day, we still do not know what the immortal treasure is. Yes. The old servant sighed. Lately, Pyong has been fraught with trouble, and even the flesh and blood of Supervisor Sun has arrived, seemingly investigating this matter. The various martial arts halls dare not continue capturing people en masse. This one was the last we had. There are no more. I'm still not talented enough. Xianxia lamented. Even with the spiritual grain, I'm currently only proficient in the bone-strengthening skill, far from small achievement. I really envy that Chen guy. He achieved great success in blood refining after just 2 months of martial arts training. Speaking of which, old Sung's subordinate offended him and ended up in such a plight. Back then, Qin Feng wanted his life. How could he spare me in the future? The more he thought, the more terrified he felt. We need to press Magistrate Ji. We must eliminate him before he progresses in bone training, or at the very least, drive him out of Piyang County. Bang! Just as his words ended, a bone-crushing sound exploded by his ear. Suddenly, a pitch-black thunderbolt struck, hitting the bone-training realm old servant on the head, blowing open his skull with a complete penetration. Uncle Wu! Before Liang Zhan could react, another black thunderbolt struck down. This time, it was coming towards him. Bang! Liang Zhan's bones could not resist at all and were pierced by the terrifying thunderbolt through his shoulder, nailing him directly to the wall behind him. The pharmacist was not spared either. His thigh was smashed by the black thunderbolt, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Everything happened too suddenly, taking only 2 to 3 seconds. It was only then that Liang Zhan realized what had happened. There was no such thing as a black thunderbolt. What was embedded in him was clearly an armor-piercing arrow. What kind of bow and arrow could possess such terrifying power? He was a bone-training martial artist. Boom! Another loud noise came from above, and the roof tiles turned into fragments, falling down in large pieces, collapsing a clear, large hole in the roof. A figure descended from the sky, holding a bow, an arrow, with a long spear on his back. Very well, you really are trying to harm me. Chen Sansi shouted coldly. Chapter 68. The beginning of everything. Is it you? Upon recognizing the person, Liang Zhan's heart trembled. Around the Medicine Valley, 8 direct disciples stood guard. He could not imagine how the person managed to infiltrate without a sound. Somebodikome. As Liang Zhan shouted, he raised his long sword in an attempt to strike back. Bang! He had just lifted his arm when another black thunderbolt struck, piercing through his wrist and nailing it to the wall. His long sword clanged to the ground, and he lost any ability to resist. Brother Chen. Liang Zhan squeezed out a smile at the masked figure before him, but it appeared twisted due to the intense pain. Brother Chen, there is no need for such drastic measures, right? Less nonsense. Chen Sansi tore off his mask. In fact, his weapon was so conspicuous that being masked or not made little difference. The only safe method was to tie up loose and cleanly. He shot another arrow at Liang Zhan's left hand and said, "Next, whatever I ask you, answer." The situation was overly complicated. Just by eavesdropping on bits and pieces, he couldn't ascertain the whole picture. It was best to keep a live witness to interrogate first. Liang Zhan shook physically from the pain and pleaded continuously. Brother Chen, ask me anything you want. I'll tell you everything I know without holding back. Good. Chen Sansi asked, is the immortal treasure in Xiang Tingchuan's hands, and is he using it to coerce you into donating military supplies to the households? How did you know? Liang Zhan was so severely injured that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What you said is correct. Chen Sansi asked, what exactly is the immortal treasure? With intermittent difficulty, Liang Zhan said, I don't know. Bang! In an instant, another arrow struck, pinning his right leg as well. Liang Zhan nearly passed out from the pain. Brother Chen, spare my life. I'm not lying. We have been searching all along, and we only know that this thing can definitely extract the essence of spiritual grain. Start from the beginning. Chen Sansi issued his final ultimatum. It was the barbarian Tuoba tribe. With gritted teeth, Liang Zhan continued through his pain. 2 months ago, as the other party detailed his account, Chen Sansi finally began to roughly understand the ins and outs of the matter. 2 months ago. At that time, he had just crossed over and was still worried about Qin Xiong's affairs. Meanwhile, on the distant grasslands, a royal succession struggle took place in the barbarian Tuoba tribe. The third prince of the Tuoba tribe failed in his coup and, after faking his death, fled to the border of the great Shang dynasty. Before he left, he stole the Tuoba tribe's treasure, naturally the immortal treasure, hoping to offer it to the Emperor Dasheng to convince the great Shang dynasty to send troops to help him reclaim the throne. After arriving at Pyong, fearing pursuit, the Tuoba prince sought out the local magistrate, hoping he could notify the prefecture city to find a martial expert from the city to escort him straight to the capital city. Old Zhang, who was the magistrate at the time, had spent half his life in the bureaucratic world. He knew all too well one thing. If the higher-ups in the prefecture city got involved, where would there be a share of credit for him? Therefore, he sought help from the 4 great martial arts schools, planning to monopolize this meritorious deed. But a bloodied mess ensued. Yunhe Master, after overhearing the conversation between the magistrate and the prince, got greedy. Since no one knew about the prince being in Pyong, couldn't they just kill him and seize the treasure? In the future, with the help of the immortal treasure, they could grow stronger and step out of Pyong to become a first-class sect in the Jianghu. So, under the grand vision, the 4 great martial arts schools joined forces to act, first poisoning, then launching a surprise attack, intending to kill the magistrate and Emperor Tuoba together. However, the prince was not one to be trifled with, and, under such circumstances, he forcefully took the key and escaped. The 4 great martial arts schools were only left with a box they could not open, and not long after, the prince stealthily returned, killed Yunhe Master, and reclaimed the jade box. The matter blew up. Seeing that they could no longer keep it a secret, the 4 great martial arts schools sought help from Xiang Tingchun, hoping he would take action and promising that once they obtained the immortal treasure, they would share it together. As for what happened next, Chen Sansi became involved. During the pursuit of Emperor Tuoba, the witch god sect intervened rashly. This led to the prince being seriously wounded and escaping, only to die outside the city. As a result, the treasure was picked up by him. What a thrilling treasure hunt! Spiritual grain. Chen Sansi pressed for answers relentlessly. What is spiritual grain used for? Cough, cough, cough. Liang Zhan, his mouth filled with blood, insisted. The prince didn't reveal much. We only know that with the immortal treasure, one can refine treasure medicine that aids in cultivation. Among them, spiritual grain is one of the most important raw materials. Exactly how it is used, we are not clear. That's why we captured people for experimentation. Pan Quan developed a special kind of medicine pills, grinding spiritual grain into powder and adding it to them. Once ingested, a person begins to absorb the spiritual grain. Roughly 10 people are needed to completely purge the toxin from the spiritual grain. Unfortunately, this process also wastes most of the essence of the spiritual grain, resulting in medicine pills that are only moderately effective, offering significant help only to bone-training martial artists. Chen Sansi glanced at the local man dying in agony and understood what was happening. His face showed no expression. You're using living people as filters? They're just lowly peasants. What does it matter? Liang Zhan spoke naturally. Even a locally concocted medicine can have such good effects. If we get the immortal treasure and give it some time, not to mention refining internal, even reaching Huajin is not far-fetched. Otherwise, why would we willingly be stepping stones for Xiang Tingchuan's promotion? It's all for the immortal treasure. Brother Chun, let's cooperate. As long as you don't kill me, we'll pretend today's events never happened. Not just that, my Liang family will provide you with all the resources you need. With your qualifications, refining internal is only a matter of time. Once you achieve refining internal, we can join forces to kill Xiang Tingchun, seize the immortal treasure, and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. You still want to kill Commander Household, Xiang? Chen Sansi deliberately frightened him. Guess who sent me here? Liang Zhan became somewhat confused, quickly correcting himself. No, Brother Chun, you misunderstand. You cannot kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you anything, money, medicinal materials. His gaze shifted outside, the medicine garden. Do you see this garden of medicinal herbs? Spare my life, and everything here is yours. Fool! If you're dead, everything will still be mine. Chen Sansi stated. This rendered Liang Zhan completely silent. He could not utter a word for a long while. Chen Sansi pointed to the body on the ground used for testing the medicine. Just now, you said he was what? A lowly peasant from the countryside. Liang Zhan answered as a matter of course. His voice grew lower, making one last effort to survive. Brother Chen, are we really unable to cooperate? Xianxia won't treat you as one of his own. For him, as long as he can climb the ranks, he will discard anyone. Isn't it good to continue capturing people for alchemy to improve our cultivation? Brother Liang, have you forgotten something? Chen Sansi looked at his panicked eyes and said solemnly, I too come from the countryside. Whoosh! An arrow from a Chimay crossbow directly pierced through Liang Zhan's forehead, ending his life. Chen Sansi turned his gaze to the corner, where the pharmacist lay bleeding on the ground, barely alive. Do you have a sack here? Chapter 69, Murder and Arson. Boom! In the dark night, a blaze shot up into the sky. Chen Sansi swiftly left, carrying his sack. This time, he had truly struck it rich. Before leaving, he had not only packed up everything he could carry, but also obtained several medical books from the pharmacist, and then he murdered to silence them. All in all, he did not even know how much it was all worth. Moreover, since there were too many bodies to dispose of conveniently, Chen Sansi, worried that someone might recognize the arrow wound, simply gathered them in the courtyard and burned them all together. With this commotion, the martial arts hall surely wouldn't dare to capture live people for testing medicines anymore, which could be considered a good deed. Chen Sansi recalled the recent events in his mind. Spiritual grain could actually enhance cultivation? Could it be the old emperor had really met an immortal? Was he truly cultivating towards immortality? How to use the immortal treasure? Use a special flame and then simmer the spiritual grain. Chen Sansi speculated about various things. Either way, lamp oil plus spiritual grain equaled a treasure medicine that enhanced cultivation. Following this lead was definitely right. With that, the matter came to a close. With Xianxia willingly taking the blame, no one would suspect him. Next, he had plenty of time to study it slowly. Chen Sansi, with 3 or 4 sacks on his back, hurriedly left Tiger Head Mountain. Taking all these things back was not practical. He first hid them in an old house in Yinbian village. Then he took a detour back to the military settlement of the households. Senior sister's son is not here. Chen Sansi keenly sensed something was amiss. The guest room was empty. He hurried to his own bedroom, and only after picking up a strand of hair from both the door gap and the window did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before setting out, he had the foresight to pluck a few hairs from sister lawn as a marker. It seemed he was overthinking. Sun Li had no intentions of monitoring him. But where was she going in the middle of the night? The chances were good that she discovered a clue about Medicine Valley. Good thing I made my move first. Sister, it looks like someone has already been here. Sun Buki stood on the wall, looking at the raging fire in the courtyard, and made a calm analysis. Is that even necessary to say? Sun Li looked at the pit dug by the perpetrator to burn the bodies. This guy was even worried about causing a wildfire. What a good person indeed. Sun Buki exclaimed feelingly. Recently, Sun Li and Sun Buki, one openly and one secretly, had barely noticed that disciples from the martial arts academy frequently left the city to go up the mountain, so they thought to come and check tonight. Upon discovering a fire nearby, they arrived only to witness this scene. Fire! Put out the fire! The other night watchmen from nearby medicine gardens noticed the abnormality, shouting as they led men rushing over. Let's go back. Sun Li sighed deeply. We'll check the other medicine gardens another day. The next day, as soon as Chen Sansi arrived at the military camp, he heard many people discussing the incident. Did you hear? Last night, fire broke out on Second Layer Mountain. This morning, during the city patrol, I personally saw several charred bodies carried back from the mountain. It seems like young masters from the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy were all burned to death. Why would there suddenly be a wildfire? Clearly, someone did it on purpose. Who would dare to do such a thing? After eavesdropping for a while, Chen Sansi headed to the martial arts arena, gathering his subordinates for routine exercises. Several among them, as before, were lazily skimping during the pile work practice. "Are you Zhao Jin from Lijuang?" Chen Sansi approached and spoke in an even tone. "Yes. Does the flag leader know me?" the man asked, surprised. "Recognized?" Chen Sansi asked, "How goes the training?" "It's okay, just too exhausting," the man said with a joking smile. "It's much more tiring than farming." "Then you should go back to farming." Chen Sansi suddenly said, "Su Wenkai, take him to collect the rations from these past few days." "Sir," the sudden expulsion baffled not just the man, but everyone present. "That's good. I have something to say to you." Chen Sansi knew he could no longer indulge them. He gathered his energy and spoke loudly. "I know you came to join the army because you, like me, were both raised outside the city in the countryside, and you think I would look after you. Yes, I will indeed look after you. Here, I can't guarantee other things. I, Chen Sansi, will definitely not embezzle a single grain of your food or a copper coin. And those with talent, I will also try my best to pass on martial arts. But I hope you understand that this is the military, not an acting troupe, and soon, some of you will die. I mean, really die. If you don't train properly now, when you go to battle later, you will not only kill yourselves, but also get other brothers killed. So, I'm giving you the ugly truth up front. From today, whoever dares to be lazy and perfunctory will just go home and farm like Zhao Jin. I do not allow such a scourge to exist under my command. Do you understand?" When he had finished speaking, the martial arts arena was utterly silent. Those who had slacked off earlier all showed embarrassed expressions. "Understood." It took a long while, but they finally responded in unison. Despite actually holding some admiration for the young man before them, they were still not accustomed to martial arts training. Joining the army was something their fellow villagers had discussed and decided together. If anyone were to be driven away, it would be a great embarrassment. Chen Sansi sighed inwardly. He knew he had to set an example. Otherwise, there would always be people who took advantage of his approachability and brazenly broke the rules. Like Zhao Jin, who from the very first day of enlistment didn't train properly and often encouraged others to sneak out of camp to rest at home. What use was there in keeping such a person? "Continue." At Chen Sansi's command, the soldiers hurriedly resumed their pile work, each gritting their teeth and persevering, none daring to slack off again. Just then, the young master who had visited the day before came this way. Right on time. Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. In the courtyard full of greenery, many burnt corpses were laid out, all black and hardened, resembling matchsticks and barely recognizable as human. Which one is Genre? Master Liang Shengji's eyes were bloodshot, his emotions on the verge of collapse. Who had the audacity? He had 4 children, but only 1 son, and now met with a death leaving not even an intact body. The other 2 headmasters were also present. "It seems our affairs have been exposed." Pan Quan was frantic. "But what's strange is, why has no one come for us? Whoever came across the event on the mountain should not be this calm. Lately, many have been investigating. My son." Liang Shengji, overwhelmed with grief, looked closely at the corpses, trying to figure out which one was his son, not in the mood to listen to him. Pan Quan turned to the side. "Uncle Zhao, who do you think is behind this? If I remember correctly, Brother Liang's son and that old servant were both in the bone training realm, right?" Master Zhao, who had been silent all along, finally spoke slowly. "Plus, 7 or 8 true disciples guarded the medicine garden, yet none survived to escape back here. It indicates the attacker was of an exceptional realm, treating bone-training martial artists as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Looking over Piyang County, who do you think could accomplish this?" Xianxia. Pan Quan suddenly realized. He must have noticed something, penetrated Medicine Valley to spy on the secrets, planning to monopolize the secret of the immortal treasure. That's right. Exactly, Master Zhao affirmed. Otherwise, if our affairs were exposed, why would there be no questions directed at us? If it was Xiang Tingshun, it makes sense. With the immortal treasure in his hands, why would he want the issue revealed? That Xiang is truly malicious. Pan Quan cursed angrily, not content with destroying the Song family, now relying on his refining internal realm, and having our weaknesses preparing to slowly devour us and completely consume our houses. Xiang Tingshun, Liang Shengji roared. You and I shall never coexist, even as a ghost. I will ensure we perish together. Chapter 70. Lamp oil and spiritual grain. Keep your body straight. Yes, just like that. On the archery range, Chen Sansi carefully instructed Sun Buki. This young master was not only generous but also paid in advance. 200 silver taels in a note. It was his first time seeing such. Shoo! Sun Buki aimed and shot an arrow at a target 100 steps away. He probably scored around the fourth ring. Unsatisfied, he shot another arrow, scoring in the second ring. Chen Sansi had taught everything he could, yet the young master hadn't improved at all after 2 hours. His posture was correct, but he couldn't hit the target precisely. Master! Sun Buki insisted on calling him this. Unstoppable. How exactly do you do it? Archery and martial arts aren't closely related. The level of martial arts realm could at most determine how heavy a bowstring one could pull. But the heavier the bow, the harder it is to control. 100-step piercing, how easy could it be? Yet the extraordinary man before him did more than just 100-step piercing. Most terrifying was his accuracy, never once missing the mark. How do you do it? Chen Sansi thought for a moment and concluded, mostly it's through effort. Heaven rewards the diligent, I guess. What a heaven rewards the diligent. Sun Buki grasped the true essence of it and was full of confidence about the future. Compared to martial arts, he was more obsessed with archery. Even a high martial arts realm, one still has to fight closely for life. But with archery, one could take a life from 100 steps away. He practiced martial arts only to be able to pull the bowstring of a heavy bow. Sun Buki was full of motivation, continually pulling the bow and shooting arrows. What is your honored surname? Chen Sansi asked. The other was eager to learn, only now giving him the chance to inquire. Sun Buki focused on his archery training. Without turning his head back, Sun Buki. Sun? Chen Sansi hadn't heard of a wealthy young master surnamed Sun in Piyang County. He couldn't help but think of the red-clothed woman. Do you know Sunli? Ido. Sun Buki naturally replied. She's my older sister. Before Chen Sansi could react, a familiar voice rang out. Sun Buki. Sunli appeared in her red attire, her voice filled with anger. Sister, I'm in the middle of something serious here. Sun Buki quickly dodged. This is my archery master who can pierce Yang from 150 steps, an extraordinary man. Question mark. Sunli paused. What did you call him? Master. Sun Buki spread his hands. Is there a problem? Little junior brother. Sunli gently held her forehead. What's going on here? Do not blame my junior sister. I didn't know he was a senior brother. Chen Sansi was somewhat embarrassed, but calling a master was just for fun, not to be taken seriously. Are you Chen Sansi? Sun Buki first shocked, then excitedly said, Extraordinary, not only a 9-dragon body, but also a masterful archer. From now on I'll call you master, you call me senior brother, and we each discuss our own. My brother has some issues with his brain. Sunli was about to burst out, but then let it go. Father named him Buki, which originally meant gentlemen are versatile. However, it turned out to be something incompetent. Senior sister, you speak too harshly. Chen Sansi said, Brother Buki and I are of similar age, yet his realm is higher than mine. There must be something exceptional about him. Can 2 months of martial arts practice compare to 3 years? Sunli took Sun Buki away. Junior brother, we still have matters to attend to. We must take our leave now. Are they still investigating? Chen Sansi really hadn't expected even the young master of the Sun family to come. He had particularly inquired recently. Sun Dusher originally had 5 children, but the first 3 all died in battle. Among them, the third child, who had the best talent for martial arts, died in the battle at Xuanwu camp. Now, only a son and a daughter remain. They are Sun Buki and Sun Li. It's truly heartbreaking that the supervisor sent his only remaining children here. After all, they were just undergoing bone training, and accidents could still happen. Boom! The sky erupted with a clap of thunder, and it started pouring heavily. Chen Sansi braved the rain to go to the pharmacy and carried away 2 clay jars. Inside were the medicine baths he had pre-ordered. Just these 2 jars for 1 bath cost 50 silver taels. If it weren't for Sun Buki being generous, he really wouldn't have been able to afford it. He poured the medicinal soup from the clay jars into the wooden tub, then added cold water to mix the black medicine bath. Chen Sansi stripped off his clothes and jumped in. Although the medicinal soup and water were cold, the moment they touched his skin, it felt as hot as boiling water and as irritating as chilly water, painfully stinging every inch of his skin. The potent medicinal strength penetrated his pores and entered his flesh, tempering his bones. Following the doctor's instructions, Chen Sansi sat cross-legged in the wooden tub, using the Howrand breathing skill. Even so, he couldn't last more than 5 minutes before jumping out. His skin was red, and his whole body swelled up. He grabbed the reed leaf spear and rushed to the yard to practice his spear technique, using the chi blood to absorb the medicinal strength. Only then did the painful sensation start to subside. It wasn't until it completely vanished that he jumped back into the wooden tub. He repeated this process over and over until the effects of the medicine bath were exhausted. The pain was real, but the help it provided for his cultivation was immense. He took a medicine bath every 3 days. The silver in Chen Sansi's house was quickly spent almost entirely. Luckily, there was significant progress in his cultivation. Cultivation technique: Undying Golden Snake Spear, entry level. Progress: 58 to 500. Utility: Blood of the Dragon Elephant, 9 dragon living veins. The pace is slowing down. Even though Chen Sansi was aware that this speed of improvement was far beyond that of ordinary people, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. After all, war was imminent, and no one would complain about having too high a cultivation level. It's almost time. As time went on, the Medicine Valley incident gradually settled. Observing for several days, Chen Sansi confirmed that nobody had noticed him. Just as he was running out of silver at home, it was the right time to figure out how to use the immortal treasure and make use of the other spoils of war as well. After lunch, Chen Sansi quietly slipped into Yinbian village, swinging around the small woodland and jumping over the wall into the yard, taking out the hidden items. Herb materials, spiritual grain, medicine mill, medicine jars, medical books. Basically, everything he could carry with him at the time, Chen Sansi stuffed into a burlap sack. Immortal treasure, spiritual grain. According to his reasoning, the flame from the immortal treasure could likely eliminate the toxins of the spiritual grain and preserve its essence. But would a medicine jar or iron pot withstand the high temperatures of the flame produced by the immortal treasure? Chen Sansi placed the spiritual grain in the pot, adding water. He then stuffed the stove's base with firewood and smeared a small amount of lamp oil on the firewood. He used a fire stick to light it. Boom! Red flames rose, and the temperature in the room soared as if it had instantly switched from late autumn to severe summer. The cold water in the iron pot immediately boiled. Crackle! However, the iron pot was quickly burnt through, and the liquid evaporated completely. The room was suddenly filled with steam until the firewood was quickly consumed and the flames died down. Just as Chen Sansi had guessed, an ordinary iron pot simply couldn't withstand the temperature of the abnormal fire generated by the lamp oil. There was no need to even try with a medicine pot. It wouldn't last long either. What if I directly burn the spiritual grain? Scorching with abnormal fire is a form of tempering after all. Thinking this, he immediately put his thoughts into action, preparing to test its feasibility. Chapter 71. Ashes. Chen Sansi thought. Since the residual material extracted from a person's stomach after feeding the medicine pills had extraordinary medicinal effects, then wouldn't burning spiritual grain into plant ash at high temperatures be somewhat useful as well? Thinking this, he picked up a small handful of spiritual grain and stacked it together with some pine needles for kindling, then smeared a very small amount of lamp oil on top. Not daring to get too close, Chen Sansi held a lit stick far away and carefully approached the lamp oil. Boom! The red flames erupted loudly. In an instant, the spiritual grain and the pine needles were burned to ash. Chen Sansi waited until the flames died down and carefully collected the grass ashes. I need to conduct a live experiment. He cleaned up the house and then quietly climbed over the wall and headed straight for Second Layer Mountain. It took a great deal of effort not to harm the game before catching a rabbit. Come, eat. Chen Sansi pried open the rabbit's mouth and poured a little bit of grass ash into it. The next second, the rabbit started thrashing wildly as if injected with chicken blood, and its strength increased significantly. But it didn't last long before the rabbit, like a deflated ball, breathed its last. Chen Sansi carefully examined the body and saw no signs of darkening in the veins on the surface. But the skin beneath the fur was burning hot and red, as if blood was about to gush out from the inside, appearing as though an overly potent medicine had harmed the internal organs leading to bleeding. Was it too weak to withstand the medicinal effect? I need to try it on something bigger. He searched in the forest. It didn't take long to find a jungle inhabited by cheetahs. The cheetah charged straight at him, but was thwacked on the head by the long spear shaft, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. With the strength from his bone-strengthening skill, Chen Sansi could easily subdue the fierce beast. He pried open the cheetah's mouth with the spear tip and poured in the grass ash. Eat. Roar. The same reaction as the rabbit. After consuming the spiritual grain, the cheetah became extremely agitated. After about 5 minutes, its symptoms subsided. Although it did not die immediately, it lay on the ground bleeding profusely, obviously not going to live much longer. It indeed lasted longer than the rabbit, but internal bleeding occurred as well. If combined with cultivation practice, could the potency of the medicine be controlled? It seems animals won't do. I need to experiment with a live person. Chen Sansi's eyes flashed fiercely. You can capture villagers for experiments, so why can't I capture you? From eavesdropping on Liang Zhan's conversation, not one of the 4 great martial arts schools was innocent. From the reactions of the leopard and the rabbit, there wouldn't be uncontrollable drastic changes happening in an instant. Capturing a disciple with lower skills to test wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Second Layer Mountain had many medicine gardens. Even if they dared not capture more live humans, they would definitely still have disciples guarding the medicine gardens. Chen Sansi moved through the forest like a ghost. After staking out for 2 hours, he successfully captured a disciple from Zhao's martial arts academy skilled in blood refining technique and brought him to a secluded cave. No severe torture was needed. The martial arts academy disciple confessed everything. Eat. He forced the disciple to consume a small amount of grass ash and then practice his sex cultivation technique. Chen Sansi observed from a distance with a bow in hand. As expected, not only did the martial arts academy disciple not die, but he also performed a set of boxing techniques vigorously, clearly showing the utility of the medicine. It seems my guess was correct. With his goal achieved, Chen Sansi ended the experiment by shooting the disciple dead with an arrow. If he could eat it and be fine, I definitely will be too. Adhering to a cautious principle, he picked up a very small amount of grass ash with his fingertip and sprinkled it into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, an indescribable sensation began spreading from the oral cavity, then swept through his entire body. This feeling was different from anything he had experienced with beast hearts or medicine. After ingesting it, It did not get digested and absorbed by organs, but turned automatically into a strange form of energy that integrated into his body, flowing not only in his blood, but also being stored in another system. This was meridians? Meridians and tendons are two different concepts. Tendons are organs, visible human organs that can be seen when flesh and blood are cut open. But meridians are a mystical existence. Neither blood vessels nor tendons, but another system within the human body. Chen Sansi didn't know much about this. He only knew that traditional Chinese medicine studied it. Before refining organs, people practicing martial arts don't need to concern themselves with this concept. What's happening? After consuming the spiritual grain, it turned out to have a direct effect on the meridians. If one was a martial artist, their body simply couldn't withstand it. No wonder small animals would die explosively. Even for martial artists, the capacity to endure was limited. They needed to expend it in time. Chen Sansi hurriedly began practicing his spear technique inside the cave. He then discovered that the spiritual grain was surprisingly helpful for cultivation. Practically every repetition of spear technique practice substantially increased his proficiency by much more than what a medicine bath could provide. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear upper, entry level. Progress, 88 to 500. Utility, dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon living veins. An afternoon's improvement was equivalent to several days in the past. Moreover, the spiritual grain also had healing effects. That substance, like a gas, would repair injuries while circulating inside the body. No wonder the old master of Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy hadn't died. However, it still contained toxins. The gas mixed and tangled within the meridians, remaining there unless the energy was expended simultaneously flushing out the toxins. Yet the toxin in the meridians metabolized very slowly. Unlike ordinary supplemental medicine, where vigorous cultivation could quickly expend it, Chen Sansi didn't know whether it was because his realm was still low or because his cultivation technique did not involve the meridians. Regardless, only practicing movements in the air made the absorption efficiency of the spiritual grain extremely low. If he consumed too much, leading to the energy lingering too long in the body, the meridian toxin would undeniably cause irreversible damage to his body. Perhaps it would be more effective if I had a sparring partner. Real combat would definitely be better. Chen Sansi recalled battling Old Song, blood surging with all his might. If he could maintain that state, surely it would increase the speed of absorbing the spiritual grain. Unfortunately, there aren't that many opportunities for real combat. Let's take it slow. The current effects are already astonishing. After mastering the use of spiritual grain, Chen Sansi was full of confidence. According to the original speed, by March and spring, the fastest he could achieve was mastery of bone-strengthening skill. But now, he had a high chance of refining internal organs. That is just 4 more months. Even he felt it was a bit exaggerated. 2 months for bone training, 4 months for refining internal. In total, just 6 months. The height that took Xianxia half a lifetime to reach, he only needed 6 months. And what's more, he was practicing a superior breathing skill. Immortal treasure indeed was a treasure. But in reality, I'm also a maverick. Chen Sansi guessed that a complete immortal treasure would likely be a set of alchemy equipment. It included formulas, a container capable of withstanding temperatures, and most importantly, the lamp oil that could produce a red flame. Then, connecting to the Emperor's quest for immortality. Once everything is assembled, wouldn't it be possible to concoct the legendary immortal pills? No wonder even the old Emperor had sent people over. He must have heard some rumors. Chen Sansi suddenly realized the significance of the matter. If people found out, no amount of lives would suffice to atone. But wait. What did it have to do with him? The immortal treasure was in Xiang Tingquan's hands. This guy had even declared it outright, afraid that the 4 great martial arts schools wouldn't believe him. All right then. It seems, as long as he was careful, They couldn't trace it back to him. Chen Sansi disposed of the Martial Arts Academy disciple's body and headed home down the mountain. During this period, he hadn't stopped running up and down the mountain, continuously practicing his skills. Skill, concealment, small achievement. Progress, 405/1000. After dinner at night, Chen Sansi began perusing the medical books he had acquired from Medicine Valley. There were several volumes of medical books, from basic theories to treating various diseases to different medicine formulas, including those needed for martial art practice. All were recorded. Just reading the books would only improve his reading proficiency. Skill, reading, small achievement. Progress, 395 out of 800. It seems I need to learn a new skill. Although the effects of spiritual grain were good, the metabolism of the meridian toxins was slow, and the usage of various supplements and medicine baths couldn't be stopped. Fortunately, there was a medical officer in the military, merely requiring some time to learn. Speaking of time, the assessment period for new recruits ends tomorrow. I wonder how many among the 100 will prove truly useful. Chapter 72, Refining Organ Martial Artist. Military Roll Call. At the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi began to assess the progress. Those who have cultivated Qi blood, step forward. Silence. Chen Sansi changed his approach. Those who have mastered spear technique and pile work, step forward. This time, 18 people stepped out of the ranks. Actually more than what Chen Sansi had anticipated. The rest were naturally erased soldiers. Since most of them were very young, there was no one who hadn't learned pile work. Among these people, the one with the best talent turned out to be Wu De. Chen Sansi predicted he would be the first to cultivate Qi blood. Zhuang, he came next. As for Xianxia, he was average, but his archery was good. His honesty and loyalty gave him an edge, and he could be put to other uses in the future. Besides them, Zhu Tong and Wang Li, thanks to the ample supply of medicinal materials in the garrison, had also crossed the threshold into proficiently practicing the blood refining technique. Logically, they would need to achieve a small accomplishment before they could be promoted to small flag. But Chen Sansi was seriously short on manpower, so he chose some who theoretically would reach that state the soonest and temporarily assigned them the responsibilities of small flag, though without the actual position. Sir, what about me? Seeing others being appointed official positions, Su Wenkai couldn't sit still and shamelessly edged closer. Old Su. Chen Sansi looked at him. I don't seem to have any positions to give you for now. I don't want a position, Su Wenkai said with a smile. Just find me something to do. I can help, sir, with training the military formations, supervising their proper cultivation, and meanwhile, I can plan how to minimize losses next year. Agreed. Chen Sansi didn't stop him. Skill, commanding soldiers, entry level. Progress, 85/500. Utility, mainstay. Through experimentation, he found that when he let Zhu Tong and others help teach martial arts, his proficiency would also rise, possibly because they were under his command. But the increase wasn't as much as when he taught personally. Still, it was akin to gaining experience passively. Why not do it? You'll see, sir, Su Wenkai said. I will surely train their basic combat formations to first-rate standards. The new recruits' assessment period ended. Next, Chen Sansi should also have a task, whether it's defense or farming. If it's farming, a lot of miscellaneous tasks would need to be done. Patrolling the city and the like would be best, to have more time for training. The bugle sounded. Lately, Xiang Tingchun had been giving speeches frequently, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Almost 1,000 soldiers quickly gathered in the martial arts arena. Ji Guangxian, with his personal guard, also stepped onto the high platform and started speaking in a loud voice. My warriors, you have worked hard. As a civil servant, I have no right to meddle in military affairs, so you don't need to be nervous. I'm only here to express my care for you all, and also to bring a generous gift. Bring it up. Dozens of jars of liquor were carried onto the high platform. Do you know what this is? Ji Guangxian introduced, This is a medicinal wine brewed from the blood of the exotic beast, the toothed tiger. This is specifically for bone-training martial artists. Whether taken internally or applied externally, it can be said to improve cultivation by leaps and bounds. Let alone in Ding Prefecture. Even the entire Yinzhou does not have this kind of exotic beast to hunt, hence it is extremely precious and indeed priceless. These were sent over from the capital by Mr. Gao of the military department, all the way over thousands of miles. Mr. Gao said that the court is short on troops and cannot send more reinforcements, but they will never let the soldiers go unrewarded for their service. That is why he sent these medicinal wines over thousands of miles. In the future, all warriors will be able to exchange for it with military merits. Chen Sansi had never heard of this medicinal wine. However, he saw that the other householders were very excited. It indeed seemed to be of extraordinary value. No wonder it's not for sale. This military merit isn't something that could be obtained in a short while. Luckily, Chen Sansi had spiritual grain to consume, so he was not in a hurry. Come to think of it, this magistrate, Ji Guangxian, must be rolling in wealth. Ever since the raid on Medicine Valley a few days ago, Chen Sansi suddenly felt that hunting was a bit unexciting. How much silver could one earn after all the effort of drilling through deep forests and mountains? How could that compare to the wealth of those lords? However, the guards that Ji Guangxian brought were not few, and it was unknown what their highest level was. After all, he was a magistrate. It was very possible that a refining organ martial artist was among his entourage. Old Chen. Householder Xiong came over. Household's commander Xiong is calling for you. He was already being addressed as Old Chen, regardless of the fact that he was much younger than them. He arrived at the Central Army tent. Apart from Xiang Tingchun and Luo Dongquan, there were two unfamiliar civil servants present. Xianxia, you have completed the process for your promotion to householder. Xiang Tingchun spoke. These two are officials from the military selection department. I have seen the two officials. Chen Sansi cooperated with the officials for identity verification. Apart from the appointment letter, there was also a brand new set of official robes and armor. A householder is a 6th-rank military officer, wearing a blue official robe embellished with images of leopards. Chen Sansi couldn't help but reflect. I guess I've become a so-called dressed beast now. But in the military, opportunities to wear official robes were few, as armor was the more common attire. The armor was still cloth armor, but much more exquisite, including a new iron helmet and crucial parts reinforced with thick iron plates, considerably increasing its defensive power. It wasn't just Chen Sansi who had been promoted. Luo Dongquan had also been promoted to Deputy Thousand Households, a position from the secondary 5th rank. From the conversation of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel, it could be determined that this person had achieved refining internal organs. That is to say, there were now 2 refining organ martial artists in the garrison. Xianxia, have the men under your command completed their assessment period yet? Xiang Tingchun said, in 2 days, you'll replace Zhao Kong, taking over the responsibility of lookout duty at the Great Wall with your troops. The duties of the soldiers stationed at the garrison involve farming and guard duty. Guard duty further included patrolling the city and border defense. Border defense naturally meant keeping watch on the Great Wall, which was relatively taxing as it often required standing guard at night. However, there hadn't been any incidents involving barbarian cavalry raids along the Pyong border in over a decade, so it would likely be rather leisurely. For Chen Sansi, it was just another place to practice martial arts. He clasped his fist and replied, your subordinate acknowledges the command. Xianxia, come with me. Xiang Tingchun took him to an empty space. Pick up your 15-stone bow and shoot an arrow at me. The sudden request caught Chen Sansi off guard. No worries. Xiang Tingchun laughed heartily. Shoot if I tell you to shoot. All right. Chen Sansi was also curious how his archery would fare against a refining organ martial artist. He didn't hesitate and drew the bow to shoot in one breath. An armor-piercing arrow flew through the air. Clang! A flash of blade light abruptly appeared. Suddenly, The He Miao blade that hung at Xiang Tingchuan's waist was in his hand, and the incoming arrow had been split in two. Chen Sansi was mentally prepared, but his expression still grew serious. The fact that the other man let him shoot meant he was sure there was no danger. He had thought the target would dodge, but unexpectedly. This was the first time that Chen Sansi had failed to hit the target since he began practicing archery. I am at refining organs' small success. Xiang Tingchun slowly slid the blade back into its sheath and explained solemnly. Refining organ martial artists have greatly enhanced senses, reflexes, and explosive power. Your arrows will find it hard to hit them, unless you shoot fast enough that they can't possibly react in time. Chen Sansi bowed. Thank you, Lord Thousand Households, for the guidance. No need to be so formal with me. Xiang Tingchun folded his arms behind his back. I called you over mainly because I have something to say. The new magistrate Ji has a deep connection with the Song family and might hold some opinions about you. In a way, I've involved you in this matter. I've spoken on your behalf, but it would still be best if you visited him personally to offer your apologies to prioritize peace. He currently resides in the largest residence on Ningfeng Road in the county town, very easy to find. Oh yes, and he has refining organ martial artist guards, though they are just at the initial stage of refining organs. He left leisurely after dropping these words. Chen Sansi quickly grasped the implications. This was not about asking him to apologize. It was information on how to kill Ji Guangxian. First, he was reminded that it's difficult to kill a refining organ martial artist with an arrow. Then he was given the home address. And lastly, a considerate hint that the guard was a refining organ martial artist was given, suggesting he strike when a magistrate is alone. It was a complete set of assassination intelligence. It seemed that Xiang Tingchun and the one surnamed Ji weren't on the best of terms. This is quite interesting. We'll see how things go. If Chen Sansi was to kill, he would take out the guard as well, leaving no loose ends. And Xiang Tingchun was definitely not a man to be trusted. It would be better to strike after his own power had been enhanced. It looked like he would need to devote more time to improving not just his cultivation, but also his archery and his medical skills. He had hoarded a bunch of medicines without knowing how to use them. With that in mind, Chen Sansi headed to the pharmacy to find Medical Officer Jiang. Chapter 73 Sun Li. Do you want to learn medical skills? Yes. Chen Sansi said, medicinal materials are too expensive to buy, and I often go hunting in the mountains, so if I learn a bit, I can gather herbs and brew medicine myself, saving silver coins. Your thinking is quite idealistic. The medical officer teased. 99% of the medicinal materials are in the hands of the martial arts hall. Where are you going to find so many wild herbs for yourself? But since you want to learn, I have no objections. Just consider taking on another apprentice to do some work. Lu Zi, you first teach Mr. Chan how to identify medicinal materials and explain their uses properly. No problem. Lu Zi was the medical officer's son, a successor to his father's profession and also a physician himself. Many of the positions in the garrison were hereditary. Mr. Chun, this herb is called horse bloodgrass, and it has a blood-nourishing effect, but Liu Zi explained patiently. The herbs before him quickly matched up with the medical books Chen Sansi had seen. A panel appeared. Skill, medical skill. Mortal, not entry level. Progress, 0 out of 100. Utility, none for now. Mortal? Could there also be immortal? Chen Sansi was somewhat puzzled. All the signs now indicated. This world was definitely not a pure martial arts world. It was highly probable that immortals existed as well. That being the case, it made sense that great ancestor Xianxia alone faced more than 2,000 troops. But new questions arose. Why had no such impressive person appeared since then? And when the old emperor claimed to have dreamed of an immortal who gave him the seeds of spiritual grain, didn't he give him the method to use them? There was still a need to send someone to investigate in Piyang County City. Was there a connection between the immortal treasure in the hands of the barbarian tribes and the immortal the old emperor had dreamed of? It seems that the barbarians have become bolder in recent years because they have treasures in their possession. Having an immortal treasure could indeed create a large number of high-level martial artists. After all, spiritual grain was everywhere. As for lamp oil, only a little was needed to ignite. Then, add a lot of kindling to maintain the flame, without the need to continue using lamp oil. The box in his possession would last a long time. In the future, I could select some subordinates with good talent, who are worth nurturing to secretly feed them spiritual grain. Together with commanding soldier skill, in a few years, I will be able to build my own elite force. Unfortunately, the materials are incomplete. If I had the immortal formula and a container that could withstand the temperature, combined with my medical practice skills, could I perhaps seek the longevity that the Emperor desires? The road is long and obstructed. Chen Sansi sighed deeply. All these were very distant matters. Right now, it was still more urgent to improve his cultivation and prepare for war. To be frank, the primary goal was to survive this war. Otherwise, whatever immortal treasure, whatever selected point, all would become meaningless. Helping in the pharmacy until evening, his proficiency increased significantly. Skill, medical skill. Mortal, not entry level. Progress, 35 out of 100. It was about time, so Chen Sansi packed up his things to go home. I'm out of money. He was utterly penniless. The toxin in the meridians from the spiritual grain and the residue from the supplemental medicines were two different things that could be handled simultaneously. Unfortunately, he really had no money. He met the Sunli siblings just at the entrance to the barracks. They seemed to have just met with Xianxia, and neither looked in good spirits. Senior sister, Chen Sansi greeted, just in time to have dinner at my place. At the dinner table, Sunli barely had the appetite to lift her chopsticks. Little junior brother, what do you think about the household's deployment of troops? I have no particular opinion. Even if Chen Sansi had an opinion, it wouldn't matter. The order was issued by the Ministry of War, and I can only obey. Junior apprentice brother has the right attitude, but, Sunli said displeased, this battle is pointless. The main battlefield is clearly on the northwest border in the 3 states. The rest of the places just need to hold their cities. Why create unnecessary problems? With just a word from the Crown Prince, wouldn't everyone at the bottom scramble to seize the opportunity? As Sun Buki picked at his rice, his voice was muffled. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. It's not like we haven't fought battles before. Sunli ignored him and looked towards the kitchen. Sister Xianxia, stop being busy and come eat with us. In these days, she and Gu Xinlan had gotten along very well. Don't be fooled by Sun Li's fierce saber skills, her efficient and heroic demeanor, or the appearance of a strong woman on the surface. In fact, she was actually quite interested in embroidery and the like. In her spare time, she often did needlework with Sister Lan and chatted about household affairs. It's just that her skills were somewhat lacking. Chen Sansi had once seen her work, where she held up an embroidered duck but insisted it was a pair of mandarin ducks. Only Gu Xinlan was both clever and skilled with her hands, prompting Sun Li to seek her guidance even more. Plus, since Gu was a few years older, she had taken the initiative to address her as sister, without any air of being the daughter of the governor mansion. And Sun Buki never made others feel as if he was above them. From this, it was clear the Sun family had excellent teaching and family values. Sito Xinlan, Sun Li spoke with concern. What crime did your family commit in the capital city to be exiled to the border and to have fallen into the hands of traffickers? The capital city? Chen Sansi had always known that Gu Xinlan was not a country girl, but her specific background was unclear. His father had taken a liking to her at first sight because of her attractive appearance and fair skin. Country children had to work in the field from a young age. How could they maintain fair skin? He had not expected she was from the capital city. Out of respect, since she never mentioned it, he never asked. He guessed that Sun Li must have looked into his background and did a check on Sister Lan along the way. Little Sister Li, I was too young at that time to remember, replied Gu Xinlan, pursing her lips. Please let bygones be bygones. As a mere convicted descendant, I was fortunate to be saved by your father and brought to his home to retain some dignity in living. It was presumptuous of me. Suddenly apologized. If Sister Xenlon doesn't wish to talk about it, I definitely won't ask again. Sister, I should head back to the inn first. Now full from eating and drinking, Sun Buki put down his chopsticks. He and his sister had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for watching the city's martial arts hall, and the other was responsible for keeping an eye on the military officers' movements. After dinner, Chen Sansi dared not slack off at all. After drinking a bowl of replenishing essence soup, he prepared to practice with his spear. Junior apprentice brother is still drinking replenishing essence soup? Seeing that he was short on funds, Sunli took out a silver note. I didn't bring much money with me when I left home, but here's 300 taels. You can use it for now. It should last you a while. Isn't this inappropriate? Chen Sansi said as he accepted the silver note. Cultivation levels relate directly to survival. He couldn't afford to be pretentious. With these 300 taels, he could continue to improve his cultivation seamlessly and rapidly. Go ahead and practice. Sunli stood up, ready to join Sister Lon in the bedroom to study women's needlework. Wait, sister. Tonight, I still want to trouble you, he said. Clang, 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 clang. Loud metallic clashing sounds resonated in the courtyard, just as he had speculated. Sparring indeed helped absorb the spiritual grain in the meridians, but it was still not enough. Real combat was necessary. To put it plainly, it meant killing people, preferably in large numbers. Unfortunately, where could one find so many people to kill? Soon, it was the day to carry out the official duties. Chen Sansi arrived early at the barracks to report, and then, led by Zhao Kong, he took over 100 men and departed. From today forth, he would be responsible for guarding the Great Wall in Piyang County. Chapter 74, Great Wall. Great Wall. It was of utmost importance for any ancient regime. In the Central Plains, the greatest enemy was the ferocious nomadic tribes from the grasslands. Before the Great Wall was built, incursions by barbarian cavalry into the south to plunder were frequent every year. And since these were small-scale cavalry raids with high mobility, they would typically raid and kill and then leave, leaving the defenders powerless, until the Great Wall arose, blocking the trampling of horse hooves. The nomads would need to pay a huge cost if they wanted a raid. They either had to siege or cross mountains and ridges on foot. The former required a loss of lives, while the latter, even if loot was obtained, meant being pursued and killed without the boost of war horses. So, out of necessity, the originally scattered tribes of the grasslands also began to unite gradually, eventually forming several powerful alliances to collectively oppose the states of the Central Plains. Furthermore, contrary to what many people believe, the Great Wall was not a drain on resources, but rather a significant saving on defense spending. Chen Sansi once read in dashing records that during the Kaiyuan period, an official calculated an account for the emperor. The details were too complicated, but in the end, it turned out that compared to the cost of maintaining a large number of soldiers for defense, building the Great Wall was 10 times more cost-effective. The Piyang territory is surrounded by mountains, and the terrain is rugged. The area where cavalry and large forces could advance is limited to around 200 li, and the Great Wall just covers this range. Not far north of the Thousand Households outpost, one could see a structure resembling a giant python. Households Commander Chun, you've worked hard. Zhao Kong explained the work content. In 10 days, the men from Households Commander phone will come to switch duty, and only then can you go back to rest. From now on, the 3 of them, each a commander of 100 households, would take turns being responsible for the watch duties on the Great Wall. Over 100 people started to take over the changing of the guard. Just changing guard was a major operation, so it was done every 10 days to improve efficiency. Chen Sansi rode his white swan horse, patrolling along the Great Wall. When the handover finished, he too climbed up to the top of the wall via the staircase. The Great Wall was about 7 meters high, with a base width of 6 meters and a top width of 5 to 6 meters. Every 10 li, there would be a signal tower, and each signal tower would be manned by 5 soldiers. 200 li of the Great Wall was just enough for the manpower of 100 households. It might seem that a distance this long, manned by just 100 people, would be too few, but in reality, it was completely sufficient. The main purpose of the Great Wall was to stop war horses, slow down attacks, and transmit information. Once the enemy was spotted, a signal fire would be lit immediately. Upon the rise of the warning smoke, the entire force of Pyong 1,000 households would react at the fastest speed, and the entire process would not exceed the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Additionally, this place was not the main battlefield, and the barbarian tribes outside the city were not populous, so the situation was generally stable. Since it was the first day, Zhao Kong also left experienced soldiers at each signal tower to pass on their knowledge, explaining the lookout points to pay attention to and the various uses of signal fires. Signal fires were not just about lighting a beacon and being done with it. It was a complete intelligence system, with 4 types of signal equipment: beacon, beacon table, beacon gourd, and beacon wood, and 4 kinds of signals using fire, light, smoke, and flags, along with complex combinations. They were able to convey detailed intelligence. For example, how many enemy forces were attacking, from which position, and so on. Seeing it in books versus seeing it in real life was completely different. 10 days. For the next 10 days, we'll be here in one go. As a leader, Chen Sansi had to set an example and could not slack off. But he wouldn't waste time either. Inside a watchtower, the soldiers took turns resting. Therefore, Chen Sansi was on watch all night, and during the day, he took advantage of resting hours to ride back to camp and help out in the pharmacy. As for sleep, he only slept 3 to 4 hours a day, but fortunately, with the spirit provided by reading, he could withstand it. After 10 days, Chen Sansi had nearly spent the 300 silver coins given by his senior sister, and with the potent effects of spiritual grain, his proficiency approached mastery in the bone-strengthening skill. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear entry level. Progress. 410 to 500. And that's under circumstances where I can't quickly neutralize the toxin of spiritual grain. If there were actual combat, progress could be even faster. And there's no need to worry about progress being too fast and noticeable to others. Chen Sansi specifically inquired about it. Just within the 8 camps, there were 2 he knew of who were advancing faster than him. The first was Supervisor's son. Second was the 3rd son of Lord Governor's son, who had passed away. The remaining ones certainly exist, needing some free time to ask Son Li to find out. Besides the 8 camps, the capital city definitely has many, and so do the major powers. So to say, the pace at which one's cultivation increases was indeed astonishing, but still within the realm of genius, and coupled with being mistaken for the 9-dragon body, it was completely plausible. For now, there was no need to go to great lengths to conceal one's cultivation level. Feeling rapid progress was largely because the Pyong territory was too remote. Clang! Chen Sansi exhaled deeply and put down the long spear in his hand. Another night on watch, the east brightening with the white of dawn. He stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. These 10 days had passed very peacefully. Not a single figure had appeared on the grasslands. He actually hoped that small groups of cavalry would attack, so as to hone his spear technique in combat and aid the absorption of the energy from the spiritual grain. But such things could not be forced. Fortunately, with such long periods of strenuous effort, his medical skill was about to reach entry level. Eating more supplemental medicines would do just as well. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Household's commander phone arrived on time to change guard. Chen Sansi rode back to camp on the White Swan horse along with the other soldiers. Lately, riding the horse back and forth and feeding it personally was also improving his proficiency. His horse control skill was quickly approaching the next stage. Skill: horse control, entry level. Progress: 150 200ths. He did wonder. After all, a horse was just transportation. How much further could it be improved? Upon returning to the military camp, Chen Sansi headed straight for the pharmacy. But at the entrance to the camp, he encountered a familiar figure. Wang Ji had returned from visiting relatives in the prefecture city. Stony. Wang Ji, grinning with his teeth bared, came over cheerfully. How have things been recently? Which selection officer visited? The young master and daughter of Lord Governor Sunday. Chen Sansi dismounted. Right? Miss Sun was also looking for you. They? Wang Ji tentatively asked. What did they say? Miss Sun said she doesn't know you. Under Household Wang, have you changed your name? Chen Sansi said, You asked me to plead on your behalf, but you should at least tell me what you did in the past, right? Wang Ji looked troubled and said with a bitter smile, Stony, I've changed my mind. You don't have to speak for me anymore. If you see Lord Governor Sun later, don't mention me. Just say the cultivation technique was found by you on the street. Having said this, he walked away as though fleeing. Chen Sansi found it all very bewildering. So afraid of his son, Li's siblings? If Wang Ji truly had a serious crime, he wouldn't be alive to this day. It didn't make sense. Unable to figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and headed straight for the pharmacy. Household Commander Chen really doesn't rest at all. The medical officer Jiang found it frightening. This young man didn't seem afraid of working himself to death. I dare not rest. Chen Sansi, already well acquainted with the pharmacy, started to help sort the medicinal herbs and assisted with adding water to decoct medicines for the military officers. He also possessed an eidetic memory. Any medicinal herb that had appeared in the pharmacy, its utility and medicinal properties were all engraved in his mind. Any supplemental medicine that had been decocted in the pharmacy, he had firmly memorized the formulas and secrets. Finally, the panel surfaced. Skill, medical skill mortal, entry level. Progress, 0/500ths. Utility, mastery of medicinal principles, recognize medicine upon sight. Recognize medicine upon sight. For ordinary medicines, seeing them would enable him to decipher the formula. Chapter 75, Xuanwu Camp Commander. Deciphering formulas? Indeed, a valuable skill. However, it seems temporarily unnecessary. At least within the boundaries of Piyang County, there isn't much talk of special formulas. Most pharmacies simply provide the prescribed doses of herbs, which people take home to boil with water. But since martial arts secret manuals are often jealously guarded, it's certain that truly advanced medicinal recipes are also treated as family treasures and hidden away. So, just because they're not needed now doesn't mean they won't be useful in the future. It's still a useful skill to have. At this moment, as Chen Sansi watched the clay pots on the stove, he saw not merely dark liquids within them, but detailed formulas. He knew exactly how much of each herb was needed, whether it be fresh or dried, and the required age of the plants, down to the smallest measurement. Fortunately, the silver that Senior Sister Sun gave him has also been almost spent. Practicing martial arts is truly like a bottomless pit when it comes to resources. Going forward, procuring my own herbal materials and preparing them myself is the long-term plan. Huff. After running back and forth for 10 days, saying I'm not tired would be impossible. Finally achieving my phase goals, Chen Sansi let out a long sigh of relief and rode his white swan horse back home. Pushing open the door to his house, he saw no one around. He guessed she might be doing needlework in the bedroom. Indeed. And Sun Li was there as well. Having heard the noise in advance, she had already put everything away. Little junior brother, you don't even announce yourself when you enter. Chen Sansi said, Please forgive me, Senior Sister Sun. I didn't know you were here. Sun Li suddenly realized that she was in someone else's home. Little junior brother, you've been working hard and dutiful recently. I won't disturb your rest. She picked up the blade that was placed by the table and took her leave with clasped hands. Brother Sure, look how dusty and dirty you've gotten. Gu Xinlan was packing up her needlework tools. I'll go and prepare something for you to eat first. Good. Chen Sansi curiously asked, What were you two embroidering? He opened the storage box and found it contained handkerchiefs, embroidered shoes, purse bags, and the like. There were also a few where the threads were a mess and the patterns distorted. Li actually has a tough life, too, Gu Xinlan said softly. She told me she never liked to practice martial arts. But with no brothers at home and a desire to relieve her father's worries, she had no choice but to take up the blade. Is that so? Chen Sansi was different. Practicing martial arts was tiring, but he genuinely enjoyed the feeling of improving himself. He stretched out his arms for Sister Lan to help him remove his armor. Then, without even bothering to take off his underclothes, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He slept straight through until the next day dawned. In the morning, after dealing with the military camp's affairs, Chen Sansi headed to the old house in Yinbian village to gather all of his battle spoils, then shouldered them and went back up the mountain. Boiling medicines at home, even with the chimney covered, would let scents drift far. It was definitely not an option. A secluded spot was necessary. Luckily, Tiger Head Mountain was vast and boundless, with many secluded and desolate places. Chen Sansi soon found a deep cave on the cliffside of a barren mountain. With many stones and scant vegetation around, there was essentially no game or plants, so people rarely came by, and the cave was halfway up the cliff, making it quite concealed. After ensuring there were no issues, he began organizing his things. All these herbs together must be worth several thousands of silver. Aside from the main ingredients for blood-replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup, there are also plenty of materials for bone-nourishing soup and medicine bath. Enough for a month's use. And even if they're used up, it doesn't matter. I can always quietly borrow some from the master's homes. After all, I won't be earning money through hard labor anymore. Unfortunately, blood-replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup have little utility for me now. I'll wait for the right moment to use them. Chen Sansi spread out his wares and began mixing the medicinal ingredients. He prepared 10 doses each of bone-nourishing soup and medicine bath first, and then commenced his solitary cultivation in the cave. It wasn't until evening approached that he descended the mountain and returned home, conveniently bringing back a goat and pigeon to prepare for dinner. What's that noise? From a distance, Chen Sansi could hear the sounds of commotion and fighting coming from the military settlement, and it sounded all too familiar. Wang Ji, Sun Buki. He hurriedly dropped the game in front of his house and rushed over to check the situation. In front of a residence, Sun Buki was holding a long spear, blocking the entrance, refusing to let the portly armored military officer in front of him enter. He usually looked lazy and slack, but now his eyes were fierce, burning with anger, and even his voice was slightly trembling. Well done, Tang Ruoshan. I thought you were dead. Turns out, you're hiding here, clinging to life. This young master, Wang Ji, also deviating from his usual sly, lazy, and greedy demeanor, said anxiously, "Could you have mistaken me for someone else? My name is Wang Ji, not Tang Ruoshan." Bullshit, Sun Buki said through gritted teeth. Don't think I couldn't recognize you just because you've put on some weight. Even if you were burned to ashes, I would still know you. Give back my brother's life. Before his words had even finished, his long spear had already thrust forward. The spear was incredibly swift and powerful, extraordinary. Wang Ji dared not look directly at the opponent, only drawing out his slender MO blade and placing it horizontally in front of him, effortlessly blocking the bone-training martial artist strike. Young master, you really have the wrong person. D. Sun Buki's spear technique was as swift as the wind and fast as lightning, turning into a violent storm lunging at the other party. But each thrust was easily parried by Wang Ji. Clearly, although both were bone-training martial artists, their strengths were not on the same level. Even though Wang Ji never countered and only defended, Sun Buki's chi blood was gradually depleting and his speed was noticeably slowing. At that moment, he regretted not practicing his martial arts well, unable to kill the detestable person in front of him. Tang Zuseng, you coward. 15 years have passed. Don't you even dare to admit your own name now? Hiding in a place like this, what's the point of living? Hearing these words, Wang Ji's expression froze for a moment. Then, with a clang, he dropped the MO blade from his hand. He finally admitted, "Junior brother, Kill me if you must." Having said that, he closed his eyes, truly no longer defending himself. "Good, I will kill you." Sun Buki raised his spear to thrust at the throat. Just as Chen Sansi was about to intervene, another figure in red, alerted by the commotion, arrived. "Stop, sister." Sun Buki abruptly stopped the long spear that was already thrusting forward. "Sister, look who this is." "I know." Sun Li had already guessed it. Her cold gaze turned to Wang Ji. "Tang Ruishan, long time no see." Junior's sister. Upon seeing her, Wang Ji knelt down. "You and Junior brother, take this dog's life of mine." Sun Li's face was expressionless. "Keep your life, and die on the battlefield come spring." "Buki, come with me." "Sister, I told you to come." Only then did Sun Buki retrieve his spear and leave with his sister. Meanwhile, Wang Ji knelt on the ground, not getting up for a long time. There was no need to ask. Chen Sansi already had a rough idea about the cause of this farce. Sun Buki mentioned something that happened 15 years ago and the death of his third brother. 15 years ago was the 57th year of Longqing. That year, a fierce battle broke out between the 8 camps in Nanshu country at Kangning Prefecture. The Black Tortoise camp was entirely wiped out during the battle. The main general at the time was Tang Ruishan. The deputy general was Sun Buhui. Chapter 76, Above Martial Saint. "Are you all right?" After waiting for a while, Chen Sansi stepped forward and helped Fatty Wang to his feet. "Did you hear everything?" With a dazed expression, Wang Ji responded, "Yes, it was I who caused the death of my junior and the soldiers." "Then how come you haven't lost your head?" Chen Sansi asked. "If it was a major blunder in commanding that led to the annihilation of an entire elite camp, the main general would definitely be sentenced to death." Wang Ji kept quiet for a long time before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. "I had no choice at the time. Do you understand? I had no choice." He knelt back down to the ground and slumped sitting. In the 57th year of Longqing, under the instigation of Yin Liang and others, the court summoned the Lord Governor back to the capital city under false charges and threw him into the imperial prison. That same year, Nanshu country launched a large-scale invasion. The 8 camps were deployed to defend and counterattack. My real name is Tang Ruishan, and I was the Xuanwu camp commander at the time. However, the defeat wasn't due to my miscommand. At that time, Nanshu country had already seized many strategic fortresses, including Lingchuan Prefecture. If we didn't find a way to swiftly take back Lingchuan Prefecture, once Nanshu country stabilized its footing, the south would be essentially lost. But Lingchuan Prefecture has treacherous terrain, easy to defend but hard to attack. The best strategy was to first breach through Kangning Prefecture on the eastern side. But such a breach was not easy to create. The ideal approach was to wait for the rest of the Imperial Army to arrive as reinforcements and launch a fierce attack with several times the manpower. But they didn't move. Wang Ji became agitated. The Emperor's Imperial Army was already assembled, yet they deliberately didn't set out towards Kangning Prefecture. Why do you think that was? They were waiting for you to be killed. Chen Sansi provided the answer. Exactly. Wang Ji spoke angrily. The court wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the 8 camps, and it would be better still if a few generals died, making it easier for others to take over in the future. The supervisor confined in the imperial prison was used as a hostage to threaten us. If we disobeyed and delayed until the imperial army had no choice but to intervene, it would only confirm the disloyalty of the 8 camps. And what end would our master meet? The 8 camps would surely be targeted for slow purge. Conversely, if the 8 camps stood up and showed loyalty at this time, willing to lead the charge for the Imperial Army, it would prove that we were still under the control of the court. Maybe then our master and the others could find a way to survive. I saw that very clearly. And it wasn't enough just to use flesh and blood to storm the city for the Imperial Army. There had to be one more person. Chen Sansi's brow furrowed slightly. Third young master? Wang Ji did not answer directly, but instead spoke in a lower tone. Do you know when the 8 camps were established? 72 years ago, from the first year of Longqing, the year the current emperor ascended the throne. Our master knew the emperor since they were young, being a confidant within the hearts of the emperor. Otherwise, how could he have been granted the power to recruit troops independently? Even the fact that the common people called the 8 camps the Sun family army, the emperor tolerated it. Guess why, specifically in the 57th year of Longqing, he could no longer tolerate it? Because a genius emerged from the Sun family. Our master had a total of 5 children. The oldest and the second died early in battles, and even if they were alive, their talents were mediocre. They would not have made significant strides in the path of martial arts. But the third, Sun Buhui, was a genius. Practicing martial arts for less than 4 years, he experienced countless battles, undefeated in all, highly revered in the military. In the past, the emperor would tolerate the existence of a Sun family army because he knew this situation would eventually end. Once our master retired or passed away, the court would straightforwardly gain a corps of elite troops, a perfectly advantageous arrangement. Who wouldn't be pleased with that? However, the emergence of Sun Buhui changed everything. Buhui, exceptionally talented and highly ambitious, even declared that he would take over the 8 camps in the future. This touched the emperor's raw nerve. For the great Shang dynasty, having a supervisor like Sun was an asset, a model of harmonious monarch-subject relations. But if the Sun family were to produce another governor, the nature of the matter would change completely. By then, the 8 camps would truly become the Sun family army, and the Sun family would no longer just be sealed border governors, but akin to a princely state of a different surname. The court, how could it possibly allow such a thing to happen? And yet all the generals in the 8 camps are very supportive of him. How could the emperor allow this situation to occur? Thus, he took advantage of a major court case to incarcerate Lord Governor Sun in the imperial prison. So that was it. From Chen Sansi's perspective, there are only 2 solutions in this situation. First, Lord Governor Sun dies, and the Sun family is stripped of military power, at least placed under house arrest. Second, Sun Buhui dies. Once again, Wang Zhi's voice came to his ears. But after all, I watched my junior brother grow up. How could I bear to see him die? I thought of many ways, even considered rebelling. But with the master detained in the imperial prison, if we acted, he would be the first to die. Moreover, at that time, there was no second martial saint in the 8 camps. It was simply not possible to win. In the end, I could only lead my junior brother Sun Buhui to attack the city, prepare to die with him, and use 1 camp's brothers to buy a retreat for the 8 camps. But I didn't die. I also don't know how I possibly didn't die. Wang Zhi's eyes were bloodshot, his face pained. I was the first to climb the city wall, not retreating a step, continuing to fight until I lost consciousness, but I just did not die. When I woke up, I was in a bed, and Nanshu country had already been repelled. At that time, Buqi and Sun Li, who were still mere children, stood by my bed, asking for their 3rd brother. The master also returned. He said that from then on, our fate as master and disciple was finished, and told me to take care of myself. Chen Sansi asked, because of the death of the 3rd son of the supervisor? No. Wang Zhi trembled all over. His old man did not blame me for that. He said it was his own incompetence, unable to protect his own son, and also blamed the younger brother for his youthful impulsiveness, that he should bear the corresponding consequences. The reason he sent me away was because at the time, only the younger brother needed to die, not to lead to the annihilation of the entire Xuanwu camp. Too rash, not fit to be a general anymore. What happened after? Chen Sansi asked. Did it just end like that? No, it didn't end. Wang Zhi raised his head. Not long after, the master avenged us. He went back to the capital city alone, and outside the imperial palace, he stabbed to death the minister of war who had long delayed sending troops, and then left the capital city openly. Killing someone in the imperial palace? Wasn't that almost the same as doing it in front of the emperor's face? Why didn't he act before? Chen Sansi wondered. Could it be that after the incident, Lord Supervisor had made another breakthrough in martial arts. Rumors from the outside. Wang Ji explained. The master had broken through to a realm above Martial Saint. Above Martial Saint? The immortal path? Chen Sansi felt it was far off. He currently was still vague about the realm above refining internal, only knowing it was called Huajin. And with everything having turned out this way, with Lord Supervisor not rebelling, could the Emperor still tolerate him? Unless the two of them couldn't kill each other. Chen Sansi recalled again the matter of the Emperor's many years of spiritual cultivation. Upon reflection, the conflict between the 8 camps and the imperial family seemed significant. But he still had to go to the governor mansion. Because according to the court's nature, if one truly reached a certain level in martial arts, who knows how they might try to control him. Compared to that, the governor mansion was still the best place to go. Chapter 77, Courting. I never expected Fatty Wong to have such a past. Now that we're on the subject, how did someone in the bone-forging perfection realm manage to become the commander of 10,000 men as the camp general? Did he drop in rank? Seeming to catch on to his thoughts, Wang Ji mocked himself. Though I still cling to life, my body is practically ruined. My meridians and internal organs are damaged, and unless an immortal heals me, I'll be stuck at bone-forging perfection for the rest of my life, unable to advance even an inch, let alone return to my former state. So he really did drop in rank. Is that why he let himself go? Not necessarily. Truth be told, despite Wang Ji amassing a fair amount of wealth, Chen Sansi had never seen him spend any money. The guy even liked to mooch meals off others. He exploited the martial arts hall the most. Nowadays, the young masters around the county avoid him like the plague. Possibly, he was saving money to buy medicine for his injuries. As the two continued their conversation, Wang Ji's mood gradually returned to normal. He gave a bitter smile. I taught you the cultivation technique out of selfish desire to do something for our master. But now, it seems like I won't get to see her again. However, as long as you are in Pyong, you can call on me anytime if you need anything. Chen Sansi didn't need to offer comfort. They were both grown men. He patted the other man's shoulder and took his leave. Learning the secrets of Longxing's 57th year only made him more eager to improve his strength. Even Supervisor's son, at one point, wasn't strong enough to protect his own son. But once one surpasses Martial Saint, even if that person stabs an imperial officer in front of the Emperor, no one would dare lay a finger on them. Everything is based on strength. Push harder. In no more than 10 or 15 days, Chen Sansi would be able to achieve bone strengthening. He returned home. The Sunli siblings were both seated in the courtyard. Sister, why did you stop me from killing that surname Tang just now? Sun Buki was still cursing under his breath. He was certainly hateful for what he did back then, but if it had been you or me, what choice would we have made? Sun Li's eyes were complex. Instead of obsessing over the past, it's better to cultivate diligently. Learn from your junior brother. He's even responsible for the Great Wall's defense without slacking off. His cultivation has surely improved significantly. Xianxia has the 9-dragon body. How could I compare to that? Sun Buki spread his hands. But sister, you yourself at least have the Fire Lotus martial body. With a bit of effort, you might have a chance in the future. Fire Lotus martial body. Chen Sansi took the opportunity to inquire. My understanding of martial bodies is very limited. Could you please explain it in detail, sister? The 8 camps are renowned far and wide, and among them, those with extraordinary qualifications are surely not limited to the supervisor in Sansi. His channels of information were limited. The news he received might not be accurate. Sun Buki played coy. Guess how long my sister has been practicing martial arts? Typically, martial arts practitioners begin laying the foundation at the age of 12. Formal training starts around 15. The practice of martial arts in this world is extremely taxing on the body, and starting too young can backfire. He estimated Sun Li to be about 19 years old. But Sister Lan had mentioned that she disliked practicing martial arts, and since he was asking, it surely hadn't been for long. 1 year. Unable to hold it in, Sun Buki blurted out before her, "The Fire Lotus martial body, also known as the congenital saber body, allows for astonishing speed in learning saber technique. A year ago, my sister picked up the saber to start practicing martial arts. In 1 year, she's reached bone training perfection, close to refining internal. But she still can't compare to you. Currently, there are few in the 8 camps who can match you, but there are some. For example, our eldest brother with the mixed element dominator body reached refining internal in half a year and Huajin in 1 year. Besides, the speed of cultivation isn't necessarily tied only to one's physique. Comprehension plays a huge role too. There's a senior brother with an excellent root bone, but he's not the brightest. Supposedly, he could have achieved refining internal in 7 months, but he couldn't understand the secret skill books, dragging it out to 1.5 years. And there's another senior brother with a slightly lesser physique, expected to achieve refining internal in 1 year, but because of his sharp comprehension, he did it in 8 months. Comprehension and physique are different things. They're not one and the same. Chen Sansi nodded thoughtfully. It matched with what he thought. His own cultivation pace was good, making him what people call a genius, but he was far from being rarely seen in this world and was only considered top tier in Pyong territory. Perhaps it was related to his incomplete physique. Others have one complete physique, but not him. The blood of the dragon elephant and the 9 dragon living veins are obviously a mixed match. There's definitely a boost to cultivation, but until he gathers a complete set, he may not surpass those with a complete physique. And let's not forget, he has the spirited heart from his studies, and with the help of spiritual grain, he has achieved his current cultivation pace. At the end of the day, he was still a frog in the well with a short-sighted vision. Leaving Pyong County was where the real world began. Burotu Buji. Chen Sansi cupped his fists and said, "Just now I saw that your spear technique was extraordinary. I wonder if you could give me some guidance. Finding someone to spar with, it's actually better to have a control gap in realms. Comparing with Sun, Li was a bit too much. Sun Buki was proficient in bone training skill and was conveniently 1 realm higher than him. Are you sure?" Sun Buki was full of confidence. "You may be better than me at archery, but you definitely can't beat my spear technique." Arriving at the martial arts arena, they found an open space. Sun Buki cupped his fists and said, "You practice the undying golden snake, and I practice the flying snake wind. Its specialty is speed, so you'd better be careful." The next moment, the long spear in his hand, truly like a flying serpent, reached him in the blink of an eye. What a spear! Chen Sansi had seen his exchange with Wang Ji earlier and was on guard. Yet it was still faster than he had anticipated. After all, this was the young master of the Sun family. Even if he was lazy on a daily basis, how bad could he really be? Fortunately, he had the blood of the dragon elephant and the 9 dragon living veins. He was in no way inferior in terms of strength. He could also barely keep up with his speed. But it's still the same saying. As long as he didn't lose at the start, there was a very high chance of winning for him. Whistling sound from the martial arts arena continuously pierced the air, deterring anyone within dozens of meters from coming close. This is the undying golden snake. Sun Buki's confidence quickly dissipated into thin air. He originally thought that with the advantage of his cultivation technique and the suppression of his realm, he would win within 15 moves at worst. Yet, after 20 moves, he still couldn't claim victory. The other party seemed a bit slower in speed, but in reality, he always managed to respond perfectly to incoming attacks, without any flaws whatsoever. I don't believe it. Sun Buki exerted all his might, and his spear technique became more dazzling than ever. Normally at this point, Chen Sansi would have started looking for opportunities to counterattack. But today, he wasn't aiming to win. He just wanted to maintain the state of his surging chi blood to refine his spear technique and accelerate the improvement of his proficiency. During this process, he could feel it. The 9 dragon tendon absorbing the blood of the dragon elephant, then tempering the root bone through the bone membrane and meridians. The interplay of 2 different physical qualities it was uncertain what the end result would be. Junior brother, you truly can't win against me. Son Buki initially got somewhat panicky, thinking he was going to be taken down across realms, but eventually he stabilized and fought more vigorously. This idiot! Only Sunli could see that her brother was being led by the nose by Chen Sansi. How long has he been practicing martial arts? And yet he can fight toe-to-toe with the young master of the Sun family. Not far away. As Ji Guanxin passed by, he stopped to watch. Being a scholar, he couldn't discern the intricacies and involuntarily looked toward his personal guard. Just how good is this kid? Did I underestimate him? It is said that he has the 9-dragon body. Dan Guard explained straightforwardly. If nothing unexpected happens, in the future he will at least be a camp general. The elite camp commander commands 10,000 soldiers. Oh, if you say so, serving under me might indeed be beneath his talents. Ji Guanxian stroked his beard, pondering, but if I can present him to Mr. Gao, to the crown prince, it would also count as a merit for me. I'm afraid that would be difficult. Dan Guard said, it looks like he is dead set on joining the 8 camps. The lad is still young and too naive. Ji Guanxian drawled, Elephant Sect is old and his majesty is getting on in years. This world will eventually belong to the crown prince. If you explain the importance of this relationship clearly, any smart person would come around, wouldn't they? Moreover, as long as he is willing to follow me, the Ji family's ancestral secret medicine is plentiful. Why would he need to risk his life in the military to earn merits for exchange? Yes. Dan Guard accepted the order. Sir, let me try. Chapter 78. The secret recipe not passed on. Time passes like this without cessation, day and night. 10 days flew by in a flash. Every morning, Chen Sansi pretended to go hunting in the mountains, when in fact he was boiling concoctions and brewing medicine. Upon returning, he would ask son Buki to accompany him in spear training. Moreover, with the addition of spiritual grain as aid, the breakthrough was only one step away. This was even after he intentionally slowed down the progress for 2 days due to concerns about poisoning in the meridians. Otherwise, it would have been quicker. On the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi and Son Buki were sparring for the countless time. But today, Son Buki's complexion looked somewhat unpleasant. He sensed something was amiss. Every other day, Chen Sansi's spear technique would improve slightly from before. At first, he was barely able to hold his ground. Gradually, it turned into barely hanging on, and then it became impossible to resist. It wasn't just the power. Even the unique swiftness of the flying snake spear technique no longer held any advantage, and he was even beginning to fall behind. How were you able to enhance the undying golden snake spear to such an extent? Son Buki was astonished. It must be due to the 9-dragon body, but junior brother, your understanding must also be remarkably high. Another 10 rounds passed. Son Buki was dizzy and weak, his chi blood declining, barely able to hold on. Buchi, hold on a little longer. Sun Li, who had been practicing with a blade beside them, stopped her movements and said to him, the junior brother is about to make a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Son Buki paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength desperately. On the martial arts arena, 2 long spears clashed like 2 giant battling snakes, hissing and thundering continuously, causing no one to dare approach within 100 meters. Chen Sansi no longer maintained the balance, unleashing all his skills. His reed leaf spear became increasingly heavier, faster, and the variations in his moves became more agile, even bordering on eerie. In the end, the long spear seemed to possess its own life. It didn't require him to think at all and would automatically launch fierce attacks at the opponent until it found the right opportunity to knock down the other giant snake. At the same time, the bones nourished by the dragon elephant blood and 9-dragon living veins underwent a qualitative change. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear. Upper mastery, progress, 0.001. Utility, dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon tendons, innate vajra. tempering the bones into iron, training the skin into copper. When reaching great success, one's body will be indestructible as Vajra. Common bone training usually relies on abnormal bone and Xian skin. The copper skin iron bone is probably something only those with the innate Vajra body can possess. Did I really turn into such a hodgepodge? Dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon tendons, and now the Vajra body. Chen Sansi felt the strength in his bones. Even though he hadn't achieved the iron bone level yet, they were definitely tough enough to withstand being chopped by a blade or pierced by an axe. Even if attacked from both front and rear, the error tolerance will be significantly high. Mastering bone training in 3 months. Sun Buki was knocked down by the suddenly surged, terrifying force and naturally knew the opponent had succeeded in the breakthrough. He stood up. As long as your ability to lead troops is passable, you will definitely become a main general of a regiment in the future. Thank you, Senior Brother Buchi, for sparring with me for so many days. Chen Sansi knew that it wasn't an easy task. Why be so polite? Sun Buki waved his hand, but I won't be able to keep up with you in the future. Then, Senior Sister Sun will have to take over the hard work. Chen Sansi cheekily stated. You're not at all shy about asking for help. Sunli, holding her blade, responded. Let's talk when I'm free. I've got things to do. Chen Sansi knew they were still investigating the matter regarding the immortal treasure. Even the magistrate, the Lord Prefect, and Xianxia were looking into it. Lately, Pyong County seemed calm on the surface, but danger lurked underneath, ready to erupt at any moment. Every faction would not give up the search for the immortal treasure easily, leaving aside whether it was truly possible to refine immortal pills. The mere fact that the abnormal fire could accelerate cultivation using spiritual grain was enough to drive people mad. Take the barbarians as an example. Why have they not been able to invade the Central Plains for 1,000 years? Isn't it because of the scarcity of resources resulting in fewer high-level martial artists than in dashing? But the arrival of spiritual grain completely compensates for this. Spiritual grain matures twice a year and can be found everywhere. It's virtually cost-free. The barbarians would have no difficulty obtaining it. With the immortal treasure, they would be able to mass-produce high-level martial artists. Given enough time, they will inevitably surpass the Central Plains in terms of martial force one day. In other words, whoever possesses an immortal treasure can create a formidable, ferocious army. That includes Chen Sansi himself. Of course, he is currently not qualified to use it. Both Emperor Dasheng and the barbarians possess the greatest combat power of this age. A common man is not guilty. Possessing a jade makes him guilty. To legitimately own a treasure, what's most needed is strength that matches it. Otherwise, you're courting death. Sister, I really don't know where to start my investigation, Sun Buki said gloomily. Although lately the martial arts hall has been in frequent contact with the magistrate, it's quite normal for the local powers to pay tribute to the new official. The martial arts hall and the magistrate? Are these two colluding? It's also possible that the magistrate is investigating the martial arts hall. It has nothing to do with me. Even though Chen Sansi wasn't included in the conversation, he didn't interject. After the siblings had left, a man in black clothing who had been watching from a distance finally found an opportunity and approached with a smile. Congratulations to Officer Chen on another breakthrough in your martial arts realm. With such talent, your future is boundlessly promising. The guard of Ji Guangxian? Chen Sansi recognized him. The man in black introduced himself. I am Dan Yuanji. We should have met before. What does Dan Guard want with me? Chen Sansi spoke calmly. The last time Magistrate Ji had some things he did not clarify. Dan Yuanji argued. Lord Prefect's intent was not for you to follow him for life, but to be your patron. After your refining internal organs, he directly recommends you to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince. Before Chen Sansi could reply, why must Officer Chan insist on clinging solely to Governor Mansion? Dan Yuanji continued. We practice martial arts for a splendid future, right? But do you know that Sun Dusher is getting old? If something unexpected happens to Lord Governor and he has made many enemies at court, how will you, being closely associated with him, cope? It would be better to switch allegiances early and find a reliable backer. Clearly, this was a change in Ji Guangxian's attitude towards him. When the hard approach didn't work, he was ready to try a softer one. Danguard's words are not proper. Chen Sansi casually thought of an official-sounding response to fend him off. I joined Governor Mansion, not to seek a backer, but to serve the court. Serve the court? Well said. Dan Yuanji questioned. Who sits above the court? Naturally, it's the Holy Emperor, Chen Sansi said. Correct, it's the Holy Emperor. Dan Yuanji lowered his voice. But the Holy Emperor is of advanced age. If he passes away, who then will sit above the court? Therefore, only by pledging allegiance to His Highness early can one rapidly ascend to high positions. Pass away. Chen Sansi deliberately raised his voice. How can Danguard speak such nonsense? The Emperor is Emperor Wan Shou, an immortal by nature. How can there be talk of his demise? Emperor Wan Shou, an immortal by nature. These are titles the old emperor gave to himself. He said this partly to scare Dan Yuanji, and partly because it's hard to say. The immortal treasure proves the existence of a mortal trace. The old emperor has been striving for so many years. He must have gained something, right? This supervisor of 4 decades, the crown prince, probably has to endure a few more years. You? Dan Yuanji was startled, his heart trembling, thankful that there was no one nearby. He was somewhat annoyed. If that is the case, there's no need for further discussion. In fact, Lord Prefect was prepared to present you with a secret medicine, but it seems there is no need for that now. Secret medicine? Chen Sansi's eyes lit up. What kind of secret medicine? Indeed, what truly attract martial artists are things that improve their cultivation. Dan Yunji felt hopeful, hastily said, Magistrate Ji's ancestors made a fortune from the medicinal herb business, and he possesses an exclusive secret medicine recipe. It was by offering this recipe that he caught the attention of Mr. Gao from the cabinet. He will be transferred to the capital city in a couple of years, which shows how precious this recipe is. But, Lord Prefect said, as long as you agree, you'll have enough of it. Empty promises prove nothing. Chen Sansi said, how about this? You brew a dose first and let me try it. If this medicine is really as powerful as Danguard says, there's no harm in considering a change of allegiance later. Fine. Dan Yuanji agreed at once. Chapter 79 Night Watch. Chen Sansi watched Dan Yuanji leave with contentment and felt a bit of stealthy joy in his heart. It was like someone offering a pillow as soon as he felt sleepy. The medical books had mentioned this. For every martial arts realm, there's a corresponding supplemental medicine that works best. The one targeting the mastery of bone training, the households also had it. But since Ji Guangxian's prescription caught even the Lord of the Capital's eye, it must be extraordinary. Since it was for free, why not take it? Even if he didn't want to take it, Ji Guangxian wouldn't easily let it go. To take something for free and to buy time to enhance his cultivation were both beneficial. It was a win-win. This Dan Yuanji is an entry level in refining organ skill. To deal with him, at the very least, one needs to have reached bone forging perfection and also have achieved great arrow skill to have a significant chance of winning. Chen Sansi felt immense pressure. He had just broken through and planned to first check the training state of his subordinates before continuing to cultivate. Recently, Wu Da entered the blood cultivation introduction. His talent was mediocre, but he was extremely impulsive. Zhuang, he was also close to entering blood cultivation. Overall, the progress was still too slow. At least a few people needed to reach the bone training realm to really be effective. When passing by the horse field, it was unusually lively inside. In the spacious field, about 200 people were training in cavalry formations. To attack the grassland tribes, it was indispensable to have horses. For this purpose, Xianxia had not spared any efforts recently. Extorting silver from the martial arts hall to buy horses, asking for them from the prefecture's guard command, and with the support of the military department, he actually managed to get nearly 300 war horses. However, the war horses were assigned to the old veterans and confidants in the households. Luo Dongquan, Feng Yong, Zhao Kong. Their subordinates were all transformed into cavalry. Past the horse field, there was another large martial arts arena for collective training. Skill, commanding soldiers, introduction. Progress, 133/500. Utility, mainstay. After half a month on autopilot, the progress had only increased this much. Chen Sansi deliberately didn't go near, watching their training from afar. He saw Su Wenkai so angry that his face turned thoroughly red. Many people teased him jokingly. "Old man, you can't even perform pile work, and you want to command us? Get lost." Wuda led the laughter, and a group of them burst out laughing. "I already heard about you. You studied all your life and never passed the scholar examination. You're also unfilial, able-bodied, so why let your old mother support you? Really don't know what use householder Chen keeps you for." You. Su Wenkai didn't argue, but merely held a scroll book, pointing to his scar-faced face. "This is the military order. Mr. Chen personally said that I should train your formations. Dare you defy the military order?" "Wuda, stop making trouble." Zhao Qiao added, "Whatever Mr. Chen asks us to do, we must follow." After spending time in the military camp, they gradually became more disciplined, all naturally referring to Chen Sansi as the Lord or Householder Chen. No one called him by his name directly anymore. "Don't scare me." With a light shove, Wuda pushed the old scholar to the ground. "A bootlicker! You must have deceived Mr. Chen." Bang! A long stick swept across and crashed down on his legs hard. Wu Da's legs were in severe pain, and he knelt down with a thud. "Ooh!" He looked up angrily, only to see a glaive like long spear, and immediately hung his head. "Lord, why are you here?" "Wu Da." Chen Sansi was expressionless. "Do you think you're very impressive because you were the first one here to enter blood cultivation?" "Lord, why would you say that?" Wu Da showed a look of fear. "I don't have such thoughts." Chen Sansi narrowed his eyes. "If you don't have such thoughts, then what were you just doing?" No wonder the proficiency was growing so slowly. It turns out that as long as he wasn't around, this group would each train on their own. They really listened to his words, but the person he appointed to manage them might not necessarily want to listen. This is not acceptable. The army is an institution. Without anyone to help manage, how could he handle it all? Last time, Zhao Jin's issue taught them military discipline. Today, they must be told that military orders are absolute. "Sir." Wu Da swallowed his saliva and pointed at the old scholar. "He knows nothing. How can you let him instruct us in formations? Is it up to me to decide whether he understands military formations, or is it up to you?" Chen Sansi spoke deliberately. "Wu Da, I give you two choices. 1, apologize and accept punishment. 2, go home and hunt." "Sir, don't drive me away." Wu Da was truly panicked and hastily admitted his fault. "I apologize and accept punishment. Apologize and accept punishment." "Zhu Tong, drag him away. 20 military lashes." Chen Sansi ordered. Among all people, Zhu Tong listened to him the most. Zhu Tong was not convinced by Su Wenkai either. But if he said to let Su Wenkai train the troops in formations, Zhu Tong would do as told. "All right." Zhu Tong, without a word, summoned 2 men to drag Wu Da away for punishment. Those who followed and jeered just now. The same applies to you. Either accept punishment or get lost. Chen Sansi said sternly. "Listen clearly from now on. Whoever I appoint to do whatever. Those who disagree or have objections can come to me. But anyone who causes trouble behind the scenes will be severely punished without exception." "Yes." The crowd nodded repeatedly. All had the same thought in their minds. They knew well that Wu Da had initially followed Chen and had gone hunting in the mountains. Knowing him from those early days and seeing that even he was not exempt from punishment, they respected Chen even more. "Su Wenkai, Zhao Qiao, you two come with me." Chen Sansi led them to a secluded place and pulled out a silver ingot to hand to Xiao. Uncle Xiao, buy some golden sore medicine for Wuda later. Don't say it's money from me. He must learn his lesson. All right. Xiao took the silver and left. He indeed deserves it. He's been too arrogant these days. Sir. Su Wenkai was tearfully grateful. Thank you, sir. If this happens again, just come to me. Chen Sansi patted his shoulder. But let me also make it clear, if they all listen and follow orders, but you fail to train properly, you'll only be fit for menial tasks in the future. Don't worry, sir. Su Wenkai swore. As long as they listen to me, there definitely won't be a problem. Go on. Chen Sansi allowed him to leave. He was not usually a harsh man, but he understood the principles that the kindly do not manage soldiers, the righteous do not manage wealth. An army without iron discipline will never mature. Originally, Xiaohe pursued Han Xan by the light of the moon. For Liu Bang to suddenly entrust the still obscure Han Xin with a major responsibility was indeed a challenge. Therefore, Chen Sansi needed to cultivate respect and obedience towards his personnel appointments early on. Of course, he also needed to make the right judgment. Whether Su Wenkai was a mule or a horse, one test would reveal the truth. Old Chen. Householder Xiong came looking. Come on, Lord Thousand Households has a mission to assign to us. Central Army Camp. On the central table, there was a sand table made not long ago, and behind the main seat, a map was hung. Apart from Feng Yong, who was patrolling the Great Wall, the other 8 householders have been summoned together. Everyone is here. Xiang Tingchun was in a great mood, addressing everyone. The official and the Ministry of War have decided that troops will be deployed at the end of March after April. Then, and Ding Prefecture Guard will send 1,000 people to strengthen the border defenses, not to mention an additional promise of 500 more troops, including 200 disciples from the martial arts hall. By that time, the usable people at our 1,000 household office will number up to 1,600. The Shi River tribe has 2,000 people, but their bone-training martial artists are far inferior to ours. The scattered tribes do not know military formations, and having not invaded the border for 6 years, they are certainly lax in combat. Therefore, our chances of victory are great. But warfare is no child's play. The above intelligence is from 2 years ago. Before officially formulating a campaign strategy, I need 3 small teams to form Night Watch and verify the enemy intelligence. Night Watch. It can be understood as scout. However, due to the lone army penetrating enemy territory, it often poses more danger than the usual scouts. Basically, it can be said that once exposed, there's a great likelihood of sacrifice. This task will be arranged by Luo Qinhu. Xiang Tingchun pointed to the Shi River on the sand table. A month from now, I need the intelligence. Chapter 80. Beacon fires a light. Since the higher-up has spoken, I must select the soldiers. Luo Dongyuan's gaze swept across the several hundred households inside the tent. Xiong, Lu, and others didn't dare to raise their heads. No one wanted to undertake this grueling task. Guess why it's called the Night Watch? Soon, Luo Dongquan spoke. Lu Jin Kuei, Chen Sansi, each of us will pick 10 men from our subordinates. In a month, we must head to the grassland and ascertain the true state of the Shi River tribe. Xiang Tingchun had just sat down and picked up a teacup when he heard this plan, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, but he didn't speak out against it. This subordinate accepts the order. Lu Jin Kuei reluctantly accepted the order. Chen Sansi was not a hypocrite. Military orders were as heavy as mountains. He naturally would obey. It's just that having Luo come along as well couldn't help but seem like he harbored ill intentions. I should be the one to go. Wang Ji suddenly stood up. I have reached bone-forging perfection. Am I not stronger than him? 100 households, Wang. Luo Dongquan said coldly. It's not your place to speak, is it? I didn't ask you. Wang Ji shouted towards the main seat. Household's Commander Xiang. Luo harbors no good intentions. Fatty Wang, what do you mean by that? Luo Dongquan glared angrily. Do you actually think that I would harm 100 households, Chen, in secret? Only you know what you're thinking. Wang Ji insisted. Households Commander Xiang, I'm definitely not being overprotective. Chen Sansi can go, but Luo Dongquan cannot. Only one of them can go. Wang Ji, you dare defy a military order? To hell with you. Being Deputy 1,000 Households is so important, huh? Do you believe I'll report you to the Department of Soldiers? Go ahead and report. See if I'm scared. Enough. Xiang Tingchuan's fist thunderously slammed on the desk. Wang Ji, you will go along with Chen Sansi. A wise decision. Wang Ji immediately changed to a sycophantic expression. This subordinate guarantees to complete the mission. Once the assignment was given, the group dispersed. Old Luo. Xiang Tingchuan, with eyes closed, inquired, You were supposed to include Feng Yong, Zhao Kong, and Lu Jinkui. Why did you change it without authorization? I said after spring, do what you will with him, but right now, I need this man. This subordinate deserves to die. Luo Dongquan kneeled on one knee. But sir, the son's siblings are present, and Magistrate Ji is also courting him. If I wait till then, where will I get the chance? Wait a bit longer. Xiang Tingchuan's cheeks creased and then smoothed as he finally said, At the very least, he must die on the main battlefield. Sir, I understand. Luo Dongquan bowed his head low. That damned Luo Dongquan. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Lu Jinkui burst into curses. I used to treat him to meals all the time. Now that he's been promoted, he assigns me this deadly task. Entry-level, refining internal dares to be arrogant. Wang Ji spat. If it were the past, I would have split him in two right there. Zhao Kong and the rest pretended not to hear and quickly left. Xianxia followed with curses. I've always seen he's no good. Sure, don't panic. Wang Ji sneered. I'll go with you. Luo wouldn't dare to do anything. Thanks. Chen Sansi expressed his gratitude. With him accompanying, there was at least no need to worry about being directly assassinated. Still, I'm too weak. Otherwise, who would dare harbor evil thoughts? Complaining was useless. All he could do was devote himself to his cultivation. He must also prepare for the trip to the grassland. Chen Sansi returned to the martial arts arena to pick those for the night watch. Zutong, Zhuangyi, Zaha Xiao, Li Dazi, Xia Ernu. He picked 5. Wang Ji picked 5. Sir, what about me? Wang Li was surprised. Let me go with you. You stay behind. In my absence, you're responsible for helping Su Wenkai with the military drills. Chen Sansi said. This Wang Li usually keeps quiet, yet his cultivation speed is not slow at all, tightly following Zhu Tong. Most importantly, he has a stable personality, follows orders, and doesn't cause any trouble. Yes. Wang Li accepted the orders. You 5, go to the horse field later. Someone will specifically train you in horse control skill. Going to the grassland without a horse is not possible. The matter was settled. Several days passed in a flash. Chen Sansi routinely practiced cultivation and made medicine. After bone strengthening, it was time for skin training. To practice skin training, one couldn't rely solely on training. It required enduring, painful tempering as well. There were 2 kinds of tempering tools. One was sandstone rough salt, the other was iron sand. Depending on the tool used, the tempering effects varied. Naturally, Chen Sansi chose iron sand. A wooden barrel was filled with specially made iron sand. He entered the barrel naked. It was as if he plunged into a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. Even though Chen Sansi was mentally prepared, he was still tortured until his facial features twisted. He forced himself to endure for 10 minutes before jumping out, his body bloody and not a single patch of good flesh remained. He quickly took out his ointment. This black jade protective body ointment was extremely expensive, costing 500 taels per box and only lasting for 20 days. Even at the bone training realm, the consumption of resources was astronomically expensive. No wonder many talented martial artists were willing to serve major families or martial arts halls like dogs. Soldiers in the military fought desperately with the hope of exchanging military merits. But how could Jianghu wanderers afford it? The black ointment, like mud, coated his entire body, bringing a wave of coolness. Threads and strands of medicinal power continuously repaired the surface wounds on his body. Training the skin in this way would not only avoid damaging the skin, but also make it smoother and more delicate. No wonder it was so expensive. After all, the medicinal herbs used inside were very precious. After deciphering the formula, Chen Sansi managed to mix about a box of it. Any more than that, and there wouldn't be any left. After all, the medicinal herbs obtained from Medicine Valley were just one of the many medicinal gardens, most of which were ingredients for replenishing essence soup and medicine baths. When it was used up, he would borrow some from Brother Liang's place. Chen Sansi made up his mind. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, advanced, mastered. Progress, 105/1000. Too slow. The greatest increase in his cultivation speed was through spiritual grain. But the absorption efficiency was just too slow. Originally planned, he had 4 more months to refine his internals, provided he continuously consumed spiritual grain. But the more he practiced, the more Chen Sansi dared not consume too much. The poison in the meridians was no joke. Forget it. Rushing is useless. Chen Sansi could only keep comforting himself, packing up his belongings and leaving the cave to go down the mountain and return home. It was dusk. The remaining sunlight of the setting sun reflected off the twilight sky. The military settlement was peaceful and serene. Every household was making fire for cooking, the wafting smoke rising up through the chimneys into the sky like long white dragons soaring. Brother Shi is back. Gu Xinlan came out to meet him. Su Bin's pregnant wife, Sister Tong, was also there. She slightly bowed in greetings to 100 household Chen. Brother Shi, Sister Tong, said to have dinner at her place tonight. The wine and dishes are all ready. Brother Shi, what are you looking at? Mr. Chen, what's so interesting about the chimney? Chen Sansi had not heard a word from them. His eyes were fixed on the sky, his expression serious. Among the white dragons, a black dragon had mingled. That was not smoke from cooking. It was a beacon fire. It had been many years since Pyong 1,000 households had dealt with warfare. Now a beacon fire was lit, and even the families living in the military settlement had not noticed the anomaly in time. Buzz. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All soldiers assemble. Assemble. The order officer's loud voice, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, rang through the military settlement. Chapter 81 Ambush. Assemble. Buzzing. Over 900 officers and soldiers assembled at the great martial arts arena with the fastest speed, amidst the chaos in the barracks, yet without losing the most basic order. Report. The border has lit 2 beacon fires. 1 signal tower indicates 1, and 1 pile of firewood has been burnt, indicating that a raid of more than 10, but less than 100 cavalry is imminent. Xianxia made a swift decision. Zhao Kong, heed my command. You are to lead 100 light cavalry and rush to the aid of the Great Wall immediately. If the number of raiders is 100 cavalry, hold the fort and do not venture out. If it's around 50 cavalry, pursue for 30 li outside the city regardless of whether the pursuit is successful or not. You must not exceed 30 li. Lu Jinkui, Xianxia, Wang Ji, the 3 of you are to lead your men to the Great Wall to reinforce our defenses and report any situation promptly. Your subordinate obeys. Several hundred households immediately set about their tasks. Especially when Zhao Kang's 100 light cavalry burst out of the barracks. They kicked up dust that filled the sky, a sight that was nothing short of spectacular. Lord 1,000 households. Chen Sansi clasped his fist. Allow me to accompany 100 household Zhao. You? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Go, but you must follow orders and must not act on your own initiative. I obey. Chen Sansi mounted his white swan horse. Within 2 minutes, he had caught up with the main force and came alongside Zhao Kong. What a fine horse! Zhao Kong said with envy. Your white horse must be even faster than that of Lord Thousand Households. Chen Sansi could clearly feel that the speed of the white swan horse was increasing as his mastery of horse control improved. But he was not the commander of this operation and did not dare outpace the main force, so he stayed close by Zhao Kang's side. This is really something. Zhao Kong pulled on the reins. It's been so many years since we've had cavalry raiders in the Piyang territory. 100 Household Zhao, have you fought in wars before? Chen Sansi asked. 3 or 4 times, Zhao Kong said with a deep voice. The first time was 9 years ago when 80 barbarian cavalry launched a surprise attack, breached the city wall, and slaughtered a village. At that time, Household's commander Xiang was a deputy 1,000 households, and the discipline of the 1,000 households troops was even looser than when you arrived, with virtually no combat capability. After the raiders had killed and looted, they left, and we couldn't keep them. That afternoon, Household's commander Xiang's mother and siblings, his entire family, happened to be returning from the county town after making purchases and encountered the barbarians halfway. Not one survived. The next year, the then Lord 1,000 Households was promoted and transferred, and after Mr. Xiang took over as the household's commander, the military discipline began to improve. Later, when the barbarian cavalry came again, most of the time they suffered heavy losses and eventually ceased their raids. Today's attack was indeed sudden. Chen Sansi understood. So Xiang Tingchuan's insistence on campaigning against the Shi River tribes was not just about getting a promotion. It seemed there were also personal vendettas involved. Haya, the 1,000 households, was naturally located close to the Great Wall, as it was meant to defend it. They arrived at their destination while they were talking. Since every peace negotiation between the Central Plains and the barbarian tribes often led to trade, the Great Wall was not completely sealed off and normally had gates left open. The location where the signal fires had been lit was right next to one of the gates. Looking up, they could see 2 officers' bodies hanging from the battlements, pierced by arrows. Old Zhao, you guys arrived? Feng Yong leaned out and called out loudly. The enemy doesn't have many troops, just a bone-training 100 households leading over 50 elite cavalrymen. The barbarian tribes emulated Dasheng, also implementing a system of military households. Moreover, all adult males on the grasslands were expected to serve in the military, embodying a system where every man was a soldier ready for battle and a herdsman when off duty, combining military and pastoral duties. Open the city gate. Zhao Kong did not waste words. I am acting under the orders of Lord 1,000 Households to sally forth and slay the enemy. Quickly open the gate. Creak. The heavy and solid gate opened. 100 light cavalry swarmed out. Chase. Zhao Kong brandished his sword. However, as they were opening the city gate, the barbarian cavalry began to retreat. By the time the Shang dynasty soldiers chased out, the enemy had already fled a considerable distance. At this point, it became a contest of whose horses were faster. The war horses Xiang Tingchun painstakingly acquired were not bad, but they were not necessarily better than the horses from the grassland. As the chase prolonged, the distance between them and the barbarians grew further and further. It seemed chasing any longer would only result in a fruitless return. A white horse surpassed all other Shang officials like a shooting star, closing the gap to the barbarian cavalry to about 120 paces within a few breaths. The tiger bone big bow was quietly drawn, and a willow leaf arrow shot forth, piercing through the back of a light barbarian cavalry, who fell stiffly from his horse. Zhao Kong was shocked beyond measure. You see, shooting an arrow from the ground and from horseback are completely different things. Unfortunately, this arrow did not close the distance between the 2 sides, and the Shang officials were still far behind. Giddy up. Chen Sansi put away the tiger bone big bow and switched to a reed leaf-long spear. He spurred the horse's belly, and the white swan horse beneath him picked up speed again, charging straight at the barbarian cavalry. Dangerous! Ahead was a slope, and Zhao Kong was too late to stop him as the long spear and white horse vanished from their sight. He couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Although there was only one barbarian 100 households, there were still over 50 cavalrymen. Charging in alone like this was bound to meet with encirclement. This kid's talent is good, but his actions are too rash. He can't die. If he dies, Wang Ji will likely think that I colluded with Luo Dongquan to deliberately kill him. Chase for me. The barbarian officer clad in armor spurred his horse to gallop at the front of the troop. He looked back and asked, "Have we shaken him off?" Lord Hunter households, one man on a white horse is incredibly fast and has actually caught up. How many? Just one. Such audacity. Could it be Xianxia himself? No. Judging by the armor, it seems to be 100 households. 100 households dares to chase after our 50 men? He's seeking death. Judging the speed at which the rest of the pursuers might catch up, the barbarian 100 households felt he had enough time and ordered, "Clear the way. I'll personally sever his head." Hiya. He reined in his horse, turning to look back. He saw a white horse military officer approaching with a long spear, who with a raise of his hand, plunged the spear directly into a blood-refining officer, killing him instantly. What ruthless spear technique! The barbarian 100 households immediately change his mind. Surround and kill him, you swine. Surround him until he's dead. Cavalry is different from infantry. With a boost of warhorses, their strength and speed far exceed that of infantry. Ordinarily, to exhaust a bone-training great success martial artist, it would take 20 light infantrymen, but if you switch to cavalry, then merely over 10 riders would suffice. With charge after charge, a mere martial artist could hardly withstand several rounds. Furthermore, among the more than 50 riders, there were not only array soldiers, but also blood-refining great success martial artists and military soldiers. Even a bone-training martial artist would likely be exhausted to death. After the barbarian 100 households gave the command, the barbarian cavalry immediately turned around, spread out to a suitable distance, and then charged from all directions, encircling the white horse. Then they all pressed on to attack. Pucci, Chen Sansi thrust his spear, killing the enemy who approached face to face. He had just withdrawn the spear when he heard the whistling of a sharp weapon tearing through the air behind him. He immediately bent low on the horse's back to dodge a slash. Then his waist twisted like a water snake, rotating 360 degrees as he swept his long spear in all directions, forcing back the enemies trying to ambush him from various angles. The white swan horse neighed and continued to charge forward. Seizing the brief opportunity, he thrust his spear through another enemy cavalry, blocking the way, and broke out of the encirclement. No matter how strong a martial artist is, they still only have 2 arms and 2 legs. This is the reason for the existence of an army. With enough people and sufficient time, combined with special combat skills, they can always find an opportunity to kill the enemy leader. This kind of life and death struggle, this critical and stimulating moment, made Chen Sansi's blood surge throughout his body. His chi blood, meridians, and even the meridians themselves were operating over their limits under the instinct to survive. The residual toxins in his meridians began to rapidly deplete, and his proficiency in spear technique improved significantly. Chapter 82. A lone knight slays a general. This time, 3 spears were thrusted towards him simultaneously. Chen Sansi moved like a ghostly apparition. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer atop the horse. Instead, he clutched the saddle with one hand, his body fully suspended at the flank, narrowly evading the strike without harm. Before the opponent could retract their spears, Chen Sansi harnessed the strength of his waist and, like a spring, vaulted back onto the horse, trapping the wooden shafts of the incoming spears under his arm muscles coiled like dragons. The blood of the dragon elephant, paired with the 9 dragon living veins, erupted with astonishing power. He easily snapped the wooden shafts. Huff! The sound of a sharp weapon drawing near came from behind. Relying on his hearing, Chen Sansi surmised that this assailant was clever, realizing that his agile body was difficult to hit, so they aimed directly for the white swan horse instead. Go! He leapt into the air, thrusting his long spear and impaling a spearman who had lost his weapon, claiming his horse, and using the corpse as a weapon to crash into those behind him. With the white swan horse unburdened, its speed surged forward rapidly, successfully dodging a slash from behind. Heart and mind as one. Not until actually battling on the field did Chen Sansi truly understand how important this was. He jumped back onto the white swan horse, stabbing to death 3 cavalrymen in succession, and once again breaking through the encirclement. No more than a few seconds had elapsed. 6 or 7 cavalrymen lay dead. My lord! The barbarian cavalry hesitated for a moment and did not immediately launch a third charge, but simultaneously looked towards their 100 households leader for instructions. But before they could receive any commands, it was the White Horse military officer who took the initiative and charged forth. In the chaos, Chen Sansi's vision was filled to the brim with bladed weapons of all sorts. The air was thick with killing intent from all directions, and enemies were everywhere. He had no time to distinguish between military officers and rank soldiers as he continuously swung the reed leaf-long spear, spearing one barbarian after another, whilst also fending off attacks from all sides. The air was thick with blood, akin to a macabre. In such a state, with all guns blazing, it was an incredibly rapid expenditure of chi blood for any martial artist. Martial artists, aside from their physical bodies, rely on chi blood to enhance their attacks. This was equivalent to constantly using skills, draining the mana bar. Once the mana runs dry, one can only rely on the strength of their physical body. Fortunately, his mana bar was a little bit larger than average. With the blood of the dragon elephant coursing ceaselessly, Chen Sansi's body was ablaze with heat, but he felt no fatigue. His lunging spear grew ever more stable, accurate, and ruthless. In front of him, one after another, the cavalrymen fell, with cries of agony rising in succession. Keep going. The barbarian 100 households held his curved blade tightly, closely observing the situation, ready to further deplete the opponent's chi blood before personally taking action. After a martial artist breaks through to the Bone Forger realm, the main enhancements are to defensive power, physical strength, and speed, not much to chi blood. Therefore, theoretically speaking, trying to kill a bone-training martial artist with just cavalry would be incredibly costly. But the lives of 20 or more cavalrymen could roughly deplete about half of the opponent's chi blood. At that point, if he made his move, he would have the upper hand, and, with someone assisting in a sneak attack, decapitating the enemy would be easy. Trading 20 or so lives for that of a bone-training general's was quite the deal. However, very soon, the barbarian hunter households realized something was amiss. For this young, dashing military officer seemed to show no difference from his initial state, having slain more than 20 cavalrymen without any sign of diminished chi blood, not even making use of the unique defensive abilities possessed by bone-training martial artists. To put it bluntly, not even the skin was scratched. It was impossible to tell at which stage of the bone-training realm he was. Impossible. The information the spies sent back 2 months ago only mentioned a young 100 household who had just started with the bone-strengthening skill. Where did this kind of combat power come from? A breakthrough in just 2 months? And this looks to be the strength of small achievement, or even great success. The barbarian hunter households was rendered speechless. It was because of this report that he decided to quickly surround and kill the enemy. But now it seemed the information was faulty. No time left. In the time they hesitated, the dashing cavalry were about to catch up. Retreat. The barbarian 100 households bellowed, leading the retreat. The remaining 30 or so barbarians, having long lost the will to fight, turned their horses one after another, fleeing to the north. My lord! He's still pursuing. What? The barbarian 100 households glanced back as he turned slightly, and indeed he saw the white horse rushing forward at a ferocious speed. Any cavalryman that dared to block his path was screaming as they toppled to the grassland, unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, he was less than 30 feet away from him. Are you courting death? Furious, the barbarian 100 households, after all, was a bone forger with some achievement. He had refrained from acting, simply seeking stability. There was no need to retreat any further. While Chen Sansi was still retracting his spear after killing another cavalryman, the 100 households took the opportunity to charge, his curved sword casting a black moonlight in the sky, swinging down from above straight toward the throat. Whoosh! The reed-leaf-long spear stabbed out at an extremely tricky and unreasonable angle, managing to arrive at the enemy general's heart before anything else could in an instant. The barbarian 100 households' face turned pale with shock. There was no time to dodge, so he could only block with his arm that was wrapped in a bracer. Crack! The bracer shattered as if it were made of paper, and the sturdy arm bone was effortlessly pierced through. The barbarian 100 households endured the severe pain, trying to grab the spear shaft with his hand to limit the opponent's movement and exchange wound for wound. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. A weapon over 3 meters long should be very cumbersome, yet in the enemy's hands, it was as flexible as a dagger. Before he could even see it clearly, the spear blade disappeared from his arm's flesh and bone, and when it reappeared, it had pierced his chest cavity. Crack, crack. Chen Sansi released the chi blood coursing through his body, which explosively erupted, his strength converging in his sinewy arms and then transferring to the reed-leaf-long spear. The spear tip, like a drill, stirred and ground the bones to pieces before pounding into the heart. He hoisted the dying body of the barbarian 100 households high into the air, swinging it around in the sky like a flag, then threw it out, toppling a cavalryman trying to escape, horse and all. In one move, the many barbarian cavalrymen were dumbstruck. Their 100 households, not the match for this man in a single move. Retreat. Retreat quickly. With the main general dead, morale collapsed. The barbarian cavalry panicked, their formation in disorder, fleeing on their horses. But the White Swan horse blocked them ahead, and any who dared come close were stabbed to death. Additionally, more than 100 dashing cavalry were in hot pursuit from behind, with no way to go forward and enemies chasing from behind. It was clearly a road to death. We surrender. Mercy, my lord. We are willing to surrender. One of the barbarian flag officers took the lead, and the others followed suit, dismounting one after another. Surrender? Chen Sansi frowned. Who allowed you to surrender? What do you mean? Before the barbarian cavalry could react, they saw the White Swan horse charging at them again, compelling them to fight like trapped beasts. What's going on? Finally arriving at the battlefield, Zhao Kong looked at the White Swan horse charging back and forth and the bodies strewn everywhere, taking a long time to come back to his senses. One man, one horse. They had made more than 50 cavalry flee in disarray. More than 50 cavalry. Even a martial artist in the Bone Forger realm would be drained of chi blood, having to rely solely on their physical prowess to fight brutally. But that was not even the main issue. The key was that the enemy also had a Bone Forger 100 households. If Chen Sansi showed even the slightest flaw, he would have been beyond redemption. It was a critical situation, not a time for shock. Zhao Kong led his men into the fray. Brothers, kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. The chase ended within half an incense stick's burning time. The 50-plus barbarian cavalrymen that came did not return, most of them slain on spot, leaving only 2 alive for interrogation. They also captured more than 20 warhorses and a number of spears and long knives. 100 households, Chun, this is a bit too exaggerated, Zhao Kong said, feeling ashamed. If it were me, I definitely would have been worn down by the cavalry. Then the enemy general would have taken advantage of my weakness and killed me with chaotic slashes. You alone killed more than 30 cavalry, plus you crossed realms to kill the enemy general. After we return, not to mention the standard rewards, a promotion is definitely in order. You flatter me, 100 household Zhao. Chen Sansi was covered in blood, feeling exhilarated. His exhilaration wasn't because of the merit he had achieved, but because the fight had been so effective. His body's meridians were nearly purged of poison, and his spear technique had improved tremendously. It appeared that bloody combat, especially when triggered by being surrounded, unleashed potential that was many times more effective than regular martial arts sparring. To put it simply, fighting was exhilarating. Skill: Undying Golden Snake Spear Upper, Adept. Progress: 205/1000. The spiritual grain within his body fully absorbed, directly leaping forward in proficiency, equivalent to several days of hard practice. Zhao Kong directed his men to clear the battlefield, then quickly returned, triumphant. But what greeted them was not celebration and elation, but a solemn and stern atmosphere. An urgent war report over 800 miles. The grasslands were clans secretly formed an alliance, and 5 days ago, suddenly declared war on all 3 states of the northwest border. Additionally, Prince Tuoba, leading 50,000 iron cavalry, is marching straight for Inding Prefecture. Yunzhou is in peril. Chepter 87 Guangxian. Central Army Camp. Urgent war report from Inding Prefecture, 800 li away. Xiang Tingchun dropped the letter. Unexpectedly, the 4 barbarian tribes of the grassland, after years of overt and covert struggles, managed to form an alliance overnight. Not only that, instead of attacking Liangzhou, they specifically dispatched 50,000 troops to attack Yunzhou. The letter says they have already set up camp outside the Great Wall and may begin their assault at any time. The command office of Yunzhou has ordered us to strengthen our border defenses and hold our positions without advancing, and to report any developments immediately. What are your thoughts? All the 100 households stood within the tent. A 100 household by the surname Qian spoke up. Could today's cavalry raid be related to this? It's possible. Feng Yong took over. That group of cavalrymen didn't seem to be here to loot. It felt more like they were testing the reality of the Great Wall's defenses. Oh, Xiang Tingchun spoke seriously. Are you suggesting that the Xi River tribes are preparing to actively attack Pyong? I wouldn't dare to speculate rashly. Feng Yong said, with the military strength of the Xi River tribes, they should not have the courage, but we can't rule out they're secretly reinforcing their troops. Attacking and defending a city are completely different concepts in terms of difficulty. To attack a city, one often needs several times the number of troops to surround it. This possibility is not great. Luo Dongquan spoke solemnly. The northwest 3 states combined with Inding Prefecture are all strategic points. It would take at least an army of over 300,000 to match up. Even if the 4 barbarian tribes unite, their military and material resources are still limited. Or would they have the capacity to reinforce the Xi River tribes? That said, it's still best to be cautious. Xiang Tingchun ordered the night patrol team to start scouting missions ahead of time, set off after the 15th day, and be sure to clarify the recent situation of the Xi River tribes. Yes. After discussing the military issues, they moved on to the rewards for killing the enemy. 100 household Chen alone broke through 30 light cavalry and directly took the life of an enemy general, bravely invincible. Xiang Tingchun sincerely expressed, even I was not nearly as good as you when I started. I will make a report to the court, promoting you to the rank of Captain Qingxin. As for the medicinal materials in the camp, from today onwards, you may use the medicine baths as you wish. All costs will be charged to me. However, starting from the Black Jade Protective Ointment, we have a limited quantity in the camp. All the 100 households need it, so I can't just give it to you alone. 6th rank 100 households, initially promoted to Zhaoxin Captain. After performing well, or completing the term, they are promoted to Captain Qingxin. This can be understood as a promotion in military rank. After reaching a certain rank, you can then continue to be promoted. If there are no military achievements or significant breakthroughs in level, this process can be very slow. Even Xiang Tingchun, after he succeeded in refining internal, spent several years as a deputy 1,000 households before he managed to become the household's commander. Besides that, whatever reward you wish for, just speak up. My lord, I want horses. Chen Sansi was forthright. The 20 horses captured, Can I have them? Okay. Xianxia agreed very readily. Not only will you have the 20 horses you captured, but I will also find a way to get you 30 more horses. Thank you, Lord Thousand Households. Chen Sansi bowed with his fists clasped. His request for horses was both practically useful. And on the other hand, it was because the 1,000 households were too poor, clearly unable to afford any other rewards. Piyang territory, it really was no longer a place to stay. Resources were too scarce. Leaving the tent, Dan Yuanji had been waiting for a while. Congratulations to Hunter Household Chen for your military success. A single man on horseback nearly annihilated the invading cavalry. With such achievements, even the crown prince would probably take a second look. In his words, he hinted at a limitless future if they followed them. What about the medicine? Chen Sansi didn't beat around the bush. Guard Dan, didn't you say that the Lord Prefect wants to gift me a secret medicine? Magistrate Ji was very pleased to hear that you were considering surrendering, and he wants to invite you to his residence as a guest. After the banquet, he will personally prepare the medicine for you. Dan Yunji gestured invitingly. Hunter Household Chun, this way, please. How thoughtful. Wang Ji, someone's buying us a meal. Chen Sansi shouted loudly. Who? From 100 meters away, Fatty Wang swiftly approached like a whirlwind. Are you a guard for the Lord Prefect? So it's Magistrate Ji who is inviting us. Very good. Very good. Question mark. Dan Yuanji didn't anticipate this turn of events. Dan guard. Chen Sansi smiled and said, Add a pair of chopsticks. Magistrate Ji surely wouldn't mind, right? This trip. Ji Guangxian most likely intended to show goodwill without any hidden agenda. But it's good to be prepared for anything, just in case. Cough, cough, of course I don't mind. Dan Guard led the way ahead. Outside the military camp, a carriage was already prepared. It was Chen Sansi's first time sitting in a carriage. It must be said that those with money and status really know how to enjoy life. Chen, you're really something. Wang Ji rubbed his hands excitedly. Ji Guangxian is a substantial household. This capture is a real scoop. The carriage jolted and swayed until it reached the county town. The sky also grew dim, finally stopping in front of a grand mansion. Ji Guangxian, dressed in casual clothes, came out to greet them himself. Household's Officer Chun, your bravery has spread throughout Piyang in less than 2 hours. Ji Guangxian praised. I truly didn't misjudge you, eh? And who is this? Wang Ji bowed with a fist and chuckled. My surname is Wang, 100 households in the military, here to ask for a meal from your excellency. Guests are always welcome. Please come in. Ji Guangxian was exceedingly approachable and very generous. He even specifically had all the chefs from 8 Treasures building come to his home, and the dishes were also made from top-quality ingredients, including beast meat and even a nourishing treasure fish paired with premium deer blood wine. This table of dishes would cost hundreds of pieces of silver. No poison. After acquiring recognized medicine, Chen Sansi could identify any medicine-related ingredients, naturally including poisons. If anyone dared to poison the food, he could spot it at a glance. He didn't hesitate and started eating the treasure fish with his chopsticks. Wang Ji, not to be outdone, ate greasily. The two were so engrossed in eating and drinking that Ji Guangxian tried to speak several times, but couldn't find the right moment. He waited until they had eaten their fill before finally speaking up. Household's Officer Chun, have you considered my offer to leave Piyang with me? Lord Prefect, didn't you promise me a secret medicine? Chen Sansi said bluntly. Bring the items here. Ji Guangxian clapped his hands. 2 beautiful maids brought 2 wooden barrels, one containing iron sand, the other a prepared medicine bath. Truth be told, my ancestors were in the business of medicinal materials, so I also know a bit about medical skills. Ji Guangxian said with pride, hearing that Household's Officer Chun has made breakthroughs in bone strengthening and is currently undergoing skin training. This medicine is an excellent secret medicine for aiding skin training, called Condensed Dew Body Forging Soup. Its greatest feature is that it not only has the protective effects of black jade ointment, but also has a body-strengthening and healing effect far superior to ordinary medicine baths, and it can be used until great success in bone training. You'll know once you try. Dan Yuanji added, "This is personally brewed by Lord Prefect himself. It took an entire afternoon." Good. Chen Sansi immediately stripped off his clothes, first using the iron sand to grind his skin, then jumped into the medicine bath. Unlike ordinary medicine baths, which are intensely hot, this medicine bath, once immersed, had a synergy with black jade protective ointment. The medicine seeped into the flesh through the wounds made by the iron sand, not only repairing the skin, but also nourishing the muscles and bones. No wonder with this, one could cling to the high echelons in court. Household's officer Chen, Ji Guangxian asked confidently, "What was the effect?" "Average." Chen Sansi responded indifferently. Chapter 84 Night Out at the Great Wall. Ordinary. Ji Guangxian was taken aback. "Chen households, you mustn't joke," Dan Yuanji said. "This bucket of medicine bath alone is worth 300 taels of patterned silver. How could it be ordinary?" "It really is ordinary, just that so." Chen Sansi, without attachment, jumped out of the wooden tub. This left Ji Guangxian somewhat lacking in confidence. He rushed to the side of the tub, stretched out his hand to feel the medicinal water, confirming there was no issue. He immediately understood the other's point and said with a smile, "Perhaps the effect of one medicinal bath isn't apparent. How about this instead? To express my sincerity, Household Chen can come to my place 3 more times for a medicinal bath. Decide after the 3 times. As long as you agree, the medicinal baths are on the house. Moreover, especially for blood-refining great success, the Red Tiger blood wine, this official still has 1 jar left, and it's yours." "Good, then I thank Magistrate Ji." Chen Sansi clasped his hands. He then jumped back into the tub without wasting a moment. While riding in the carriage, the long spear was also placed such that he could reach it from outside the carriage, and he began practicing martial arts at Magistrate Ji's house. Wang Ji ate and drank. "Magistrate Ji, this small one toast to you again." The two stayed until midnight before leaving the Ji mansion. Magistrate Ji also sent a carriage to take them back, with transportation to and from. Very thoughtful. "My lord." Dan Yuanji watched as the carriage disappeared at the end of the street. "This youngster hasn't agreed to your conditions, my lord. Why still provide him the medicinal bath?" "Yuan Ji, you don't understand." As Ji Guangxian touched his beard, he said in an experienced tone, "There's a saying, easy to go from frugality to luxury, hard to go from luxury to frugality. Once he's enjoyed the condensing dew body forging soup, how could he settle for the remedies of the household's office? He'll naturally come asking me for it. The Lord is brilliant. Dan Yuanzi Suddenly realized. White tribulus, blood orchid, tiger head fruit. In the carriage, Chen Sansi was silently calculating the ingredients needed for the condensing dew body forging soup in his mind. He had most of them, only missing one item, 100-year-old black ginseng. This rare medicinal ingredient, generally hoarded in the various medical stores as a treasured asset. No wonder the condensing dew body forging soup was so outstanding. He planned to gather some when he had time to search around. In a few days, he would go to the grassland to become Night Watch. Night Watch, as the name suggests, is a spy sent out at night to scout military intelligence. In important border areas like Xianxia and in Ding Prefecture, the Night Watch will be specially trained instead of being assembled ad hoc. The next day, the news of the war at the border was causing an uproar. In and outside the military camps, people were in a state of anxiety, worrying whether the flames of war could reach Pyong County. "Father has sent a letter." Sunli took out a letter just retrieved from the postal station and said softly, "The letter says that Pyong might face unexpected incidents and advises us to stay and help." "Unexpected incidents?" Chen Sansi asked. "Are you referring to the Shi River tribe, or—" "I don't know." Sunli shook her head. It wasn't specified. Sun Buki was very anxious, snatching the letter while his mouth didn't stop moving. How is father? What exactly is the situation in the Northwest 3 states? With the combined forces of the 8 camps and the 29 garrison from the Northwest 3 regions, nearly 200,000 soldiers, plus father personally going into battle, there shouldn't be any mishap. Suddenly remained calm. Not just the siblings. The entire household's office, and even Pyong County, had become anxious. If the border conflict turned into a defeat, the influx of alien cavalry into the Central Plains meant catastrophe for the civilians, as history clearly stated. As a result, the soldiers' training became much more diligent. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Chen Sansi had just arrived at the encampment when the men below had already begun training. Skill: commanding soldiers, entry level. Progress: 233 500ths. Utility: mainstay. After the last lesson, everyone obediently followed Su Wensai's commands. The proficiency of the board rapidly improved, and the basic formation was practiced professionally, comparable to well-trained veterans. Su Wensai, Chen Sansi called the old scholar. Summon all the night watch who will accompany me this trip. Train in the small car suspension array we discussed last time, to avoid being helpless in case of an emergency on the grassland. The car suspension formation belongs to cavalry formation. Compared to simple and brute assault charges, it emphasizes more on the spacing between cavalry and the coordination of weapons, appearing like rotating wheels in the enemy's eyes. Previously on the grassland, Chen Sansi encountered a group of people who merely surrounded and attacked rashly, without fully utilizing their numerical advantage. Otherwise, they would have been more troublesome. He also personally joined the training, integrating into the formation. Among the 5 people brought over by Wang Ji, Su Bin and Fong Buping were also present. It is worth mentioning that Su Bin had reached minor success in blood refining for many years and had finally achieved great success. Unfortunately, there was no flag leader position available for him. Chen Sansi was also short of people, so he conveniently took him under his command. "You kid, you're starting to take advantage of me." Wang Ji remembered when he first met him. He was a very honest young man. Now he dared to freeload off the Lord Prefect and didn't spare him either. "That sounds rather distant," Chen Sansi said indifferently. "I'll trade 2 military soldiers for him. You won't be at a loss." "Nice try, but I'll give him to you anyway." Wang Ji grinned with a smile. "Next time we go to Magistrate Ji's house, remember to call me along." "Of course." After a few days of training in the small car suspension array, it was Chen Sansi's turn to guard the Great Wall again. He began to ride back and forth on his horse again, training formations, practicing martial arts, decocting medicine. In the meantime, he took another medicinal bath at Magistrate Ji's house. Paired with spiritual grain, his cultivation speed continued to climb. 10 days later, when he was relieved of duty, his cultivation technique had made significant progression. Cultivation technique: Undying Golden Snake Spear Advanced, Master. Progress: 655/1000. Skill: Medical Skill Ordinary, Entry Level. Progress: 204 to 500. He didn't neglect his medical skill either. Last of all was the White Swan horse. "Whoa!" Chen Sansi returned to the Great Wall, pulled the reins to stop, and took out the fodder he had prepared in advance. Though it's called fodder, it was actually high-quality feed containing not just licorice and alfalfa, but also corn, beans, and assorted grains. Much better than what he had eaten when he was destitute. That aside, the horse's appetite was huge, practically needing to eat all the time. A warhorse's diet is equivalent to that of 6 robust soldiers. Maintaining a cavalry, the daily consumption of just grain is enormous. For this reason, warhorses were an extremely precious strategic resource for the Central Plains dynasty. "We've been together for a while now. I should give you a name. What should it be?" Chen Sansi struggled with naming. As he was troubled, the panel floated up. Skill: Horse Control Advanced, Master. Progress: 0/500ths. Utility: Travel 500 miles a day. The precious horse seeks the master. Travel 500 miles a day. Traveling 500 miles a day is already a top-grade warhorse. 1,000 miles would surely surpass the limit of ordinary horses. But since people in this world could cultivate, and there were alien races and animals, there must be extraordinary horses too. Just none in Pyong. No wonder you eat so much. Chen Sansi was more intrigued by the Seek's Master ability. Precious horse, Seek's Master. Within 1,000 miles, the horse can autonomously find its master, come when called, and leave when dismissed. With Seek's Master, the convenience of using the horse would increase manifold. All right, for now, I'll call you Little Sun. Chen Sansi carelessly picked a name. More hoofbeats sounded. Luo Dongquan, Lu Jinkui, and Wang Ji, leading their respective night patrol teams, arrived below the city walls. The hour has come. Luo Dongquan, seated high on his horseback, said, Chun households, quickly gather your men and follow me out of the city to scout. Understood. Chen Sansi bowed with his fists. It was early winter, and the cold wind was bleak. At midnight, the city gate opened wide. The 3 night patrol teams silently left the city, disappearing into the vast, boundless grassland. Chapter 85 9th Prince Yuan. Poyang Tribal Enchantment. As a branch of the Yuan lineage, they were stationed around 400 li away in the region of Shi River, relatively scattered. Wang Ji, you don't need to keep staring at me. Luo Dongquan sneered coldly. I've said it before, I have no grudges with Officer Chun. It's you who's petty. Cut the crap. Wang Ji cursed. 7 years ago, there was a recruit with good talent. Did you or Zhao Kong not compete with him? Then the man mysteriously died. Did he just evaporate from the world? I've disliked you for a long time. Wang, you need evidence to make accusations. Luo Dongquan narrowed his eyes and put your position in perspective. I don't care what your status was in the 8 camps before, but now you're just a bone-training 100 households, while I am Deputy 1,000 households, secondary 5th rank general of military strategy conferred by the court. Enough with the arguing. Lu Jinkui came out to mediate. We're brothers who depend on each other in life and death. What's there to argue about? Whatever disagreements we have can be resolved over drinks when we return. Luo Qianhu, you should quickly assign the task and not delay any further. Northeast, northwest, due north. Luo Dongquan pointed in 3 directions. Our 3 night watch units will each be responsible for scouting one of these directions. 2 days later, we must regroup here before midnight. Do not be late. Our missions cover different areas, so Wang, this should ease your worries, right? Who knows what you're really planning? The 3 teams dispersed. A distance of 400 li is neither too far nor too close. With the speed of the White Swan horse, they can reach their destination in less than half a day. But they were scouts, and speed wasn't the top priority. The most important thing was to gather intelligence and return alive. Advancing rashly could very likely lead to discovery by the barbarian cavalry. If they were discovered and surrounded by a large number of cavalry, not even their bodies would be found. The night watch's duty to not return isn't just about spending the whole night outside. It also implies the possibility of leaving no trace behind, not even bones. That's why Lu Jinkui cursed and swore when he learned that they were sent out to scout. Sadly, such a task must be carried out by the elite. Where to next? Soon, they encountered their first task, determining the route. It was essential not only to successfully locate the barbarian tribe's exact living areas, but also to do so undetected, far from an easy feat. Chen Sansi still remembered. In his previous life, when reading history out of boredom, there was a saying from the Han Dynasty, it's hard for Li Guang to become a marquis. This general was brave and skilled in combat, distinguished in merit, and just short of sufficient military achievements to be bestowed a marquis. Every time he went on an expedition, he would either encounter the main enemy forces or return without merit. One very significant reason for this was the difficulty in discerning directions in the Great Desert, which relied heavily on luck. Yet this was not an issue for him. Hunters traversing the forest daily rely, crucially, on their sense of direction. Not to mention that Chen Sansi had an eagle eye. Even in pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own hand, he could still clearly discern every detail around, such as the horse hoof prints trampled on the ground right now. We have to detour. If we continue straight this way, we might run straight into the barbarians. Really, while somewhat skeptical, Wang Ji could only lead his men to follow along. They pushed forward 200 li overnight. During that time, Chen Sansi discovered traces of human activity several times, which became increasingly dense. After dawn, they found a secluded place to rest. Such training. The proficiency in tracking and concealing was rapidly improving. Tracking and concealing, small achievement. Progress, 605/1000. Chen Sansi had not expected that his hunting skills could also be applied to warfare. He munched on the jerky he carried. In this direction, there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it's the main settlement of the barbarian tribes. Old Wang, what do you think is the likelihood of the Piyang tribal encampment sending reinforcements? Very small. Wang Ji leaned against a rock, drinking his liquor, because there's no need. Even if the 4 grassland clans unite, their forces are still limited. Concentrating their troops to attack the open and flat terrain of the northwest 3 states might not be enough. Diverting troops to attack Yunzhou is already peculiar, let alone Piyang County. I'm saying all this, you understand, right? I understand. Chen Sansi had studied maps and sand tables. The true stronghold of Yunzhou is in Ding Prefecture. Even if they take down Piyang, without capturing in Ding Prefecture, they can't hold the strategic pass, and the follow-up supply of troops and provisions would be a huge problem. Indeed, as Wang Ji had said, attacking in Ding Prefecture was strange enough. The difficulty of attacking the northwest 3 states and Yunzhou were not even on the same level. The cost-effectiveness was extremely low. So Chen Sansi also felt something was off, which prompted his question. Immortal treasure. It was leaked from the Tuoba tribe. If such great efforts were made, they could be related to the immortal treasure. Of course. These were just speculations for now. If the Piyang encampment also sent reinforcements, they could confirm this speculation, whether it is related or not. A great battle is approaching. Chen Sansi's current realm was still too weak. He didn't dare to waste a moment and continued to cultivate while resting, consuming dry food. The spiritual grain and remaining medicinal strength inside him did not slow down his progress. After nearly midday had passed, the group continued onward. In the next 200 li, even Wang Ji and his men could discern the traces of human life. They often saw flocks of cattle, sheep, and herdsmen from afar. Finally, as darkness fell, tent after tent of felt canvas appeared at the edge of their vision. From a distance, it was evident that the settlement was not just comprised of herdsmen. There were also armored soldiers and bright torches with rigorous guard. We can't approach on horseback any closer. Chen Sansi noticed that another 100 meters forward, there were patrolling cavalry. Once discovered, there would be no escape. He observed the patrol patterns of the cavalry and the surrounding terrain and soon made a judgment. You all keep watch around here. I'll try to sneak in and take a look. Without completing the mission, they wouldn't be able to report back. Giddy up. Chen Sansi quietly urged his horse forward, taking a detour until he reached the outermost perimeter of the settlement, hanging the reed leaf long spear on the back of the horse. Little son, I will call for you when I need you. The white swan horse seemed to understand and nodded its head. All right. Chen Sansi, with his bow and arrows on his back, perfectly blended into the darkness, skillfully avoiding patrolling cavalry. He lay in ambush at the edge, seized the opportunity to shoot and kill a barbarian soldier who came out to relieve himself, and changed into the barbarian's attire, slinging a curved blade over his shoulder. This was just a cover. He didn't really plan to pretend to be a barbarian. In fact, as he infiltrated the felt tents, no one noticed him at all. Even so, not having a long spear in hand really undermines my sense of security. The reed-leaf long spear was too large and conspicuous to bring inside. Chen Sansi gripped the standard-issue curved blade of the barbarians. Even though his level was high here, and it wouldn't matter much that the weapon was not his preferred type, his combat effectiveness would inevitably be greatly reduced. It seems that in the future, to cope with special environments, I should train with a short weapon as well. On the battlefield, it could also prevent enemies from getting close. Martial arts practice is for advancing levels. But I already have a high level, so if I train in other cultivation techniques, I should progress faster, right? All of that was for later. Chen Sansi focused on his current mission, wandering like a ghost through the barbarian camps, collecting all useful information. The armaments were complete. The grain stores were full. The troop strength was more than 2,000. In just one camp alone, a rough estimate put the number at 3,000 people. Moreover, the Xi River tribe wasn't all gathered together. The directions Luo Dongquan and Lu Jinkue headed to would likely encounter camps too, although possibly with fewer numbers than the main camp. Greetings, Prince. Prince? Chen Sansi hid in the darkness, moving closer in the direction the voice came from. He saw on the open ground in front of the central army tent all the barbarian soldiers kneeling en masse. A lavishly dressed young barbarian, covered with gold decorations, strode forward with a jeweled sword at his waist. Greetings to the 9th Prince. The tribal chief and 1,000 households, with one hand across his chest, knelt on the ground to salute. Your Highness, why have you come? Your servant has not received any notice. That does not matter. With his hands behind his back and chin lifted, the 9th Prince said, I heard that in half a month you will attack Pyong County. I have come specifically to support you. To support. Pain crossed the tribal chief's face. How can we dare to have your Highness support us when you are so precious and valuable? I said I came to support. Do you not understand? The 9th Prince's face changed as he rebuked sternly. It's one thing for Liang Zhou to stop me, but are you telling me that I can't even use the small Pyong County as a practice ground? Of course, your Highness can. The chief spoke carefully. It's just that your servant is merely a refining organs general, and I fear I may not be able to ensure your complete safety. Please return promptly, your Highness. Insolence. The 9th Prince bellowed in anger. I have been practicing swordsmanship for 3 years and have yet to kill a person from Shang. If I don't practice warfare, wouldn't all my training be in vain? If you 1,000 households dare to stop me as well, I will have your head. The tribal chief fell silent, and after a long while he sighed. Since your Highness insists on staying, your servant dares not object. That's more like it. The 9th Prince was immediately in high spirits. Clang! He suddenly drew his treasured sword from his waist, its blade shining with golden light in the flicker of the flames, and displayed it before the people. Do you recognize this Xianxia sword? This sword was taken from the Emperor of the Central Plains by my Yuan clan 500 years ago. When the Great Khan reached adulthood, he bestowed it upon me. I will use it to slay generals of the Shang and restore the glory of the young warriors of the grasslands. From this moment on, I will take immediate command of the Xi River tribe. I will personally lead the attack on Pyong County. At your command. Watching the gleam of the sword's edge, the tribal chief felt intimidated and dared not speak further, hurriedly escorting the prince into the central army tent to rest. At the same time, he quietly instructed his subordinate, send a fast horse at full speed, notify the Great Khan immediately, and say that the prince has come to us. Yes. The barbarian took the order and went off. Not far away, Chen Sansi heard everything loud and clear. This prince, he felt a certain familiar air about him, resembling someone he knew, someone not quite bright. And that sword, even though the light was dim, he saw it clearly. Indeed, it was an unmatched treasured sword. Even Chen Sansi, who practiced with a spear, couldn't help but be tempted. Never mind, a refining organs martial artist is guarding it. I can't get it. The mission is accomplished, and the Shi River tribe indeed has reinforced. He quietly retreated, preparing to leave the place, when suddenly the hum of an alarm resonated in his ears. Hum! Sound of horns, the whirring of arrows, and cries of alarm mingled together. The once tranquil barbarian army camp was suddenly abuzz. Enemy raid. 5 miles outside the main camp, spies from the Shang dynasty spotted. Pursue them, pursue them. Don't let a single one escape. Chapter 86 sees the enemy general directly through 1,000 troops. With a loud cry breaking the silence of the grassland, numerous torches were suddenly lit inside and outside the barbarian camp, forming a sea of fire that made the area for miles around as bright as day. Chen Sansi was startled. He was puzzled, for he was certain he had gone unnoticed. It was not until he saw the barbarian soldiers converging in another direction and heard the content of the shout that he realized it was not he who had been exposed. It was Wang Ji and the others. How could they be discovered from so far away? Chen Sansi dared not linger and took advantage of the chaos to leave the camp. But tracking and hiding was not the same as an invisibility technique. The camp wasn't a lush jungle filled with hiding places everywhere. The barbarians had relaxed their vigilance earlier and the dim light had helped, but as he moved against the flow, eventually someone noticed him. Over there, everyone is chasing the enemy out of the city. What are you doing? Shwu. Chen Sansi didn't bother with words and shot the man dead with an arrow. There's a man from Dasheng. Over here. Shwu. Chen Sansi kept shooting the barbarians that came at him, while blowing a loud whistle. His white swan horse had been waiting for a while, neighing as it charged over. Good horse. He mounted the horse, and in a few seconds, he had left the pursuers far behind. About 3 miles out, Chen Sansi encountered Wang Ji and his group. They were retreating towards the right direction, with dozens of barbarian cavalry in pursuit. How were you discovered? Why didn't you go back but this way? Chen Sansi shouted from atop his horse. Damn it, no idea. Wang Ji cursed. We didn't even dare to breathe heavily. We definitely weren't exposed. Su Bin took over, not long after you left, a squad of barbarian cavalry, as if they knew someone was hiding nearby, blocked our retreat in advance, and started a carpet search. Knew in advance? Chen Sansi thought of something. Luo Dongquan, I curse your ancestors. Wang Ji was the first to say, it must be that bastard who leaked information in some way. He had thought, by following Brother Shi, there wouldn't be any mishaps. Unexpectedly, that surnamed Luo dared to pull such a stunt. Does such pettiness really exist in this world? Chen Sansi found it incomprehensible. Initially, he was clearly the oppressed, yet it was made out as if he was stealing something from someone else's home. It was the strong bullying the weak with no logic at all. Da. To their side front, a group of barbarian cavalry on patrol nearby, hearing the noise, rushed over to block the path. Pucci. Chen Sansi took the lead on his horse, stabbing to death the small flag leading them, and yelled, Form up, form up. For half a month, they had been drilling daily. The formation was practiced until it was second nature. 11 war horses effortlessly formed a circular array, charging into the ranks of the blocking cavalry. The small car suspension array, rather than like a wheel, it was more like a circular saw. Each horse and rider was a blade on the gear. Among them, Chen Sansi and Wang Ji were the sharpest too. Su Bin and Fang Buping came next, with the rest following. With vigilant protection from all sides, there was no worry of sneak attacks. Moreover, the 12 men shifted and alternated their positions. Those with lower cultivation were mainly acting as rear guards against surprise attacks. Chen Sansi could focus all his attention on the enemies ahead, and with each thrust of his long spear, he claimed the life of an enemy. The group of 20 barbarian cavalry gathered were, not a few rounds later, all slain to the last man. Zhuang Yi, Xiaoqiao, and the others experienced killing for the first time. But seeing Chen Sansi's back, they felt supported with no panic at all. The small car suspension array, was maintained near perfect. Mainstay. With the main general present, all were calm in the face of danger. However, impressive combat skills notwithstanding, the time delayed was enough for the rest of the pursuers to surround them. Whirring from all around came darkness like a pressing wave. The number of people was unknown, the number of weapons, too. Only a vast, boundless throng was visible. Hold the formation, don't panic. Chen Sansi utilized the ability of night as bright as day to look for weak links in the encirclement and led the breakout. Unfortunately, this was enemy territory. More so, the heartland of the enemy. Escape was not so easily achieved. Hundreds of barbarian cavalry launched an attack on them as the car suspension formation revolved and attempted to break through. The reaping speed was ultimately getting slower and slower. The fallen bodies in front were nearly enough to trip the war horses. Go! The enemy generals followed one after another, speeding on horse from 100 yards away. Households, refining organ martial artists. Chen Sansi recognized at a glance. There were hundreds more pursuers behind the tribe leader. Even if Chen Sansi's chi blood were extensive and his small car suspension array combat skill formidable, he couldn't possibly be a match for a refining organ general, let alone the oncoming cavalry. It seems today is really the day I meet my downfall. Wang Ji beheaded an enemy flag bearer with a single blow, his voice tinged with madness. My death is insignificant. Brother Shi, you cannot die. Your horse is fast. We'll tear an opening for you. You might still have a chance to escape. Once you get back, devote yourself to your cultivation and avenge us. Mr. Chen, Brother Shi, you go. Zhuang Yi and Zhao Qiao nearly said in unison. Damn your sentimentality. Nobody needs to die. As Chen Sansi fought, he asked, Fatty Wang, what stage were you at before? What are you asking this for? Confused, Wang Ji replied. Whatever my previous prowess was, it's useless now. What I mean is... Chen Sansi thrust his gun but backward, impaling an enemy soldier. That refining organ. How long can you hold him off? After all, you've fallen from a higher realm. You should be much stronger than an average bone forging perfection, right? Naturally, my realm may have fallen, but my saber technique remains. A usual bone forging perfection is nowhere near my match. This barbarian leader is not as good as Xiang Tingchun. I can hold him off for a while. Wang Ji puzzled. What are you planning to do? Hold him off. Keep the formation intact at all costs. I have a way to get you all home. Before anyone could react, they saw Chen Sansi swiftly turn his horse around and gallop in the opposite direction. That was the barbarian base camp. Have you gone mad? Wang Ji wanted to stop him, but was unable to. Stop right there. Upon seeing the white horse general change direction, the barbarian tribe leader quickly understood and immediately spurred his horse to chase after him, to your death. Clang! A loud metallic clashing noise erupted, shooting sparks into the darkness. Under the terrifying strength of the refining organ martial artist, Wang Ji, along with his horse, were forced to lean back, his arms trembling endlessly, but at least he blocked his opponent. You barbarian scum, where do you think you're going? A mere bone forger dares to stop me? You're seeking death. Stop him, stop him. Chen Sansi broke through in the opposite direction, and, thanks to the divine speed of the white swan horse, after killing 2 blood-refining officers, nobody could catch up to him. As he approached the enemy base camp, he did not force his way through the well-defended main gate, but headed to the weakest spot in the west. The white swan horse leapt over the 2-meter-tall stake fence, bursting into the camp filled with tents. Not long ago, he had figured out the layout of the camp. This position was manned by infantry. Infantry meant they couldn't catch up with or stop him. The cavalry were on their way. It would take about a minute. Once surrounded, Chen Sansi would surely die. But within 1 minute, reaching the destination before the encirclement was complete was a chance for survival. Charge! Chen Sansi killed 7 or 8 infantrymen in succession, breaking into the Central Army tent in just over 50 seconds. Most of the soldiers along the way only saw a white shadow flash by, stirring up a cold gust of wind, having no idea what had just happened. Who? Inside the tent. The barbarian prince had just drawn his sword upon hearing the commotion when he saw a white war horse, knocking aside the soldiers guarding the tent and breaking in. Clang! He drew his sword and stood up. Who goes there? Protect his highness. The bone forger, who was left by the tribal leader to provide close protection to the prince, immediately seized the weapon in his hand. Bang! But before he could react, arrows shot out fiercely. The bone forger had no time to dodge and thought to block with his arm, but was undoubtedly shot through the heart and died on the spot, with no chance even to exchange blows. To this prince's death, the barbarian prince was no pushover. He quickly reacted to the sudden situation, took a big step forward, seizing the opening, and his Xianxia sword, glittering with cold light, slashed towards the dashing military officer on horseback. Reed leaf-long spear and Xianxia sword made contact, emitting a clear ringing sound. The prince took several steps back, his treasure sword trembling and buzzing in his hand, nearly slipping from his grasp onto the terrible force. What a mighty sword! The opponent was probably a small achievement in bone training, not as strong as Chen Sansi, but this strike actually notches Reed leaf gunblade. Protect his highness. At the same time, the Central Army tent was completely surrounded. Countless archers and crossbowmen, 3 layers inside and 3 outside, but due to the close distance between the 2 men inside, they dared not shoot. A bone-forging perfection general staying behind with a long-handled broadsword rushed in, thinking to ambush from behind. He had just approached within 7 steps when a silver flash appeared before his eyes. His body hair stood on end, and he instinctively swung his sword to chop it down, barely managing to split the silver flash before it could bite his cheek. Such a swift spear. After just one exchange, the barbarian officer was drenched in cold sweat. He braced himself, ready for the next move. But the other side didn't bother with him. The target was still the prince. Clang, 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 clang. Chen Sansi's long spear in his hand rained down like a torrential downpour on his opponent, the sound of striking metal akin to forging iron. He could hear more and more people entering the tent, closing in from behind, their killing intent vast like an ocean, overwhelming. The blood of the dragon elephant surged wildly within him, his long spear transforming into a silver phantom, the blood vessels and meridians in his arm resembling an overloaded machine, so hot they seemed ready to ignite at any moment. The prince could no longer withstand such a fierce assault, his right hand's palm bleeding profusely, his entire arm nearly numb, unable to hold the sword hilt, allowing the Xianxia sword to be flipped into the air. At the same time, the reed leaf-long spear tore through the flesh, chipping bone, piercing right through his shoulder. The Xianxia sword in the air was firmly caught by another hand. Chen Sansi reached the prince from behind an instant before the barbarian officers could launch their attack, placing the sharp blade of the Xianxia sword against the prince's neck, a thread of fresh blood trickling out. His eyes, red with fury, looked at the dense barbarian soldiers. All of you back off. Chapter 87. Returning home wrapped in horsehide. ZZZT. The barbarian 1,000 households found an opportunity, slashing his blade across the corpulent body of the Shang dynasty military officer. The blade tore through the armor, skinned the flesh, sliced through muscle, and finally was halted by the tough bones, leaving a deep gash. The opponent found the right moment and also swung his blade. The saber technique was so flexible that even though he was a refining organ martial artist, he barely dodged it, leaving a shallow cut on his face. Get lost. The barbarian 1,000 households swung his blade again, forcing the opponent back before he grabbed the reins and rode off, not willing to linger in battle. This chubby 100 households was rather formidable. Having achieved bone forging perfection and being able to exchange so many moves with his refining organ skill, his saber technique was masterful, not at all like someone from the bone training realm. Killing him would likely take much effort. He was out of time. The young officer on the white horse charged toward the main camp. Although it was uncertain how someone just at the bone training level could be so audacious, likely to be surrounded and killed, it was still essential to hurry back. The prince was the great Khan's most beloved youngest son. If something truly went wrong, all the heads of the Shi River tribe wouldn't be enough to make amends. Just as he turned, the sound of a slashing blade echoed again. Do you so wish to die? The barbarian 1,000 households, thunderously furious, blocked the attack with his blade, then quickly turned it into a slash, ripping another gash on his opponent's body. His left fist, like a siege giant hammer, smashed thunderously into the chest. Wang Ji flew backward and fell off his horse, causing the frightened horse to flee. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly oblivious to the pain, as he immediately scrambled up, hurling his MO blade, severing the hooves of the 1,000 households horse that was attempting to return to the camp. Hiss! The horse screamed in agony. The barbarian 1,000 households stepped on the horse's back and leapt off, landing smoothly. His irritation unabated, he knew he had to kill this man. At the main camp, there were at least others who had achieved bone-forging perfection, and 2,000 left to guard it. Dealing with the young 100 households shouldn't be a problem. Even if one-on-one combat didn't work, they could surround and kill him within a short time. Prior to this, he might have been overly concerned. I'm really done for. Wang Ji wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, picked up a curved saber from the ground, and chopped down a barbarian cavalry trying to sneak attack from behind. He then faced a refining organ general with a welding blade, estimating he could last about 10 more rounds before likely dying. On the other side, the small car suspension array had lost its 2 sharpest blades, reducing its combat effectiveness significantly. Out of 10 men, only 6 remained. Zhuang, he had already been struck by 3 blades. Though no vital points had been hit, he was near exhaustion. Fang Buping and Zhao Qiao were also severely wounded. Su Bin and Zhu Tong were fine for the moment, but were depleting rapidly and would soon be easy prey. Uncle Zhao, dying this way is worth it. Zhuang, he strained to keep the formation intact. It's better than being bullied to death. It's just a pity for sure. Zhao Qiao, the weakest in cultivation, had survived this long only because of being looked after. Amid the battlefield of flashing blades, they didn't even have time for last words. Essentially, they were in a no-win situation. At that very moment, a voice full of deadly energy shouted, "Everyone stop!" From the distant rear, a white horse slowly advanced. On its back, Chen Sansi held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, with a half-dead ninth Prince Yuan clutched in his arms. The dense barbarian cavalry automatically parted to open a path for him, none daring to make a reckless move. The pupils of the barbarian 1,000 households trembled continuously, as if doubting what he was seeing. Several bone forgers had stayed in the military camp. Are they all useless? It's not that he had been negligent. It was just a bone forger. How could it be possible? Everyone stop! The barbarian 1,000 households had to yell, "Everyone stop!" The chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. Who is this person? Wang Ji leaned on his single-bladed saber, somewhat unclear about the situation. Had Chen Sansi rushed back to the main camp just to capture this person? Your Highness, hearing the barbarian's address for the hostage. Where did Wang Ji not understand? This seems like a prince. That's really bizarre. Shi River tribe, on par with Piang, also belonged to a barbarian's god-forsaken place. How could there be a prince? Well done, we've caught the great Khan's bastard. Zhu Tong laughed heartily. Everyone except him felt not the slightest bit of tension from start to finish, merely wielding his hammer, and while fighting, he even faintly touched the threshold of a breakthrough. As for dying, by the time he realized he might die, Chen Sansi had already returned with the prince to rescue them. For him, everything was very peaceful. What a big heart. Su Bin envied, still feeling anxious. Just one step away. These people, were about to die under the chaotic blades. Let us go. Chen Sansi said sternly. They were merely a squad formed by 200 households called Night Watch. Compared to the life of a prince, they were too worthless. Save me. Save me. Ninth Prince Yuan, his face pale and trembling, said, 1,000 households. Save me. All right, you can go. The barbarian 1,000 households restrained himself, but the rest must stay. Don't negotiate with me. Chen Sansi glanced. There are 7 of us, not one less. If anyone is missing, I'll chop off his finger first. Don't chop off my fingers. I still need to practice my sword. The prince's eyes brimmed with tears, regretting his demand to go to war. Why are all those in Dashing such fierce figures? The military officers around his age were able to penetrate the enemy camp and capture the main general. It was simply terrifying. That Sun Xianxia, he must be some kind of 3-headed and 6-armed monster. Why aren't you giving me orders yet? Chen Sansi tightened his grip on the sword's edge. The prince screamed in fright. That 1,000 households, I don't know what you're called. Just listen to him. Let them go. If I am missing a finger, my father will slaughter your Shi River tribe. All retreat. The barbarian 1,000 households issued an order. Chen Sansi and several others gathered. Bring the bodies of our fallen brothers. From his decision to his aim of capturing the prince alive, it only took a few minutes back and forth. A few minutes. For men had died in the process. Among them were his subordinates Li Daji and Xianxia. In the battlefield, sacrifices are inevitable. There's nothing to be sentimental about. If there was no opportunity, then be it, but since there was one, it was best to bring the bodies back. Okay. Zhu Tong and Feng Buping immediately did as told, bringing 2 horses to carry the bodies. You still have the leisure to move bodies? The barbarian 1,000 households clenched his fists till they turned white. Back off! The 9th prince himself gave the order without Chen Sansi's instruction. Everyone, do not follow. Back off 2 miles, 2 miles. Damn! Chen Sansi cursed in his heart, suspecting that this coward would probably help shout to open the gates if he were brought to the Yuan family's great capital. Of course. Having such an opponent spared him a lot of worries. Back off! The barbarian 1,000 households commanded. Chen Sansi and his 6 men rode their horses back the way they came. The journey of 400 miles could not be traversed at full speed like before. From midnight to dawn, and from dawn to night, they missed the appointed rendezvous time with Night Watch. Boyang. The Great Wall. My lord, Night Watch has returned. Oh! Zhao Kong ascended the watchtower and spent a significant amount of time verifying identities before allowing the others to come under the wall for further inspection. He sharply noticed something amiss. Why are there fewer people? Aren't 100 households Chen and 100 households Wang back? Not sure. In the darkness, one could not see Luo Dongyuan's expression. The appointed midnight rendezvous passed without a sign of them. We can't just keep waiting, right? Zhao Kong swiftly opened the gates. We have urgent intelligence to report to the Lord 1,000 households. Got it, Zhao Kong ordered. Open the city gates. One long. The heavy city gates opened. More than 20 riders returned to the territory, heading straight towards the military camp. Only Lu Jinkue stayed behind, calling out to the city walls, 100 household Zhao, keep a sharp lookout. Perhaps Old Wang and Old Chen will return shortly. Okay, rest assured. Zhao Kong agreed outwardly, but sighed inwardly. The matter of the rendezvous, unless there was a major mishap, wouldn't usually be delayed. And this mishap implied they were discovered by barbarian cavalry. The chances of their return were very slim. Uncle, Song Yin rode close to Deputy 1,000 households, whispering, did something happen to Mr. Chun and the others? How would I know? Luo Dongquan scoffed coldly. A mishap isn't so bad. It's just right for you to take over the position at selected point. Uncle, I'm not capable. Song Yin lacked any fighting spirit. I'm far behind Mr. Chen. He has mastered the bone-strengthening skill, while I have just barely achieved minor success in blood refining. Minor success in blood refining in 4 months? Is that slow? Luo Dongquan spoke resentfully. You're not worse than most people. It's just that you encounter Freak. After he dies, your joining the 8 camps is certain. The less naturally gifted someone is, the more they need to struggle. Take his nephew, for example. If he remained in Piyang County, his highest achievement might be refining internal. But if he went to the governor mansion, even as an outer sect disciple, he could achieve Huajin at the very least, perhaps even higher. How could he not struggle? As for what Xiang Tingshan said, he believed it only halfway. Something about his majesty targeting the governor mansion. Was it even significant? Even if not for the selected point, it was necessary for thorough eradication. In dealing with issues, one must be resolute. Yinner, do you think I'm going overboard? Do you feel it entirely unnecessary to escalate to a life or death conflict? Luo Dongquan gave a bitter smile. Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, when Elder Yin was still young and going to the capital for an exam, he accidentally bumped into a then-current 3rd-rank official. That official didn't do much to him, just scolded Elder Yin as a country bumpkin. 15 years later, when Elder Yin came into power, he found an excuse to involve the official in a major case. Not only was his family exiled and their property confiscated, but his daughters were also deliberately sold to the cheapest brothels. Perhaps Chen Sansi might forget the past unpleasantness, or perhaps not. But I cannot gamble. I cannot leave it to fate. Do you understand now? Song Yin seemed thoughtful. I understand. Luo Dongquan nodded, satisfied. Months ago, from when he tried to deceive Chen Sansi into giving up the selected point position, they were enemies. And even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance of retaliation, it needed to be nipped in the bud. That was much better than having one day to hear that someone from the 8 camps had become a great general and spending days in fear. Luckily, it all ended. Piyang will soon see a large army's assault. You must perform well then. Luo Dongquan instructed. Military cantonment, residence. In the cold, dark courtyard, hung 2 lanterns and a basin of charcoal fire blazed. Gu Xinlan and the pregnant Mrs. Tong sat around the charcoal fire, quietly waiting for news. Son, Li was practicing saber techniques in the courtyard. How come there's been no news for several days? Before, no matter what he did, he would at least leave some dependable information. Mrs. Tong spoke nervously. My man hasn't actually fought in any battles. But he should be okay following your brother, sure, right? Yes. Gu Xinlan's delicate fingers tightly clutched together. Definitely, there won't be any issues. Night watch operations were confidential, naturally not informing family members. Sun Li knew, but she couldn't say. She just reassured, don't worry. My junior brother's level in Piyang's domain, there aren't many who could harm him. Bang! The words had just ended. The courtyard gate was kicked open. Sun Buki came in, flustered. Sis, something's wrong. I was guarding inside the military camp and saw with my own eyes. The other 2 teams returned from outside the city, but Chen Sansi was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 88, Emperor Longqing. What? Sun Li sheathed her sword. They haven't returned? Right. Sun Buki nodded heavily. I asked that Lu household's commander, and he said they waited at the rendezvous for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, but then they returned ahead of time. Sister Tong, listening to the conversation. Tong family collapsed on the spot in the yard, nearly fainting away. Gu Xinlan supported her, asking, Li, has something happened? Don't panic just yet. Sun Li soothed. They might have lost their way, or something delayed them. If we wait a little longer, they might return. Lost their way. Gu Xinlan seized on the key point. Did Brother Sure and the others leave the Great Wall? How could she not understand her man? Roaming around Tiger Head Mountain day and night. How could they possibly lose their way? If they were said to be lost, it could only be on the unfamiliar grasslands. MHM. Sun Li acknowledged. Let's wait some more. The atmosphere of the residence suddenly seemed to freeze over. Until dawn, there was not the slightest noise. Toward the latter part of the night, even Su Wenkai led Wang Li and the others to inquire about the situation. With women at home, it wasn't convenient to approach, so they just stood far outside the gate. Could Mr. Chen have met with some mishap? Wang Li's face was grave as he touched the sword at his waist. Old Su, say something. Both Vice Thousand Households Luo and Households Commander Lu have returned, but the only one who hasn't is the Lord. Su Wenkai paced back and forth. Don't panic, don't panic. The Lord has good fortune. Nothing will happen to him. Though that was said, an entire night passed. Until the sky began to brighten, the encampment remained ominously quiet. I've always known Tang Ruishan is useless. Sun Buki cursed aloud. He caused the death of third brother back then, and now he can't even protect Sansi. That Shi River tribe only has one refining organ martial artist. Shi River. Gu Xinlan's heart went cold. The people of Piang County knew all too well. The barbarians who came years ago to slaughter their villages were from the Shi River tribe. Were they sent to the enemy's main camp and have yet to return? Could it be? Sun Buki anxiously said, Sister, what do we do? Shall we borrow some troops and go look for them? Nonsense, Sun Li scolded. Can you resist 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses? Wait longer, and if they don't return today. She paused. Then I can only say, we were fated to meet this junior brother, but not destined to keep him. The words were cruel, but such was the reality. Soldiers. Who amongst them doesn't die? Let alone Chen Sansi. Even in the 8 camps of the past, there were countless talented individuals who died before they could grow up. Sigh. Sun Buki stamped his foot, but that was the fact he had to accept. Whoa. Tong family wept bitterly, always insisting on going to war, always ranting about earning merits at home, without considering if he possesses the ability. The child isn't even born yet. Gu Xinlan's eyes reddened, but she did not cry or make a fuss. She simply returned to the room to fetch her needlework and sat on a stone stool, meticulously sewing stitch by stitch. The east began to light up softly. In people's hearts, hope was extinguished. Let's go. Finally, Sun Li couldn't bear it. Buki, you come with me out of the city to look for him. Okay. Sun Buki had been restless. The siblings left the residence, preparing to fetch their horses. Buzz! It was at that moment. A deafening horn sounded, and rolling black smoke rose up, darkening the sky. Raise 3 beacon fires, indicate with 2 on the watchtower, burn 3 stacks of firewood. It signals an attack by an enemy army of more than 2,000. Sun Buki recognized the signal. The Great Wall. Zhao Kong, responsible for the watch, had stayed awake all night, yet the other night patrol team still hadn't returned. All dead. He shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, what's the use of talent, said to have so much potential, but died before even leaving Piang County, with Fatty Wong also gone. This will please many lords back in the city. Zhao Kong went back inside the tower, leaned against the wall, and prepared to rest for a bit. Just as he closed his eyes, the lookout on the tower shouted loudly. Enemy attack. A large army is invading. A large army is invading. What large army? Zhao Kong immediately became wide awake, scrambling up the lookout platform using the rope ladder. He saw, 10 miles out on the vast and boundless land, a dense mass of iron cavalry emerging, numbering at least 2,000. The Shi River tribe indeed had 2,000 people, but they weren't all cavalry. Had they really reinforced their numbers? Zhao Kong was even more baffled. Who wages war like this? To conquer a city is not the work of a day. Even if the Shi River tribe intended to attack Piang, they should have chosen a place to set up camp first, then slowly strategize. Who ride straight toward us on horses? Isn't that akin to courting death? Wait a minute. They're chasing someone. Zhao Kong squinted hard, trying to make his vision clearer. he spotted 8 riders ahead of the barbarian horde. The barbarian cavalry were chasing these 8 riders, and they seemed wary of getting too close, only following from a distance as if they were fearful of something. Charge! The households ordered a full army assault. The cavalry arrived at the Great Wall first. Xianxia led the charge onto the city wall, rushing up like the wind, followed closely by Luo Dongquan. Then came Sun Buqi and Sun Li, and finally Wang Li, Wu De, and others also arrived on their warhorses. What's happening? Xianxia climbed up to the lookout tower. It was all too sudden. He had heard about the Shi River tribe's reinforcements through Luo Dongquan, but it was too soon. They absolutely couldn't have launched an attack right away. Sir, it's Household's Commander Chen and the others. Zhao Kong finally made out the 8 riders ahead. The junior brother, Sun Li, and others also followed up to the lookout tower. Among the leading 8 riders, one white horse was particularly conspicuous. If not Chen Sansi seated on the horse, who else could it be? In front of him, he also held hostage a barbarian-dressed noble youth. A hostage? How could everyone not understand even this much? Clearly, Chen Sansi and his group had been surrounded by barbarians, but had captured a hostage, threatening the enemy with it to obtain a chance at survival. How precious must the hostage be to make 2,000 barbarian cavalry hesitate to act recklessly? How could such a precious person appear in the Shi River tribe? How could this? Luo Dongquan subconsciously leaned forward, his arms resting on the crenellation, stretching his neck to look ahead. Fall back. After several days and nights of continuous exertion, everyone was already exhausted. Even Chen Sansi's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Fall back 5 miles. This young brother. The barbarian 1,000 households rode his horse at a distance, following them. You have reached the border. Isn't it time to return His Highness to us? Cut the crap. We'll talk after we enter the city. Chen Sansi indicated for the prince to speak. The prince understood and complied. Do as he says, fall back 5 miles. Give them enough safe distance to enter the city. Under the watch of 1,000 pairs of eyes, the barbarian cavalry kept retreating and didn't dare to step forward. Chen Sansi led the people, prudently arriving at the city walls. Little junior brother, Sun Li called out to the wall below. What happened? How did you attract so many cavalrymen? Chen Sansi answered. We were surrounded by Shi River tribal cavalry during our reconnaissance. Fortunately, we had him, which is why we were able to escape by sheer luck. Actually confronted by cavalry. In such a situation. Yet they were still alive. Truly a rare feat in a decade. Not only that, the people also saw 2 separate horses carrying bodies. They even brought back the bodies of their dead comrades. A remarkable feat. Xianxia hurriedly inquired. Who is this person? Probably a prince, I suppose. Chen Sansi commanded. Introduce yourself to everyone. All right. All of you listen. The prince said, I am the 9th prince from the Yuan clan. If you dare to kill me, my father the Great Khan will certainly blood wash Pyong County. A prince. The 9th prince. Sun Buqi muttered. I have heard that the Great Khan of the Yuan clan has 10 sons, but adores only the 9th prince, said to be grooming him as the next Great Khan. He should be staying in the great capital. How did he end up in the Shi River tribe and get captured alive by Sansi? Capturing a prince alive. Xianxia's expression became excited. A remarkable feat. Who would have thought? Sending out a few night patrol teams could actually bring back a Yuan clan future Great Khan alive. What a tremendous feat it was. Subordinates achieving great success. The superiors would also bask in the glory. Good. Xianxia repeated the word good 3 times. Open the city gate. Quickly bring Chen household commander and his men inside. Over 100 cavalry rode out to meet them. The moment they returned to their own territory, 5 out of 6 men had fallen. Only Chen Sansi was still able to hold on. He casually threw the prince off the horse and was immediately restrained by the officials. Luo Dongquan, I want your damn life. Clang. Wang Ji, having caught his breath, got up from the ground, drew a long knife from the waist of a soldier beside him, and charged straight at Luo Dongquan. But with bones merely trained and already heavily injured, he was no match for his opponent. Luo Dongquan blocked the attack with his sword effortlessly, repelling Wang Ji, and exclaimed, "Have you gone mad? Household's Commander Xiang." Wang Ji screamed hoarsely. "We were surrounded by barbarian cavalry out of nowhere on the grassland. I suspect someone intentionally startled the barbarians to put us in a death trap. That person is Luo Dongquan." Slanderous accusations. Why would I scheme against my own people? Luo Dongquan angrily responded, "Your own carelessness exposed you. What does that have to do with me?" 30 pairs of eyes saw for themselves. I wasn't even heading in the same direction as you. You defame me, but where is your evidence? Lu Jinkui, Xiang Tingshun demanded. "Tell the truth, speak." Luo Qianhu speaks the truth. Lu Jinkui reported honestly. He was at the very northwest. I was in between him and Chun household commander at a great distance. Xiang Tingshun nodded. Wang Ji, this must be a misunderstanding. Leaking secrets and plotting against comrades is a capital offense. Besides, didn't you all return alive, safe and sound, and even achieved a remarkable feat? Wang Ji was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was just a suspicion. There was no concrete evidence. Returned alive? Chen Sansi sneered inwardly. He returned alive, but what about Li Daji, Xia Erniu, and the others? Evidence. If it's so hard to find, then just fucking forget about it. Is refining internal that far-fetched? Xiang Tingshun also obviously didn't want to blow things out of proportion. Because Luo Dongquan was a confidant among his trusted men. If procedural justice isn't possible, then it has to be outcome justice. Chen Sansi maintained a placid demeanor, but simply stated, "Please, Lord Thousand Households, provide compensation for the families of the fallen brothers." Not just that. Xiang Tingshun was exceedingly pleased. After this matter is reported to the court, it will surely shock both the government and the people. Each and every one of you on this mission will be rewarded. Listen up, soldiers of Dasheng. Outside the city walls, there came a lone messenger on horseback to the foot of the wall, loudly proclaiming, "If you do not hand over His Highness, we will definitely massacre Pyong. Then you're welcome to try." Xiang Tingshun stated deliberately and slowly, "I will be right here waiting for you to attack." Good. You just wait. The barbarian cavalry gradually retreated and disappeared beyond the line of sight. Laying siege was not something one could simply do at a moment's notice. It required extensive preparation. Today, a challenge was issued. 7 days later, a war report from a remote small county on the frontier was delivered by the Ministry of War to the cabinet, then transferred to the ritual supervision, and finally presented in the Longevity Palace by the Chamberlain of the Ritual Supervision himself. On the second day of the 11th month, 6th rank Captain Chen Sansi from Poyang County led a 10-member night patrol team deep into enemy territory. Amidst a siege of 2,000 cavalry, they captured 9th Prince Yuan alive and returned in one piece. Interesting, came a voice from behind the curtain, flat and emotionless. Pity, he was born in the wrong place. Never mind, I have 3 treasures, and one of them is mercy. Give this young captain a chance. Chapter 89, Breaking Through Skin Training. The day after returning to the city, Chen Sansi's capture of the prince spread throughout Pyong. His reputation almost entirely overshadowed Xiang Tingshun. Another 200 people came to Pyong County to join the army. Xiang Tingshun accepted all comers and reported to the commanding department, requesting a temporary expansion of the military garrison. Since the battle was nearing, the higher-ups would certainly not refuse. Apart from that, Xiang Tingshun also requested the deployment of additional troops to strengthen Pyong's defenses. The Great War was coming. The situation Chen Sansi's party investigated indicated that the Shi River tribe conservatively increased its forces to 5,000 men. It's uncertain. It really might have something to do with the immortal treasure. Next, there might be members of the witch god church infiltrating Pyong. There was no chance of escape. He had no choice from the beginning. If he had joined the martial arts hall, chances are he would still be fawning over Brother Liang at the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, without even an entry-level bone-strengthening skill. Joining the military, he got the technique, but it required risking his life. With any choice, there were corresponding prices to pay. All Chen Sansi could do was to continue growing stronger. This trip to the grasslands, the gains were not small either. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, advanced proficiency, progress, 885/1000, fighting for life and death, the blood courses fiercely. The spiritual grain he consumed before leaving was almost completely digested, and the proficiency of his technique increased dramatically, the speed incredibly fast. In a few days, he would be able to break through to skin training. But there was no need to announce it to the world. It was better to quietly make the breakthrough. Previously, it was to show off his talent. That's more than enough. Next, he would have to deal with refining organ martial artists like Dan Yuanji and Luo Dongquan, so there was no need to make them wary. The most crucial thing was, before refining organs, there was no way to get promoted. Why bother with the unnecessary? Tracking and evading, small achievement. Progress, 705/1000. Skill, commanding soldiers, entry level. Progress, 233/500. Utility, mainstay. Skill, horse control, proficient. Progress, 109/500. Speaking of which, his survival this time. Little Sun deserves at least half the credit. Without the White Swan horse's exceptional speed, Chen Sansi wouldn't have been able to capture the 9th prince in such a short time. Aside from the increases in various proficiency levels, the greatest gain should be this sword. Clang! Chen Sansi drew the sword blade, startling Sister Law in his arms. The two of them had been through life and death together. After reuniting, they cherished each other deeply all night long. This sword, its scabbard was mainly made of ebony wood, additionally adorned with gold vines on the surface, and a red gem was embedded in the middle, sparkling under candlelight. The sword was 3 feet and 6 inches long, in line with the 360 circulations, and 1 inch and 8 points wide, matching half the number of Heaven's Pride. Flawless throughout, the cold gleam was striking, the edge sharp, with a weight that felt just right. Xianxia sword. Chen Sansi had read about it in books. Before the grandeur of Dasheng, there was a unifying dynasty called the Yin. This Xianxia sword was created by the emperor who revitalized the Yin, who would have imagined it would fall into the hands of the Yuan family 100 years later. After the fall of the great Yin kingdom, the Central Plains region entered a state of fragmented rule lasting over 100 years. The alien races began assimilating into the Central Plains, reading the books of the Central Plains people, wearing their clothes, speaking their language. Latter chased back to the grassland by Grand Ancestor Chao Xie of Shang, the assimilation of the barbarians into Central Plains reversed quite a bit over 300 years, but the language remained the same. What a fine sword! Chen Sansi couldn't put it down. This sword had nearly ruined his reed leaf gun, which he had sent to the forge for repairs. After returning to Pyong, no one mentioned the sword to him, so it naturally became his. After advancing to skin training, he'll make time to practice the sword too. As for the 9th prince, it seemed he was escorted to the prefecture city overnight before being sent off to the capital city. With his royal status, they were not qualified to decide his fate. This counts as a great achievement. I wonder if the old emperor will give me anything nice. Chen Sansi pondered to himself. But with wars prevalent and the distance from the northern territory to the capital city, who knows how long the round trip would take? What's most important at the moment is to enhance his strength. The following day, Chen Sansi went to the military camp. Zhu Tong, Su Bin, and others were there and unharmed. That they could survive as six, the car suspension formation combined with commanding soldier skill, bringing calm in crisis, was indispensable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for minutes. They would have been crushed instantly. Wang Li, you should know people like Li Daji. Chen Sansi took out 20 taels of silver. Find a time to take the silver to their families, and check if the funeral compensation and supplements promised by the 1,000 households have been given fully. Let me know if there's an issue. Even though they were only military soldiers, they were human lives after all. He wouldn't treat casualties as mere numbers like Xianxia. He would help within his capacity. He didn't trust the officials to handle matters properly either. God knows whether the promised compensation will actually be given without skimming off the top. Zhu Tong, there's no doubt that the healing garrison will pay. I will cover all the resources needed for your subsequent cultivation in the realm of blood refining. Drink blood-replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup as you wish. Chen Sansi said generously. Xianxia couldn't afford to reward them with good things. But blood-replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup had to be rewarded nonetheless. Otherwise, who would be willing to follow him? Thank you, my lord. Zhu Tong and the others clasped their fists in gratitude. For these poor fellows, what they lacked most was supplemental medicine. Otherwise, their cultivation pace would be much faster than now. Fatty Wang, how are your injuries? Chen Sansi inquired. Well, having attained bone forging perfection, a couple of cuts won't kill me, said Wang Ji, who viewed those who died as if they were disciples he personally taught. It's just infuriating that Luo Dongquan couldn't be killed. Do you know what realm he's in? He just got promoted to Deputy 1,000 Households. Isn't he just at the entry level of refining internal organs? Chen Sansi was somewhat surprised. Not just that, absolutely more than that. Wang Ji took him to a secluded spot and spoke in a lower voice. Though I have regressed, I couldn't be clearer about the strength one should have at each realm. Besides, having spent over a decade in Pyong, I even know which cultivation technique he practices. He's definitely not simply at the entry level of refining internal organs. At the very least, he's mastered the refining organ skill. He's hiding his true cultivation level. Chen Sansi nodded, committing it to memory. He had just begun to think about concealing his own cultivation level. He hadn't expected Luo Dongquan to be doing the same. His own preparations to conceal his cultivation level were meant to face refining organ martial artists. But for whom was Luo doing it? Don't worry about it, Wang Ji said. Once you're back, with Buqi and his brother there, Luo Dongquan wouldn't dare act against you. Just focus on your training, and it won't take long for you to catch up to him. And what about Dan Yuanji? Chen Sansi followed up. Does he also have a concealed cultivation level? He does not, Wang Ji replied. During the last visit to Ji Mansion, when you were training in martial arts, I probed him under the pretense of being drunk. He is indeed in the initial stage of refining internal organs, but his foundations are solid, not bad at all. Chen Sansi understood. Cultivation levels. In most cases, it's easier to overestimate than to see through an underestimated one. Only in Fatty Wang's case was it somewhat peculiar. After a brief chat, Chen Sansi, who hadn't rested throughout the day, immediately dived back into his training, aiming to break through the final barrier of skin training in one go. At the family estate, Xianxia was practicing with his sword in the courtyard. Luo Dongquan, led by a maid, came in. Lord 1,000 Households, did you have any instructions for me? Xianxia didn't speak and continued practicing with his sword, leaving him standing there. Not until 2 hours later did he finally put away his sword and stop. He took the hot towel handed over by the maid to wipe off his sweat. Still in no hurry to speak, he then sat leisurely on the rattan chair and began sipping tea. Luo Dongquan thus stood in silence, not uttering a word, like a wooden stake. Go on, old Luo. Xianxia set down his teacup. Why must you do that? This lowly official doesn't know. Luo Dongquan kept his head lowered. Leaking comrades' whereabouts. What's the difference between that and conspiring with the enemy to betray the country? Xianxia stood up and approached the other man, suppressing his anger. You're so eager to see Chen Sansi die, not even willing to give me face? My lord, I did it for self-preservation. Luo Dongquan stopped pretending. In the future, with his power and influence in the Northern Territory, it would only take a word from him to not only threaten my life, but also end my career and the future prospects of my entire Luo family. Slap! Xiang Tingchuan's hand struck like an iron fan, fiercely slapped across his face, producing a crisp sound. Luo Dongquan. Don't forget who it was that took pity on you back in the day, brought you into the barracks, and taught you martial arts personally. And who was it that transferred resources to you so that you could have the cultivation you have today? This lowly official dares not forget. A purple-red handprint appeared on Luo Dongquan's face, and he didn't dare to resist. Lord Thousand Households' favor, this official will surely repay with my life. It's fortunate that there's no evidence. This matter, I will help you suppress it. Xiang Tingchun exhaled turbid breath. But if there is ever a next time, you're on your own. Get out. Luo Dongquan bowed respectfully, retreated a few steps, and then turned to leave. After stepping out gate, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva toward the front door, expressionless. Walla. Inside the cave, Chen Sansi poured the condensed dew body forging soup into a wooden tub. In recent days, he hadn't gone to the G mansion at all. Instead, he ordered their people to deliver the prepared medicinal soup to his home. Today was the last portion. Once used up, it should be just right for him to break through, and there would be no more condensed dew body forging soup. First, he exercised his skin in the iron sand. After his entire body was bloodied, he would jump into the medicine bath. The icy medicinal liquid seeped into his body, constantly repairing wounds and nourishing his physique. After soaking for a while, Chen Sansi got out, picked up the repaired reed leaf spear, and began a practice. The cultivation technique was displayed. The medicinal force of the medicine bath, previously absorbed through the wounds into the flesh, was now completely assimilated and then oozed out through the pores, hanging on his body like droplets of transparent dew. Thus the name condensed dew body forging soup. Various supplemental medicines, beast meat, and, most crucially, spiritual grain. Chen Sansi reached the threshold of a breakthrough once again. He could feel it. Qi blood no longer affected only the meridians and bones. When using Qi blood to strengthen his spear technique, his skin was strengthened along with it, as if his whole body from head to toe gained a thick armor of skin. Bang! A single thrust of his spear carved a huge hole in the wall of the cave. Chen Sansi's overall qualities rose once more. His skin became thicker and more resilient, far surpassing cowhide, and much stronger than that of Xian skin. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear, small achievement. Progress, 0/2000. Utility, blood of the dragon elephant, 9 dragon living veins, innate vajra, skin as tough as bone. Skin as tough as bone. When Qi blood is abundant, the skin becomes extremely tough, its defensive power akin to an external layer of abnormal bone, difficult to pierce with sword or blade. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Sansi clenched his fists and slammed them against the wall, punching multiple holes into it. He didn't feel the slightest pain, as his skin's level of defense turned into an invulnerable bone armor, and not just any ordinary bones. These were abnormal bones that could only be cultivated with a superior cultivation technique. Chapter 90 Mutual Destruction. Chen Sansi drew his treasure sword and lightly brushed it across his arm. A sting followed, leaving behind a white mark, but no substantial harm was done. This was still the Jinyue sword. If it were a regular blade, it would be even harder to break through the defense. It's not always this hard. It needs to be engorged with blood to work. Chen Sansi kept trying. In a normal state, his skin was tougher than an average person's, but not inhuman. Once I achieve great success, it will be a Vajra body, out of medicine. Chen Sansi sighed. The tiger blood wine, sent by the Ministry of War as a reward, had already been rewarded to him twice by Xiang Tingchun, but it was meant specifically for those with bone training great success. The medical books stated that drinking it prematurely was not only useless but harmful, so it was not yet needed. Let's borrow some from the martial arts hall. 100-year-old black ginseng. In Piyang County, it was generally harvested and kept at home as a treasured possession. By the time Chen Sansi descended the mountain, it was already night. He headed straight to the Liang family's large estate outside the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Starting here first. If there was nothing to find, he would then go to the Yuna Pan family and the Zhao family. Though the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy's pharmacy didn't do much business, it didn't mean they didn't have treasure stored at home. Bypassing 2 household slaves and disciples on night patrol, Chen Sansi lightly leaped onto the rooftops, hopping back and forth over the tile and rubble, making no sound thanks to light as a feather. He didn't even bother to conceal his long spear, carrying it openly on his back. Long spear, bow, and arrows, Jinyue's sword, one was not missing. It wasn't that he wasn't concerned about being discovered at all. It was just, the Liang family better pray that no one discovers him. Otherwise, Piyang County would have another family extermination tragedy. Times had changed. In the beginning, when he first practiced martial arts, he had to swallow his pride in the face of the martial arts hall's people. Now, he didn't even need to lift a finger against them. A flick of the finger to the bowstring would do the job. It was just borrowing some medicinal materials. He hoped they would not be foolish. Chen Sansi quickly found the storeroom for the medicinal materials. The person in charge was asleep on the table, essentially saving the lives of dozens of the Liang household. He climbed through the window into the pharmacy, grabbing a sack and stuffing it. Soon, it was bulging with items. Indeed, there's black ginseng, and quite an amount of it too, enough for me to use for a while. In a corner, Chen Sansi found some exquisitely stored boxes and opened them. They contained either ginseng or treasured Ganoderma, and many other rare treasures capable of neutralizing various odd poisons. Whether needed or not, he packed everything and took it all. Inside the quiet Liang family's large estate, only a study was lit by the light of candles. Chen Sansi thought about it, then still tiptoed to the eaves to peek through a sliver of an opening into the room. Inside the room, at the desk, a middle-aged man with graying hair sat there, facing a messy pile of scrolls, holding a folding fan in his hands and idly fingering it with a vacant look in his eyes. Is that Liang Zhan's fan? Old man, missing your son, are you? Chen Sansi hesitated on whether to send them all to be reunited as a family. Waste. A sharp scolding came through. A haggard woman burst out of the bedroom and rushed toward the study, rudely kicking open the door. Old man, what's the use of pretending here every day? If you really care for Zhaner, why don't you go take revenge? I do want revenge. Liang Shengji gritted his teeth and said, but Xiang Tingchun has achieved small success in refining internal, and how could I be his match? Plus, without evidence, he would certainly deny it. Xiang Tingchun? Chen Sansi was surprised. Turns out, Lord Thousand Households have been carrying the pot for him all along. So what? The woman shouted shrilly. You could ask others for help, couldn't you? Could that Xiang Tingchun be invincible in this world? Aren't there refining internal experts around the county magistrate, Beg them for help. No one can help me. Liang Shengji's voice was choked with sobs. Ji Guangxian and Xiang Tingchun are birds of a feather. How could they possibly help me kill Xiang Tingchun? Even if I were to spend all I have, I couldn't afford the price. And the magistrate? The woman lowered her voice. Isn't the magistrate repeatedly calling you over lately? Can't you ask him to help? Even less likely. Liang Shengji said, the new magistrate Shui is said to be from the court and barely accepts our tributes. He is too proud and lofty. How could he become our assassin? Moreover, his frequent summoning of us lately is for questioning about the immortal treasure. If I wanted his help, unless... He suddenly understood the woman's implication. You're insane. Hiding the immortal treasure is a great crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. By doing so, we could avenge Xianxia, but it would also mean the end of the Liang family's 100-year foundation. Foundation? The woman burst into hysterical laughter. Liang Xingji, your son is dead. Who are you keeping your foundation for? And with the barbarians about to attack the city, do you think you can stay hidden at home? Wouldn't the surname Xiang conscript you? Liang Xingji stood up anxiously. What are you doing? The woman put a hairpin to her own throat. If you're really a coward, then I'll just go to Xianxia myself. Liang Xingji roared, overturning the desk. You're all forcing me. So let's die together. Xiang Tingchun, I will take you down with me. What a touching scene of deep father-son affection, of white-haired people sending off those with black hair. Touching, is it? Chen Sansi sneered. When these beasts were testing drugs on the villagers, they never considered that others had families too. Even if he slaughtered their entire household, sparing not a man, woman, or child, they didn't deserve half a bit of pity. Instead, it would be ridding people of harm. However, since they pinned the blame on Xiang Tingchun and there was involvement with the immortal treasure, he couldn't just kill recklessly, or it might lead to unforeseen complications. The magistrate is indeed here for the immortal treasure, and he has refining internal experts by his side. It seems that the Liang family intends to report to the magistrate. Mr. Xiang, you'd better pray for good fortune. Chen Sansi didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he vanished into the night after leaving the Liang family compound, disappearing without a trace. You want to learn swordsmanship? Wang Ji, who was sitting on the stone stool drinking, lifted his head in confusion at the boy's sudden request. Are you sure? Sure. Chen Sansi nodded firmly. He had sought out the Sunli siblings, but since they didn't know, he had no option but to approach Tang Ruishan. Wang Ji recalled carefully, I do have some, come with me. The first time entering Fatty Wang's house was unexpectedly shabby. The yard was unattended, and there was no furniture in the rooms except for a bed and a locked chest in the bedroom. Wang Ji opened the chest and pulled out a pile of secret skill books, then selected a few swordsmanship volumes and tossed them over, as if they were worthless. Take a look at which one you want to practice. I don't have anything else, just plenty of techniques. While I was kicked out with my belongings, they only took the techniques above refining internal. I kept all the ones below it. Among these volumes, the best should be the Dinsong swordsmanship. It's the same one the master used. Supervisor's son? Chen Sansi asked. Wasn't he a spear user? He also practiced swordsmanship. If I remember correctly, before he broke through the martial saint level, he had practiced a variety of messy techniques. Wang Ji stroked his chin. This Dinsong swordsmanship is a unique technique from Tsang Mountain sect, one of the major sects from over 100 years ago. After the sect plotted a rebellion and was annihilated, the technique fell into the hands of the court. Even a master practiced it, so it must be good but definitely hard to learn. Aren't you worried it will affect your spear training? More than that. Chen Sansi voiced his perplexity. What I'm more curious about is, what are the benefits of practicing multiple weapon techniques? One major utility of a cultivation technique is to push the limits of the physical body. But as one's realm increases and they start training in a new weapon, what can that bring? It's definitely not going to be a significant improvement in physical strength. Otherwise, it would be common knowledge by now. Before Huajin, practicing an additional weapon technique can make your qi blood more robust. After Huajin, it gives you a deeper foundation in your strength. Besides that, there are no other benefits. Wang Ji explained patiently while changing the dressing on his wound. So generally, it's the people in high realms with no hope of further breakthroughs who collect and practice various techniques to enhance their combat power. After all, among peers in the same realm, the battle often comes down to whose true qi and qi blood can prevail. You are still at a low realm. It's not very meaningful to train now. Even if you master it, you won't be able to use 2 techniques simultaneously in real combat. People only have one brain. How can you split your focus? At most, you can have a long weapon and a short weapon to turn to when an enemy gets close, so you aren't helpless. That's your plan, right? Sort of. Chen Sansi did not deny it, but he quickly linked this information in his mind. People in high realms with no hope of further breakthroughs. This described the former supervisor son as well. It wasn't until after the 15th year of launching that supervisor son suddenly broke through to a level above martial saint. Was there a connection to his practice with the sword? Of course, this is only speculation right now. Martial saint is still too far off. Let's just try practicing the swordsmanship for now. I'll take this one. Chen Sansi accepted the Dian swordsmanship. Whatever you want. Wang Ji added, with a base level of cultivation, you'll learn other techniques much faster, but how fast depends on your qualifications and comprehension. Thanks. Chen Sansi didn't waste any time. He began practicing the swordsmanship that very day. The universal breathing skill was the foundation. He only needed to learn pile work and sword moves. He vividly remembered how, when first learning martial arts, it took nearly 10 days just to perform the pile work and move smoothly. Now, learning the sword, it took him only half a day. Cultivation technique, Diansong swordsmanship entry level. Progress, 0/50ths. Utility, none. Only 50 to reach entry-level mastery. Chen Sansi tried to officially practice. The results were quicker than he anticipated. Each time he completed a set of sword moves, the proficiency would noticeably rise. At this rate, just one day was needed. After one day, his swordsmanship could be at entry level. This really is a great sword. Chen Sansi held the Xianxia sword, somewhat unable to put down. This legendary treasure sword simply couldn't be measured in monetary terms. It was truly priceless. What a waste of resources. I heard that Prince was taken straight to the capital city. This was good news. If the prince had stayed in Pyong, the barbarian tribes would undoubtedly continue to send reinforcements, and higher-ranked generals would be essential. Mr. Xiang alone wouldn't be able to hold out. Now that the prince was taken away, the Yuan family would have to request reinforcements directly from the old emperor. Of course, this didn't mean that Pyong was safe. On the contrary, its fate was still uncertain. The Shi River tribe had at least 5,000 troops, perhaps even more. Against 1,000 households, 1,000 men. Even as defenders, there was significant pressure. Defense preparations began to be fortified inside and outside the Great Wall. The great battle was about to begin. Chapter 91. Fast-track swordsmanship. All around Pyong, everyone had entered a state of war preparation. Not only were the soldiers bustling about, the ordinary people couldn't escape conscription either. The Great Wall's construction had been ongoing for nearly 200 years, requiring annual maintenance. With the great battle impending, reinforcing the weaker segments had become more critical. The 200-mile Great Wall. The workforce from 1,000 households was wholly inadequate. They had no choice but to rely on civilians. Uncle Iz, have something to eat. Chen Sansi had been sent to supervise the labor and was distributing food to the villagers with Wang Li. This temporary conscription didn't even provide meals. The common folk had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, if the barbarians breached the city, not a single living person would be spared. The cornbread smells delicious. Sure, becoming a high official recently must have lined your pockets well. Uncle Iz took it and bit into it without a word of thanks. How dare you? Wang Li angrily said, You ingrate. The Lord kindly asked the Lord 1,000 households for food for you, and you don't appreciate it. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The rest of the villagers immediately began cursing. Just go die, Uncle Iz. Right, die at the barbarians' hands outside the city. That would be a fitting end for you. Chen Sansi paid them no mind and left Wang Li to watch over them while he attended to his own duties. The food he had requested from the stores through Xiang Tingshan. In a defensive battle like this, without civilian cooperation, the difficulty would increase significantly. Neither does it make sense to expect the horse to run without feeding it grass. The food reserves at the 1,000 households were enough for 6 months. Giving a small portion to the civilians was not a problem. Furthermore, Various village gentry and martial arts hall lords had amassed plenty in their granaries, waiting to sell at higher prices in winter. If truly necessary, they would seize food from the martial arts halls. Back at the military camp, empowered by the medicine of spiritual grain, Chen Sansi practiced spear techniques for 2 hours before starting on swordsmanship. Diansong swordsmanship, divided into 3 parts. The part he held could directly cultivate refining organs, comprising 13 sword techniques, each with 72 variations. If there had to be a distinct characteristic, it was focused on slaughter, with every move designed to kill. The Xianxia sword in Chen Sansi's hands hummed and trembled, at times swift as a fierce torrential downpour, and at others slow as drifting clouds, each strike embodying a weather-changing momentum, grand and powerful, splitting the wind and tearing through clouds. Cultivation technique, Diansong swordsmanship entry level. Progress, 0/50. Utility, ambidextrous, swift mastery of the sword path. Ambidextrous, dual wielding, complementing strengths and compensating weaknesses. Swift mastery of the sword path. Below the physical realm, sword techniques are incredibly fast, unimpeded. Swift mastery of the sword path. Once past entry level, proficiency was still only 50. This meant, as long as it wasn't beyond his own realm, breakthroughs were as simple as eating and drinking. In this way, the concerns Wang Ji had about it interfering with his spear technique cultivation were completely unfounded. More importantly, it was being ambidextrous. Normally, it's impossible to multitask. Chen Sansi trained with a shorter weapon as well, not just to handle special situations where enemies got close, but to have better options than being completely unarmed, which was certainly an improvement. However, if 2 sets of techniques could be used at the same time, it would be transformative. Sometimes, the sum of 1 plus 1 far exceeds 2. The long spear, as the king of weapons, had only one flaw: its length. Although his spear techniques were impeccable and no one had ever come close enough to challenge him, it didn't mean that they would never be able to. Being able to use both sword and spear techniques simultaneously would completely compensate for this. Chen Sansi tried it out on the spot. In his hands, the Xianxia sword and the reed leaf spear operated as if controlled by 2 perfectly coordinated individuals. Especially with the Xianxia sword. Holding the sword in his left hand, it felt not the least bit awkward, but rather like a natural extension of his own limbs. Swift mastery. Chen Sansi with spear in right hand and sword in left. Just 2 days and nights. He pushed the Xianxia sword to great success in the blood refining technique. His internal chi blood thickened without affecting the progress of his spear technique. Mr. Chen. Zhao Kong found him. Go to the main tent. Commander Xiang has important things to discuss with everyone. Central Army Camp. All the lieutenants were present. In addition, Magistrate Shui, Magistrate Ji, as well as Sun Li and Sun Buki were all there. Xiang Tingchun looked at Feng Yong, signaling him to begin. Yes. Feng Yong pointed to a location 20 miles outside the Great Wall on the sand table and said, 2 days ago, under orders to carry out a new round of reconnaissance, I discovered that the barbarian tribes had begun to set up camps there and obtained accurate intelligence that they would attack Pyong within 5 days at the latest. Among them, total military strength is about 6,000, with 2,000 light cavalry and 500 heavy cavalry. Refining organ increased to 2 people, bone training commanders increased to 10, several with blood, refining great success. Additionally, complete with heavy machinery, such as catapults and siege carriages. On our side, we have 1,056 combat-ready troops, plus 200 martial arts academy disciples, 3 refining organ martial artists, and 12 bone training martial artists participating in the battle. Lord Thousand Households, I have finished my report. Xiang Tingchun nodded slightly. Overall, while we have more high realm warriors, the Shi River tribe's forces are several times larger than ours, and even just holding out will be difficult. So, Magistrate Ji, could you help by requesting the Inding Prefecture Commanding Department to send an additional 1,500 troops? That's not within my jurisdiction, Ji Guangxian said sheepishly. Moreover, and Ding Prefecture is facing 50,000 iron cavalry, where they find extra forces to deploy. At most, I can call for one more refining organ from my family to assist. His mission was not completed. He could not return. Staying in Pyong meant sharing life and death with Pyong. Miss Sunday, Xiang Tingchun shifted his gaze. Can't the governor mansion send some people over? I've already written a letter and had it urgently sent to Liangzhou. My father should have arrangements in place. Sun Li's voice was cold. Before that, my brother and I will stay in Pyong to assist. We will absolutely not flee once the battle commences. Good. Everyone knows of the iron-blooded reputation of the 8 camps. It seems the reputation is well-deserved. Xiang Tingchun looked at everyone, exhorting, "Gentlemen, even the daughter and young master, the supervisor himself, are prepared to fight to the death. How can we retreat? Pass my command. Starting tomorrow, all soldiers of Pyong Thousand Households will be stationed at the Great Wall, on standby for 12 hours a day, ready to face the enemy at any moment." Understood. The crowd accepted the command. Mr. Chen Sansi, who was initially planning to go home, was stopped. He paused. "Magistrate Ji, what can I do for you?" "Haha." Ji Guangxian laughed. Mr. Chen ventured deep into enemy territory alone for hundreds of miles, capturing a prince amidst heavily surrounded troops, establishing an astonishing feat. Soon even the capital will hear of your great name. Elder Gao is the most perceptive in recognizing talents, and will surely entrust you with a significant task. I am flattered by Magistrate Ji's high regard. Chen Sansi replied perfunctorily. Sadly, even if I wanted to leave Pyong, I can't leave now. Major matters will have to wait until after the war is over. One word. Delay. As long as he could delay, once his realm improved, all problems would be easily solved. Mr. Chen speaks wisely. Ji Guangxian stroked his beard. I too will not leave, and will stay to share life and death with the soldiers of Pyong. Indeed, this matter should be discussed after the battle concludes. Such integrity, Magistrate Ji. Chen Sansi changed the subject. I just don't know. No. Ji Guangxian interrupted. Mr. Chen, when I travel far, why would I carry so many medicinal materials with me? Of course, if Mr. Chen can give me a guarantee, I am not against sending someone from a Ding Prefecture to rush more medicinal materials here. Magistrate je misunderstands. Chen Sansi said, I understand the principle of not taking rewards without merit. Due fortifying soup is exceptionally valuable. Even if Magistrate Ji is generous, I would feel ashamed to continue receiving it without due cause. I wanted to ask if Magistrate Ji has any other secret medicine, perhaps something for treating injuries or restoring chi blood. I dare not ask for much, just enough for a single use. Well, Magistrate Ji pondered for a moment. Naturally, there are more. My Ji family started in the medicinal trade. How can we have only one secret formula? Whether it's golden sword medicine for treating external injuries or blood-replenishing pills to quickly restore chi blood, my Ji family's medicines are many times better than what's available outside. Since Mr. Chen has asked, how could I refuse? I will have someone send some to you later. Thank you, Magistrate Ji. Chen Sansi bowed with his fists and took his leave. Sir. Dan Yuanji smiled. He has started asking for medicine. Naturally, the formulas used by my Ji family for bone training were taken by His Highness to cultivate his confidants. Anyone who has used them wouldn't want to switch medicines. Ji Guangxian confidently said, You send him the medicine later, but remember, only give him enough for a single use. He has asked me once. He will ask again. Why worry about not being able to keep him in check? Done. Chen Sansi successfully concocted Dew fortifying soup, 6 elements blood replenishing pills, and a secretly made medicine for treating external injuries. The Dew fortifying soup was still useful even for someone with a small achievement in bone training. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear. Upper, small achievement. Progress 108/2000. The other two secret medicines weren't very effective, but they were free of charge. They would also make the magistrate think that his family's secret medicines were attractive to him, ensuring he wouldn't be bothered by him until the end of the battle. Skill, medical skill. Ordinary, entry level. Progress, 403/500. The medical skill will soon break through. Chen Sansi returned home. Gu Xinlan had prepared dinner, as usual. That night, she took out a dark blue robe she had finally finished sewing after 2 months and personally dressed her man in it, checking for any ill-fitting areas so she could make the best adjustments overnight. It fits perfectly. Brother sure looks very handsome in it. Under the candlelight, in front of the bronze mirror, Gu Xinlan quietly watched her man, her almond-shaped eyes initially dreamy and blurry, gradually reddening with tears as she unconsciously hugged him tightly, whispering, "Sister Tong's child is due in a couple of days." I know. Since Chen Sansi had come to this world, it was his first time wearing such fitting and comfortable clothes. He adjusted his sleeves, replying, "Subin will join me in guarding the city. You help take care of things here." "That's not what I meant." Gu Xinlan hugged him tighter, her voice becoming very soft. "I meant, when you return, we should have one too." Towards the end, her voice was more choked than shy. The emphasis of her words was on return. "Don't worry, I'm quite capable." Chen Sansi suddenly lifted her by the waist. "And this matter doesn't need to wait until I return. We can start now." Tonight, countless similar scenes would unfold in the military settlements. Fathers silent, mothers advising, wives and children crying. Because no one knew if tonight would be their last reunion. Starting tomorrow, all soldiers would be stationed at the Great Wall, defending against the barbarian invasion. Before the battle is over, no one may return home. Chapter 92, Divine Arrow shows its might. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. The sound of the bugle echoed through the camp. The soldiers headed to the barracks, bidding farewell to their families. The Sunli siblings, too, donned their armor and took up their weapons to join the battle. Xianxia. Sun Buki caught up quickly. "I've looked into the matter on the grassland for you. That 1,000 households surnamed Luo, his subordinates, said he hasn't left alone. Is it possible that it's because Tang Ruishan is too incompetent, causing the exposure?" Perhaps. Chen Sansi didn't refute, nor did he bother to. To the people of the Governor Mansion, it was all about evidence. But he didn't need to provide any. Sunli said, "Little brother, don't worry. We'll keep an eye on him." Once arriving at the barracks, after Xiang Tingchuan's lengthy speech, all the soldiers then garrisoned the Great Wall. In the days that followed, they would have to eat, drink, and deal with all matters within the Great Wall, with any departures requiring permission. Each household was responsible for 2 signal towers, covering a distance of 20 miles. The other 200 martial arts academy disciples and over 200 new recruits who had just joined the army were scattered among them. The common folk were in charge of boiling the golden liquid, moving rolling logs, boulders, arrows, and other tools. Xiang Tingshun, Luo Dongquan, and Dan Yuanji, 3 refining organ martial artists, personally conducted day and night patrols. Additionally, a night watch team would leave the city every night to scout. This task no longer fell upon Chen Sansi. All that was left was to wait. After 3 days, Chen Sansi's swordsmanship shot straight up to entry-level bone training, no longer holding him back when used. "Mr. Chen, it's doomed." Su Wenkai, busy for several days, created a makeshift sand table with an accuracy comparable to that within the Central Army's tent. Holding a stick, he looked troubled. "It's doomed." It was mealtime. Everyone was gathered inside the signal tower, eating the beast meat brought by Chen Sansi, and thus heard everything clearly. "Doom my ass." Zhu Tong stepped forward and kicked him. "When the barbarians come, I'll push you off the city wall first to meet your doom." "It really is doomed." Su Wencai's expression was sincere. Subin leaned over, craning his neck. "Old Su, I've read military books too. We may not have many people, but we're defending the city. We're not lacking in food, and we have the townspeople to help. There's still a good chance we can hold. I wasn't talking about that. Su Wankai turned to Chen Sansi. You guys don't understand, but Mr. Chen certainly can see it. The troop reinforcement by the barbarian Thousand Household from Shi River is very strange, and in Ding Prefecture remains silent. Too weird. Unfortunately, there isn't enough intelligence. I can't see the specifics elsewhere and can't figure out what the barbarians exactly want to do. But from what we see now, the posture they are assuming signifies that they are hell-bent on taking Pyong, defying the heavens in their pursuit. Chen Sansi nodded, indicating he agreed with that view to everyone. Indeed strange. Even bringing up the immortal treasure wouldn't make sense. Shouldn't such matters be dealt with stealthily? For instance, sending several more experts of the witch god sect, plenty of refining organ and Huajin practitioners. What does it mean to send a large army closing in? Searching carpet style is not done like this, right? Of course, if it's just 6,000 men, the problem isn't too big. At most, we implement scorched earth tactics, retreat everyone back to the county seat, and concentrate strength on guard higher and more solid city walls. But what might follow next? Nobody can be sure. He, like Su Wenkai, had a very bad feeling. Nobody is an immortal. They could only take one step at a time. Mr. Chen, why don't we head to the mountains? Zhuangyi proposed this idea for the second time. Take about 100 people and just flee straight into the deep mountains and dense forests, where you could be a king and set up a stronghold, recruiting soldiers to start anew. Zhu Tong agreed with both hands. Exactly, we could establish our own small court. Are you too brainless? How can you joke about something like this? Su Bin hurried to stop them. Su Wenkai seriously discussed the idea with them, concluding in the end that lacking advanced cultivation methods and resources, becoming prominent would only lead to a dead end. Of course, everyone was just joking around, because defending the city was too monotonous. Chen Sansi didn't join in the fun. After replenishing his energy, he continued to practice his spear and swordsmanship. In a flash, another 2 days passed. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear, small achievement. Progress, 308/2000. His swordsmanship also caught up with his own realm. Cultivation technique. Diansong swordsmanship, bone forger small achievement. Progress, 0/2000. The limit for proficiency increased many times over. As expected, once reaching the realm of the physical body, rapid progress was no longer possible. He still needed to focus primarily on spear technique. On a side note, it has been over 10 days since the grassland journey concluded. Shouldn't the capital city have received news of me capturing the 9th Prince Yuan? I wonder if they'll give me anything in return. He didn't seek rank or peerage, only a resource for cultivation. The condensed dew body refinement soup was still useful for bone forger small achievement, but it wasn't enough. He wanted to achieve bone forging perfection as soon as possible, so when facing a refining organ martial artist again, he would not be utterly helpless. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Atop the Great Wall, the signal fires were lit. Along the 200-mile Great Wall, the soldiers, whose nerves had been strained for days on end, each took up their weapons and moved to their pre-assigned posts. Chen Sansi also took his spear and sword and went to the top of the wall. Boom, 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 boom. Hum. Along with the sound of war drums as loud as thunder and the majestic bugle, a dark mass of figures gradually appeared on the slope 10 miles away. It was the barbarian army. They arranged their battle formation, erected their observation towers, and stood off against the Great Shang officials and soldiers from afar. Yeah. Leading a dark horse cavalry unit, one came to a halt about 200 steps from the Great Wall and began riding around and shouting. Hear this, Shang Dynasty's officers and soldiers within the city. Surrender early and avoid death. We give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, if you don't voluntarily open the city gates, our heavenly clan Iron Cavalry will surely flatten Pyong. The best strategy in warfare is to outthink the enemy. Attacking the spirit is supreme, attacking the city is inferior. Even though they were of different races and bloodshed was inevitable, they could still create an atmosphere that boosted the morale of their own troops. Morale was, after all, the key to victory. Soldiers defending the Great Wall, listen up. I offer you. Whoosh! Thump! An arrow suddenly pierced through the helmet of a fast-charging cavalryman, toppling him and his horse to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chen Sansi slowly lowered his bow. 200 steps, 1 kill with a single shot. Good shot. Mr. Chen is valiant. Valiant. Hundreds of soldiers cried out in unison. Good. Xianxia, who sat atop the fortress gate, cheered loudly. Excellent archery, upholding the might of our great Dasheng. Although only one barbarian cavalryman had died, everyone felt as if they had gained a huge advantage as they looked at the dense group of people becoming insignificant, their hearts invigorated and hands itching for a fight. This was morale. 10 miles away, Wu Mu'er, a barbarian household leader on the observation tower, had an unpleasant expression on his face. His original plan was to intimidate the Sheng people before attacking, but the result was the opposite of what he had intended. How could we, the Heavenly Clan, who rely on our skills with the bow and horse, lose to the Sheng people? He asked solemnly, who has outstanding archery skills? I have Admiral Mu Ge. Jirentai, another household leader at his side, spoke up. This man uses a 5-stone bow and can hit a target 100 steps away with one of his 3 arrows. Good. Wu Mu'er issued an order. Send up Mu Ge and tell him that shooting down that archer just now will be rewarded with 20 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver, and 300 heads of cattle and sheep. Here they come again. Su Wenkai lay on the ground, cautiously looking ahead as another menacing barbarian approached. Sheng people, if you're brave, don't use numbers to overwhelm me or shoot chaotic arrows at me. Mu Ge came unarmed except for the longbow in his hand, his voice booming. Call out that archer from just now. I'll compete with him in archery, staking our lives on the outcome. I am right here. Chen Sansi stood atop the wall, letting the enemy come within about 100 steps. So arrogant. Mu Ge gritted his teeth and shot an arrow from his bow. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Sansi neither dodged nor flinched, but instead drew his own bow and loosed a thundering arrow. Ding! A light crisp sound rang out. The 2 arrows collided precisely in midair, veering off and falling to the ground. What? Mu Ge was shocked. From atop the wall, Chen Sansi looked down. Come again. Fine, let's do this. Mu Ge adjusted his breathing, calmed himself, and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. Ding, ding, ding. Yet each arrow was effortlessly shot down with unerring accuracy. Baturu. Mu Ge was struck dumb, standing still in shock for a long while before awakening from the nightmare and calling out in terror, the number 1 Baturu, the number 1 Baturu. Using an arrow to block an arrow. Such a divine skill could only be achieved by the grassland's number 1 Baturu. How could there be such a formidable person in the insignificant Piyang County? Mu Ge no longer dared to continue the competition. He turned to flee. But it was too late. Whoosh! A spade-shaped chi pai arrow struck his horse. Mu Ge fell hard. Before he could rise, a willow leaf arrow pierced his thigh. Then another hit his other leg, right hand and left and right. Unable to die and unable to live, Mu Ge writhed and howled beneath the city wall. Divine archer! Mr. Chen is likely one of the rarest divine archers in the world. Brothers with Mr. Chen here, how could the barbarians possibly breach our Great Wall? The 200-mile Great Wall. What they saw and heard was passed on and deliberately exaggerated. And in a short time, the morale of the officials and soldiers reached its peak. Useless! Wu Mu'er cursed. Jirentai, is this the divine archer you told me about? Jirentai remained silent. Muge was at least a bone forger with a small achievement, and yet he was defeated so effortlessly. Let's rest, Wu Muer said solemnly. In 2 days, we'll discuss the siege again. They had suffered defeats twice in a row. Attacking now would only make things more difficult. They had to wait out the period when the enemy's morale was high. What else could they do? It's not like the two main generals could personally challenge the enemy. Facing such a challenge meant facing a barrage of arrows. If there was a chance to kill a main general, the concept of martial virtue would be irrelevant. My lord, what a strategy! Su Wenkai exclaimed in admiration. After such an event, the barbarians' morale has plummeted to rock bottom, and they will not dare to attack again for a short time. The inside and outside of the Great Wall suddenly fell silent. It wasn't until the third day at dawn that the sound of war drums rang out again. A dense mass of black dots advanced toward the Great Wall as the barbarians officially began their siege. Chapter 93, Blood Battle at the Great Wall. Liven up. The household heads responsible for defending the Great Wall at various stages began to encourage their subordinates to give their all. Archery, relishing its triumph, was already a past affair from 3 days ago. Although the awe it inspired lingered, the excitement had long since faded. This was also why the barbarians were finally launching their siege. Within the fortress gate, Xianxia ordered release arrows. An order officer immediately relayed the command. Each signal tower was purposefully equipped with archers and crossbowmen. As soon as the barbarian soldiers approached within about 200 steps, everyone aimed slightly above and in front of them and unleashed a barrage of arrows, creating a parabolic rain of projectiles. The siege. Unlike what's portrayed on television, it was absolutely not a matter of wielding a shield and sword, yelling battle cries, and charging forward. If it were so, there would be countless deaths no matter how many came. Laying siege required the use of many pieces of machinery. Take, for instance, the barbarians in the frontmost ranks. All were shielded by wooden curtain carts and Fenwen cars. Wooden curtain carts. These are siege engines covered with wooden planks for protection. In front of the vehicle, thick wooden planks shielded from the arrow rain, while soldiers hid behind them and pushed the cart forward without showing themselves. Fenwen cars. Similar pieces of equipment, all made of iron, essentially a group of soldiers rushing forward carrying an iron shed on their back. Moreover, the barbarians also set up an arrow formation, shooting wildly at the city walls. Relying solely on a barrage of arrows to stop them was impossible. At most, it would kill only a few of their soldiers. In the end, they had to wait until the enemy attempted to climb the walls before they could significantly reduce the enemy's numbers. Chen Sansi's 15-stone bow could easily penetrate the common bamboo armor shields, cowhide shields, and thinner iron shields, virtually counting each flex of the fingers as a life claimed. Skill. Archery, small achievement. Progress. 508/1000. With continued training like this, it wouldn't be long before his archery reached great success. But in the end, he was just one person, unable to withstand the 1,000-strong army. Soon, the barbarian soldiers reached the base of the city wall and successfully set up the scaling ladders. Scaling ladders. They weren't just any ladders, but ladder carriages, extremely heavy pieces of engineering, weighing up to thousands of caddies. They could adjust their angle flexibly, had iron hooks to secure to the wall, and the base could form a triangle with the wall, making them incredibly sturdy. One after another, the barbarians began to climb up the ladders. Log rams and boulders proved their worth, smashing down onto those below with the force of collapsing mountains. As soon as a brave warrior climbed halfway, they were doused from above with scalding golden juice. I've saved this for you for days. Have a taste. All of you try it. Zhu Tong roared, pouring down bucket after bucket. The boiling temperature, once it injured the skin, would lead to bacterial and viral infections. Without effective treatment, it was practically a death sentence. Chen Sansi stood guard beside them. Whoever dared to show their head would be stabbed with a thrust of his 3-meter-long spear. On the defensive side, One man could indeed hold the pass against 10,000. Shortly, he had stabbed over 20 people to death, not allowing a single enemy soldier to climb over the wall. Gradually, the area he was responsible for quieted down. Over 200 li of the Great Wall. The barbarians couldn't possibly attack along the entire line. They mainly chose to attack weaker points. Even so, the first round of the siege didn't last too long. 2 hours later, the barbarians sounded the retreat. A siege was inherently a prolonged affair. Today's assault was likely just a probe. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and assess the situation. In this round, the barbarians lost over 400 men, while the Pyong 1,000 households lost just over 50, most of whom died from random arrows during the defense. The ratio of losses looked quite favorable. But what the barbarians sent today were the so-called old, weak, sick, and disabled. This could be seen from the tattered leather armors on their bodies, and moreover, not a single bone training martial artist had yet appeared. It was clear they intended to use these 400 weakened troops to gauge the true combat strength of the Great Wall. Skill: commanding soldiers, entry level. Progress: 388 to 500. In live combat, the skill of commanding soldiers rapidly improved. With the mainstay support, the soldiers under Chen Sansi's command, despite feeling mentally tense, did not panic and always coordinated well. Coupled with him standing at the forefront, only 2 men died in battle and 3 were wounded. Lays bones. The stinking Zhu Tong dragged Su Wenkai, who had been cowering in a corner, out into the open. Didn't you say it was the end for us? The barbarians look like nothing but wine sacks and rice bags to me. It hasn't even started yet, Su Wenkai informed. They haven't even brought out the bone-training warriors. They haven't used digging tunnels or earth bags and such tactics yet. Chen Sansi let the old scholar enlighten his men, while he himself wasted no time in practicing martial arts. He also took the opportunity to ask Xianxia for leave to go hunting in the mountains, claiming he wanted to reward his subordinates. Having just earned a significant merit, he couldn't afford to grant rewards, so he was entitled to some privileges. Riding the white swan horse, he went up to the mountains to soak in medicinal baths and practice martial arts, also improving his medical skills. When he returned, he brought a couple of hunted animals to the Great Wall for everyone to share. This continued for 10 days, during which the barbarians didn't seem eager to launch another full-scale assault. Instead, they beat drums every midnight and sent small groups of soldiers to shoot arrows and harass during the day. Siege exhaustion tactics, Chen Sansi was well aware. As long as they didn't lack food and fodder, such were-down strategies would advantage the barbarians. On one hand, their numbers were vast, creating increasing pressure for the soldiers of the Great Wall. Plus, with the cold weather, it was a torture to huddle on the ground every day. Speaking of which, it was almost the 12th lunar month, and the Northern Territory had yet to see snow. If a blizzard did set in, that could press the barbarians as well. Cultivation technique: undying golden snake spear. Upper small achievement. Progress: 899/2000. The cultivation speed had slowed down. The efficacy of the dew condensation body forging soup was much less than before. At this rate, it would take at least 20 more days to achieve bone forging perfection. However, medical skill was on the verge of a breakthrough. Medical Officer Jiang also came to the Great Wall with the army. Chen Sansi used the excuse of helping, but in reality, he was improving his proficiency. After pushing the medicine mill, he began practicing acupuncture on a wooden man covered with drawn acupoints. Medical skill included more than just herbs. Acupuncture was also one of its types. He had memorized all the acupoints and acupuncture techniques. They were etched in his memory, and now all that was left was to familiarize himself with the hand feel. In the course of an afternoon, he had basically learned it all. Finally, the panel floated up. Skill: medical skill. Mortal: proficient. Progress: 0/1000. Utility: recognize medicine. Cure all poison. Cure all poison. Medical skill is unparalleled. knowing all there is to know, such that all poisons of the mortal world can be cured upon sight. Cure poison? Chen Sansi had the ability to recognize medicine, which allowed him to prevent others from poisoning his food, but he lacked the skill to cure poison. Whether in the Jianghu or on the battlefield, there were always those who favored using poison, the cunning and treacherous ones. With this skill at his disposal, he was essentially immune to poison. Dong dong dong. After many days, the familiar sound of war drums echoed in his ears once again. Medical Officer Jiang, I must go. Chen Sansi's heart tightened as he dropped the silver needles and left, arriving at the city wall only to see hordes of barbarians surging forward like a tide. This time it was not the old, weak, sick, or disabled. It was a full-on assault. The number and quality were far greater than before. Siege engines were placed at the very front, followed by shield gunners and crossbowmen. At the back were 2,000 uniformly arranged cavalry. Moreover, there were an additional 500 heavy cavalry bringing up the rear. These heavy cavalry were not just fully armored from head to toe, but even the vital parts of the horses beneath them were fully armored as well. Truly the elite of the elite. Last time on the grasslands, if they had encountered this group of people, Zhu Tong and his men probably wouldn't have had a single survivor. The cavalry stopped at a distance of 2 miles, forming the rear guard. The remaining 4,000 infantry spread out, some feigning attacks while others launched the main assault, blurring the line between the real and the fake to such an extent that the Great Wall's defenses couldn't adjust in time. We are here for a feint attack. At the section Chen Sansi was responsible for, some people initially came over to set up ladders, but those who climbed up were few, and soon everyone withdrew, leaving only the empty ladders behind. Chen Hunter households quickly lead 30 men to the Alpha Signal Tower on the east side of the city gate to provide support. Hunter households Zhao can't hold on any longer. The order officer's command was delivered with a delay. By the time Chen Sansi and his men arrived at the designated spot, he saw that 4 ladders had already been mounted on the wall. Zhao Kong was entangled in a fight with the barbarian hunter households, and his men were guarding around the ladders, obviously unable to attend to other matters. Not far behind the ladders, several large siege carriages were also taking advantage of the situation to advance. Siege carriage. This carriage was the largest type of war carriage of the age. The one in front of them was not the biggest, but nevertheless stood 2 fathoms high and many fathoms wide. The interior was divided into 3 layers, and aside from being able to accommodate nearly 100 soldiers, it was also equipped with heavy crossbow poison arrows and heavy hammers. The soldiers at the top of the carriage could directly leap into the city wall, while those at the bottom were responsible for chiseling and digging, damaging the city itself. If they allowed them to arrive smoothly in front, coupled with an influx of barbarians, the Great Wall would be thrown into complete chaos, and then it wouldn't be impossible for it to fall. Set fire. Chen Sansi ordered calmly. The torch basins had long been prepared. The archers, including Chen Sansi himself, began using fire arrows equipped with iron cages. They first lit the oily cloth with torches, then pulled their bows and shot arrows, targeting the siege carriage. But since the enemy dared to bring the war carriage over, how could they not be prepared at all? The water dragon car followed right behind the war carriage, dousing any flaming arrows before they could ignite the vehicle. Fortunately, the water carriage had a limited capacity. Under the deluge of fiery arrow rain that was like an engulfing sea of flames, they ultimately managed to set 2 carriages ablaze. At the same time, the distant catapults started to hurl stones en masse. Huge boulders, like meteors from the sky, crashed thunderously onto the city wall, and within just a few rounds, they had smashed a giant gap in the century-old wall. Unless they were martial artists with a minor achievement in blood refining or above, anyone who didn't dodge would be smashed into a pulp on the spot. Amidst various distractions, eventually one carriage managed to stop right in front of the wall. Barbarian soldiers came pouring out one after another, but the vast majority were killed by a long spear before they could even jump out. Charge, all of you charge. He's just one man. He who climbs the wall first shall gain the greatest honor. It could be seen that the people who had come with Chen Sansi to support were forced to put down their bows and help defend the scaling ladders that were close to being overrun. In front of the war carriage, there was only him. The barbarians burst forth with incredible drive, wanting to achieve the great feat of being the first to mount the wall, surging forward like beasts freed from their cages. Chen Sansi showed no fear and stood alone in front of the siege carriage. His long spear danced in the air like countless flying snakes, leaving no gaps unguarded. Any barbarian brazen enough to poke their head out would soon find a transparent hole in their body, and after a relentless attack lasting 5 minutes, the bodies piled up in the carriage exit, with not a single person managing to stand on the wall for more than 2 seconds. "All of you, get out of my way!" A deafening roar came from inside the carriage. A burly man used his own soldiers as human shields, seizing the chance to break out of the carriage and close in with a wolf-fawn club raised overhead strike. Clang! The Xianxia sword at Chen Sansi's waist suddenly unsheathed. All everyone saw was a flash of cold light, and the head of the burly man, who had only minor success in bone training, rolled on the ground. He was no match for Chen Sansi. The barbarians inside the carriage were, as if drenched with a bucket of cold water. Their desire for valor completely extinguished, and their will to survive surged forward. Over 100 pairs of eyes stared, shuffling in place, with no one daring to rush forward again. On the contrary, Chen Sansi proactively charged into the crowd. His right hand Lu Yi spear swept all around while his left hand Xianxia sword reaped those who slipped through the net, cutting down heads in a flurry of slashes. Not knowing who started it, someone shouted retreat, and they all scrambled to jump down from the carriage. Those who jumped a bit slow gained a bloody hole, and inside the carriage, they trampled over each other, innumerable dead or injured. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the war carriage red. And just at this moment, horns sounded beyond the Great Wall, and the barbarians beat gongs to signal retreat. Chapter 94, The Imperial Edict of Reward. After the sounding of the retreat, the barbarian soldiers beneath the city walls began their disorganized withdrawal. They're retreating? Chen Sansi plunged his long spear in the ground, wiped the sticky blood from his face, and stood on high ground overlooking the battlefield. Just now was actually the most dangerous time. Why the sudden retreat? There must have been an unexpected turn of events. Indeed, it wasn't long before news arrived. While the barbarians were focusing on the main attack at the city gates, one of their main generals led 300 elites in a fierce assault on a weak point on the west side, successfully breaching the wall and killing a commander with the surname Qian on the spot. Fortunately, Xiang Tingchun and Dan Yuanji arrived just in time and killed that main general. With the loss of a main general, it meant that the barbarians had only one refining organ martial artist left, and they had no choice but to temporarily retreat and regroup. In fact, this moment was often the best opportunity to pursue the enemy outside the city. However, Pyong had insufficient troops, and the barbarians had deliberately left cavalry in the rear for support. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Chen Sansi sat down to rest. Only at dusk was the counting finished. In this round, they killed 1,000 enemies but lost 200 soldiers, most of whom were newly recruited, and 100 martial arts academy disciples died. It was said that the remaining disciples had dispersed like birds and beasts, and a search was already underway to capture them. That is to say, what was left of Pyong's fighting strength was only about 900. Mr. Chun, Household Commander Xiang, has called everyone over. Within the camp, everyone, having fought half the day, was exhausted and most had sustained minor injuries. Sun Li's pale complexion was likewise smeared with blood. Sun Buki's arm had been cut. Xianxia, Xiang Tingchun inquired, "What do you think we should do next?" "Retreat." Chen Sansi gave his answer. "The defensive line is stretched too thin, and Pyong has too few troops. Continuing to defend this way, today's close call will happen again soon. It's better to fall back and clear the fields, retreat to within the county city, and concentrate our forces to defend the high walls. There's still a chance of victory. Your thoughts align with mine. Xianxia didn't even consult others before immediately issuing an order. Feng Yong, Zhao Kong, the two of you are responsible for bringing all the civilians from outside the city inside by dawn tomorrow. Be sure to leave the fields bare, not leaving a single grain of food behind. The rest of you, continue to defend the Great Wall tonight. Nobody is to leave their post without permission. Yes. Feng Yong and the others accepted the order and left. Magistrate Yi. Xianxia continued. Was the situation in Ding Prefecture? Ji Guangxian sighed. The fighting there is fierce. It's impossible to send reinforcements over. Household's commander Xiang, you can put that hope to rest. But tonight, an old slave with a small success in refining organs for my family will arrive, which might be of some help. This time, we are truly grateful to Magistrate Ji. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. With this, they would have 4 refining organ martial artists against the barbarians 1. Along with the advantage of defending the high walls, there was a very good chance of holding out until Ding Prefecture could spare troops for reinforcement. Defending Pyong with 1,000 men would also be considered a great achievement. Mr. Xiang needn't thank me. Ji Guangxian spoke indifferently. The current His Highness has always been concerned for the country and its people. He definitely doesn't wish to see the great Shang dynasty lose any city. By helping you, I'm also serving the court. The two stayed behind to talk. The others dispersed one by one. Sir, Subin had been waiting outside for a long time. Could I possibly? You can't go back, and I can't either. Chen Sansi knew what he was about to say. Subin's child was probably just born, and now with the call to clear the fields, it meant that all the civilians from outside the city would have to sleep on the streets for a long time, and he was certainly worried about their safety. Chen Sansi was also concerned about Sister Lan. He found Sun Li, who understood without being told. I'm not under anyone's command. Temporarily leaving does not count as desertion. Don't worry, I will ensure Sister Lan and the family of your subordinate are well taken care of. Thank you. Chen Sansi bowed with fist and palm. He returned to his post on the city wall and counted the number of his troops. 20 had been sacrificed. Most of them died, defending the cloud ladders while he was reinforcing Zhao Kong. Having an excellent memory wasn't always entirely good. After a true battle of blood, the atmosphere grew more solemn. Even Zhu Tong no longer acted carefree as before, but sat quietly on the wall-top meditating. Chen Sansi rested briefly, then continued to practice martial arts. The silver lining was that the Shi River tribes didn't attack again overnight, and by daylight, they were all able to retreat safely into the city. The walls of Pyong City were 3 zhong high and 2 zhong thick, extremely sturdy. Plus, with 1 refining organ martial artist stationed at each of the east, south, west, and north sides of the city walls, it was nearly impossible for the barbarians to break through easily. It was a pity that many villages outside the city would be burnt to the ground, but that was unavoidable. Mr. Chen, a well-built middle-aged man with a short beard, climbed onto the city wall. And you are? Chen Sansi became alert. The man before him breathed deeply and had a steady step. He was very similar to Xianxia and was very likely another refining organ martial artist. Mr. Chen, there's no need for alarm. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My surname is Han, and my name is Cheng. I'm a guard under Magistrate Xue, but you can call me Guard Han. Pleased to meet you. Chen Sansi greeted him with a bow. He had previously overheard at the Liang family residence that even a petty county magistrate like Xue had a refining organ martial artist by his side, and it turned out to be true. Moreover, during the previous fierce battle at the Great Wall, this person did not make a move. He asked, Guard Han, what brings you here? There is an imperial decree. Han Cheng made a gesture of invitation. An imperial decree? Chen Sansi speculated that it was something about 9th Prince Yuan, and the authorities in the capital city must have responded. He then followed the other party and walked to the residence of the magistrate. Mr. Chen. All of a sudden, Han Cheng stopped. In a moment, Magistrate Xue will read the imperial decree. Whatever is asked of you, just agree, and if anything happens, Supervisor Sun will have your back. Remember, you must agree to everything. Question mark. Chen Sansi was taken aback. He quickly realized that the person before him, Han Cheng, seemed actually to be Supervisor Sun's man. The Sunli siblings had mentioned in private that Magistrate Xue was the Emperor's man, yet he had Supervisor Sun's person hidden by his side and also wanted him to follow the imperial decree. How complicated. Only by going in would he be able to find out what exactly was going on. All right, I will remember that, he said. Chen Sansi nodded in agreement. Only then did Han Cheng continue to lead the way. Inside the hall, Magistrate Xue was dressed in official garments, sitting upright on a Taisher chair. By his side, there stood another guard. Could it be another refining organ martial artist? Two refining organ martial artists accompanying a single magistrate? Mr. Chen. Seeing them, Magistrate Xue cautiously got up. It is remiss of me not to have met you at a distance. Please forgive me. Magistrate Xue is too polite. Chen Sansi gave a formal bow. Just speaking in terms of rank, he was one level higher than a 7th-rank magistrate. Then I will get straight to the point, said Magistrate Xue as he cleared his throat, took out the golden silk decree that was already prepared, slowly unfolded it, and read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Captain Xingxin, Chen Sansi, with a body of youth and the realm of bone training, penetrated deep into enemy territory for 400 li and captured the 9th Prince Yuan alive. His loyalty and courage are commendable. He is hereby appointed as a 5th-rank cavalry captain, bestowed with a box of bone training treasure medicine and a pot of imperial wine. This I decree. Your servant accepts the decree with gratitude. Chen Sansi received the imperial order with both hands. A 5th-rank cavalry captain is a military officer's honorary rank and does not entail an actual position. In this world, military achievements are tied to one's cultivation realm. His 6th-rank official title with a 5th-rank honorary rank was already exceptional. But that wasn't key, and he didn't care about it. What interested Chen Sansi was the bone training treasure medicine. The items given by the Emperor were bound not to be of poor quality. It would be good to seize the chance to break through to bone-forging perfection in order to cope with the upcoming battles. Additionally, there didn't seem to be any special content in the Imperial Edict. What did Supervisor Sun's man mean about having his back, and what exactly was there to cover? Mr. Chen. Magistrate Xue showed a smile. At such a young age, you have gained the Emperor's favor. The prospects for your future are limitless. You flatter me, Magistrate Xue. Chen Sansi replied politely, eager to get the treasure medicine quickly. Magistrate Xue, however, was unhurried. He took a jade pot from the tray held by a servant, poured a cup of wine, and handed it over. Mr. Chen, the Emperor's imperial wine must be consumed on the spot according to tradition. I hope you will not disappoint His Majesty's will. Green blood poison dew, colorless and tasteless. Once ingested, it blends into the flesh. It will not act for 3 months, but after 3 months, without an antidote, one will suffer pierced intestines, belly rupture, bleed from 7 orifices, and die a violent death. Poison wine. The old Emperor rewards me with poisoned wine for my merits. Is the agree to everything Gardhan mentioned referring to this? Chen Sansi's thoughts raced, though his face remained expressionless. The poison wine takes 3 months to take effect. This means the Emperor doesn't want to kill me. Instead, he wants to control me. Chen Sansi suddenly saw the light. The Emperor had no reason to kill him. If he really wanted to kill a small bone trainer like him, there would be no need for such secretive poisoning with a 3-month delay. If the purpose was to control him discreetly, then it made sense. But what for? If he does well within 3 months, he would be quietly given the antidote, and everything would be as if nothing had happened. If he does poorly, would he then die from poisoning? To drink or not to drink? It seemed like having his back meant that Supervisor Sun would provide the antidote, allowing him to feign compliance for now. Of course, Chen Sansi would not fully trust either side. After all, he was, for the moment, merely a selected point in name only and had no actual connection with Supervisor Sun. But, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to drink. After all, he could detoxify himself. With that thought in mind, Chen Sansi lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Chapter 95: The Fall of Inding Prefecture's Great Wall. The county magistrate Shui watched him drink the wine, his mouth corners imperceptibly curling. Good wine. Chen Sansi inverted his wine cup to indicate he had finished drinking and suggested, Magistrate Shui, with such good wine, won't you also have a taste? That simply won't do. Magistrate Shui stepped back half a step. An imperial gift is not for outsiders to enjoy. Such a pity that I must enjoy this fine wine alone. Chen Sansi drank another cup and asked, I am a simple man, following the rules. Must I drink it all up? That's not necessary. Magistrate Shui shook his head. Mr. Chen, you can take the rest to save as a treasure. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Chen Sansi prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Chen, Magistrate Shui stated. I still have something to say. He didn't speak before, preferring to wait until after the poison wine was drunk. It seemed his guess was correct. Drinking poison wine meant obedience and worth using. Refusing to drink meant defiance, guaranteeing not immediate execution, but an uncertain fate. Chen Sansi, however, was eager to see what secret the old emperor was so desperate to keep hidden. Mr. Chen, Shui Yuping said in a low voice, do you know why we have come? Chen Sansi feigned confusion. Naturally, you came to serve as magistrates. That, of course, but apart from that, I also bear another imperial mission. Shui Yuping looked worried. During your time in the households, did you ever hear of something called a mortal treasure? Chen Sansi shook his head blankly. It's quite normal for you not to know, given that you haven't been practicing martial arts for long. Shui Yuping explained. My task is to find a treasure left by an immortal before the war's end. You must be joking, Magistrate Shui. Chen Sansi said in surprise. How could there be immortals in this world? There certainly are. Isn't our current emperor the Emperor Wan Shou himself? Shui Yuping looked towards another guard and ordered in a stern voice. Tang Ming, how is the investigation going? Speak freely. Household Officer Chen is one of us. All right. Tang Ming nodded. The martial arts hall is definitely suspicious, especially the one surnamed Liang. He's been loitering outside the county government these past few days, looking sneaky and indecisive. Liang Shengji? Chen Sansi knew what he was trying to do. It seemed the fire of the immortal treasure would soon reach Xiang Tingchun, and it can't be concealed forever. It'll come to light eventually. Use both kindness and severity. Don't just force things, and make sure to interrogate thoroughly. Any crimes can be discussed later. Shui Yuping changed the subject. Any news on the Witch God sect? Intelligence says. Tang Ming's expression hardened. A large group of experts beyond the Hua Jin stage is expected to arrive. Beyond the Hua Jin stage? Chen Sansi's guess was spot on. He had always felt if they were really after the immortal treasure, why not send powerful masters? What special merit does humble Piang have? With the enemy army pressing their borders and masters infiltrating, even so, it still didn't make sense why the enemy army was at their doorstep. It was understandable for the Witch God sect to seek the immortal treasure, but the encroaching army was baffling. We really don't have much time. We must get the item before the Witch God sect arrives. Shui Yuping stood. Mr. Chun, you must keep today's matters to yourself and leak nothing. You also need to keep an eye out for the immortal treasure to see if there's any connection with the army. If any discovery is made, it will constitute a real act of heavenly merit. Chen Sansi nodded. I will remember. We don't have much time. The magistrate Shui must know some secrets, but wouldn't reveal them easily. This poison wine, it really was right to drink it. For in it, perhaps there was a sliver of life. Because he drank the poison wine, it meant that he was now the old emperor's man. The conversation ended. Shui Yuping had Han Cheng see the guest out. Once outside the prefect residence, Han Chen whispered, "Mr. Chen, do whatever Magistrate Shui tells you next. Avoid withholding any information and do not defy. The Emperor's command is divine imperative." Chen Sansi understood the implicit message. A mere 6th-rank official in the bone training realm would find defiance to be a dead end. Not just him. Even Supervisor Sun's third son paid a heavy price for his youthful arrogance, didn't he? Ultimately, it came down to insufficient personal strength. "Thank you for the advice, Garhan." Chen Sansi gave a fist salute. It was clear that Han Chang was giving him a warning. No matter the reason, pleasantries needed to be exchanged. He probed, "Guard Han, is something significant about to happen?" "I do not know." Han Chang shook his head. "I'm merely following Supervisor's orders to look after you for a bit. The rest is still uncertain. I shall take my leave." Chen Sansi didn't press further. He mounted his white swan horse, and along with Wang Ji, he set out on a scouting mission. Unlike the previous journey to the grasslands, they moved mostly solo to keep a low profile. Midway, he turned directly towards Tiger Head Mountain. In the cave, with the aid of the cure-all poison, Chen Sansi quickly concocted an antidote. He also did not lack the necessary materials. When he previously obtained medicine from the Liang family, he had taken away all the medicinal ingredients from the storeroom, among which included several specific treasure medicines used for detoxification. Accompanied by abdominal cramps, he violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, signifying the poison had been neutralized. The green blood poison wasn't considered a world-class rare poison. Its advantage lay in its colorless and odorless nature, making it difficult to detect. Had it not been for Chen Sansi's ability to recognize medicine, he might have truly believed it was the Emperor's kind gesture of rewarding a meritorious official with fine wine, especially since no abnormalities would appear in the body shortly after ingestion. 3 months later, if he indeed became a confidant of the Emperor, someone would secretly administer the antidote. In this way, without anyone being any wiser, the relationship between monarch and subject would not suffer from any rift over this incident. On the contrary, if he failed to become a confidant of the Emperor, he would naturally succumb to the poison in an inexplicable manner, perhaps never knowing how he met his end. What a cunning scheme. Very well, I'll be your damn confidant." Chen Sansi took out the wooden box that had been awarded to him, and upon opening it, there lay 5 red medicine pills, which were presumably the so-called bone-forging treasure medicine, and this time, they were not poisoned. These pills were known as mysterious primordial bone-tempering pills, each worth over 500 taels of silver. The entire box added up to several thousand taels of silver. Even if Chen Sansi could decipher how to make it, it would be difficult for him to gather all the necessary materials. With them, he would quickly reach bone-forging perfection. Without wasting any time, he packed up his belongings and descended the mountain, riding Little Sun around outside the city. He discovered that the barbarians had indeed breached the wall. That very evening, the barbarians launched a new round of assaults. It was still the same combination of catapults, volleys of arrows, and various other siege engines lavishly pummeling the walls. Thankfully, the 4 refining internal experts each defended a side of the wall. Despite substantial losses, the situation was temporarily kept under control, albeit barely. But this led to an even more dire situation. 3 days later, the Night Watch brought back intelligence. The barbarian tribes are going to complete their second reinforcement in 7 days. By then, their military strength would increase to 10,000, and the number of refining internal experts would rise to 3. Has the Yuan clan gone mad? A civilian house near the North City Gate had been requisitioned and turned into the Central Army's headquarters. Xiang Tingshun paced back and forth anxiously in the hall, his body and face covered in bloodstains. He too had not returned home once since the beginning of the battle and was basically on wall duty around the clock. Tell me, what exactly are they plotting? Even if they capture Pyong County, what then? Could it be that they plan to bypass the Hota mountain range and lay siege to Inding Prefecture? That was absolutely impossible. Looking at the sand table, Anding Prefecture was located southeast of Piyang County, with the Huta mountain range in between. Even if Piyang County was captured, it was not possible to cross the mountains and go directly to Anding Prefecture, as it would be impossible to transport supplies and horses through there. To reach Anding Prefecture, one would have to take a detour to Hong Kong Prefecture in the southwest of Piyang, and then capture Hong Kong Prefecture to get to Anding Prefecture. Such a roundabout route was utterly pointless and unnecessary. Unless Anding Prefecture's Great Wall had already fallen. The barbarian army maneuvering around the city could then move to the rear of Hong Kong Prefecture. Attacking Hong Kong Prefecture from both front and rear in conjunction with the tribe at Shi River, they could capture Hong Kong Prefecture in one fell swoop, thereby cutting off the surrounding prefectures and towns and isolating Anding Prefecture. Once that was achieved, they could proceed with the siege. The risk was great, but this was the only logic that made sense. And all of this depended on a prerequisite: the breaching of Anding Prefecture's Great Wall. Connecting this to what County Magistrate Shui had implied about time being short. Household's Commander Xiang, having understood the situation, Chen Sansi quickly spoke. Please send someone immediately to Anding Prefecture to find out the state of the battle. You mean to say Anding Prefecture is in danger? If that's the case, won't Piyang County City become like a turtle caught in a jar? Xiang Tingchun's expression was stern as he immediately ordered, Zhao Kong, carry out Mr. Chen's instructions swiftly. Yes. Another 3 days passed. The Shi River tribe did not attack again, standing still, obviously waiting for reinforcements. As a result, Piyang County remained eerily quiet for several days. Chen Sansi consumed the third mysterious primordial bone-tempering pill and cultivated using the efficacy of spiritual grain. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear upper, small achievement. Progress, 1559/2000. It was only in the past few days. Once he finished the pills, he would be able to reach bone forging perfection. Apart from that, he also continually practiced archery day and night. Skill, archery, small achievement. Progress, 808/1000. If another siege were to take place, he could even break through to great success. On the fourth day, Zhao Kong, the scout sent out to gather intelligence, finally returned. Sir. Zhao Kong rushed in, covered in dust and dirt from his haste and fatigue, tripping and falling to the ground. He struggled to rise. Sir, what Chen Sansi predicted is true. From the postal station, we've lost contact with Anding Prefecture since 6 days ago. I traveled day and night non-stop. Halfway there, I encountered fleeing refugees. After questioning them, I learned that 7 days prior, Anding Prefecture's Great Wall had been breached and 50,000 of the barbarian Iron Cavalry had invaded. Currently, Anding Prefecture has fallen back to defend the city walls of the prefecture city, refusing to venture out. The barbarian forces have surrounded the city for a prolonged siege without success. It's very likely they'll divide their troops and make a stealth attack on the rear of Hong Kong Prefecture. Once they capture Hong Kong Prefecture, they could cut off Anding Prefecture's food supply routes, and the entire Yunzhou might fall. Boom! This information struck everyone's hearts like thunder. It meant that Piyang County was hardly likely to receive any reinforcements or supplies, leaving 900 men to face a siege by tens of thousands of enemy forces. Are you certain? Ji Guangxian found it hard to believe. Anding Prefecture is easy to defend and hard to attack. How could it fall so quickly? Chapter 96. Bone Forging Perfection. Mr. Chen, you speak. Xiang Tingchun habitually cast a glance. Sent a message to Hong Kong Prefecture at top speed. Chen Sansi gazed at the sand table and said in a deep voice, the current situation has Anding Prefecture, where most of Yunzhou's forces are stationed, under siege. Only Hong Kong Prefecture might still be able to send reinforcements. It's no use. Xiang Tingchun shook his head. Well before the Shi River tribe sent troops to attack Piyang, I had already written to Hong Kong Prefecture. They said they're the last line of defense in Yinzhou. Unless there's an order, they won't send a single soldier or scout elsewhere. Under these circumstances, by the time the battle report reaches the capital city Ministry of War and orders are issued from there, who knows how long it will take? How could it possibly be in time? That was then, this is now. Chen Sansi spoke. Now that Ding Prefecture is besieged, once Piyang County falls, Hong Kong Prefecture will be facing enemies on both sides. If we explain the gravity of the situation to them, how could they not help at all? We can only try. Xianxia nodded. Who among you will go? I'll go. Wang Ji stepped forward. I'm acquainted with the commander of the Hong Kong Prefectural Guards. If I talk to him, I could at least muster 1,000 men, no, 2,000. Chen Sansi remembered this incident. Fatty Wang had twice gone to the prefecture city to visit relatives, each time staying for 10 days to half a month. Unexpectedly, he wasn't visiting in Ding Prefecture, but Hong Kong Prefecture. Good. Xianxia patted his shoulder hard. 100 households, Wang. The safety of tens of thousands of people in Piyang is now relying on you. Wang Ji didn't waste words and grabbed his MO blade, turning to leave. Senior Sister Sunday. Chen Sansi looked at Sun Li. Is there any news from the governor mansion? Sun Li shook her head. That shouldn't be. Chen Sansi muttered to himself. The existence of Han Cheng showed that Sun Dusher at least knew most of Piyang's situation. How could there be no action at all? It looked like the situation in the Northwest 3 states was even more critical. Brothers, don't be disheartened. Xianxin's voice was loud and clear. During Grand Ancestors' Wars of Unification, General Yinwei defended Pu City with merely 7,000 men, while the enemy forces numbered 130,000. Do you think he held out for 7 days or 70 days? Neither. He defended for a full 7 months, annihilated 120,000 of the enemy, and successfully bought enough time for the Grand Ancestor to unify the Central Plains, leading to today's Great Dashing. We have plenty of food and resources, including the fresh recruits. We still have over 1,000 people, and with the help of the civilians, what is there to fear from a mere 10,000 enemy soldiers? Chen Sansi had read about this battle. The Battle of Pu City was one of the 3 most important battles during the establishment of the Shang dynasty. In his memory, there was a similar battle in history referred to as Zhang Sun's defense of Suiyang. Piyang County, although it was just a county, had very well built city walls because it was a border town. If they could mobilize all the civilians in the city, it might not be impossible to hold out for 2 to 3 months. And with the reinforcements that Wang Ji was bringing, there was still much hope. What Chen Sansi was truly worried about was not knowing what County Magistrate Shui, or rather, the old emperor, was planning to do. The Witch God sect would also send experts above the Huajin level. The chaos was likely to arise from within. After everything was arranged, everyone dispersed to their respective posts to stand guard. Little junior brother Sun Li climbed up on the rampart and sat beside him. Don't you want to take a look at Sister Lan? With senior sister taking care of her, there's no need. Chen Sansi had 70 or 80 men under his command, none of whom had gone home. If he didn't set a good example, how could he have the audacity to lead them into risking their lives? Don't worry, I've rented a house specially. Sister Lan is very safe. Sun Li glanced at Su Bin nearby and informed, also your family is safe, mother and daughter alike. Thank you, Miss Sun. Upon hearing this, Su Bin's expression brightened, and he became even more energetic in standing guard. The next day, Feng Yong and others were rushing around, mobilizing the civilians throughout the city to help strengthen the defenses. It goes without saying that the refugees from the countryside were very diligent. The ordinary civilians in the city who could fend for themselves also did not shy away, earnestly doing anything they were asked. In the end, just from the gathered civilians, there were over 5,000. Various local gentry and elders, however, refused to exert any effort, offering only donations of money and food, and still said that defending the city was their duty, and dying on the city walls was only natural. As for the disciples of the martial arts hall, they avoided it whenever they could, and only begrudgingly took to the task when they had no other choice. Some even went so far as to think that with the city's fall being an inevitable event, they attempted to kill the gatekeepers in order to flee the city at night, but all were immediately executed on the spot. These people had been practicing martial arts for many years. Normally, they were good at oppressing civilians, but asking them to lay down their lives was utterly out of the question. After several days of high tension among the city's people, the Shi River tribe completed their reinforcements and launched another fierce attack. On the city walls, Lai Zi clung tightly to Chen Sansi's side, holding the arrow bag for him. "Little Xianxia, if you run out, just tell Uncle. Uncle will get more for you. You just make sure to keep Uncle safe." Chen Sansi had no time to pay him any attention, continuously drawing the bowstring, killing one after another who were climbing up the siege ladders. When he couldn't kill them fast enough, he used his right hand to wield a spear and his left hand a sword. An entire morning passed. He had no idea how many arrows he had fired or how many people he had killed. Finally, the long, silent archery panel floated into view. Skill: Archery, great success. Progress, 0/2000. Utility: instantaneous firing of arrows. Within 300 steps, no arrow will miss. From shooting 3 arrows in a flash to firing arrows in an instant. An instant is 0.36 seconds. That is to say, he can now fire about 3 arrows in 1 second. He had already surpassed the limit of an ordinary person. Moreover, after reaching great success, his archery could still be improved. But that wasn't something to consider on the battlefield. Chen Sansi lifted his 15-stone bow, positioning it blocking the scaling ladders. His arm, pulling the bowstring, became a blur, and the arrows nearly formed a continuous black line. Unless the enemies carried thick iron shields, as many as came would die. How can you use them up so fast? Uncle Lai Zi lay prostrate on the ground, dodging flying arrows and stones, incessantly crawling back and forth to fetch arrow bags. "Uncle Lai Zi, hurry up." Chen Sansi pierced 2 men with 1 spear, only continuing after the arrow bag was delivered to him. Thud! An assault chariot even larger than before successfully reached the city wall under the cover of a mass of troops. A barbarian general wielding a huge axe chopped down 5 defending soldiers with a wave of his hand. From the exquisite full body armor he wore, he must have been a general, and with his striking moves being exceptionally swift and fierce, he was likely one of the 3 at the refining internal stage. Clang! Before Chen Sansi could draw his bow and shoot an arrow, a blade flashed and clashed against the giant axe in a struggle. "Chen 100 households!" Xianxia roared. "Leave him to me. Watch my back." 2 at the refining internal stage were fighting desperately, each requiring full effort. Amid such chaos, there was a chance of being sneak attacked by a martial artist above the bone-forging realm. Chen Sansi turned the direction of his bow, an arrow, aiming at the assault chariot, a one-man barrier impenetrable by thousands. After dozens of exchanges, Xianxia managed to decapitate the refining internal barbarian general at the cost of light wounds. He then joined Chen Sansi to defend the same spot, and together they killed innumerable enemies. This round of the siege lasted from morning until afternoon. The barbarians, realizing they couldn't take the wall, had no choice but to sound the retreat. Both sides suffered heavy losses. After a brief tally, the barbarians lost at least 2,000 soldiers, including 1 at the refining internal stage. Pyong had over 600 dead, 500 of whom were civilians who came to help. The civilians, truly frail, had no choice but to fight to the death and rush forward, because they understood the principle that if the city falls, the people perish. Oh my heavens! Lai Zi lay in a pile of corpses. Usually, it's we who suffer the hardships. Now in war, we're still used as cannon fodder. In my next life, I'd rather be a rich man's dog than a poor man again. At night, Chen Sansi left the blood-drenched city wall and found a secluded and quiet place nearby. He took the last Xianxia body-tempering pill, ready to make a breakthrough. Bone training had 4 stages: tendons, bones, skin, and marrow. Reaching bone-forging perfection was to refine marrow. Marrow is the core of human blood. All blood is derived from marrow. Only by refining the blood into the marrow and creating new blood with the marrow to completely transform the body's blood could one proceed to refine the internal organs. The medicine pills given by the old emperor weren't specifically for marrow refining, but were for the entire bone training realm. Moreover, the medicine's power was vast and boundless, and it didn't harm the body. The speed at which it enhanced cultivation was second only to spiritual grain, truly a first-rate treasure medicine. As Chen Sansi moved the long spear in his hands, the dragon elephant blood within him changed from its initially burning turbulence to becoming more and more calm, its temperature dropping lower and lower until it was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The essence within seeped through his bones, sinews, bone membrane, infusing layer by layer into his bones, and finally seeping into his bone marrow, like a raging fire touching combustible material. Hiss! An excruciating heat ignited from within the bone marrow. Chen Sansi was in so much pain that veins bulged over his body, and even the long spear nearly slipped from his hands multiple times. His eyes turned red, and he ground his teeth nearly to the point of breaking, moving his spear technique at an excruciatingly slow pace. All the essence of his chi blood was absorbed. At this point, his chi blood was entirely like that of an ordinary person. Practicing his cultivation technique was an extremely painful ordeal. Nearing the end of the practice, Chen Sansi's vision darkened, and he lost all sense of where he was, what time it was, relying purely on muscle memory to continue the drill. After an unknown duration, the pain from his bone marrow finally stopped, and the old blood in his body was quickly overtaken and replaced by new blood, which ultimately coursed through his entire body. Cultivation technique: undying golden snake spear upper, great success. Progress: 0 to 0. Utility: dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon living veins, Vajra body. Vajra body: copper skin, iron bone, impervious to sword and spear, unaffected by water and fire. Copper skin, iron bone. Even Chen Sansi felt a momentary weakness, collapsing onto the ground with spear in hand. But as the new dragon elephant blood circulated, he recovered to peak condition within a few breaths, and even the fatigue from the battlefield was swept away. He circulated his chi blood, and every inch of his body, from head to toe, became terrifyingly hard. Running the Xianxia sword lightly across his skin, it emitted a grating sound of metal scraping against metal. Yet under these conditions, his body's movements weren't hindered at all, which was simply inconceivable. He was confident that if he were to stand here now and let a martial artist at the blood-refining great success lash out wildly, his skin wouldn't even break for a short time. As long as his chi blood was sufficient, he would be an utterly terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. Chapter 97: The Death of Xianxia. After 2 days of brutal siege battles, the combined efforts of the city's soldiers and civilians managed to stubbornly hold the fort. Instead, it was the barbarians who suffered the loss of another 2,000 troops and a refining organ general. Additionally, with countless siege weapons destroyed, they had no choice but to cease their drumbeats of war and dare not attack for several days. Surveying the overall situation, the barbarians now had only 6,000 soldiers left, while Pyong held 600 troops and 3,000 commoners willing to risk their lives. These commoners were just ordinary people. If it had been an open battle between 2 armies, they would certainly have been cannon fodder. But in a siege, all they needed to do was handle logistics, repair the city walls, or even serve as human shields. If they could just slow the barbarians' ascent, giving the soldiers time to react, it would be enough. The barbarians didn't dare launch another assault for the time being. Of the 6,000 they had left, half were cavalry. As long as the city walls stood, the cavalry was just for show. Next, barring any unforeseen incidents, holding out until Wang Ji's return would mean the siege of Pyong could be broken easily. Chen Sansi could scarcely imagine it. The largest credit for this victory actually belonged to the common people. Open the granaries and distribute grains. There was plenty of food in the military stores. After seeing the role the civilians played, Xianxia grew fond of the idea of exchanging the cheapest lives for the greatest benefit and continued to forcibly conscript anyone who could hold a weapon, sending them all to the city walls. He was in high spirits and gathered the military officers of households rank and above on the wall, pouring drinks for each. My brothers, this time in lifting the siege of Pyong, everyone has performed a great service. Once this battle is over, a hefty reward is assured, not to mention promotions and honors. He quite right. Dressed in a red official robe, Ji Guangxian said, if the crown prince hears that, on the frontier of our great Dasheng, there exists such a courageous group of warriors, he will surely treat us with favor. The main credit, of course, goes to Household's Commander Xiang. Congratulations. Ha, Magistrate Ji. Though a civil servant, you have shared life and death with our city walls. That, too, is a great service, Xianxia said as he filled his cup too. Clearly, the standoff had dissolved whatever misgivings the two men had held. Atop the city wall, while the officials laughed and drank, congratulating each other in advance on their promotions, the ragged civilians were either busily moving bodies back and forth, repairing walls, or sitting numbly on the ground, eating the hard-earned rice. The battle wasn't even over, yet they were already popping the champagne. Chen Sansi had no mood to partake in such premature celebrations. After perfunctorily drinking a bowl of wine, he turned to help move the bodies. That night, for the first time since the battle began, Xianxia found a moment to return home and see his wife. He removed his heavy armor, hugged his young son, and said, "You don't have to be afraid anymore. The fighting is almost over." "Really?" His wife, Madame Lu, said anxiously. "Why does my heart keep pounding nonstop? Won't the barbarians send more men over?" "Do you think the barbarians can just mold their soldiers out of mud?" Xianxia snorted. 10,000 troops were already exceedingly strange. There's absolutely no chance they can reinforce in the short term. Even if they forced an extra 2,000 men, it would do no good unless they gave up the main battlefield in Liangzhou, which would result in immediate counterattack and can only be equated to seeking death. I'm just a housewife. How can I understand these things? Madame Lu patted her chest. It's good if the master says there's nothing to worry about. Once the battle is over, I'm likely to be transferred. Xianxia spoke slowly. The credit I've earned this time might even be enough to get assigned directly to the prosperous Jiangnan prefecture city. That would be wonderful. Madame Lu exclaimed joyfully. We can finally leave this forsaken place where we've been living in constant fear. Not to mention, our child doesn't even have a decent private tutor here. How could he possibly succeed in the imperial exams? Xianxia picked up his bowl and chopsticks, ready to have a meal before leaving. It was at this moment that a maid came in to report. Master Luo would like to see you. What does he want? While holding his still young son, Xianxia said without even looking up, What's the matter? They're not attacking again, are they? Master, it's about the martial arts hall. Luo Dongquan spoke in a fluster. That old fox Liang Shengji, who was originally in charge of guarding the southern gate, took advantage of the moment when the barbarians were temporarily repelled to open the city gate and flee with his family. It seems he's heading to Hong Kong Prefecture. Flee! Xianxia slammed down his chopsticks. The old bastard, sick of living. Once there's one leader of desertion, there will be a second. Such a situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Xianxia immediately donned his armor, grabbed his saber, mounted his warhorse, and rushed to the city gate with Luo Dongquan. How many of them? Only 7 or 8 people, with a cart full of gold, silver, and jewels. They're also pulling a carriage, so they shouldn't have gotten far. I've already sent men to chase after them. Maybe they've already been intercepted. Good. Hang their dog heads on the city wall. Let's see who else dares to run. Xianxia's killing intent surged. The situation had escalated to this point. There was no need to consider any background or status. Deserting in the face of the enemy, even Ji Guangxian would support his actions. The two of them, one after the other, chased wildly for 5 miles after opening the city gate. Sure enough, a carriage was seen ahead. Liang Shengji, deserting in battle, is a capital offense. Xiang Tingchun quickly overtook the carriage and blocked the road ahead. Mr. Xiang. Liang Shengji lifted the carriage curtain and coldly said, privately hoarding the immortal treasure is the real capital offense. What did you say? Xiang Tingchun's expression turned stern. The sound of horse hooves arose from all around. 3 riders emerged from the darkness, blocking the way back. Magistrate Shui. Xiang Tingchun narrowed his eyes. What is this supposed to mean? Xiang Tingchun. Shui Yuping called out in a cold voice. Hand over the immortal treasure, and you may keep your corpse intact. The immortal treasure? Xiang Tingchun took a deep breath, looking towards the carriage. Liang Shengji, have you gone mad, seeking mutual destruction with me? Liang Shengji shouted, cut the crap. Even if you use the immortal treasure to blackmail us, killing my son and monopolizing the secret of the immortal treasure, I will not share the sky with you. Your son. Xiang Tingchun didn't bother to explain, but instead said with a bitter smile, I say the immortal treasure is not in my hands. Do you believe me, Magistrate Shui? What do you think? Shui Yuping looked towards Han Sheng and Tang Ming by his side. Since Mr. Xiang refuses to save face, let's help him save face. Xiang Tingchun slowly drew out his He Miao longsword. Household's Commander Xiang. Luo Dongquan urgently said, it might be better to just hand over the item. They are sent by the court. Even if we kill them, we probably can't keep the immortal treasure a secret anymore. Hand it over, our families might still have a way to survive. Ha ha ha! Xiang Tingchun let out a strange laugh. Luo Dongquan, I would have never expected, after 20 years of nurturing you, it's you who sold me out in the end. Mr. Xiang. Luo Dongquan responded in confusion. What do you mean by that? That's enough, old Luo. Xiang Tingchun's voice turned icy as he ran the He Miao longsword slowly over his wrist guard. Stop pretending. Take action. Before leaving the city, Luo Dongquan had said he had already sent people to intercept. Where are they? Not a single soldier in sight. What does this imply, if it still needs to be said? Nurturing. Luo Dongquan no longer disguised his intentions and said with a forced smile, Mr. Xiang, you once asked me a question after the start of spring, how many of us would still be alive? That includes me, doesn't it? In Mr. Xiang's eyes, everyone is just a stepping stone for you to climb higher. Even I'm no exception. Given that, why maintain any pretense of kindness or justice? Take action. Chapter 98 Mastery of Commanding Soldiers and Skills. The next day, the Shi River tribe outside the city didn't attack again. Instead, they dispersed their troops and set up camps in the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, around Piyang County, forming a siege. If the city could not be taken by storm, a siege would also be useless. To encircle an enemy must be done with a gap, leaving them a survival path. Forcing them to abandon the city and flee was a classic tactic in siege warfare. The barbarians' relentless pressure would only force the people within the city into a cornered beast fight. But at this critical moment, Piyang City Commander Xiang Tingchun disappeared. Mr. Chunyu, what do you think happened? Ji Guangxian paced back and forth with his hand behind his back. Out of the blue, how could a grown man just vanish? At his side, an old slave practicing the refining organ's skill quietly waited. I do not know. Chen Sansi speculated in his heart. The immortal treasure matter must have come to light, most likely. Mr. Xiang, more likely than not, is in grave danger. However, someone like him, who never cared for others' lives, doesn't warrant any pity. My lord, we found out. Dan Yuji hurriedly ascended the city wall. Last night at midnight, as the darkness fell, someone opened the south gate and fled. Xiang Tingchun rode out alone in pursuit, encountered an ambush by the barbarian tribes outside the city, and Mr. Xiang died in battle. Only Luo Qianhu and a few surviving riders managed to escape back shortly before now. Luo Dongquan? This man also took part and managed to come back alive? A backstabbing? Well, this person is not only treacherous, but also a turncoat. Chen Sansi sneered in his heart. He clenched his iron fist, beginning to plan how to dispose of them next. With Xiang Tingchun gone, Luo Dongquan would automatically rise to the position of main general. How could he sleep at night if the man didn't die? Mastered in archery and blessed with a Vajrabhati, he might stand a chance in a real fight. And if by chance something were to go wrong, Chen Sansi lowered his head, looking at the fire arrows in the arrow bag at his waist. There was also the abnormal fire as a trump card. But that move absolutely must not be used lightly, especially not in the city, where there are too many prying eyes. Timing is everything. Chen Sansi momentarily suppressed his killing intent and went below the city wall to perform a routine head count of his men. 280 men. Wang Ji was absent, having left all his subordinates in Chen's charge before leaving. Furthermore, every time a household died in battle, Xiang Tingchun would redistribute the soldiers evenly among the remaining households, so Chen's numbers only grew. They had been hardened by battle, with bloodshot eyes, each one as brave as tigers and wolves. Even if some had lower realms, not a single one was a coward. There was more. Over 500 strong and able-bodied civilians also wanted to join the military. Knowing that whether the city fell or not, they would have to enter the battlefield, why not practice martial arts directly, receive some military provisions, and have a formal role? And not just that. This group of people also all wanted to follow Chen Sansi. Gentlemen, as a 6th-rank official, I really can't take in so many of you. My lord, we will be useful. We won't just eat for free. Please take us in. The crowd shouted in unison. With Mr. Chen, we feel secure. Indeed, the civilians said, following Mr. Chen, at least there will be someone who remembers our names. Even if we die in the future, it won't be in vain. With the enemy at the gates, it is not a time to strictly adhere to rules. Chen Sansi commanded, Wang Li, you are in charge of teaching them cultivation techniques. As long as their talent is good, provide enough medicine for their blood-refining realm. Yes. Wang Li accepted the command. Indeed, ever since the beginning of the siege, during downtime, they had started teaching civilians pile work, some of whom even barely qualified as martial artists. With not much time required, they could train a group of array soldiers. During peaceful times, a household might hide this knowledge, not sharing the breathing skill without pay for at least 2 or 3 years of hard labor. But war changed everything. Chen Sansi continued, Su Wankai, Su Bin, you must train the cavalry formation well to be prepared for any emergency. Recently, the original cavalry of the households had to guard the city walls and suffered heavy casualties. The leaderless warhorses they left behind had all been taken by Chen Sansi for his men's training, uniformly following the same small car suspension array used on the grassland, with 10 men in each team. The small car suspension array was the simplest and most basic version of the big car suspension formation. The true big car suspension formation could simultaneously control thousands of cavalry. Even when scaled down, at least 200 men were required to form it up, an amount of men and horses they could just barely muster now. But any formation needs time for practice, especially something as complicated as the car suspension formation, which includes several types of troops, such as spearmen, sword soldiers, and archers. It required not only flexible movement, but also precise coordination among all participants. Given the dire current circumstances, naturally, the simpler the training of the formation, the better, to ensure its swift deployment. Having made arrangements, Su Wenkai immediately began to implement them. It wasn't long before a panel appeared before Chen Sansi, who was on top of the wall. Due to frequent real combat, his proficiency in commanding soldiers had rapidly improved. Engrossed in breaking through his own realm and defending the city against enemies, he had nearly forgotten that his martial skill in commanding soldiers was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Skill: commanding soldiers proficient. Progress: 0.001. Utility: mainstay, training soldiers skillfully. Training soldiers skillfully. Any military array can be quickly mastered. Quick mastery. To train an elite troop not only requires funds, provisions, and medicine, but also extensive time and effort. Especially for large or complex formations, if they are not practiced day and night, with every detail finely tuned, they can't be used effectively in combat. But with the ability for quick mastery, the nature of training changes completely. There's no need to practice the small arrays anymore. Chen Sansi immediately went to the base of the city walls, which had been temporarily transformed into a martial arts arena, switched to training the big car suspension formation. If there aren't enough people, scale it down proportionally. The big formation? Su Wenkai was slightly puzzled. Are you sure, Mr. Chen? I'll do it myself. Chen Sansi mounted his white swan horse and took personal command of the training. Under his direction, in just 6 days, the car suspension formation was trained to operate smoothly, and in another 5 days or so, taking it to the battlefield would be no problem at all. From among the several hundred civilians, 200 array soldiers and 10 military soldiers were reselect. The rest who did not master the techniques still benefited from the training in terms of fitness, gaining the strength in their arms. As a result, the defensive force inside Pyong City grew more robust amidst the barbarian siege. Facing 6,000 barbarians, holding the city was entirely feasible. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Arriving at the space that served as a temporary martial arts arena, hundreds of people shouted in unison. Chen Sansi nodded, looking over the neatly organized ranks. He felt what it meant to have united wills as strong as fortified walls. Just then, his skill in commanding soldiers surged once more. Sinking formation death will, having fought in bloody battles for more than a month, always leading the soldiers from the front and being the first to shed blood in every encounter, you have inspired your subordinates to the extent that they are all willing to follow you to the death. Follow to the death. Chen Sansi was involuntarily taken aback, as he looked again at the steadfast gaze of the hundreds before him. For a moment, he didn't quite know how to describe his feelings. These people were willing to follow him unto death, and the sinking formation death will entry clearly wasn't just due to proficiency levels on his panel, but rather it was the result of his own lead-by-example approach, coupled with the life and death experiences they shared over time. It was effective only with this group of people. That meant, from this moment on, Chen Sansi had his first batch of fiercely loyal subordinates. But in his heart, there wasn't much excitement, more a sense of responsibility. These were all human lives. They were willing to die following him. Therefore, as their general, each command he gave had to be the utmost within his abilities in order to be worthy of the trust placed in him and to have a clear conscience. Su Wenkai continued to train them. After laying the groundwork, Chen Sansi continued to delegate the command to Su Wenkai. The formation's progress wasn't delayed at all, proving that the old scholar indeed had some skills. He approached Sun Li, senior sister's son. Could I borrow your Red Lotus saber technique to study? Now, he had reached bone-forging perfection, but lacked a refining organ skill. Sun Buki was still far from refining internal, not even knowing the follow-up content of his own flying snake wind gun technique, let alone the undying golden snake spear. Trapped within the city, there was no telling when he would be able to leave and acquire a new technique. Better to practice the saber technique for now. It's better than doing nothing. Saber technique? I don't have the technique with me, but I can teach you. However, Sun Li didn't refuse. She looked at the bow on Chen Sansi's back, the spear in his hand, and the sword at his waist, teasingly asked, "Are you sure you can handle it all? Do I have anything else to practice?" Chen Sansi said helplessly. Sunli reminisced. "There was a time when my father was like you, practicing all kinds of cultivation techniques every day." Chen Sansi asked, "Did Supervisor Sun ever mention what the use was in practicing different cultivation techniques?" "No." Sun Buki took over. "Back then, my sister and I were very young. We just followed him around everywhere, saw a lot, so it left a deep impression. If I remember correctly," Sunli pondered, "that period was just before father was imprisoned in the Imperial prison. Before imprisonment in the Imperial prison. That was also before the breakthrough to Martial Saint." Chen Sansi's interest was piqued. "Did you guys ever ask him later what was the point of practicing so many techniques?" "We asked." Sun Buki spread his hands. He said he was bored. Chen Sansi knew further inquiry was a waste of time, but he felt even more that there was a connection between reaching above Martial Saint and cultivating various techniques. His enthusiasm thus increased. He immediately sought Sun Li's instruction, memorizing all the pile work and moves, and then began practicing. Another exhilarating, quick training session followed. 5 days later, the saber technique also rapidly progressed to bone forging perfection. His chi blood was still slightly stronger. Other than that, if forced to say, it was getting to understand another type of weapon, which would allow him to handle enemies proficient in saber use more effortlessly in the future. It was on this day that Wang Ji returned. He was covered in blood. Of the 8 people he led out, only 2 remained. Clearly, they had encountered small barbarian cavalry forces on their way back to the city. How did it go? At the city gate, everyone gathered around him. The barbarians have circled around to Hong Kong Prefecture and started laying siege. Wang Ji, looking much thinner, took a large gulp from the water bag handed to him. "But Commander Ma has still sent 1,000 horsemen. I took a shortcut back. They will need another 5 days to arrive. In 5 days, the siege of Pyongyang will be lifted." Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. 5 days. Chen Sansi looked out at the barbarians in all directions outside the city, feeling increasingly that something was amiss. Surrounded but not attacking. It felt like they were waiting for something. "Mr. Chen." Han Chung approached. "County Magistrate Shui requests your presence." Chapter 99. Life and Death Decision. Distinctly different from the chaos and ruin elsewhere in the city, the county magistrate's residence was a haven of tranquility and harmony. In a side room, not only was a table full of food and drinks prepared, but 2 singers from Spring Pavilion had been invited, one to play music and the other to dance. Shui Yuping stood at the door waiting. "Mr. Chun, please." County Magistrate Shui does enjoy his leisure and elegance. Chen Sansi sat down. "Do you have any orders for me?" "Try the food first." Shui Yuping spoke slowly. "There's no rush to discuss matters until Household Commander Tang returns." Deliberately, Chen Sansi used his filthy hands to grab food from every dish on the table. Shui Yuping put down his chopsticks, his appetite gone. "Having been in the military for so long, I've grown increasingly unrefined. Surely you don't mind, right?" Chen Sansi spoke with his mouth dripping with oil. Shui Yuping said calmly, "Of course not. Mr. Chun has worked hard defending the city. Please help yourself." About half an hour later, Tang Ming rushed in. County Magistrate Shui. The entire family of Xiang Tingchun, old and young alike, have been tortured to death, and still the whereabouts of the immortal treasure remain unknown. "Mr. Xiang." Chen Sansi feigned ignorance. County Magistrate Shui. "What is this about?" "No need to panic, Mr. Chun. We have discussed the matter of the immortal treasure before." Shui Yuping continued calmly. The investigation concluded that Xiang Tingchun was secretly concealing the whereabouts of the immortal treasure. It's a crime that traditionally results in the execution of the entire family, and he deserved more than death. Household's Commander Tang, please continue. Household's Commander? Is this person from military? No, that's not right. Chen Sansi thought of another organization that used such a title. Genie Guard. In the Genie Guard, could someone who has achieved great success of refining only hold the rank of 100 households? Tang Ming frowned. There's also Golden Bell Temple. We've dug 3 feet into the ground and found nothing. It's time for us to leave. The Witch God sect will arrive in 2 days, and the city massacre and blood sacrifice will begin soon. Not a single soul will be spared. A city massacre and blood sacrifice? It seems there are not just immortals here, but demons as well. Chen Sansi finally understood why in recent days the Shi River tribe had surrounded but not attacked. They were waiting for the Witch God sect, and possibly more armies were coming with them. Sir. He spoke from the perspective of a military officer defending the city, saying what someone of his position should. The Witch God sect intends to slaughter the city. Is the court not sending reinforcements? Of course, the court wishes to send rescue. Shui Yuping said regretfully, but the key to Yunzhou lies in the 3 prefectures of stability, tranquility, and Lingfeng. As long as these 3 do not fall, we can win back the land sooner or later. If necessary, even Hong Kong Prefecture can be abandoned. Mr. Chun, you should pack your belongings. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, you will leave with us. Leave? Chen Sansi asked, County Magistrate Shui, do you mean to abandon the city? No, 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 no. Shui Yuping said 5 consecutive no's. They will continue to defend. Mr. Chun, you will depart silently with us by yourself. What I mean is just you alone. Alone. Chen Sansi asked gravely, County Magistrate Shui, I still have my wife and subordinates in the city. How could I possibly leave alone? Mr. Chun. Shui Yuping said solemnly, His Majesty has only ordered you to leave, not anyone else. As for your wife, surely you've heard the saying, a wife is like clothing? Is your mother like clothing? Chen Sansi was furious, but he didn't voice it. By this point, how could he not see that the court was planning to abandon the entirety of Pyong? Mr. Chun, I have spoken all there is to say. Shui Yuping continued. At the hour of midnight tomorrow, we will leave this place at full speed. If you insist on bringing a burden, then you may as well stay and continue defending the city. Remember, alone. Households Han, please see our guest out. Stepping out of the residence. Chen Sansi's thoughts were heavy, replaying the conversation in his mind, grasping the key information. So, the court intends to only defend the 3 prefectures of stability, tranquility, and Lingfeng, and abandon the rest? From the map, these 3 form a strategic triangle. As long as the 3 prefectures hold, the foundation of Yunzhou remains, and once the northwest 3 states are free, they can retake the lost territory. But during this period, what about the rest of Yunzhou, including 12 other prefectures? Are they to be left for the barbarians to slaughter and fulfill their so-called blood sacrifice? Moreover, how could they be so certain that the northwest 3 states will be available and that those 3 will not be conquered? It seems as if the barbarians and the court are in suspiciously perfect harmony. A terrifying thought suddenly took root in Chen Sansi's mind. He looked at Han Cheng, who followed him out. Guard Han, are you his supervisor, son? Han Sheng affirmed. Then I will ask you. Chen Sansi continued. What exactly are they planning? I don't have full understanding either. Han Cheng said, frowning. I only know that this has been planned for a long time, and to avoid drawing Supervisor Sun's attention, they deliberately did not send high-level martial artists to Pyong, including the Emperor. For the search of the immortal treasure, only 2 Genie Guard Hunter households were brought with County Magistrate Shui for undercover investigation. They are quite afraid of Supervisor Sun. Chen Sansi nodded. This would explain why, for something as important as the immortal treasure, they dared not send real experts, but just enough military force that a county should have, presumably to prevent Supervisor Sun from intervening and ruining their plans. It seems now they might have succeeded. Good Han. Chen Sansi inquired. What actions are we to take? Has Supervisor Sun said anything? He hasn't. Han Cheng gently shook his head, My connection with the governor mansion is delayed. The last time was when you made contributions on the grassland. According to the supervisor's original words, you should just ensure your own safety. Everything else is none of your concern. Ensure my own safety? Chen Sansi paused. You mean you want me to obediently follow orders and leave alone? Have you ever thought about Sun Li and Sun Buki, who are also in this city? If what Magistrate Shui said just now is true, wouldn't they also die here? The supervisor didn't instruct on that matter. Han Chung scratched his head, starting to stutter. I don't know what to do in any case. If you want to live, then just do as told. To live. Chen Sansi fully understood the purpose of the poison wine. If he obediently followed orders and left alone, even if he was involved in a secret mission, he might later have the opportunity to be nurtured as a trusted confidant. Otherwise, there were only two outcomes. 1. Die under the so-called blood sacrifice of the barbarians. 2. Die from the poison 3 months later. No, there was no need for that long. Having learned so many secrets, if he didn't obediently follow through tomorrow night, he was 90% sure he would be executed on the spot. The poison wine was just the last resort. Kill. Chen Sansi offered a straightforward suggestion. Can't we just kill them? Han Chung still shook his head. Tang Ming has reached great success of refining internal, and I am completely no match for him. And Magistrate Shui also has another refining internal under his command. You're referring to Luo Dongquan, aren't you? Chen Sansi guessed. I can handle him, but are you really unable to defeat Tang Ming? He's capable of fighting two of me. Han Chung held up his fingers. Don't look at me like that. The selection of people for this mission was extremely harsh. It's already good that someone could mix in, let alone being picky about higher realms. So it was indeed a dead end. Not to mention not being able to beat them. Even if he could win, if he killed the magistrate, the Emperor would definitely find a way to kill him afterwards. Could Supervisor Sun really protect him then? Chen Sansi didn't want to entrust his fate into someone else's hands. Unless there was another force that took action to kill the magistrate. In that case, he could completely extricate himself. He could take people away and not be resented by the Emperor. If you can't bear to leave your wife behind, I could say a few words for you, Han Chung said. As long as you can assure Magistrate Shui you won't drag your feet, he might agree to let you take her away. All right. I can't stay with you for too long, or they will become suspicious. If you have anything else to say, meet me in the horse stable on the east side of the city wall after midnight tonight. With those words, he disappeared. Chen Sansi, with a heavy heart, returned to his post on the city wall. Tonight, during the last watch, he had to make a decision on his future in such a short time. Sir, Su Wenkai cheerfully came over. I've considered over a dozen strategies to deal with the different changes in Pyong. Would you like to take a look? Sir, good day, sir. Sir, this is an amulet my mother asked me to give you. She said as long as you're here, we have a way to live. Upon arriving at the city wall, one soldier after another began to speak, their tones full of respect. Sir, Subin held a piece of paper. This is a name that Su Wenkai came up with for my daughter. Which one do you think is good? Little junior brother. Sunli came over with a long saber. How is your saber technique coming along? If you need my help, just say the word. Sansi, when you're free, teach me archery. Sun Buki said with a playful smile. Once I learn it, I can go home and let my old man say one should always take a fresh look at others, even if only 3 days have passed, and save him the trouble of scolding me for being useless. Countless words drilled into his mind. Chen Sansi ignored them all as he walked past them, approaching the refugees squatting at the foot of the city wall. They had been working hard to defend the city. Even Shunzi's lame father was straining himself to move rocks. Last of all were the new recruits from the martial arts arena, who had joined the ranks not long ago after a fierce battle and were still sparring with each other. We've seen this, sir. As Chen Sansi scanned them, names corresponding to the faces began to emerge one after another. Sinking formation death, will. Even these people were willing to follow him to death. So, even if Magistrate Shui agreed to let him take Sister Lan away, was he really going to just run away like that? Maybe, after leaving, perhaps he would be reused by the old emperor, climbing ranks and amassing wealth, reaching the pinnacle of life. The downside might be having restless sleep for the latter half of his life, often dreaming of some familiar faces. Sometimes having too good a memory really isn't a good thing. I hate insomnia. Haven't I been studying martial arts all this time just to sleep peacefully? Chen Sansi's left hand unconsciously gripped the Xianxia sword tightly. If I go now, I really won't be able to sleep. And even if he really defected to the Dog Emperor, would he be safe? If the Emperor gave him poison wine once, wouldn't he possibly do it a second time? Was he supposed to spend his life cowering and living miserably under others? Must they force me into this? But what else could he do? He was too weak. At best, he could deal with Luo Dongquan. But there was also another at the great success of refining. Who would kill him? And if they were killed, how would he clear the connections without the old emperor holding him accountable afterward? Chen Sansi's gaze fell on the crimson official robe, and an idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 100 Bone Training Kill, Refining Internal. Su Wen Gai. Chen Sansi grabbed the old scholar tightly. I have a mission concerning the lives of everyone in the city that I entrust to you. Can you handle it? Su Wenkai was startled, but quickly nodded. Rest assured, sir, I, Wulong, can handle it. Good. Chen Sansi whispered in his ear. Sir, Su Wenkai, with tears brimming in his eyes, said, I will not fail the trust placed in me. Even at the risk of my life, I will not let any mistakes occur. Secrets not closely held are easily revealed. Chen Sansi did not tell a second person and, taking advantage of the heavy night, hurried to meet Han Cheng at the horse grounds east of the city before midnight. The hour of the ox. The small south gate of the city wall silently opened. 3 riders came and waited on a forest path outside the city. The barbarian siege was not directly under the city walls, but was set up in the open terrain. Due to limited numbers, it was not possible to completely seal off the area. There were still a few paths that a handful of people could use to break through and escape. Not to mention, among the 3 people, there were 2 refining organ martial artists. How much longer until the hour of the ox? Magistrate Shui sat on horseback. Tang Ming answered, half an incense sticks time. Every one of you has such righteousness and loyalty. Shui Yuping said with a sneer. One wants to bring his wife, another wants to bring his nephew. With such burdens, how can you achieve anything great? Mr. Chan can be spared, as he has been ennobled and rewarded by imperial decree. But what is Luo Dongquan? Initially, Liang Xingji had taken the initiative to inform. Afterward, Shui Yuping sent people to covertly find Luo Dongquan and commanded him to lure Xiang Tingchun out of the city with the promise of sparing his life in return. As for the Liang family, everyone, top to bottom, had been silenced. The rest of the martial arts halls involved in this matter had not yet been dealt with. But in 2 days' time, the barbarians would divert 30,000 troops from the main battlefield in Liangzhou, on top of which, experts from the Witch God sect would secretly arrive. By then, not a single soul in Piyang County would be spared. Hu Sou Cang. Shui Yuping coldly commanded, once we're safe, dispose of that Luo as well. What a pity we still haven't found the immortal treasure. Otherwise, within 3 to 5 years, I could have joined the cabinet. This time, Elder Yin will be disappointed. Good, it really was Yin Liang's doing. In the darkness, a harsh voice rang out. Another 3 riders appeared silently. The person leading wore a crimson official robe, flanked by 1 person on each side. It was naturally Dan Yuanji and the old servant of the Ji family. They both wore armor and held weapons in hand. Yi Guangxian. Shui Yuping was surprised and said through clenched teeth, What are you doing here? I've come to settle accounts with you. Ji Guangxian, pointing at his nose with trembling voice, said, The city is under siege, yet you dare to kill Household's Commander Xiang, damaging our main general's family. This is tantamount to treason and colluding with the enemy. It's outrageous. Don't spout lies. Shui Yuping retorted. Xianxia himself went out of the city and was ambushed. What does that have to do with us? Bullshit. Ji Guangxian angrily said, I've just been there and seen that the entire family of 8 from household commander Xiang, including a 5-year-old child, died at home. What? How the barbarians infiltrated the city and specifically targeted to kill only the main generals' families. Your Yin party really has no conscience. Do you think you are any better? Shui Yuping no longer pretended and cursed, pretending to be pure. But what really are you? Aren't you just trying to grasp power and control the government? Enough nonsense, Ji Guangxian said. Today the evidence is irrefutable. Taking you down marks the downfall of the traitorous official Yin Liang. You dare. Shui Yuping, fearing nothing, cupped his hands toward the direction of the capital city. Xianxia hoarded the immortal treasure, a crime deserving of death. What fault is there of ours? Immortal treasure? Ji Guangxian narrowed his eyes. Does that mean Magistrate Shui has already obtained the immortal treasure? Not yet. Bullshit. What exactly does your Yin party want to do? Ji Guangxian shouted loudly. The layout of the battle is so peculiar. I knew there was a problem. The Great Wall of Ding Prefecture. How could it possibly be breached so easily? Is it your Yin party's doing? Are you trying to collapse the Great Shang dynasty? Shui Yuping, losing patience, said, Let's do this. Take them all down. You have 2 refining organ martial artists, so do I. Ji Guangxian pulled back on his horse as 2 bodyguards stepped forward to engage. 2. Shui Yuping chuckled coldly, looking toward the direction of the city walls. Let alone the fact that no one present was a match for Tang Ming with great success of refining. He also had another one rushing over soon. Onward! Luo Dongquan spurred his horse frantically, with Song Yin closely following behind. Uncle, where are we going? To escape. Luo Dongquan sighed deeply and muttered. Xianxia was a fool. He was bewitched at the beginning, insisting on collaborating with the martial arts halls and concealing the matter of the immortal treasure. Now he has dragged me into this mess too. Take good care of the jade pendant I gave you. From here we part ways. Song Yin asked in confusion. Uncle, am I not going with you? No, I've changed my mind. Luo Dongquan said. I find this matter very strange. They're sneaking around as if they're hiding something major. The remaining 2 are genie guards. I, an outsider, am likely to be silenced if I get involved. After leaving the city, I'll follow them and say that I've given up on you. Head west overnight to distant relatives in Linjiang. If you don't receive a letter from me within 6 months, assume I'm dead. From then on, change your name and don't think about avenging me. Uncle, let me go with you. Scram. Luo Dongquan drove the other person away. After leaving the city, he was about to head to the agreed location when suddenly, the sound of something sharp piercing the air rang beside his ear. The reaction speed of a refining organ martial artist made him instantly alert, and he leaped straight up from the back of his horse. Hiss! An armor-piercing arrow struck the battle horse, which tumbled and fell to the ground. Luo Dongquan was about to see who had launched the sneak attack when the sound of arrows rang out beside his ear again. Not just one, but a volley. Luo Dongquan swung his battle saber, creating afterimages as he chopped down the relentless arrows. Who the hell can draw a bow so fast? Anyone unaware would think they had encountered an entire squad of crossbowmen. Is it you? Following the direction of the incoming arrows, he saw a figure hidden in a tree afar. Good, I'll kill you. Luo Dongquan's eyes were bloodshot as he cut through the arrows, swiftly closing in until everything seemed to blur before him, feeling as if arrows filled the sky. He roared furiously, bursting forward with astonishing speed, almost becoming a blur. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of yards. Just when he was about to get close, a chill struck his thigh, and he almost lost his balance and fell. He had to burst forward a second time to regain his stability. Bang, bang, bang. In that brief pause, 3 more arrows struck him. Luckily, his saber blocks spared him from fatal wounds. 2 arrows passed through his shoulder, leaving behind translucent holes, and another arrow was lodged in his arm. At the cost of severe injuries, he finally closed the distance. His Miao long sword slashed furiously, aiming straight for his opponent's face. Clang! A long spear collided with the saber blade, sparking a dazzling fire in the darkness. Both retreated several steps, widening the gap between them. Before Luo Dongquan could steady himself, the sound of the bowstring, like a nightmare, attacked once more. He had to swing his saber again to block. This terrifying rate of arrow release made it difficult for him as a refining organ martial artist to get close. In the world, could there actually be a special cultivation technique for archery? In an instant, he could release 3 arrows with a 15-stone bow, each arrow precisely devilish. What a concept! Under such archery, the cost of forcing proximity was exposing flaws and becoming pierced by a multitude of arrows. I'll see how many arrows you have. Luo Dongquan dared not charge blindly anymore, swinging his Miao long sword, hoping to wait until the opponent ran out of arrows. However, by the time blood from his wounds soaked through his clothes, the rain of arrows had not ceased. The shovel-shaped arrowheads inside his body, due to the intense movements, nearly shredded his arm muscles. Even with a martial artist's robust physique, his speed was bound to slow down. Once slowed, he lost the advantage of a common, refining organ martial artist. More arrows lodged in his body until he could no longer hold himself up and crashed to the ground. Damn, emptied 3 arrow bags. Chen Sansi had brought out 5 arrow bags and used up a whole 3. Luckily, Luo Dongquan now lay on the ground looking like a porcupine, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, only exhaling without inhaling, his life clearly ebbing away. Chen Sansi aimed at the head and heart, shooting 2 more arrows each, and after ensuring death, he went over and decapitated him with a sword. Had he not been so hasty, he could have held out against me for quite a while. Of course, he would most likely still be worn down to death by me. Sure enough, a refining organ martial artist. Luckily, it's not refining internal organs perfection. Otherwise, he would have been really difficult to deal with. It's said that refining internal organs perfection martial artists can enter a berserk-like state in a short time, running their bodies into overdrive while temporarily forgetting pain, fully capable of taking arrow wounds head-on. Lidashi Xiarniu. Chen Sansi, holding Luo Dongquan's head. This counts as avenging both you and myself. He had prepared thoroughly. The Vajra body was not needed in the end. The final card, Immortal Treasure Strangefire, was also ready for use. Of course, it was good not to use it, for every use carried the risk of exposure. Uncle. A few yards away, Song Yin, worried about Luo Dongquan, came back and witnessed the entire scene. Chen Sansi also heard him approaching. In fact, Song Yin wouldn't have been able to escape even if he hadn't returned. Mounting the white swan horse, it would have taken less than 20 minutes to catch up and kill him. When dealing with matters, one must completely uproot the problem. Do you know what your uncle did? I know, he deserved to die. Song Yin cried inconsolably. But he was my uncle, and I still have to avenge him. Bring it on. Puchi, blood-refining warrior. Nowhere near a match for Chen Sansi. The moment he rushed forward with his saber, his heart was pierced, and he fell into a pool of blood, breathless. Great, now I look like the bad guy again.